Chapter 1: The Coming Apocalypse. At the end of September, a hot and long summer finally passed, and autumn arrived. But in Jiang City, the weather had not yet shown obvious signs of cooling. The daytime temperature still hovered above 30 degrees Celsius. However, at night, the temperature dropped sharply, making people shiver in the cold. Almost everyone was complaining about this terrible weather. In an inconspicuous rental room in the southern part of the city, the sound of the air conditioner was buzzing, sounding a bit noisy. And below the air conditioner was a room that looked to be less than 15 square meters, with both the living area and sleeping space in this one room, while the bathroom and kitchen door opened side by side on the other side. Although the area was small, the room looked very tidy. The male owner of the house, a slightly thin young man, was sitting on the lower bunk of a bunk bed, staring intently at a television set not far in front of him. On the screen of the television, the noon news from the national television network was currently being broadcast. A week ago, Jiang Liushi had never used this television for anything other than watching sports, let alone sitting in front of it watching the noon news. But now, Jiang Liushi was not only sitting in front of the television for the first time, but he was also fully focused on the time on the clock. At exactly 12:45 and 51 seconds p.m. today, an important news item was scheduled to air on the noon news program of the national television network. Now for an international news report. An international scientific team has just held a press conference announcing that they discovered a prehistoric supervirus in the permafrost of the Russian Far East. This giant virus is currently the fourth known giant virus in human history. Scientists have previously discovered another giant virus in the same area. Scientists found it over a year ago, but only recently went public. They stated that research on the virus is ongoing, and it is still unknown whether this type of prehistoric virus can infect humans or animals. Some experts also indicated that as long as the permafrost remains frozen, there is no need to worry about whether the virus poses a threat. This is it. Jiang Liushi suddenly stood up from the bed, looking at the time displayed on his phone, around 12:45, almost to the second. Again, it's spot on, this is the third time already. Jiang Liushi focused on the television screen, but his attention was completely off the news itself. He already knew the gist of this news, even the exact time it was first made public on the media right at this moment. Since it was a live press conference, there was no possibility of leaking information in advance. Even if the media and journalists had known about the press conference a day earlier, they could not know the specific content. But Jiang Liushi was aware in advance, and not only about this news. He had also been aware of several international emergencies that occurred within this week. This was not because Jiang Liushi suddenly obtained some superpower to predict the future, but rather because a week ago, he suddenly discovered something called a starseed in his mind. Upon discovering this starseed, Jiang Liushi learned some information from it, including these news items that had yet to happen, the most crucial being the news about the giant virus today. The confirmation of this news meant that another piece of information Jiang Liushi had obtained from the starseed would also come true. The outbreak of the virus infection, the end of the world was coming. Meanwhile, the previous news included some national leaders being absent from important events and the sudden cancellation of significant international meetings or schedules. These news items did not attract too much attention from the public, but Jiang Liushi knew that. Many countries have long known about the virus infection and are preparing to retreat. The speed of the virus outbreak is extremely fast, and there is no effective way to control it. Telling the public will only cause panic and chaos. So the public knows nothing and continues to live normally, unaware that some important figures have already disappeared. This press conference about the virus is the last bit of mercy given to ordinary people by those in high positions, so they won't die too confused. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 10 days later, disaster will strike these ordinary people without warning, and they are now just like Jiang Liushi, watching the news on TV without realizing anything. Many people scroll through Weibo, Moments, and news on their phones and see this news, but at most they just exclaim in surprise and casually share it. Jiang Liushi has no intention of posting to tell the public the truth about this matter. Since the Maya prophecy became popular, various doomsday predictions have constantly emerged online. There are even many physical books of the 2012 XXX series, and countless movies have been made. The public has long been immune to this topic. His post would definitely not attract anyone's attention. The only possibility is harmony, as he knows the real inside story, which might cause some alertness from the high-ups. Although this possibility is low, Jiang Liushi does not want to do useless work and invite unnecessary trouble for himself. Moreover, even when Jiang Liushi first learned this information, he was doubtful. It was only after seeing the news today that he completely believed in the authenticity of this matter. No matter who it is, when suddenly discovering that some information about Doomsday has appeared in their mind, they will not immediately and unconditionally believe it. Everything around seems so normal and ordinary, how could they believe that the end of the world is coming? Now confirmed, Jiang Liushi realizes he only has 1 week left, and he must begin to prepare immediately. Firstly, Jiang Liushi buys a large amount of essentials like food, oil and flour online, just to be safe. He also buys many compressed high-energy foods, as well as plenty of drinking water and first-aid medicines. These items can arrive within a day or two, saving Jiang Liushi time from having to go out to shop. Additionally, he also purchases a windbreaker, lightweight and durable shoes, and disposable underwear. He even bought a dagger from a local seller, just in case. Although he didn't believe in Doomsday before, out of curiosity, Jiang Liushi had already compiled a list in his mind, detailing what he should prepare before the end, and searched for a lot of information online. And on the internet, there are surprisingly many posts about this. Clearly, there's never a shortage of bored people. However, these seemingly boring posts have now provided him with plenty of references and help, and Jiang Liushi quickly and methodically completes most of the preparations for stockpiling supplies. Next comes the real highlight. The role of the starseed is not only to let him know that Doomsday is approaching, but more importantly, it allows him, an ordinary person, to have the ability to protect himself during the end of the world. The real use of the starseed is mechanical modification and upgrading, but Jiang Liushi needs to provide the body and materials for the modification. The first thing Jiang Liushi thinks of is a vehicle. A car is currently the most practical for him and also the easiest to modify. And among various types of cars, Jiang Liushi first eliminates sedans. This relatively delicate model of vehicle won't play much role in the chaos to come. The most recommended means of transportation in the Doomsday posts is the off-road vehicle, but Jiang Liushi isn't really interested in off-road vehicles. Their interior space is too limited. Subjectively, Jiang Liushi prefers a giant super long truck. This type of truck is practically a train driving on the highway, with wheels as tall as a person. However, there are too few of these trucks, so Jiang Liushi can only dream about it. Jiang Liushi searched online, and after looking around, he finally settled on two types of vehicles. One is a container truck, and the other is a minibus. Due to his obsession with interior space, Jiang Liushi ultimately focused on the larger minibus. However, a minibus costing hundreds of thousands is beyond Jiang Liushi's means. After completing the purchase of supplies, his bank card balance had dropped to less than 1,000. The word poor is not enough to describe his situation. If there was a house he could sell, Jiang Liushi would immediately sell it at a low price without hesitation, but unfortunately, his family house was sold long ago when he was still in high school. At that time, his parents had just passed away, and selling the house was necessary for him and his sisters living in education. Since then, the two siblings had been renting a place to live. Most of the money in Jiang Liushi's bank account was what remained from the house sale, but now, almost all of it was consumed by buying supplies. If he sells the TV, computer, and other appliances, he might get a few thousand, but it would still not be enough. As for robbing or stealing, as an ordinary student, Jiang Liushi doesn't think he has more than a 10% chance of success. Even if he were to succeed, the possibility of getting caught is over 80%. Jiang Liushi didn't plan to buy a vehicle, instead, he prepared to rent one. However, even renting a vehicle requires a considerable amount of money. Jiang Liushi had already looked up prices online. Even the most basic minibus costs over 1,000 a day, which totals around 15,000 for 10 days, not to mention needing to buy a large amount of materials and metal to modify the minibus. This amount of money is truly a headache. Doomsday is next Tuesday. As it approaches, lying in bed, Jiang Liushi took a few deep breaths but still felt somewhat anxious. As a student facing such a life and death challenge soon, it's impossible to stay calm. After thinking for a moment, he opened QQ and found an ID called Li Jun in the roommate group. Seeing that the other party's avatar was lit up, he immediately sent a message, "Li Jun, are you there?" Soon, the message notification DDDD chimed, and Li Jun's reply appeared on the chat interface. "Did you see my new display?" Jiang Liushi then noticed that under the other party's ID, it showed that Li Jun was online with iPhone 7 at that moment. No wonder he was so arrogant to stay online. The iPhone 7 is a newly released phone this month, which just came out a few days ago. It's expensive and few people have gotten it, yet Li Jun managed to get one so quickly. This phone costs 7 or 8,000. Jiang Liushi exclaimed. He can't afford such an expensive phone. He never imagined he wouldn't even have the chance to use a new phone before the Doomsday. Li Jun smugly replied, 7 or 8,000? How could I get the first batch for that? I had a special person help me buy it and paid an extra 2,000. 10,000 for a phone. Jiang Liushi could only sigh in astonishment. Because of his parents' early death, he had to take care of his sister, so he lived very frugally. That last purchase was already the most extravagant he had ever made in his life. A $10,000 phone truly feels terrifying just to think about. However, it seems Li Jun is quite well off at the moment, so Jiang Liushi hurriedly typed, "Let's talk seriously, I need to tell you something. Do you have any plans for next Tuesday?" Next Tuesday? Let me think. Ah, right, there's this girl I met on WeChat a few days ago. I'm taking her to the bar next Tuesday. After we drink, you know what I mean. Just waiting for me to hook up with her. Jiang Liushi felt a headache coming on as he listened. He thought for a moment, then steeled himself and said, "Well, next Tuesday, I was thinking of gathering everyone to play some games. Can we stay in the dorm, lock the doors and windows?" What? Li Jun didn't react right away. A girl's not enough to tempt you to play games with your fellow gamers? Am I out of my mind? Not gonna play, bro, I'm busy. Alright. Jiang Liushi sighed and shook his head. He had already given his reminder, but even if they stayed in the dorm and locked the doors and windows, it couldn't prevent the virus outbreak. Li Jun, just like everyone else, already carried the virus in his body. Whether he mutated into a monster after 10 days depended entirely on his own physical condition. Locking the doors and windows would only prevent Li Jun from being killed by mutated monsters, assuming he survived this ordeal. Now, Li Jun wasn't listening to Jiang Liushi's advice, and there was nothing Jiang Liushi could do. He continued, Li Jun, I really need money right now. Can you pay me back the 2,000 you owe me? Money? Oh. Don't worry, I've got it in mind, I'll pay you back in a couple of days. Li Jun replied. Jiang Liushi frowned, I need it right now, it's kind of life-saving money. You're in such a hurry? Wait a sec, that girl just called me, let me take the call, I'll talk to you later. Li Jun replied. Jiang Liushi waited a while holding his phone, but Li Jun didn't reply again, and his profile picture turned gray. Jiang Liushi shook his head, thought for a moment, and clicked on another roommate's profile, Luo Ming, can you lend me 2,000 bucks? I'm broke right now, I've spent all my living expenses on games, I was thinking of borrowing some money from you to buy food. Why do you need money? Luo Ming replied. Never mind, it's okay. Jiang Liushi knew Luo Ming was a gaming fanatic. Though his family was relatively well off, he rarely had money on hand. He was just trying his luck. Luo Ming, listen, stay in the dorm and play games next Tuesday, lock the doors and windows, don't go out, got it? What? What's going on? Luo Ming froze for a second. Remember, okay? Jiang Liushi said, then hung up the phone. He had done his best. Those who owed him money weren't paying up, and the ones he asked for money from couldn't lend him any. As for the others, either Jiang Liushi wasn't very close to them, or they didn't have much money. After all, they were all just students, and while a few hundred might be possible, over 1,000 was out of the question. Looks like I need to think of another way. Chapter 2, the money, finally in hand. Jiang Liushi flipped through his phone, when suddenly, he saw a very flashy profile picture that immediately caught his attention. The person in the picture, with slick back hair and wearing sunglasses, was Ma Hao, someone quite well known in the school. But his fame wasn't due to talent, it was because of his strong network. This was evident just from the fact that Jiang Liushi had him added on QQ. He and Jiang Liushi weren't exactly polar opposites, but they were close. Jiang Liushi was just the most ordinary kind of person, never active, and other than people in his class, few knew him. Jiang Liushi vaguely remembered hearing from Li Jun that Ma Hao had a friend who was involved in campus loans. Some girls, in order to borrow money, not only sent their ID cards and student cards to his friend, but also sent some inappropriate photos. If they didn't pay the money back, these photos and personal information would be made public, sent to their classmates, teachers, and even their families. When Jiang Liushi first heard about this, he was quite speechless. Most of these girls just wanted to buy things to satisfy their vanity, but ended up doing such things. Ma Hao often took these girls' inappropriate photos from his friend and shared them in student groups, where many people would gossip and judge. Of course, Jiang Liushi didn't. Jiang Liushi was also heartless. Originally, Jiang Liushi thought he would never get mixed up in such matters, but now, he felt it was a good chance. Ma Hao, may I borrow some money from your friend? Jiang Liushi asked directly. Ma Hao quickly replied, sure. Which department and class are you in? Jiang Liushi directly showed his student ID. After Ma Hao confirmed it, he asked, how much do you want to borrow? Borrow 20,000. Since it was for loaning, Jiang Liushi was not polite. However, based on his previous understanding, 20,000 should be the maximum amount, anything more, Ma Hao might refuse him. After all, his family background was not a secret. Ma Hao could easily find out. Ma Hao was clearly taken aback, 20,000 was a huge amount for a student. Many female students borrowed only a few thousand or even a few hundred. Why do you need to borrow so much? Even an abortion doesn't cost that much, Ma Hao asked. I have something very important. Don't ask, just tell me what conditions I need to meet to borrow it, Jiang Liushi said. Well, let's do this, you can give me your student ID as collateral, and your home address. Also, you need to write me an IOU stating 50,000 and record a video of you reading it out loud, saying you are doing it willingly. When you pay me back, I will destroy the IOU in front of you. How long do you need the 20,000 for? Ma Hao asked. 1 month, Jiang Liushi replied. Then you will need to pay me back 25,000 at that time. We are in the same school, so I'm not worried about you not paying me back, you understand, Ma Hao said. Got it. Jiang Liushi clicked his tongue secretly, this interest, even typical loan sharks aren't this ruthless. And Jiang Liushi now realized that whatever his friend was, Ma Hao was likely involved in this loan. Ma Hao seemed very confident, not worried about Jiang Liushi defaulting. He must have some method. If Jiang Liushi didn't pay back the money, it would probably make him wish he were dead, or alive but suffering. He. Jiang Liushi laughed nonchalantly. What interest, what threats? By then, if it was the end of the world, would he still care about a mere Ma Hao? In the afternoon, Jiang Liushi found a car rental company online and went to the place he agreed with Ma Hao, completed the procedures, and received the money. While Ma Hao was transferring the money to Jiang Liushi on his phone, he curiously sized him up and asked, "What do you need the money for?" "To do something big." "A week from now, you'll naturally know," Jiang Liushi said mysteriously. Ma Hao was speechless. This person seemed a bit crazy, and he instantly regretted it. However, the money had already been transferred, so Ma Hao quickly shrugged it off. After all, no student had dared to owe him money without paying it back. Jiang Liushi received the 20,000 and immediately rushed to the car rental company. There weren't many minivans available. Unlike compact cars, they weren't easy to rent. Jiang Liushi had asked every rental company online before finding one with available vehicles. They urged him to hurry. They could only hold it for him for about 2 hours. Jiang Liushi hurried and arrived at the rental company an hour early. Upon seeing the store's sign from afar, he breathed a sigh of relief. The rental company's store was small, simply and tastefully arranged. Behind a reception desk stood a sweet-looking girl with a ponytail. This girl was wearing the rental company's uniform, and the simple outfit looked clean and fresh on her. She appeared to be around 18 or 19, innocent and youthful. She was talking to another customer in a suit when she noticed Jiang Liushi and flashed him a sweet smile, nodding her head. "Give a moment, Jiang Liushi." Seeing this girl full of youthful energy, Jiang Liushi was stunned for a moment. This attendant was really young. Jiang Liushi then sat down on the nearby sofa. Coincidentally, he noticed a corner of a college English vocabulary book peeking out from under the girl's desk. He instantly realized that this girl should be a student, and perhaps she even attended their school. She was here to work part-time to earn some living expenses. This car rental company was not far from the university. Hiring a sweet-looking female student as an attendant was not only cheap for labor, but also such a pure girl could make the business thrive. "Hello, I am the client manager Wen Xiaotian. You can call me Xiao Wen. I'm very happy to serve you," the girl said. After chatting a few words with the customer, probably wrapping up the conversation, she turned to Jiang Liushi. Her youthful appearance, combined with her commercial greeting, created a very peculiar feeling. It did not seem out of place, but rather a bit cute. "Hello, I'm the one who reserved the minibus online." Jiang Liushi stood up and said. "Ah, this." The girl seemed a bit troubled. She shyly said, "I'm really sorry, the last minibus was just rented by this gentleman." Jiang Liushi was the one who called in to make the reservation, but the car had been rented out by the boss. She felt quite embarrassed. But she was just a worker. How could she change the boss's decision? "I'm really sorry. If you can wait, you might want to rebook. There should be a car available in a few days. The passenger will return it after use," Wen Xiaotian said apologetically. Jiang Liushi was stunned for a moment. How could he wait that long? Besides, this was the only rental company that had cars available right now. He couldn't think of any other solutions at this time. After a moment's thought, he suddenly asked, "Have you made the payment?" Not yet, but we are about to sign the contract," Wen Xiaotian answered, a bit confused. She didn't understand why Jiang Liushi was asking about this. The man in the suit glanced at Jiang Liushi, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He could see that Jiang Liushi was quite anxious, but who told him to arrive just a step late? Besides, for online reservations, if one hasn't made the payment, the boss could break the contract at any time without worry. "Oh, if you haven't paid, then it's fine. Tell your boss, I'll add 200 a day, rent for a week, and I'll renew next week. It's just for use in the city, so there won't be much wear and tear," Jiang Liushi said. Wen Xiaotian was taken aback and looked at the man in the suit, momentarily unsure of what to do. She had never encountered such a situation before. "Add 300. Jiang Liushi said again. Wen Xiaotian hesitated. The amount involved was already quite considerable, and Jiang Liushi indeed looked very anxious. "Sir, according to the rules, I must call to ask for approval," she said apologetically to the man in the suit. The man in the suit was speechless. Just a moment ago, he felt somewhat schadenfreude and pleased, but now it seemed he had run into a rich second generation. "Forget it, just rent it to him," the man in the suit said. There was no need to think about what the result of that call would be. It was a waste of time. "I really feel bad about this. You will have to wait until this weekend to use the vehicle. How about I make arrangements for you in a couple of days? You see, this customer is also in a hurry to use the car." Wen Xiaotian quickly apologized again. The man in the suit saw Jiang Liushi, who looked like he was not yet 20, with a student appearance. He couldn't help but ask, "Young man, why are you renting a car for so long?" "To park it," Jiang Liushi replied. "To park? Wow, today's young people are really wealthy and willful. Jiang Liushi didn't care about the astonished looks from the two of them, he was completely unconcerned about how others perceived him. Jiang Liushi quickly signed the contract with the rental company. He glanced at the terms, and indeed, such rental agreements were very strict for customers. With various compensation fines at any moment, even a single scratch could cost a fortune. However, Jiang Liushi merely glanced at this and then boldly signed his name with a flourish. This car wouldn't just end up with a scratch. Your ID must be kept here. The receptionist smiled brightly. Smack! Jiang Liushi slapped his ID, which he had prepared earlier, onto the desk and took the car keys. Just 2 steps toward the door, Jiang Liushi turned back. Can you help me find a driver to take it back? He didn't have a driver's license. Chapter 3 Scanning and Modification. Sitting on the minibus, Jiang Liushi called his sister, although he knew this call would likely fall on deaf ears. In his mind, before the starseed filled with new information appeared, his sister had already gone deep into the mountains for research, where signals came and went. His sister being in the deep mountains at this moment of impending apocalypse was terribly bad news. However, thanks to the starseed, Jiang Liushi knew that neither his sister nor he would be infected by the virus. His sister's research should be finishing up in the next couple of days, which relieved Jiang Liushi. They had grown up relying on each other, and if the apocalypse came while his sister was lost in some ravine with no word, Jiang Liushi would surely go crazy. Sure enough, the call went through, but he was met with a notification that the phone was off. Jiang Liushi then sent a message to his sister, asking her to contact him immediately when she saw it. He would stay on for 24 hours waiting for her call. Knowing his sister like he did, he was certain she would call back as soon as she had a signal, especially after he had been so serious about it. Boss, is it just stopping here? The rental company's driver parked the vehicle downstairs at Jiang Liushi's home, curiously glancing around. This place was completely an old community that had nearly been phased out in Jiangbei City, with houses from the 1990s and every family having the most outdated awnings and security bars. This really didn't seem like a place where a rich second-generation person would live. Was he experiencing life? But that was of no concern to the driver. After Jiang Liushi signed, he handed over the keys and left. Jiang Liushi sat in the car, letting out a deep breath. After running around all day preparing for various things, now that everything was ready, he didn't feel calm at all. Instead, he was filled with a heart-pounding sensation. The previous composure, the orderly suppression of panic, seemed to erupt at this moment. After sitting for 5 or 6 minutes, Jiang Liushi slowly regained his composure. After all, an apocalypse was approaching. It was normal to react this way. According to the information provided by the starseed, Jiang Liushi stood up, walked to the driver's seat, and sat down, gripping the steering wheel with both hands. Then, Jiang Liushi closed his eyes. It was as if he had flipped a switch, and suddenly, images that his eyes should have captured appeared in his mind. The steering wheel he was grasping looked left and right, and his view swiftly lifted, taking in the entire vehicle. Then, the car became transparent, with all its components clearly visible. Jiang Liushi knew this was the starseed scanning him. However, knowing it was one thing, but experiencing it personally felt incredibly magical, like a VR sci-fi moment. When VR first came out, Jiang Liushi was very interested but didn't buy it due to the high price. Now he was having this experience, which was even more advanced than VR. After the entire minibus was scanned, the vehicle's information floated into Jiang Liushi's mind. Model, medium passenger bus, 14 seats. Vehicle age, 10 years. Power, gasoline powered. Top speed, 110 km per hour. Engine, displacement 5.014L water-cooled inline 4-cylinder turbocharged direct injection. Fault, the engine is old, and all components are aging. In summary, this is a very ordinary minibus, estimated to have retired from tourism and purchased by a rental company. Such vehicles will definitely have many small issues once they start, and the rental company is just out to cheat people. However, these small problems are actually of no concern to Jiang Liushi. He has spent just over 10,000 to get this minibus, which is already a great deal. After the first modification, this vehicle will be initially adapted for apocalyptic use. There are several modification directions for the starseed, and Jiang Liushi thought for a moment before choosing the base vehicle type. The base vehicle is actually a choice that consumes a lot of materials, but it is the most practical. Soon, the starseed listed the materials needed to modify this vehicle into a standard base vehicle. Seeing this list of materials, Jiang Liushi couldn't help but click his tongue in surprise. 100 pounds of steel, 100 pounds of copper, various specifications of screws, 10 kilograms of titanium alloy, 10 square feet of leather, and all kinds of strange materials. Not to mention anything else, just the first few items made Jiang Liushi realize it was not a small sum. He vaguely knew that 1 kilogram of titanium alloy costs around 500 to 600. Among those strange materials, some names indeed looked very expensive. This material list completely exceeded Jiang Liushi's expectations regarding prices. The number of materials needed went beyond Jiang Liushi's imagination, probably because he chose a more complex base vehicle. As for the remaining money and various selling amounts, it was uncertain if it would be enough. Although there are many roadside ads for 1-minute transfers, borrow money with ID card, Jiang Liushi's student ID was pledged to Ma Hao, and his ID card was pledged to the rental company, without any property certificate to use. He truly found himself at a loss. Forget it, let's order everything we can buy first. Jiang Liushi took out his phone. As soon as he turned on his phone, Jiang Liushi noticed he had 2 missed calls. Checking the time, it might be that they called while he was busy on the road, and he didn't hear due to the noise. But when he saw the phone numbers, they were unfamiliar. Hello? Jiang Liushi called back. Jiang Liushi? A girl's voice came from the other end of the line, sounding sweet and very gentle. Yes, I am. I saw you called, may I ask what is the matter? Jiang Liushi asked. I am Li Yusin. The girl mentioned a name that surprised Jiang Liushi a lot. He originally thought this was definitely some business-related call, either from the rental company, a courier service, or customer service from the vendors he ordered items from. But unexpectedly, it really was a girl he knew, and she was a highly popular and well-liked girl. However, even though Jiang Liushi rarely communicated with girls over the phone, he wasn't in a fluster upon receiving the call. He just found it strange that he and Li Yusin had no actual interactions, so why would she call him? Of course, to be precise, they were not completely without intersections. In reality, they had been classmates since high school and were even at the same desk. Li Yusin came from a good family, looked exquisite and lovely, and had a good personality, making her very popular in class. At that time, Jiang Liushi often found himself staring at Li Yusin's graceful side profile as she gazed out the window, her hair gently swaying. But although Li Yusin was excellent in many aspects, she struggled with mathematics, and coincidentally, Jiang Liushi was quite good at math. So, Li Yusin often asked Jiang Liushi to explain problems to her. During the lessons, Li Yusin was very attentive and focused, to the extent that her hair would often fall onto Jiang Liushi's hand, without her noticing. But later, Jiang Liushi's parents had an accident. He didn't go to class for a whole month. When he returned, Jiang Liushi had become much more introverted and sat alone in the last row. Li Yusin, although she occasionally glanced at him many times when they brushed past each other, she wanted to say something, but ultimately said nothing. Of course, Jiang Liushi had already stepped out of the shadow from that time, but their relationship had since faded. Even though they got into the same university in the same city, it was still the same. That little flutter of excitement from before was buried deep in Jiang Liushi's heart. Now, hearing Li Yusin's voice again, Jiang Liushi's emotions stirred uncontrollably. Li Yusin's voice was like a gentle breeze, faint and soft. It's really been a long time, Jiang Liushi couldn't help but exclaim. Li Yusin said, yeah, we haven't been in touch for a long time. By the way, what do you need from me? Jiang Liushi asked. I heard from Li Jun that you're short on money? I'm not familiar with him, but I happened to overhear him talking about it with a friend of mine, Li Yusin said. Jiang Liushi frowned immediately. What did he say? He invited my friend to dinner. My friend asked him why he was looking at his phone and chatting with someone. He said you were asking him to borrow money. I thought you might be in trouble, so I asked for your phone number, Li Yusin asked plainly. This Li Jun. Jiang Liushi was speechless. Not only does this guy not pay him back, but he also talks like this about him. He really won't die if he doesn't show off. Here's what happened, Jiang Liushi explained the truth. After listening, Li Yusin was also very angry. I knew you weren't that kind of person. He even said you were shameless. Seriously. This kind of person, I will quickly tell my friend not to associate with him anymore. By the way, does this mean you really need money? It's fine, I've already thought of a way, Jiang Liushi said. Your Alipay is your phone number, right? I'll transfer some money to you. You can pay me back when you're more comfortable. We're friends, don't be polite with me. You used to explain problems to me in such detail every day. You never even had a little free time. I never got to thank you for that, did I? Li Yusin smiled. Jiang Liushi froze for a moment. Li Yusin's laughter was still so pleasant to hear. Wait, no need. Let's do it this way. Don't mention it, we're friends, right? Li Yusin said with a light laugh, her laughter as clear as wind chimes. Of course. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Liushi felt a warmth in his heart. He didn't expect that at such a moment, an unexpected person would help him. Moreover, throughout the call, Li Yusin never asked him why he needed to borrow money. Ding! A text notification arrived. Jiang Liushi opened it and was stunned again. The money Li Yusin transferred was a full 20,000. She also added a message, a little more will make it easier. Just keep the rest and pay me back when you're done. There was even a cute emoji with a covering mouth smile at the end. Looking at this message made Jiang Liushi feel truly moved. Although Li Yusin's family was well off, she lived quite simply, and this 20,000 must have been her own savings, not something she could just give away lightly. But as soon as she learned he was in trouble, she immediately called him. When she saw he didn't answer, she even called several times. Jiang Liushi made up his mind right away. He immediately called back, but to his surprise, when the call connected, Li Yusin's tone was a bit anxious. "What's up?" Jiang Liushi couldn't help but chuckle, feeling both moved and amused. "Don't worry, I'm not calling to return the money." Oh, Li Yusin immediately relaxed and quickly said, "And don't thank me, okay? If you thank me, I will have to thank you for helping me before. Without you, how could I have gotten into Jiangbei University? That was a small matter." Jiang Liushi initially felt a bit shy, scratching his head. He cleared his throat and said very seriously, "Give me your home address." "Address? Why, are you planning to come to my house to pay me back?" Li Yusin laughed. "Never mind that, just tell me. Don't worry, I won't do anything bad." Jiang Liushi joked on purpose. "Alright, fine, my home address is. You tell me, I'll note it down." Jiang Liushi put the call on speaker and recorded Li Yusin's address in his memo. "You even wrote it down. I'm a bit nervous now. Are you really coming? If you come as a guest, I will definitely welcome you," Li Yusin said. He could tell she was a bit embarrassed. Jiang Liushi knew his request was too abrupt, but there was no time to worry about that now. Even though it was a bit sudden, it was necessary. Jiang Liushi said, "Yusin, you must wait for me at home next Tuesday. Not just you, but your parents as well, must stay at home. Don't go anywhere. It would be best if you all could stay in separate rooms, each with a lock. If something unexpected happens, lock yourselves in the rooms and don't go out. I will come to find you. Can you do that? I have something very important to tell you. It concerns my life." His tone was very firm, very serious. Jiang Liushi knew that if he mentioned the apocalypse, it would be hard for Li Yusin to believe him. Even if he could make her half believe it, convincing her parents would be another challenge. Just that alone would take a lot of time. If he said it related to their lives, Li Yusin would surely have even more doubts and would find it harder to persuade her parents. Perhaps her parents would suspect he was mentally unstable, or had some kind of ulterior motive. Lock ourselves in a room with a lock? Li Yusin was stunned. Was someone going to attack them? Jiang Liushi, do you have some big trouble? Is it loan sharks or gangsters or something? Li Yusin asked in a panic. No, but it is really, really important. You have to believe me, you must. This matter is extremely important, please. Jiang Liushi insisted. He had borrowed from loan sharks, but that was unrelated. He wasn't worried about it. Alright. Li Yusin reluctantly agreed. It sounded too bizarre to her. You must follow my instructions. Jiang Liushi urged once more. Promise me. Jiang Liushi said sincerely. Alright, okay. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Liushi let out a breath. He had done his best, but he didn't know how far Li Yusin could go. But at least, she should stay at home. She was a very kind-hearted person. As long as she cared about his safety, she would listen to him and stay home. As for whether Li Yusin would survive, that was up to fate. He hoped heaven would not let such a kind girl die in this disaster. And as long as she was alive, Jiang Liushi believed he would definitely be able to find her. Chapter 4, The Modification Begins. With the money borrowed from Li Yusin, Jiang Liushi immediately started his shopping actions. Some things that couldn't be bought online were obtained by going to the market. The most frustrating part was one of the materials, which wasn't even available in the market. In the end, he had to go to an auto parts factory to find it. At first, the owner was unwilling to sell, but in the end, Jiang Liushi grit his teeth and added an extra 500 to the original price before finally getting it, and it was secondhand. When he was leaving, he saw the owner rubbing his fingers together and carefully counting the money. Jiang Liushi just shook his head silently. It wasn't that the owner didn't want to sell, he just wanted to sell it at a high price. Now that he made that 500, he was very happy, but in a week's time, he would realize that money wouldn't be worth much. It took a total of 3 days, and all the materials were gathered, filling the aisle and seats of the minibus. When the last piece of material was put in, Jiang Liushi felt a heavy stone in his heart drop. Finally made it. In the past 3 days, he had been running all over, nearly covering the entire Jiangbei city. Perhaps because it was the first modification, the materials required were so various and numerous, nearly touching all aspects. At the same time, Jiang Liushi was also paying attention to the news and dynamics of Jiangbei city. He realized that, just as he thought, the big shots appearing in the news were indeed getting fewer, and although everything seemed normal on the streets, he felt an undercurrent stirring. Let's start. Jiang Liushi pulled all the curtains shut, then sat in the driver's seat. After calming his breathing, he grasped the steering wheel with both hands. Suddenly, the structure of the minibus was clearly projected in his mind, as though he had gained a special eye to scan the minibus. Wherever he looked, the data and situation of that part of the minibus instantaneously emerged. The overall state of the minibus was base vehicle, ordinary type, pending modification. Detected that materials are complete, start modification? Jiang Liushi silently recited in his mind, modification. Modification began, completion time in 72 hours, countdown starts now. Before the modification was complete, the vehicle could not be driven. Modification content includes. Jiang Liushi felt as if a strange power suddenly surged through the steering wheel in his hands, shaking slightly. The modification would take a long time, and Jiang Liushi couldn't keep staring in the car. He just curiously sat in the driver's seat for a while, noticing that some materials inexplicably disappeared after a while, but aside from that, nothing else seemed particularly special. Afterwards, he got out of the car. Standing outside, Jiang Liushi realized he couldn't spot anything unusual, so he felt relieved and returned home. As soon as he opened the door, he was greeted by piles of various supplies that nearly reached the doorway, all delivered in the past 3 days. The delivery worker looked at Jiang Liushi with a strange expression. However, Jiang Liushi didn't care how others saw him. Even if it felt odd, they would never guess its true purpose. In these 3 days, Jiang Liushi hadn't gone back to school. With the apocalypse coming, why still attend class? Now that the minibus had started its modification, Jiang Liushi was also busy preparing. He kept calling his sister on his phone while searching online for various survival knowledge, including wilderness survival and basic first aid, as well as common medicines for ailments, surrounding maps, etc. Jiang Liushi also specially downloaded a national map onto his tablet, so he could use it even without internet. The map pointed out almost all locations, from small shops to big factories, from national highways to some village roads, all clearly marked. He spent several hundred yuan on this map. The free map apps didn't have this level of detail. Jiang Liushi didn't know how prepared he could become, but whatever he found useful on the forums and what he himself thought of, he was getting ready. Now that he had spent almost all his money, Jiang Liushi's preparations were basically complete. Beep beep beep. The phone rang, and Jiang Liushi hurriedly looked. As soon as he saw the caller ID, his face lit up with joy. He had been trying to call his sister non-stop whenever he had a moment, but it always showed as off. Now she finally called back. Hello? Hello, brother, what's the matter? I just got off the car. Let me tell you, this trip for the inspection was thrilling. We went to a mountain village with cave burial customs. Jiang Liushi, don't talk right now. Listen to me first. Jiang Liushi interrupted his sister's playful speech and said loudly. Hearing the seriousness in Jiang Liushi's tone, she seemed to sense something was wrong. Jiang Liushi also felt that her brother must have something important to say, so she immediately stopped laughing and softly replied, Brother, you say. However, Jiang Liushi quickly calmed down. Panic would only infect Jiang Liushi. He asked, Xiaoying, where are you now? At school, just separated from the students and teachers of the investigation team. I'm about to head back to the dorm. My phone was dead, I charged it a bit in the car just now, and I saw the message you left, brother. Jiang Liushi, though a bit mischievous, immediately became obedient and clear-headed when she realized the seriousness of the situation, quickly explaining her current situation. Although she still didn't know why Jiang Liushi was acting this way, ever since their parents passed away, it had always been Jiang Liushi taking care of her. Jiang Liushi might bicker with Jiang Liushi from time to time, but when it came down to crucial moments, she always unconditionally listened to Jiang Liushi, treating him as her anchor. You don't need to go back to the dorm now. Book a plane ticket to fly back immediately, Jiang Liushi said. Okay, brother, wait a moment. After a while, Jiang Liushi's voice came, Brother, there are no tickets left. What about tomorrow? The day after tomorrow? If that doesn't work, you can transfer flights, don't worry about how much it costs, Jiang Liushi said. There aren't any, none at all. Jiang Liushi replied. What do you mean there are none? Jiang Liushi was stunned, suddenly feeling a sense of foreboding. He frantically typed on the keyboard, opening the plane ticket purchase website. He casually searched for one city, then another city. Jiang Liushi kept searching while his heart sank further. All the plane tickets for the next 3 days were actually sold out, no matter where you were flying from or to. The only tickets available were after the disaster arrived. This could absolutely not be a coincidence. Brother, how about I buy a ticket for 3 days later? Jiang Liushi asked. That would be meaningless, Jiang Liushi answered. Jiang Liushi seemed not to understand why a delay of just 1 day would be meaningless, but she didn't ask anything. After thinking for a moment, she said, How about I book a train ticket? Jiang Liushi typed a couple of times on the keyboard, then said in a low voice, No need, train tickets are sold out too. All the train tickets for the next 3 days were completely unavailable. Brother, wait a moment, I'll go to the bus station to ask, or I could hire a car, Jiang Liushi said. No need. Jiang Liushi replied. First, he didn't know the situation on the road. Secondly, even if the roads were passable, it would still take Jiang Liushi more than 2 days to return home. With trains and planes completely paralyzed, the possibility of traffic jams was extremely high. If she happened to be stuck in traffic, then Jiang Liushi would undoubtedly be in grave danger. No need, Jiang Liushi repeated. Jiang Liushi sensed that there was something strange about Jiang Liushi's tone, which made her feel a bit anxious. Xiaoying, now listen carefully to every word your brother says, Jiang Liushi said, don't go back to the dorm. Find a place with not many people, a hotel or apartment is fine, but it must be very secure, somewhere hidden. Then get as much drinking water as possible, some medicine, daily necessities, and food. Charge your phone fully, and charge dozens of power banks too, even though we don't know if the phone will still work by then. Remember to lock the door tightly, don't go out, and wait for me. You must wait for me, definitely. Jiang Liushi repeated. Xiaoying, the apocalypse is about to arrive. Chapter 5 The Final Preparations. Jiang Liushi can't come back, which is a huge blow to Jiang Liushi's plan. He had originally planned to drive the modified car, bring a lot of supplies, along with Jiang Liushi and Li Yusin's family, to a resort more than 100 miles away from Jiangbei City. He had been there once before. It belonged to a place where few people frequented, but it had all the facilities, and there was hardly any sign of human presence nearby. After settling down there temporarily, he would think of other ways later and see how the situation developed. After all, although he knew the apocalypse was coming, he had no concept of what it would actually be like when it arrived. Depending on the situation, he would make other plans at that time. Having this minibus would make their movement much safer than others. But right now, this plan was clearly in ruins. Jiang Liushi not only couldn't escape to the suburbs right away, but instead had to head towards the more populated and bustling city of Nanjing. Additionally, along the way, the situation was unpredictable, and Jiang Liushi had no idea when he would arrive, which was why he insisted Jiang Liushi buy more supplies and wait for him. If it weren't for the fact that the minibus needed 3 more days to be modified, Jiang Liushi would have wanted to set off immediately. However, without the minibus, he was just an ordinary college student with no confidence in taking Jiang Liushi out of danger. Ding! That night, Jiang Liushi sent a location pin to Jiang Liushi. She rented a teacher's apartment in a small alley next to the school, living on the top floor, the 6th floor. At the same time, she also sent Jiang Liushi photos, and sure enough, the 2 rooms were packed with supplies, enough for her to eat and use for an entire month. Brother, don't worry. Jiang Liushi sent a message with a big smiley face at the end. Jiang Liushi had already told Jiang Liushi about the apocalypse, but he hadn't mentioned the starseed in his mind. This was not because he didn't trust Jiang Liushi, but because it was too complicated to explain, and there was no need to focus on this. He didn't expect Jiang Liushi to believe him. Facing the impending apocalypse, she surprisingly remained quite calm, not only in the mood to take photos but also to send emojis. Jiang Liushi knew that Jiang Liushi must have some anxiety in her heart, but no matter how much she believed, as long as she followed his instructions, it would be fine. Starting today, don't go out, lock the doors and windows, take care of yourself. Apart from me, don't open the door for anyone, not even people you know. In an apocalypse, no laws or morals mattered anymore. Jiang Liushi thought he might sound unreasonable, but he still specifically advised her. Seeing people kill for a pack of biscuits in those apocalypse movies was countless, and in actual wars, people killed over a tiny bit of food. Actually, Jiang Liushi wasn't that cold-hearted. As long as it was within his ability and ensured his own safety, he would help others. But now he wasn't beside Jiang Liushi, unable to protect her, so he naturally required her to ensure absolute safety and not take any risks. Got it. Jiang Liushi replied. Seeing his sister obediently agree, Jiang Liushi finally felt a bit of relief. As long as Jiang Liushi's safety was secured, the next focus was on how to quickly reach Jinling City himself. 3 days soon passed, and during this time, the news on television began to take an uneasy turn, with many reports starting to notice issues with traffic and the situation in various countries. However, these matters didn't draw much attention from ordinary people. They continued their 9-to-5 jobs, picking up and dropping off kids from school, buying groceries, and cooking. Jiang Liushi continued to stay at home, occasionally going out to check the situation. During this time, Li Jun and Luo Ming each sent Jiang Liushi a few messages. Jiang Liushi didn't even look at Li Jun's messages, but Luo Ming's message was bro. Are you okay? The money you borrowed earlier, was it to elope with some girl? If you don't return to class soon, I think you're done for. Remember, don't go out on Tuesday, just stay in the dorm and lock yourself in to play games, Jiang Liushi reminded once again, regardless of whether Luo Ming would listen or not. Why Tuesday exactly? Hey, isn't tomorrow Tuesday? Jiang Liushi took a deep breath. That's right, tomorrow. That night, even Jiang Liushi didn't know how he fell asleep. Before sleep, Jiang Liushi first hired 2 people to help him move all the supplies to the minibus. Then, he sent a message to everyone in his contact list, and specially reminded Liusin and Jiang Zhuiying again. Then, feeling uneasy, Jiang Liushi sat on the supplies next to the minibus, and unknowingly fell asleep. Beep, beep, beep. Jiang Liushi was not awakened by an alarm, nor by a siren, but by a strange ringtone echoing in his mind. It was Starseed. Jiang Liushi immediately lifted his head and ran straight to the minibus door. From the outside, this minibus still looked like the same one as before, with no apparent difference. But as soon as Jiang Liushi reached the door, grabbed the handle, some information about the bus immediately appeared in his mind. A faint electric current slid through his hand, and then Jiang Liushi heard a soft click sound as the door opened. This door was actually a theft-proof sensor, only he could open it. Once inside the bus, Jiang Liushi was immediately dazzled, his mouth slightly open, in complete shock. The interior space of the bus had completely changed, it was no longer anything like it was before. All the materials were now completely gone. The neatly arranged seats had now been replaced with two side-by-side sofa-like seats, with a table, shelves, and other things nearby. The bus had been divided into several sections, each separated by what looked like high-end sliding doors. Jiang Liushi opened one of the doors and saw a small but fully functional bathroom, a kitchen, and a tiny bedroom. The bed looked very soft. After admiring it for a while, Jiang Liushi suddenly snapped back to reality and quickly ran to the driver's cabin. The driver's cabin had also changed drastically. It was now in a separated space, and the interior was very cool. There was a large screen display, and around the steering wheel, like a control panel, were various buttons and levers. Jiang Liushi sat down on the now fully leather and very soft driver's seat. As he gripped the steering wheel, the entire bus became crystal clear in his mind. At the same time, the buttons and levers around the dashboard lit up with indicator lights. The base vehicle, ordinary version, modification was complete, and the modified vehicle details are as follows. Model, base vehicle, ordinary version, disguised as a minibus. Space configuration, bedroom X1, kitchen X1, bathroom X1, small living room X1. Weaponry, compressed air cannon, primary, airflow initial speed 810 meters per second, volume 500 L. Shell strength, F-class, bulletproof level, collision level. Power, gasoline powered. Top speed, 300 kilometers per hour. All malfunctions have been fixed. Jiang Liushi was thrilled. The results of the modification truly satisfied him. But this was only the ordinary version, with limited functions. If he wanted to move without any hindrances, it would need further upgrades. However, upgrading would require more materials. Jiang Liushi had neither time nor enough funds before, and didn't know the exact list of required materials, so he couldn't have prepared them in advance. Now, this vehicle had greatly increased Jiang Liushi's survival rate. He quickly familiarized himself with the operations and then called the two movers from last night to come over again. As for what to do today, they had already discussed it last night, so when the two of them arrived, they immediately helped Jiang Liushi move all the supplies onto the vehicle. Seeing the interior space of this vehicle, both of them were very surprised, and their looks at Jiang Liushi changed completely. Before, seeing Jiang Liushi living in such a small rental room, stacked with so much food and daily necessities, they thought he was preparing to open a small shop or simply be a street vendor. Never did they expect, this young man actually drove a RV. But transforming such an old minibus into a motorhome, isn't that kind of ridiculous? It really seems like someone has too much money to burn. As for Jiang Liushi, he had no time to care about their reactions, only constantly checking the time and observing his surroundings. Once all the supplies were loaded onto the vehicle, he immediately ran onto the bus, fully closed the doors and windows, then nervously sat down in the driver's seat. Chapter 6, The Coming of the Apocalypse. Jiang Liushi didn't know the exact timing of the disaster, nor did he know what the situation would be like after the virus outbreak. However, he knew that from the moment that virus was discovered in the permafrost, it had already awakened. This virus not only had extremely strong infectiousness but had quietly spread all over the world, and its danger surpassed the combined total of all viruses in the world. It would lie dormant for a while before exploding rapidly, like a chain reaction explosion. Beep beep beep. A sudden ring made the tense Jiang Liushi jump. He quickly realized it was his phone ringing. Jiang Liushi hurriedly answered the call, glancing at the caller ID. It was Liusin. Hello, I'm going over right now, you must remember to stay home, don't go anywhere. He worried that Liusin hadn't completely listened to him, and if this call was to tell him she had to go out, it would be terrible. Jiang Liushi, I'm sorry, I have to leave soon. Liusin's voice came through, and as soon as she started speaking, Jiang Liushi's heart sank. Leave? Where to? Liusin, listen to me, you must stay at home, lock the door securely, this concerns Jiang Liushi hurriedly urged. Jiang Liushi, please listen carefully to what I'm saying. Liusin interrupted him as if she hadn't heard a word he said. Her tone was serious, as if she were about to share something very critical. You might find it hard to believe, but the apocalypse is coming soon, it could happen within these few days. I just found out today, and the car is waiting outside. I have to leave right away. First, ensure your safety, then go to the entrance of Xinbei Expressway, the army will be there. When you arrive, they should take you to Xinhai Safe Island. Liushi spoke in a low voice, very quickly. Remember, you must reach the highway entrance today, the army is there, and they will protect the public to evacuate. At that moment, there came a call for urgency from the other end, and Liushi could only hastily say, Jiang Liushi, you must remember, I'm not joking. Then, Liushi hung up the phone, and all that was left in the receiver was a series of busy signals before silence returned. Jiang Liushi held the phone, not ready to lower his arm for a moment. Indeed, the evacuation had already begun. Xinhai Safe Island, he didn't know what kind of place it was. Regarding Liushi's actions, Jiang Liushi felt a bit grateful. Although she must have been thinking about him coming over to her home today, that's why she called. She was still as kind as before. But even if Liushi was taken away, it is not really safe. Jiang Liushi knows that the virus has already spread. Presumably, all the scientists of humanity only discovered its existence after the virus had begun to spread. The onset period of this supervirus is not long. In this extremely short time, the scientists moved from researching a few results to deducing the existence of an apocalypse, and it took them a lot of time. When high-level humans learned that the apocalypse was likely to break out, the time they had to deploy a response was already alarmingly scarce. In this situation, they could not save all of humanity. The only thing they could do is to preserve the elite of humanity. Around the world, they established safe islands to ensure human reproduction, but, before going to the safe island, they would inevitably have to go through a cleansing and isolation. Perhaps now, even the scientists of humanity might not dare to believe the results they deduced, to the point that major governments still hesitate to take inhumane extreme measures. However, once they truly witness the brutality of the apocalypse and the terror of the supervirus, the measures they take would inevitably become incredibly bloody. During the phone call between Jiang Liushi and Liushi, two hired movers were squatting nearby, smoking and resting, occasionally glancing at Jiang Liushi's minibus, discussing amongst themselves. This van, this decoration, wow, looks awesome. Things of rich people are different. If this could carry a few beauties to travel the world, that would be so great. The two moving brothers smacked their lips, seemingly imagining themselves driving this RV, taking beauties to travel everywhere. Daytime for sightseeing, nighttime for fun, when hungry there's a kitchen, when dirty there's a bathroom, and they can even have a romantic bath together, what's not to enjoy? But in the midst of such fantasies, one of the movers suddenly had a fainting spell, a strange flush appearing on his face, nearly falling down. Hey, buddy, what's wrong? The other person immediately came over to support him. I'm fine. That guy pushed away the helping hand and quickly recovered. What could happen? You know my build, buddy. As he said this, he thumped his chest twice, his chest solid with muscle. Ha ha ha. I think you might have overdone it last night. Today you're feeling a bit weak, ha? The two began to joke around, and soon lewd jokes were flying everywhere. However, not far away, Jiang Liushi silently watched the scene. He felt no inclination to laugh at all, instead sensing a chill slowly rising from his back. He knew that this fainting spell was just a prelude to the virus's outbreak. The arrival of the apocalypse is probably less than an hour away. That mover continued chatting with the other person as if nothing was wrong. Jiang Liushi sat in the car watching them, his gaze slightly cold. In this situation, he could do nothing. He could not bring himself to drive and kill the mover, and if he did so, it would immediately cause chaos. Not knowing the exact time of the apocalypse, such an action would put him in immense danger. Not to mention Jiang Liushi, even the government could do nothing. In just 1 or 2 hours, the world is destined to be engulfed in calamity. The two movers seemed to have no business for the moment, sitting in the shade smoking. Jiang Liushi checked the time. It was now 1:20 p.m., and he was quietly waiting. When the apocalypse breaks out, every person in the world will exhibit a strong immune response, including Jiang Liushi himself, as they all become infected with the virus. The difference is that after the immune response, some people would withstand the virus, while others would be infected and transformed into monsters. Time flowed on, and Jiang Liushi gripped the steering wheel tightly, a hint of cold sweat gradually seeping from his palms. He frequently checked the time. It was already 2 o'clock, 2:30, 2:40. Slowly, maybe because he was too focused, Jiang Liushi saw double images on the hands of the watch. The double images became more and more severe, and even the watch face appeared multiple times in front of Jiang Liushi. This is... Jiang Liushi's heart skipped a beat, and a severe dizziness hit his mind. Bang! He felt a sharp pain on his forehead, as if he had hit the steering wheel heavily, and at the same time, a strong headache surged, like a tidal wave. It's here! It has finally come, the virus outbreak. Jiang Liushi knew that he would eventually survive this virus outbreak, but even so, the excruciating pain almost made him lose consciousness. At the same time, around the world, the same scene unfolded for everyone. Headache. Hallucinations. Convulsions. Nosebleeds. Fainting. Each person's reaction was slightly different, but without exception, everyone was in great pain, especially those who could not withstand the virus infection and began to mutate. They felt pain down to their bones. Many people screamed, and these screams sounded like they were directly bursting from their lungs, not human-like but more like the roar of a wild beast. Bang! 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 On the highway, vehicles collided with each other, leading to a chain reaction crash. Hundreds, even thousands of cars rear-ended, and small cars were crushed into pancakes by large trucks, the drivers tragically dying. Some drivers, at the moment the pain struck, instinctively slammed the brakes, and the screeching brake sound tore through the sky. Cars exploded, thick smoke spread into the sky, and in the city, various factories also saw frequent accidents due to people's sudden convulsions and loss of consciousness. Some died tragically. Fires spread. The fire alarm, which automatically detects fires, pierced the sky. Accidents were everywhere, and countless people died. At this moment, Jiang Liushi was in a state of confusion. He faintly heard these chaotic sounds, but he couldn't distinguish what was happening. Hallucinations flashed in his mind. It was as if he suddenly returned to his childhood, seeing his parents alive, reunited with his sister, seeing the cake his mother had carefully prepared for his birthday. Later, he even saw himself starting a family, living happily with his wife and child, and that wife strangely had some resemblance to Liushi. He was immersed in this illusion for an unknown period, until at one moment, he suddenly woke up. He opened his eyes wide, only to realize his hair and clothes were soaked with sweat. He was still gripping the steering wheel tightly, his fingers numb and pale from the excessive force. The car windows and doors were tightly locked. He felt as if he was drained, completely exhausted. He gasped heavily, glanced outside the car window, and suddenly his heart sank. Outside the car, the weather had already changed. Looking around, everything was covered in a mist, like a layer of haze enveloping the area. Buildings and streets were barely visible under the haze. The sky was dim, everything around him turned gray, giving off a feeling of oppression. Faintly, there were distant, noisy alarm sounds coming through, irritating Jiang Liushi's eardrums, making him feel somewhat irritated. He looked at his watch. It was 3:50, the date still. He had only fainted for a little over an hour, but it felt as if years had passed. At this moment, Jiang Liushi knew this damn apocalypse had finally arrived. From today, he would have to drive this car and run for survival. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Liushi started the car and set off. Chapter 7, You Think You Can Cut in Line? The star seed was already bound to the base vehicle. As soon as Jiang Liushi focused, all the information about the base vehicle immediately appeared in his mind. He cast his gaze on the dashboard, and immediately the instructions for the buttons and control levers appeared beside him. Start, accelerate. Weapon use, collision. Jiang Liushi's driving skills were quite average, mainly relying on the theoretical knowledge he had learned himself, with only one actual test drive born out of curiosity. He initially planned to get a driver's license, but the driving school was too expensive, so he never went. Jiang Liushi had no major problems driving a small car, but the difficulty of driving a van was completely different. However, besides giving operational tips for the base vehicle, the star seed also continually provided prompts and warnings while Jiang Liushi was driving. With the help of the star seed, Jiang Liushi, who felt a bit dazed, slowly drove the vehicle out of the open space. All around was a gray haze, and even the road ahead, as well as the situation on both sides of the road, was not clearly visible. Jiang Liushi grimaced at the slight headache, squinting to observe the front carefully. Just as Jiang Liushi was about to drive the base vehicle onto the road, a dark shadow suddenly lunged out from the side, crashing against the driver's side door with a loud bang. Jiang Liushi jumped in shock. He turned to look and saw a face pressed tightly against his car window, hands desperately scratching at the window and door, as if crazily trying to get inside. Half of this face was covered in blood, with blood splattered on its mouth and teeth, and what made Jiang Liushi's heart lurch was that this face looked somewhat familiar. It was the transport worker who had fainted earlier. Watching a living person transform into such a monster, despite having mentally prepared for it, Jiang Liushi still felt a chill rise from his feet to the top of his head, and his scalp tingled. Moreover, the mutated transport worker was not like the slow-moving zombies from movies. When it pounced out, it was sudden and agile, making a deafening scratching sound against the door, hitting it with a loud bang, clearly strong. Its bloodshot eyes were wide open and unblinking, staring intensely at Jiang Liushi inside the car, while it continuously let out hoarse growls. Whether it was due to the commotion caused by the transport worker, several figures began to appear from the gray mist behind. Jiang Liushi suddenly snapped back to reality from his horror. He immediately stepped on the gas, sending the transport worker flying off with a jolt, as his base vehicle surged onto the road. The moment he saw the scene on the road, Jiang Liushi felt a bone-chilling cold throughout his body. There were screams, cries of agony, fleeing people, and zombies chasing after them everywhere. As soon as Jiang Liushi completely drove the base vehicle onto the main road, he saw someone running towards him. The terrified person immediately spotted the newly appeared van and Jiang Liushi sitting in the driver's seat. "Help me!" However, just as the person reached out, a figure in a suit suddenly pounced out from the side of a car, knocking him to the ground. With a scream, blood instantly splattered as this suited man bit him, raising his head to reveal a twisted, snarling face and blood-red eyes. Dozens of zombies immediately swarmed in, completely surrounding the man, leaving only his hand, which was still raised and struggling for help. But within just a second, his screams vanished, and a pool of blood flowed out from where he lay. Such scenes were playing out almost everywhere, and it was the first time Jiang Liushi saw someone in front of him torn apart alive like this. At that moment, the zombie that had pounced on the person noticed Jiang Liushi inside the minibus, and it lunged towards the vehicle. Seeing this, Jiang Liushi quickly pressed the gas pedal, instantly knocking the zombie away. Jiang Liushi continued to drive forward. There were many accidents on the road, causing heavy traffic, but Jiang Liushi's minibus was sturdy, and when it encountered vehicles parked at odd angles, it simply crashed through, forcefully clearing a path. Many zombies were attracted to Jiang Liushi's minibus, lunging forward one after another, but Jiang Liushi managed to evade them by accelerating and turning. These zombies were indeed very strong, even those that were once just children, women, or the elderly. When their numbers became too overwhelming, Jiang Liushi even felt his minibus shake slightly, causing his heart to race. A few zombies lunged at him from the front and were knocked down by the minibus, causing it to jolt. Jiang Liushi didn't look back. In this situation, crushing a few zombies was no big deal. However, as an ordinary person, he didn't want to face that gory scene. The Xinbei Highway entrance. Seeing the horrific state of the road, Jiang Liushi didn't know what the situation was like at the highway entrance that Liushi mentioned, so he decided to check it out. Of course, Jiang Liushi wouldn't go to the Xinhai Safety Island, but he needed to take the Xinbei Highway to reach Jiangling City, where Jiang Zhuiying was. The disaster had already occurred, and by taking the highway, he could get to Jiangling City in just one day and then find Jiang Zhuiying. Jiang Liushi knew that Jiang Zhuiying hadn't mutated, but the painful experience of being infected with the virus was already extremely tough. After witnessing the danger posed by these zombies, he felt even more worried. Even though he had made full arrangements for Jiang Zhuiying, and given her personality, she would be extra cautious in a hellish world like this, Jiang Liushi still felt anxious. After all, she was his only family. As he got closer to the entrance of the Xinbei Highway, the number of living people increased. Some were also driving cars, but their desperate attempts to push forward caused even more congestion. After honking a few times from behind, Jiang Liushi noticed that others were continuously squeezing in from behind, inserting themselves into the gaps ahead. Soon, Jiang Liushi's path was completely blocked. One car passed by him, rolling down its window, revealing an excited and crazy face that yelled at Jiang Liushi, "You idiot, driving such a big vehicle is blocking the road." After cursing, the car sped ahead of Jiang Liushi. At that moment, cars behind were furiously honking, and people were poking their heads out, shouting wildly, "Is the person in front crazy? Move to the side. Yeah, what the hell is this vehicle doing now? If you want to die, go die yourself." These cars and the one about to push past him seemed to be together, as they all had the same mark on their vehicles, along with several others that had previously cut in front. Jiang Liushi guessed they were part of some group, as their vehicles had XX Group Company written on them. Seeing these people desperately pushing forward while cursing him more viciously, Jiang Liushi felt a surge of anger. Everyone was in a fight for survival, so why did they get to push ahead like that? Though his vehicle was large, he was still patiently waiting in line. He pressed the gas pedal and drove forward. Just as the car attempted to cut in front of him, he heard a crash, and the entire vehicle shook violently before his minibus forcefully drove past it. It would be completely over for them. The driver of the car could only feel a rush of cold wind smash against his face as he watched in shock. The bus pushed its way through the traffic like a reckless giant. The small cars that had cut in front were now jammed together, forced aside by the bus's power. Damn, the driver cursed loudly, feeling furious at the madness he was witnessing. The driver couldn't believe his luck. How could that bus push its way through so forcefully? It wasn't going fast, and it was an old, worn-out bus, yet it had somehow avoided getting stuck. If it did get stuck now, it would either have to be abandoned or wait for a grim fate. Nevertheless, faced with this situation, the other cars had no choice. Angry or not, they could only obediently follow behind the bus driven by Jiang Liushi. Suddenly, a scream erupted from behind. Jiang Liushi checked the rearview camera, and instantly, the screen next to the dashboard filled with hundreds of zombies appearing all at once. They were jumping over vehicles, some scrambling from between the cars, their low growls haunting the atmosphere. These zombies rushed out from the street, their bodies and hands splattered with blood, faces smeared with gore, sprinting towards them. Their speed was already terrifying, and they didn't bother dodging, but rather climbed over the vehicles with every limb. Some people nearby, only glancing back, were instantly knocked down by the zombies, piercing screams echoed around. Others who managed to run only a few steps were quickly tackled to the ground from behind. Jiang Liushi watched in horror as two people, initially fleeing ahead, found themselves in a desperate situation. One of them, upon hearing the screams behind, suddenly showed a ruthless expression and shoved the other to the ground. Ah, the person screamed in shock, but before they could get up. There is definitely no problem. But the car not only did not stop, it actually accelerated, and the two girls could only run with all their might. Driver brother, please open the door, you don't need to slow down. The car door was locked, and they couldn't pull it open at all. At this moment, the driver angrily twisted his head and shouted, F*******, hurry and let go of me. One of the girls suddenly sped up and actually ran to his driver's window, banging on the window, please. Open the door. F******. Get out of the way. If you don't move, I'll run you over. Saying this, the driver actually suddenly swung the steering wheel, knocking the girl to the ground. The girl let out a sharp scream and fell heavily to the ground, causing the other girl to stumble as well. Are you okay? The girl hurriedly ran to help the fallen girl up. The two girls looked at the car that was driving away, both pale-faced and full of despair. Inside the minibus, Jiang Liushi saw the scene and frowned, but just then, he suddenly said, huh? The girl who had fallen looked somewhat familiar. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Liushi suddenly turned the steering wheel and did a U-turn. Damn! The cars behind were desperately trying to drive forward, no one would think of turning around, nor could they even stop. Those that did stop were swarmed by zombies, and they couldn't see in front of them, only stepping hard on the gas, crashing into electric poles or guardrails. However, soon they would be dragged out from the shattered windows and would be devoured in a half-dead state. In this situation, everyone was madly trying to escape, and yet someone was turning back? Truly crazy. At this moment when everyone was fighting for their own lives, everyone could only think about surviving, who would still think about being a hero. Jiang Liushi knew this too. In the environment of the apocalypse, his own life was, of course, the most important thing. As for saving people, that was something to consider only after ensuring his own safety. However, for Jiang Liushi now, with his bulletproof base vehicle, saving these two girls would not be difficult. As long as he was in the car, he was safe, he wouldn't be afraid even if he was surrounded by numerous zombies. Moreover, that girl was someone he knew, although not very well. With the reminder and data correction from Starseed, Jiang Liushi actually skillfully made a U-turn in this situation and passed through the flow of cars, rushing towards the position of the two girls. In a vehicle flow spanning hundreds of meters, only this minibus was going against the flow. At this moment, the two girls had actually resigned themselves. The nearest zombies were less than 100 meters away from them, and even if they kept running forward, they would be caught in the blink of an eye. The two girls looked at the cars ahead, unable to help but cry. They tightly held their hands together, waiting for death with despair and fear. However, at this moment, they saw a minibus charging straight towards them. In a line of uniformed car tails, this minibus going against the flow was very eye-catching. Were they going to be hit? That would be better. Being hit to death was better than being eaten alive. The two girls slowly closed their eyes. Screech! A sharp screeching sound, along with a gust of wind, made the two girls open their eyes again. They saw the minibus suddenly make a turn as it reached them, stopping with its door wide open right in front of them. In the driver's seat, a young student-looking man was waving at them anxiously, saying, hurry! Get in the car! Ha, ha! Dozens of zombies had already noticed this place and were charging over frantically. The fallen girl woke up as if from a dream, and she quickly tugged at her companion, hurry and get in the car. When she got on the car right after her companions, the zombies had already pounced behind them. Bang! The zombies slammed heavily against the car door, and the two girls fell back onto the steps at the car door, turning to see the grotesque faces crowded at the entrance, eagerly pressing against the glass, baring their teeth and roaring at them, their fingers scratching and pounding on the glass. The two girls were terrified, their hearts pounding as if they were about to leap out of their throats. Chapter 9, Zombies Surround the Car. Were saved. The two girls felt as if they were dreaming, having just walked a tightrope between life and death. Who could have thought that just when they thought they were about to die, a car suddenly rushed over to save them? The girl who had fallen was gasping for breath, holding onto the armrest, saying in between breaths, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it. You're welcome, Jiang Liushi replied. Without you, we would be dead, the girl said, her breathing stabilizing a bit, turning to look at her lifesaver. In the rush to get into the car, the girl hadn't really seen the driver's appearance. But now, looking closely, she was struck dumb. You. We meet again, quite coincidental, Jiang Liushi smiled at them and said lightly. This girl was the receptionist from the rental car company, named Wen Xiaotian. Xiaotian, do you know him? The other girl suddenly showed a look of surprise. When Xiaotian looked at Jiang Liushi, a figure flashing through her mind, and suddenly remembered, ah. You are the guest who rented the minibus. Mr. Jiang. Jiang Liushi's grand demeanor back then made a deep impression on Wen Xiaotian, especially when he mentioned renting a car without a driver's license, saying he just wanted to store it, that made her recognize him now. However, she didn't expect Jiang Liushi would also remember her name and risked so much to turn back and save her and her friend. You actually remember me. I have a good memory, Jiang Liushi said. Although it wasn't like he could remember everyone perfectly, many people he had exchanged just a few words with, or even just glanced at, he would still have some impression of them when they met again. Thank you. When Xiaotian felt deeply moved, even if Jiang Liushi remembered her just because of his good memory, his act of coming back to save them filled her with gratitude. But I thought you couldn't drive. When Xiaotian finally stood up from the steps with the help of the armrest, and pulled her friend in, stepping inside the car. Upon seeing the situation inside the car, Wen Xiaotian was instantly dumbfounded, while the other girl gasped, "Oh my god! What brand of luxury RV is this?" That girl was shocked. The inside of this car was so exquisitely decorated, it felt like a 5-star hotel. "It's not any brand, just the minibus that Miss Wen rented to me," Jiang Liushi replied nonchalantly. The girl immediately turned to Wen Xiaotian, but she also wore a shocked expression, clearly being left out of the situation. "Does your company have such luxury vehicles?" The girl remembered that the place where Wen Xiaotian worked part-time was just a very small rental car company. How could there be such a vehicle? Wen Xiaotian was equally stunned. "No, Mr. Jiang rented a car from us, but it was just an ordinary minibus." However, as she spoke this, she suddenly stopped, her mouth widening in disbelief. She suddenly recalled that when she saw this car rushing towards them, it indeed appeared to be an unremarkable ordinary minibus. Now that she thought about it carefully, it really resembled the one rented to Jiang Liushi from the company. But that car, and the luxurious RV in front of them, had not a single point of similarity aside from their appearance. Just as Wen Xiaotian found it unbelievable, a sudden bang sounded, making the whole vehicle shake. The two girls quickly turned their heads to look outside the car door, instantly chilled by the sight before them. Outside the car door, it was packed with even more zombies, with more zombies approaching. Even though they didn't look out the window, it was clear what kind of situation awaited them. There were simply too many zombies. They had completely blocked the car door, their bloodstained hands and grim faces cramming together. With their pressure and relentless banging, the car door was shaking non-stop, creaking loudly. "These monsters, they want to break in." The girl's lips trembled with fear. Wen Xiaotian's face was pale, and she hurried to the driver's seat, asking, "Mr. Jiang, hurry and drive." Upon seeing the driver's seat, especially the high-tech buttons and levers around the dashboard, Wen Xiaotian was stunned again, but now was not the time for such thoughts. As she spoke, she noticed Jiang Liushi was operating with a serious expression, constantly pressing the accelerator. However, the bus moved at a painfully slow pace, and in front, zombies were crammed as well. Within just a few seconds, the retreating bus was completely surrounded by zombies. "There are too many zombies," Jiang Liushi said. Wen Xiaotian's heart sank, sorrowfully saying, "Mr. Jiang, if it weren't to save us." "All right, you all find somewhere to hold on tight," Jiang Liushi said. He had anticipated this outcome when deciding to turn back. When Xiaotian nodded, there was nothing more she could do here. The only thing was to follow Jiang Liushi's lead. "Xia Lili, hold on to the handrail." When Xiaotian hurried back to relay Jiang Liushi's instruction to the girl. "This glass can't hold for long." Xia Lili's expression was completely one of despair, but when Xiaotian forcefully placed her hand on the handrail beside her. The door of the car kept making frightening sounds, as when Xiaotian gripped the handrail, her eyes wide with terror while watching the zombies outside. Not just the door, but the whole vehicle was echoing with banging sounds and the roars of the undead, making it feel like this bus could fall apart at any moment. Meanwhile, Jiang Liushi was calculating and analyzing several escape methods under the constraints of the stars. Besides its defensive capabilities, the bus also had several other functions, relying on these features that gave Jiang Liushi the courage to turn back. "Alright, let's try this function." Jiang Liushi made a decision. "Hold on tight, we're breaking through," Jiang Liushi said without looking back. At that moment, when Xiaotian and Xia Lili dared not speak, watching as the zombies surged forward like waves of black ants, battering against the windows in a frenzy, filling them with despair. The entire vehicle was now covered in zombies. From the outside, one could barely make out the outline of the bus through the mass of corpses. Moreover, these zombies had not only numbers but strength. Under the pressure of so many of them, the bus felt as if trapped within thick walls on three sides. In such a situation, could they really break through? When Xiaotian felt icy all over, she and Xia Lili clutched the handrail for dear life. In a state of nearly dying in pure terror, she felt time slow down, each snarling face outside the window reflecting in her pupils, clearer than ever before. Was she about to die here? To save us, he will also be killed by the zombies? At that moment, when Xiaotian felt an extreme guilt in her heart, while Jiang Liushi concentrated deeply on driving, his mind clear, only the voice from the star seat echoing in his ears. Power accumulation, 30%, second tire form activated, increasing friction. Power accumulation, 50%, gear switching completed. Power accumulation, 70%, fuel supply completed. The primary form modified from the Starseed base vehicle. When sprinting, its maximum instantaneous power output reached 1500 horsepower, and its maximum torque could reach 4000 Nm, with a 4x4 full-wheel drive system. Of course, this state would not be maintained for a long time, otherwise, the fuel consumption would be terrifying. Typically, trucks exceeding 500 horsepower are already top heavy-duty trucks, while those reaching 700 horsepower are the behemoths among trucks. With such power, breaking through the zombie horde felt similar to how a regular car would break through a pile of ice cream buckets. Chapter 10: Breaking Through the Encirclement. While the base vehicle was accumulating power, in the traffic ahead, the driver who was hit by Jiang Liushi was watching this minibus surrounded by zombies, unable to move an inch. This driver immediately took pleasure in the misfortune of others. Asterisk. Deserved it. As he cursed, he also felt fortunate that he wasn't as much of a fool as that young man. He still held a grudge against Jiang Liushi for bumping into his car earlier, and now, seeing Jiang Liushi on the brink of meeting his end at the hands of zombies, a flicker of delight crossed his mind. Under the immense change in fear, this person's psychology had completely twisted. He just wanted to reach the highway entrance quickly, to enter the protection of the military. Everything was right in front of him, anyone. Like a steel beast, it forcibly tore a bloody hole in the horde of zombies, rushing out covered in blood. Those zombies that were hit were crushed beneath the wheels, blood and scattered flesh everywhere. Crack. The zombies at the front of the minibus collided with the windshield like insects on a highway, making a horrific noise. And it wasn't just a few, but dozens of zombies continuously crashing into it. When Xiaotian and Xiao Lili, who had fallen to the ground, were still in shock from the terrifying scene at the car door when they heard the gruesome sounds. They turned to look at the front of the vehicle, their hearts racing uncontrollably. So many zombies slammed heavily against the windshield, almost blocking the road ahead. The fragile windshield was about to shatter. Throwing a stone could break that windshield, let alone so many zombies. Jiang Liushi didn't pay attention to this situation. He focused on the front, data from the starseed projection continuously changing in his mind. The left side of the base vehicle has been hit, no damage. The right side of the base vehicle has been hit, no damage. Windshield has been struck, energy consumption of the base vehicle, remaining fuel. These zombies crashing into them looked terrifying, but in reality, aside from being disgustingly messy, they caused no damage to the base vehicle, and the windshield was intact. When the minibus finally broke free from the zombie horde and entered a stable driving state, the two girls were already pale. After all, they were just ordinary girls. They were still shaken, and it took them 2 to 3 seconds to slowly come back from their blank state. It didn't break. The windshield, surprisingly, was still intact. The door was also securely closed. The entire escape may have only lasted a few seconds, but for when Xiaotian and Xiao Lili, it felt like an entire day had passed. Now, realizing everything was safe, the two of them felt like what just happened was a terrible nightmare. When Xiaotian cautiously stood up, holding back her discomfort as she approached the door, looking out through the blood-smeared glass. On the road behind them, some zombies were still chasing after them, but they were about 10 meters away now, while more zombies were on the ground, tearing at the bodies of those crushed by the minibus. These zombies had mutated from living people, quite different from the ones depicted in many films where they become undead after death, so even among zombies, the scene was a bloody horror. When Xiaotian didn't want to look any longer, she just wanted to confirm that they had truly escaped the encirclement. Unexpectedly, the vehicle's power and the force of the impact were so strong, even the glass was so durable. We made it out, we're alive. Both girls felt an immense relief. Lost in the joy of surviving, when Xiaotian curiously asked as she looked at the bloodied windshield, "Mr. Jiang, how can the car's glass be so strong?" Jiang Liushi initially didn't want to explain about the car, but since she asked, it would be better to just give a vague answer. It's nothing, I just replaced the glass with bulletproof ones. Of course, relying solely on bulletproof glass wasn't enough for them to break free. Jiang Liushi had just used collision and acceleration. If that hadn't worked, he intended to use weapons, but in the end, it turned out to be unnecessary. Bulletproof. Xiao Lili looked in astonishment at the car door. Isn't this the kind of scene you only see in movies? A bulletproof vehicle is not something you see every day in real life. Xiao Lili had some knowledge about vehicles. She knew that some high-end brands offered bulletproof cars, but they needed to be customized, and the price was astronomical, almost 10 times that of ordinary luxury cars. Moreover, even if they were to modify bulletproof glass, why would it be done on such an old minibus? Xiao Lili found it hard to imagine, and she turned her questioning gaze towards Xiaotian. When Xiaotian shook her head, using her mouth and gestures to indicate that she and Jiang Liushi were not familiar with each other, even if Xiao Lili wanted her to help explain, she knew no more than Xiao Lili did. You should be fine for now. Find a place to sit and fasten your seatbelt, Jiang Liushi said. Okay, thank you, the two girls expressed their gratitude once again. You're welcome, Jiang Liushi replied lightly. It really was nothing for him, the risk was under control, it was just a simple gesture. Chapter 11, Highway Entrance. Xiao Lili didn't want to see any more zombies. She ran to the sofa in the living room and sat down. The sofa was very soft. Xiao Lili touched it, feeling the surface material seemed to be cashmere, which was quite expensive. Opposite the sofa was a small screen, probably for watching movies, with a cabinet fixed to the ground beside it. On the delicate tray were clean bottles of mineral water and cups, along with some snacks. The carpet on the floor felt like walking on cotton, making people feel very relaxed. The car windows were covered with curtains, hiding the outside world, and as the glass was bulletproof, it gave an immediate sense of safety. Just having escaped death and still fleeing for their lives outside, with zombies and people running, yet she sat in such a safe and comfortable environment. It felt as if her previous terrifying experiences had been a dream. She looked around for a while, increasingly amazed at the luxurious facilities inside the old minibus. It was hard to imagine how much it cost to convert such an old minibus into this. Xiao Lili was extremely curious about Jiang Liushi's identity. Xiao Lili picked up a bottle of mineral water to look at, then put it back. It wasn't her vehicle, she didn't want to pour herself a drink without Jiang Liushi offering first. Like Wen Xiaotian, Xiao Lili was also a university student, and a good friend of Wen Xiaotian. When the disaster struck, they were together and fled together. Fortunately, they met Mr. Jiang, who was acquainted with Wen Xiaotian, otherwise, Xiao Lili could hardly imagine what her current situation would be like. After a moment of hesitation, Wen Xiaotian walked into the driver's cabin and sat down in a seat on the right side. As soon as she sat in that seat, Wen Xiaotian felt as if she had fallen into a mass of soft cotton. The seating posture and the comfort of the cushion and backrest were extraordinary. This surprised Wen Xiaotian once again. However, the situation ahead was far from comfortable. Earlier, when the minibus was surrounded by hundreds of zombies, some of them had crossed over to charge further ahead. Now, looking out from the moving minibus, she could see a small car had been cornered by zombies. The unfortunate driver was being dragged out of the window by several zombies. He waved his hands, letting out screams that tore through the heart, and then he was swallowed by the horde of zombies. Seeing this scene, Wen Xiaotian's face turned pale. Jiang Liushi did not stop the vehicle, he drove past the car without hesitation. A few zombies lifted their bloodied faces towards the minibus. After a few hoarse roars, they futilely chased after, but quickly fell far behind. At this moment, the highway entrance was right ahead. The original toll booth had completely transformed into another scene. Military trucks blocked the front, revealing only 3 passageways. The trucks were covered with mounted machine guns, their dark muzzles aimed at the hundreds of cars, while fully armed soldiers stood guard at the entrance. On both sides of the road, the buildings and the trucks parked above had numerous gun barrels pointing at the highway. Reaching this point was temporarily safe. A few scattered zombies appeared and were immediately shot down. Many people in the line behind were anxiously waiting and peeking, while Jiang Liushi, taking advantage of his high position, could see the situation at the highway entrance clearly. As the vehicles approached the entrance, soldiers immediately surrounded them, checking before allowing them to pass. Each car passing took nearly 10 seconds, meaning only 3 vehicles could get through every 10 seconds. Jiang Liushi roughly counted how many cars were in his line and how many were in front of him, estimating the time he would have to wait. It shouldn't be a big problem. Jiang Liushi's expression eased somewhat. Entering the military protection zone finally relaxed his tense nerves. Wen Xiaotian also breathed a sigh of relief seeing the military vehicles and guns, as well as the close highway entrance. Speed 20 km per hour, vehicle self-checking, no damage. The star seed reported the current situation of the base vehicle in Jiang Liushi's mind, while he slowly eased off the gas pedal, reducing the speed. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire occasionally echoed, and gradually, as Jiang Liushi moved with the traffic, he reached near the highway entrance. Only a few cars were ahead of him. However, the number of zombies behind was increasing, the gunfire becoming more intense. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Jingjing came out of the cabin and glanced back with Wen Xiaotian. The military's firepower was fierce. Although the zombies kept coming and almost filled the street, they could not advance any closer. This reassured them significantly. They were about to enter the highway. Looking at the military trucks at the entrance, there were around dozens of them, their gun muzzles tightly packed. This scene, which normally made people's hearts race, now provided great peace of mind. Jiang Liushi was also waiting calmly when suddenly, another line erupted in gunfire. The sound startled everyone. He hurriedly looked over and saw a heartbreaking cry coming from a small car undergoing inspection, as 2 soldiers dragged out a male corpse that had just been shot dead. But at that moment, a series of intense gunfire came from behind, and the soldiers checking ahead looked back with a very ugly expression on their faces. Jiang Liushi also looked through the rearview mirror and saw a soldier fire 2 shots before being dragged down from the truck along with his gun. 2 trucks had already been covered by what seemed like an endless swarm of zombies, and screams came from the fire points inside the tall buildings on both sides. Not far away, thousands, even more zombies were gathering from all corners of the city, forming a horrifying sea of corpses in the streets. Ha ha! The bloodthirsty, crazed eyes of these zombies were fixed on the highway entrance, emitting low growls. Chapter 12 Parting. Hurry up! A soldier withdrew his gaze, urging more anxiously. It was obvious that the stronghold at the roadside would not last long, and soon the zombies would rush here, leaving no time for these vehicles to pass. The survivors inside the vehicle were also well aware of this, each looking extremely anxious, feeling that every passing minute felt like waiting for half an hour. Soon it was Jiang Liushi's turn at the minibus. The soldier came up to take a look and immediately showed a surprised expression, then looked at Jiang Liushi strangely and said, "Running for your life in such a big car." The luxurious renovated RV had two delicate beauties sitting in it, and the soldier clearly looked down on Jiang Liushi, probably thinking he was some rich second generation who wanted to enjoy life but didn't care about danger. "Hurry up and go," the soldier said with a somewhat impatient tone. Jiang Liushi touched his nose and didn't say anything, he just felt a bit curious. He had lived this long and was experiencing this kind of rich second-generation treatment for the first time. As he passed through the toll booth, Jiang Liushi saw the original glass was shattered, smeared with blood and hanging torn cloth from clothing, but the bodies were already gone. What he saw along the way were such tragic scenes. The virus exploded madly all over the world, seemingly turning the once normal world into a hell on earth in the blink of an eye. On the highway, soldiers armed to the teeth were everywhere, guarding along the road. Occasionally, gunshots would ring out, and he could see zombies being shot dead in the grass below the road. Jiang Liushi drove steadily, quickly catching up with the flow of cars ahead, but after moving forward for a while, the flow of cars stopped again. "What happened?" Xiao Lili asked nervously. Although they had entered the military's protection area, any slight movement could still make people overly sensitive. Jiang Liushi noticed that some people were getting out of their cars ahead, and several soldiers were shouting at them. Soon these soldiers began moving through the vehicle flow, calling out, and more people left their vehicles. Just after they left, two bulldozers drove over and pushed all those small cars to the side of the road, then directly pushed them off the highway. This scene instantly gave Jiang Liushi a bad feeling. Quickly, a soldier came to Jiang Liushi's minibus and shouted, "There's a overturned bus on the highway ahead, and a lot of zombies are gathering on the road. Our people are clearing the way ahead, but the zombies behind will catch up soon. If there are too many vehicles, they will block the highway and prevent our people from following smoothly. So everyone must abandon their vehicles. Move forward. Women, children, and the elderly can go forward to ride in the military trucks. All young and middle-aged men walk. No more nonsense, we are also walking just like you. We will escort you all the way from here to the Shen AI Safety Island. Everyone get out of the car right now, hurry up. Once we reach Shen AI Safety Island, you will have plenty of time to rest safely. There is water to drink, food to eat, and a secure environment. Everyone get out of the car now." Upon hearing the shout, the people in the vehicle hurriedly opened the doors and stepped down. Most of the fleeing survivors had only driven a single car or escaped with just one or two family members, without any luggage. Hearing that Shen AI Safety Island is so good, these people couldn't wait to jump off the car, fearing they might fall behind. Soon, all the surrounding vehicles were empty, leaving only Jiang Liushi's minibus still parked there. "Let's hurry and get out of the car," Xiao Lili said. When Xiaotian hesitated for a moment, looking at Jiang Liushi who remained motionless in the driver's seat, and said, "Mr. Jiang, let's go quickly." Jiang Liushi shook his head and said, "You all get out of the car quickly." "I'm not going." "Ha?" When Xiaotian was stunned for a moment. "Not going?" Xiao Lili did not understand what Jiang Liushi meant. Wasn't he going with the army? This couldn't be possible. "Yes, the army is taking you to Shen AI Safety Island, but I'm heading towards Jining City," Jiang Liushi said. And he couldn't abandon the car. As a survivor, the base vehicle was Jiang Liushi's guarantee for survival, and he would never give that up. Originally, his plan was to take these two girls to the army, then head straight to Jining City along the highway, but now the road ahead was blocked, and Jiang Liushi had to go through the front to reach the highway leading to Jining City. This meant he had to leave the highway. Going to Jining City, then, we can't take the highway. Xiao Lili still found it hard to believe that the army was right here, and just by following them, they could reach a safe place, yet Jiang Liushi actually wanted to go to Jining City? You really shouldn't. It's very dangerous for you to go alone. Just follow the army to that safety island, Xiao Lili quickly urged. I can drive along the highway or look for another route. There's always a way, Jiang Liushi said. But it's okay, you all go with the army to safety island. Your girls, once you get ahead, you'll be able to find transport, so it won't be too hard. Just take care of yourselves from now on. Jiang Liushi shook his head. Seeing Jiang Liushi so determined, Xiao Lili felt helpless. A soldier was already walking towards the minibus, still shouting loudly to hurry them along. Xiao Lili glanced at Jiang Liushi with difficulty, then apologetically said, Then I'll get out of the car. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for saving my life. Be careful on your way, and I hope we meet again. Yeah, hopefully, Jiang Liushi replied. Let's go, Xiaotian, Xiao Lili said softly. But what she didn't expect was that when Xiaotian, who had been silent, suddenly looked up, her expression showing great determination, shaking her head and saying, I'm not going either. Xiaotian, Xiao Lili was startled. How could Wen Xiaotian decide not to go? Wen Xiaotian looked at Xiao Lili and said, Lili, my home is along the way to Jining City. If there's truly no way to go, then I can only go to the safety island. But since Mr. Jiang is headed to Jining City, I want to go back and take a look. At this point, when Xiaotian's eyes turned reddish, she said, no matter if my family is alive or dead, I still want to see. When Xiaotian quickly turned to Jiang Liushi and said, Mr. Jiang, I wonder if you can take me back with you. Although I can't help you much. Regarding the matter of the route, I can actually provide some information. My father used to transport on this line, and I have traveled many times since I was young, so I know quite a few paths. Mr. Jiang. Faced with Wen Xiaotian's earnest request, Jiang Liushi thought for a moment and nodded without refusal. He wasn't very familiar with the roads, so having someone to help in this regard was good. Wen Xiaotian immediately revealed a grateful expression, Mr. Jiang, thank you. Then she turned to Xiao Lili and said, Lili, you go alone, take good care of yourself. Hearing Wen Xiaotian's words, Xiao Lili couldn't help but cry. She also didn't know the fate of her parents, but her hometown was even further away, making it impossible to return. Now, her good friend, who had escaped together, was about to part ways with her. Hurry up and get out of the car. At this moment, a soldier had walked to the front of the minibus, banging hard on the car window and urging loudly. Chapter 13, Rush Down the Highway. Xiao Lili reluctantly got out of the car. The soldier saw Jiang Liushi and Wen Xiaotian still inside, especially Jiang Liushi, who remained steadily in the driver's seat, and immediately shouted angrily, What are you still doing in there? You can't park here, the road is completely blocked by you. Jiang Liushi apologetically said, I'm sorry, I'll move the car right away. Seeing Jiang Liushi's good attitude, the soldier's expression softened a bit, but he still said, well, drive it to the side so that the bulldozer can push it down. Then the soldier walked aside while muttering about Jiang Liushi's car, I wonder if such a big car can even be pushed down. It might require taking down the guardrail. The armored vehicles, trucks, and a large number of soldiers stationed at the highway entrance would need to evacuate from the highway soon, as they would not be able to hold out much longer, so the road needed to be cleared. The army was only there to take away these survivors, not to fight a never-ending battle against those endless monsters. At that moment, a sharp anti-aircraft alarm suddenly sounded from the highway entrance, and the soldier immediately looked over. Those who had gotten out of the cars and were moving forward also turned around. Some people immediately started running forward in a panic, while others looked tense and remained where they were, causing a slight disorder in the crowd. Don't be nervous, a soldier shouted, this is the final alarm, warning the survivors in the city to come here. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire had become very close and dense. From a distance, one could vaguely see a crowd of people merging together. Those were all zombies. In this situation, even if survivors heard the alarm, it was impossible for them to pass through the horde of corpses to reach the highway. These survivors felt fortunate, they were the few lucky ones. At this time, the soldier glanced again at Jiang Liushi's vehicle and casually urged, the alarm has sounded, there isn't much time left, hurry. Boom! Suddenly the soldier heard a dull roaring sound of an engine. Then, he saw the minibus suddenly shoot out like a race car, then abruptly turned in a curve, heading towards the edge of the highway. This scene was witnessed by many survivors who were initially focused on the highway entrance, but were now drawn to the noise made by the minibus. Seeing the minibus driving like a race car, both the people and the soldier were stunned. This driving skill is not bad, wow! The soldier exclaimed, then immediately shouted. The minibus continued towards the highway edge, still showing no sign of stopping. Ahead was the guardrail. Bang! The minibus, under the amazed gazes of everyone, crashed directly into the guardrail and burst out of the highway. It rolled down the steep slope of 2 or 3 meters by the highway until it finally came to a stop on the grass below. What the heck? The soldier hurried over to check the situation. Many survivors also stretched their necks to look. This person's driving skills are terrible, they actually drove straight off the highway, who knows if they're hurt or not. But now it's actually good, as long as they aren't hurt, they can immediately get out of the car and run back to the road, which also helps solve the problem of how to push this broken car down. However, at that moment, the minibus suddenly shook again, like a stumbling drunk. Is it broken down? Many people had this thought in their minds. But right after that, the minibus started chugging along again, driving out of the grass, knocked down the green fence, and entered the narrow country road next to it. What's going on? What is this person doing? Under the astonished gazes of the survivors on the road, the minibus slowly drove away along the country road. The soldier also widened his eyes, the car actually drove away. And not far behind him, Xiao Lili was desperately waving at the minibus. She didn't expect Jiang Liushi to leave the highway in such a simple and rough way. When the minibus crashed down, she was also shocked, but fortunately, it seemed like the minibus was fine, so the people inside must be okay too. Xiaotian, Mr. Jiang, take care. Xiao Lili waved hard, her vision blurred, she could barely see the minibus's fading figure. The impact did not cause damage to the base vehicle. Currently, the base vehicle is in perfect condition. Jiang Liushi listened to the report from Xingzhong while looking towards the highway. This country road was right next to the highway. As Jiang Liushi drove along, he saw many small cars pushed off the road in the slowly moving crowd. Although these survivors were temporarily safe, as soon as they relaxed from their tense state, they started realizing what had actually happened in such a short time. Many people were crying, and even those who weren't mostly looked dim. Those who lost loved ones, those confused about the future, all kinds of emotions filled the air. While Jiang Liushi looked at these people, Wen Xiaotian was also looking through the car window, her expression a bit sad. And those people on the highway, whether survivors or soldiers, all turned to look at this unusual minibus, surprised that they temporarily stopped what they were doing and watched as the minibus drove by. Soon, the country road reached a bend away from the highway, and Jiang Liushi still hadn't seen the front of the military, nor Liusin or anyone else he recognized. He took one last look at the fleeing survivors on the highway and then turned the steering wheel, driving around the curve. The minibus moved at a steady speed, quickly leaving the highway behind, which also meant they were getting further away from Xinhai Safe Island and the protection of the army. "Miss Wen," Jiang Liushi called out. Wen Xiaotian startled from her daze and quickly said, "What's wrong?" Then she added, "You don't need to call me Miss Wen, just call me Wen Xiaotian." "If you don't mind, you can call me Xiaotian, my friends all call me that." "Okay, then don't call me Mr. Jiang either. My name is Jiang Liushi." "Jiang." Wen Xiaotian still felt embarrassed to call Jiang Liushi directly by name, so she could only say it this way. "You said you know several routes, can you tell me specifically?" Jiang Liushi said. Although Jiang Liushi had already downloaded the route map in advance, he couldn't use navigation at this time, so it was temporarily useless. Leaving the highway. Jumping straight into unknown danger was something Jiang Liushi had to avoid. If Wen Xiaotian was really familiar with the roads, perhaps she could find a relatively safer one. Chapter 14, Mountain Path. Okay. Wen Xiaotian quickly nodded. Wen Xiaotian's home was over 100 kilometers away from Jinling City, in an obscure small county. Later she went to college in Jiangbei. Her family was very ordinary. Her father was a long-distance truck driver, mainly traveling the route from that small county to Jiangbei. When she was young, during winter and summer breaks, Wen Xiaotian would go on long trips with her dad, sometimes playing in Jiangbei for a while. At that time, I don't know why, but I felt the scenery on the road was interesting and fun. Wen Xiaotian felt a bit sentimental. Then she regained her focus and said apologetically, "Sorry, I've talked so much without getting to the main point." "It's okay," Jiang Liushi said. A young girl had just escaped death and was now worried about her family. Being as calm as she was now was quite restrained. Wen Xiaotian's eyes had been red, and Jiang Liushi had noticed her trying to look upwards to hold back tears. "You can keep talking, anyway, we still have a road to walk," Jiang Liushi continued. This rural road twisted ahead, and for now, there were no forks in sight. Wen Xiaotian couldn't help but show a slight smile. "Got it, I'll talk now. I was just seriously recalling the road conditions. I was worried I might not remember clearly since these are all childhood memories. But I thought back carefully and found I still remembered them quite well. There are 2 roads that pass through the city, and there are many vehicles." Jiang Liushi shook his head. "A lot of vehicles and people won't work. The highways have military clearing the roads. If we get stuck, we'd just be dumbfounded." "What about other roads?" "I also think these 2 might not work. There's another one that goes around various small towns. As it needs to deliver goods to different factories, this road actually has a lot of people too," Wen Xiaotian said. More people meant more zombies. Jiang Liushi had already dismissed that option. "There's another path that goes through the mountain roads. The road conditions are complicated, and there's a long stretch where there's really nothing," Wen Xiaotian said. This road, the complicated conditions were not much of a problem for Jiang Liushi. The starseed would constantly adjust his driving, significantly increasing the safety of the journey. However, the reason Wen Xiaotian hadn't mentioned this road from the start should be this phrase, "nothing at all." No food, no water, and no gas stations. Wen Xiaotian didn't know that the food storage in the minibus she was riding was enough to immediately open a small supermarket, and the supply of drinking water could last a long time, so she didn't have to constrain herself to the minimum survival needs. Of course, Jiang Liushi wouldn't volunteer this truth. He didn't distrust Wen Xiaotian, he just thought explaining would be quite troublesome. Jiang Liushi was actually someone who disliked trouble. However, the lack of gas stations was indeed a problem. "Can you tell me the specific route? Also, do you know how many kilometers this stretch is?" Jiang Liushi asked. When Xiaotian only knew an approximate number, Jiang Liushi added a floating value of 50 kilometers to her number, and then had the starseed calculate. During the process of driving the minibus back from the rental company to where he lived, Jiang Liushi had already instructed the driver to fill the tank at the gas station, and he himself purchased some gasoline through various channels. Once the minibus was modified, its fuel tank became standard for a base vehicle. Compared to ordinary minibuses, the capacity was significantly different. Jiang Liushi hadn't anticipated this at first, and now he felt that he had bought too little gasoline back then. Calculating based on the values. Currently, the fuel tank capacity of the base vehicle is 1000 L, and the remaining fuel is 210 L. This allows for a travel distance of 1050 kilometers. The fuel tank capacity of a typical minibus is 50 L. In addition to filling the tank, Jiang Liushi bought 180 L of gasoline, which he felt was quite sufficient at that time. However, when compared to the base vehicle's capacity of 1000 L, it was simply not enough. The back of the base vehicle, beneath the bed, housed the fuel tank, which was about 1.25 cubic meters in size. 1000 kilometers is enough for me to drive straight into Jiangling City and find Zhangjiang. But the data calculated by Xingzhong was based on the base vehicle's normal fuel consumption of 20 L per 100 kilometers, which referred to the vehicle's normal driving without acceleration or collisions. These functions of the base vehicle consume fuel, which is why it has such a large fuel tank. As for the normal fuel consumption, it is not much different from standard minibuses. Have you made a decision? Wen Xiaotian asked nervously, seeing Jiang Liushi remain silent. She worried that her proposed routes had all been rejected by Jiang Liushi, and that she had not been able to help him at all. Wen Xiaotian believed people should help each other, and the most important part of this was the phrase help each other. It was already a huge help for Jiang Liushi to bring her along, and she could only offer this small bit of return. Alright, let's take the mountain road, Jiang Liushi said. He had considered various factors, and taking the mountain road was the least troublesome choice for him. Although he couldn't treat 1000 kilometers as the final driving distance of the base vehicle, getting to the county city where Wen Xiaotian lived was definitely no problem. Let's see if there are any gas stations on the road later, Jiang Liushi said. Okay. Wen Xiaotian was a bit surprised by Jiang Liushi's choice. She initially thought he would choose the factory road, even though there might be quite a few zombies there. But since Jiang Liushi had made a decision, she wouldn't voice any objections. As long as there was gasoline, it didn't matter much if there wasn't a lot of food. Actually, I read in some popular science literature that as long as there is water, it is generally enough to maintain vital signs. A girl once went a month without eating to lose weight and was fine. Even if you don't eat or drink, you can hold on for several days, Wen Xiaotian said. Jiang Liushi glanced at her, not understanding why she was rambling on like this. Wen Xiaotian smiled and said, I feel like I really need to lose weight. Jiang Liushi didn't know what to say. Wen Xiaotian seriously thought they would be starving all the way, huh? Chapter 15, Mobile Hotel. The base vehicle drove steadily on the rural road, occasionally seeing a few zombies standing dumbly in the fields or by the roadside. As soon as they spotted the base vehicle, they would rush like crazed beasts, but often they would just watch helplessly as the base vehicle sped past them before they could reach it. Ha, ha. These zombies waved their arms futilely, their blood-red eyes devoid of any consciousness, filled only with madness and brutality. When Xiaotian initially stared out the window without blinking, but gradually, feeling safe all along, her tense spirit began to relax. Tilting her head, she fell into a fitful sleep. Adjust left side. Continue moving forward. Jiang Liushi was driving while stealing a glance at Wen Xiaotian. He saw her body twitch suddenly in her sleep, appearing restless. She must be tired from running all this way, her nerves were always on high alert, leaving her both mentally and physically exhausted. Jiang Liushi looked at her and couldn't help but think of Zhangjiang. He wondered if she was hiding in the house now, feeling very scared? When Wen Xiaotian woke up, she found the minibus had stopped, and it was already getting dark outside. On one side was a cliff, and the other was a hazy forest. Where is he? She didn't see Jiang Liushi in the driver's seat, and sat up straight in shock. She didn't know how long she had slept, but judging by the fact that the minibus had driven up the mountain road, it had to be 2 or 3 hours, right? On this quiet, silent mountain road, the minibus sat there alone. When she woke up and found herself the only one in the vehicle, Wen Xiaotian felt a wave of panic wash over her. She hurried to the back of the bus. Where are you? The bus looked like it had everything, but the space was very tight, allowing her to scan every corner, yet Jiang Liushi was nowhere to be seen. Just as Wen Xiaotian became more anxious, she suddenly heard what seemed like water sounds coming from a small door nearby. Water? At that moment, a click sounded, and the small door was suddenly pulled open, revealing Jiang Liushi stepping out from inside. When Xiaotian stared at him in surprise, steam was rising from his body, his hair was wet, and he was drying off with a towel while looking at her. You're awake? Yes. I think I slept too long. When Xiaotian replied. Not too long, but it seems you didn't sleep very soundly. In a situation like this, the longer you sleep, the harder it is to feel awake. Besides, being able to sleep now is a blessing. Jiang Liushi's words made Wen Xiaotian feel a bit embarrassed. Sleeping at a time like this made her seem too carefree. But in fact, Wen Xiaotian was a girl with a relatively weak constitution. She usually didn't get enough sleep from studying and working part-time, plus she had fainted during the virus outbreak today, and after waking up, she was hit with a huge psychological shock. Now, after escaping and feeling panic, arriving in a temporarily safe environment, the feeling of exhaustion hit her hard. However, what surprised Wen Xiaotian even more was Jiang Liushi. She felt like sleeping was a natural instinct, and having the chance to sleep was a blessing, but seeing Jiang Liushi like this, it seemed. By the way, do you want to take a shower? Jiang Liushi's question completely confirmed Wen Xiaotian's guess. He really had just taken a shower. After falling down and running around today, her body was already covered in dust, and for a girl who loved cleanliness, this was definitely uncomfortable. But in the current conditions, she never even thought about taking a shower. Having water to drink was already a stroke of luck. But looking at Jiang Liushi's appearance, not only had he taken a shower, but it was a hot shower. I found a mountain spring by the roadside and filtered some water. It's not drinkable, but it's very comfortable to use for a shower. If you want to wash, there's shower gel in there, and the hairdryer is next to the mirror, Jiang Liushi said. Wen Xiaotian listened in a daze and couldn't help but ask, if it has been filtered, it should still be drinkable. She felt that using such hot water just for a shower was too extravagant and wasteful. No need. The drinking water is just from the faucet in the kitchen. Also, if you get hungry after your shower, just go to the kitchen and cook some food. There are noodles in the cupboard and some fresh vegetables. In fact, Jiang Liushi still had some frozen dumplings, but he thought it would be a waste to cook them now. Although he stored flour and the like, the preserved meat was not suitable for making filling. Actually, Jiang Liushi had already placed all the non-perishable foods in the storage room. What remained in the kitchen were foods that would spoil quickly if not eaten. When buying food, Jiang Liushi also purchased some fresh items. After all, there was no need to eat only the long-term stored foods from the beginning. Jiang Liushi considered eating instant noodles as making do, but he didn't know that Wen Xiaotian's inner thoughts were already quite strange at this time. She had already prepared herself for hunger, but unexpectedly, not only could she take a hot shower, but she could also eat steaming instant noodles, and there were even vegetables. If it weren't for the vivid memories of her previous experiences, the faces of the zombies constantly appearing in her mind, Wen Xiaotian might even doubt whether the Doomsday scenes she saw were real. This is simply a moving hotel. As for Jiang Liushi asking her to cook, Wen Xiaotian felt it was something she desperately wanted. Hot showers, hot meals, these were all given to her by Jiang Liushi, but she felt there wasn't much she could do for him. I'll go wash up now, Wen Xiaotian said. When Wen Xiaotian finished her shower and brought the instant noodles to a small folding table, Jiang Liushi, sitting across from her, glanced at the noodles in their bowls and suddenly felt a bit at a loss for words. Wen Xiaotian's bowl only had a few bites of noodles, while his bowl was overflowing with noodles, eggs, vegetables, and ham, looking very sumptuous. I see there isn't much in the cupboard, so we should save some food. Besides, my appetite is this small, Wen Xiaotian said. In fact, even a child would eat more than this, not to mention her consumption today was not small. Eating this little was only enough to slightly fill her stomach. Jiang Liushi really wanted to tell her that what was in the cupboard wasn't even 1/50th of his food stock, but the stuff in the cupboard, even without being frugal, was enough for them to eat all the way to Wen Xiaotian's home. Let's eat, Jiang Liushi said. It had been a long time since he had eaten noodles, and these instant noodles tasted quite good. But tomorrow, it's better to properly eat some rice. Chapter 16, The Roar in the Night. After eating the instant noodles, Jiang Liushi drove for a while longer and then stopped by the roadside to rest for the night, continuing his journey only after daylight the next morning. Although there was no longer the danger of colliding with other vehicles, Jiang Liushi, as someone without even a driver's license and no experience driving on mountain roads, thought it wise not to risk driving at night or while fatigued. It would be too tragic to die not from a zombie bite, but from a car accident. When he drove up the mountain road yesterday, it was already dusk. Now seeing the route in broad daylight, it was indeed as Wen Xiaotian had said, there was basically nothing along the way, only occasionally could they see one or two distant farmhouses. On the roadside was a dilapidated car wash and repair shop, next to a restaurant. The dirty glass and the red block letters sour cabbage fish, home-cooked dishes gave it a very nostalgic feel. Such places are specifically designed to serve long-distance drivers passing by. In the open space in front of the car wash, two large trucks were parked. The truck windows were shattered, and there was blood on the ground, yet there was no driver inside. It was unknown if he had run away from the zombies. Jiang Liushi parked the car in front of the sour cabbage fish restaurant, looking at the shop's entrance. The old door was tightly shut, stained with blood, looking very eerie. What are you planning to do? Wen Xiaotian was stunned when she saw Jiang Liushi stop the car. It's nothing, I'm just looking for something to eat. In the early days of the apocalypse, many fresh foods had not yet rotted, making it relatively easy to gather ingredients. After a few days, when fresh food rotted, they would only be able to eat vacuum-packed preserved food. Though Jiang Liushi had prepared some, with 2 people to feed, they couldn't miss any chance to find ingredients. Looking for food? Can we eat what's in this restaurant? Wen Xiaotian said with some worry, and Jiang Liushi smiled slightly. He knew Wen Xiaotian was concerned that the food might be contaminated by the virus. Jiang Liushi had already learned from the star seed that before the virus outbreak, the world's food and water had been contaminated, and everyone in the world carried the virus. However, people like Jiang Liushi who had survived the virus mutation would not have the virus activate in their bodies, so finding food wouldn't have any impact on them. Of course, they still couldn't be bitten by zombies, otherwise, the enhanced virus carried by the zombies would still infect them and turn them into zombies. Jiang Liushi wouldn't tell Wen Xiaotian these things, explaining them would be too complicated, and it would be hard to explain how he knew, so he simply said, "Don't worry, this food is fine." "So, do we need to get out of the car to get it?" Wen Xiaotian asked timidly. Getting out at this moment was indeed very dangerous, but in the apocalypse, what wasn't dangerous? Especially finding food, it was always life-threatening work. When Xiaotian's face turned slightly pale, she was a bit scared, but if Jiang Liushi needed it, she would still muster her courage to get out of the car. "Hold on." Jiang Liushi's voice suddenly rang in Wen Xiaotian's ear. "Ha?" Wen Xiaotian was stunned for a moment. Before she could say anything, she heard the roar of the car engine. V-room. The minibus charged out like an enraged wild bull, directly crashing through the door of the pickled fish restaurant. The wooden door, along with the surrounding walls, crashed down. Jiang Liushi had long seen that the small restaurant on the country road wasn't built with bricks and stones, rather, it was made of construction site panel materials, with a thin layer of iron on the outside and foam inside, screwed together, and would collapse with a single hit. As the wall fell, the entire ceiling was about to collapse, and at that moment, Jiang Liushi also saw the scene inside the small restaurant. It was an extremely bloody scene, for zombies were sprawled on the ground, desperately fighting over something, blood and pieces of entrails everywhere, and about 5 people lay on the ground, disemboweled, their flesh being grabbed and eaten by these zombies. The reason for using the word about was that Jiang Liushi truly couldn't tell how many dismembered bodies there were, and also, the flesh of these bodies had basically been eaten up already. Ah! Wen Xiaotian couldn't help but scream, but immediately covered her mouth with her hand. The sight before her was nauseating, but in the apocalypse, she had to learn to adapt to such scenes. The 4 zombies stopped eating and turned to look at the minibus that had suddenly crashed in. Their eyes were bloodshot, blood vessels bulging, blood and pieces of flesh hanging from their mouths and faces, and they roared madly as they charged at the minibus. Without saying a word, Jiang Liushi floored the gas pedal. V-room. The engine roared again as the minibus slammed into the 4 zombies, directly crashing into the wall on the other side of the small restaurant. Boom! The entire wall collapsed, and the minibus, carrying the 4 zombies and a large chunk of paneling, crashed into the dirt wall of the backyard. Blood and flesh splattered, red and white mixed, splashing onto the windshield, as the 4 zombies were crushed to death by Jiang Liushi in one go. Who? Jiang Liushi let out a breath, looking at the blurred blood and flesh on the windshield. He hesitated for a moment, then pressed the wiper silently swept across, wiping away the shredded meat, leaving the windshield a deep crimson. But soon after, the washing liquid was sprayed out, diluting the blood, slowly being swept away by the wiper. Jiang Liushi silently watched all of this. The end of the world had come only less than 24 hours ago, but slowly, he seemed to begin to get used to enduring such bloodshed and slaughter. When Xiaotian bit her lips, standing behind Jiang Liushi, watching the blood continuously being wiped away and not knowing what to say. Jiang Liushi's reaction just now was very calm, but when Xiaotian knew that only by being like this could they survive in the apocalypse, if they kept crying, sooner or later they would die in the mouths of zombies. I will go down to find something to eat. When Xiaotian suddenly jolted awake, volunteering to get out of the car to look for food. Getting out of the car was naturally dangerous, and she would have to face the corpses up close, which was very disgusting, but this was something Jiang Liushi should not have to do. She wanted to play her part and not just be a burden. I'm opening the door. When Xiaotian reminded him, and after getting Jiang Liushi's consent, she pushed open the car door. Jiang Liushi let Wen Xiaotian get out of the car, not because he didn't cherish her, but in this situation, it was the wisest choice. Only he could control the star seeds. Keeping Wen Xiaotian in the car wouldn't work for her. With Wen Xiaotian out looking for food, even if she ran into danger, Jiang Liushi could drive to support her. The small restaurant had been smashed to bits, and Wen Xiaotian strained to push aside the broken boards, finding the kitchen's freezer. The freezer, taller than a person, was filled with all kinds of ingredients: chicken, duck, fish, eggs, various vegetables, everything you could need, enough for over 10 people to eat for 2 or 3 days. The freezer was too large to put onto the minibus, so Wen Xiaotian found some clean plastic bags for packing, putting the food in one by one. There was a small freezer on Jiang Liushi's minibus as well, but it was too small to hold so much food. If they didn't eat it in time, all these things would go bad. Damn, I'll cook dinner tonight, and let you taste my skills. When Xiaotian was fully confident in her cooking, she had started cooking at a young age and had a bit of talent in it. To play her part, she even specially brought oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, a small gas stove, and a frying pan. Although there was a small kitchen on the minibus, its hardware facilities were limited. There was only one type of pot and one stove, and both were very small, making it hard to develop her cooking. So, she simply moved the kitchen to the small living room, preparing to cook there. This way, the already small space on the minibus was nearly filled, but fortunately, Wen Xiaotian was petite and could still manage to move around. Wen Xiaotian was really hungry. Even though she had cooked noodles last night, she felt the food was not enough, so she didn't dare to eat too much. Now, with so many ingredients, if she didn't eat them they would go bad. She could finally indulge herself. Sounds good. Jiang Liushi was also looking forward to it. It would be dark soon, and he planned to rest here for a while. He watched Wen Xiaotian busy washing vegetables and cooking, feeling quite excited. Unfortunately, the small living room was still a bit cramped. With so many pots and stoves, it was hard to arrange them, and many had to be stacked. In fact, inside the base vehicle, many things could be folded up, like the dining table and bed. Plus, under the bed and sofa, there were storage spaces, yet even if everything was folded, the space in the base vehicle was still limited. It would be great if their base vehicle could be a bit larger, able to store more gasoline, more food, and add more living facilities. At that time, it would be a real mobile base. The sun had completely set, and when Xiaotian had cooked most of the meal, the enticing aroma stirring Jiang Liushi's senses. Having been busy preparing for the apocalypse, he hadn't had the time to eat well, and now he was already salivating. However, at that moment, suddenly. Roar! It sounded like some kind of beast's low growl, coming from the distant darkness. Jiang Liushi shivered. What was that thing? This roar echoed through the silent mountains, mixed with the sound of the wind, creating an intense feeling of fear. Chapter 17, Is the vehicle broken? In the apocalypse, even with the base vehicle, Jiang Liushi was not at all careless. He had received a lot of information about the apocalypse from the starseed. He knew this apocalypse would not be simple. If it were just simple zombies, they would quickly be controlled by the remaining government forces. Then it wouldn't be called an apocalypse anymore. This strange roar sent chills down Jiang Liushi's spine, and he felt a deep unease. Turn off the fire. Jiang Liushi said urgently. Ha! When Xiaotian was stunned for a moment, her dish just halfway cooked. Now turning off the fire meant they might not be able to eat it anymore. But when Xiaotian also knew that this roar was likely unusual, so she quickly turned off the stove. Meanwhile, Jiang Liushi turned off the main power switch of the base vehicle. Snap! The lights went out, and everything was shrouded in darkness. This rural road had exceptionally good air, and with no light pollution around, Jiang Liushi could see the deep blue night sky and countless stars through the car window. A crescent moon hung at the mountaintop, casting a faint and cool glow. The night sky was beautiful, but at this moment, looking at it made Jiang Liushi's scalp tingle. Under this crescent moon, he saw a huge black shadow staring at their base vehicle. This shadow looked like a giant beast, but he couldn't tell exactly what it was. Jiang Liushi didn't dare to turn on the headlights. He held his breath, crouching down, and pulled Wen Xiaotian down with him to keep her quiet. The ceiling of the base vehicle was very good. Even though they had been cooking, the aroma wouldn't have spread out. So, this shadow shouldn't have been attracted by the smell, but possibly by the light. Now that Jiang Liushi had cut off the light source, he hoped the shadow would lose its target and leave. The apocalypse had just begun, and their base vehicle was still in its initial state. Encountering some terrifying monster at this time, if the base vehicle was overturned, it would be the end. Beside Jiang Liushi, Wen Xiaotian's voice was extremely quiet, trembling slightly. In the atmosphere of the apocalypse, encountering such a terrifying shadow in the night was a huge psychological blow for a girl. Go hide on the sofa, and don't make a sound. Jiang Liushi crouched low and slowly moved towards the driver's seat. He was already considering driving away because he noticed that even with the light source off, the black shadow was still slowly approaching. But Jiang Liushi was afraid of moving too fast and angering the shadow. As the distance closed, he could see, thanks to the faint moonlight, that the approaching shadow was actually a giant wild boar. This wild boar, how could it be this big? Jiang Liushi was shocked. Although the distance was far, he could tell from the comparison with nearby houses that this wild boar was at least the size of a small cargo truck. Its height was not shorter than the base vehicle, only its body was a bit shorter. It was covered in steel-like black fur, matted with a lot of dried blood, making it look as if. This is not the feeling of Jiang Liushi, but it is really glowing, like a wolf's eye shining with a ghostly green light at night, except this light is blood red. Incredible, could this be? Jiang Liushi remembered that the starseed mentioned in the information, after the apocalypse began, besides some people turning into zombies and some animals becoming animal zombies, there were also some people and animals that would mutate. This kind of mutation would make them far more powerful than their fellow zombies. Before, he only read the textual description. Jiang Liushi had no real concept, until now, seeing a mutated wild boar up close, Jiang Liushi was shocked. A wild boar as big as a small truck seemed not very big to talk about, but when it really appeared in front of him and slowly approached, those tusks, that bristly fur, those glowing red eyes, the visual impact and pressure were just too strong. At this moment, Jiang Liushi was separated from this giant wild boar by just a layer of transparent windscreen, with faint bloodstains still remaining on it. A layer of glass, one person and one beast looked at each other. At that moment. Roar! The wild boar suddenly let out a terrifying roar, raising its four hooves, charging straight towards the base vehicle and Jiang Liushi. It began to run, its heavy body crashing down, shattering the road, stones and dirt flying everywhere. A wild boar the size of a cargo truck weighed more than 10 tons, but it ran at nearly cheetah speed in a short time. Jiang Liushi even felt the ground shaking lightly. This is bad. Jiang Liushi was horrified. Such a heavy wild boar, once it charged, the impact would be terrifying. The entire base vehicle would surely be flipped over in one blow. The base vehicle had armored protection, but in terms of weight, it was not much heavier than an ordinary minibus. How could it withstand such a collision? If it flipped over, he would have no power to resist. No matter how sturdy the armor is, it would be pried open little by this giant wild boar. Damn it! Jiang Liushi cursed loudly. He leaped forward in a heartbeat, instantly crossing the last bit of distance to the driver's seat. At that moment, the wild boar was already very close to the base vehicle, and he had no time to turn and escape. If he chose to run, he would first need to turn, but in now reversing the vehicle, it would only let the wild boar collide with the side of the base vehicle, leading to a rollover. So there was only one remaining choice. This was the only option Jiang Liushi could make in the shortest time. Screw it, Jiang Liushi suddenly yanked the gear lever, pushing the gas pedal to the floor. Virum, the base vehicle roared like a beast, starting up instantly. The modified base vehicle was much faster to start than ordinary cars, and Jiang Liushi had not pulled the handbrake earlier to ensure the vehicle could start at any time, so the base vehicle launched forward in an instant. Seat belt! Jiang Liushi shouted. At the same time, the seat belt in his driver's seat automatically popped out, tightly binding his body. Meanwhile, in the small living room of the base vehicle, when Xiaotian hurriedly sat on the sofa, frantically buckling her seatbelt, in fact, Jiang Liushi's shout was directed at when Xiaotian. The base vehicle accelerated to 100 kilometers in just a few seconds. Jiang Liushi gritted his teeth, watching the wild boar rush towards him through the windshield. The completely transparent windshield made Jiang Liushi feel like the wild boar, the size of a. The huge head of the wild boar was right in front of him. Jiang Liushi even seemed to see his own reflection and that of the armored vehicle in the wild boar's scarlet eyes. Charge! Boom! The armored vehicle shook violently. The enormous impact force yanked Jiang Liushi's body sharply outward, the elastic seatbelt tightly restrained him, and at that moment, Jiang Liushi felt like his body was about to be snapped in half by the seatbelt. Bang! In front of Jiang Liushi, the airbag burst out, crashing into his face and making his head spin. At the same time, behind Jiang Liushi, a series of crackling sounds erupted. Those pots, bowls, and plates that had been loaded onto the armored vehicle fell to the ground due to immense inertia. The sofa was secured to the vehicle and did not shift sideways, but the tremendous impact still made when Xiaotian, who was strapped to the sofa, let out a scream. Bang! When Xiaotian felt a sharp pain in her head, not knowing what she had bumped into, everything went dark before her eyes, and she fainted. At this moment, the airbag in front of Jiang Liushi quickly retracted. This was the armored vehicle's capability. After deploying, the airbag would instantly retract to avoid blocking the driver's view. Meanwhile, Jiang Liushi endured the nauseating dizziness and the pain of the seatbelt tightening around his lower abdomen and finally saw the scene outside the windshield. The entire windshield had two basin-sized white marks from the collision. These white marks indicated that the inner layer of the windshield had developed cracks, changing its transparency. Generally, when bulletproof glass is hit by a bullet, it also turns into a white glare. However, even if it has internal cracks, the glass can still resist bullets. Not only was the glass affected, but the front of the vehicle had also been caved in significantly by the wild boar's charge. This collision was truly terrifying. Warning! The armored vehicle is damaged, damage level 3.5, front bulletproof glass durability reduced by 60%, power system damaged, instantaneous acceleration and collision functions down, internal power supply cut off. In an instant, such information flashed through Jiang Liushi's mind. The armored vehicle is broken? Jiang Liushi was stunned for a moment. Previously, this armored vehicle showed no signs of damage when facing a horde of zombies, but today, it had already been damaged by a collision with a mutated wild boar. Chapter 18, Vehicle Weapons. The most chilling notification in Jiang Liushi's mind was that the power system was damaged. This meant that the armored vehicle could not accelerate in the short term and had lost its charging function, making it practically a target against the massive mutated wild boar. That's right, the mutated wild boar. Jiang Liushi suddenly looked at the mutated wild boar in front of the vehicle. The wild boar was also suffering from the impact. It lay on the ground, its huge head covered in blood, the blood streamed down, blurring its eyes, one of its huge tusks broken, exposing the blood marrow inside. Roar! The mutated wild boar let out a low growl from its abdomen. As the armored vehicle was damaged, the sound was no longer muffled. Jiang Liushi bore the roar of this colossal beast directly. What a feeling that was! The deep sound made his whole body resonate with it, and he found it hard to move. Jiang Liushi felt as if great hands were squeezing his heart, making it difficult to beat, and his lungs, making it hard to breathe. The terrifying roar. The mutated wild boar got back up. Its skull seemed to be shattered, but its enormous vitality sustained it, giving it terrifying strength still. It glared with eyes like car headlights, staring closely at Jiang Liushi, separated only by a thin layer of the already shattered windshield. Crack! The remaining tusk of the mutated wild boar lodged into the vehicle's chassis and thrust upward suddenly. It aimed to completely overturn the armored vehicle. Jiang Liushi instantly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Once the base vehicle flips, it's all over. Can it still drive? Can it still drive? Jiang Liushi was very anxious in his heart. He pulled the gear lever and started the base vehicle, which made a dull sound as all four wheels began to turn. It can still drive. The instant acceleration and collision functions were damaged, but the base vehicle could still function normally. Screech, screech, screech. The front wheels of the base vehicle were already suspended in the air, spinning uselessly, while the rear tires were fiercely grinding against the ground, kicking up a lot of dirt and stones. Although the impact was not strong, the wild boar was hurt, and because of this impact, it could not flip the base vehicle over for a moment. However, it was already extremely dangerous. The front of the vehicle was being lifted higher and higher by the wild boar, and it looked like it was about to flip. Oh no! Jiang Liushi's face looked terrible at this moment. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, pressed the gas pedal, and his face was drenched in cold sweat. Calm down. I must be calm. In such a crisis moment, find a way to survive, fight back against the odds. A flash of inspiration appeared in Jiang Liushi's mind. His fingers danced swiftly across the base vehicle, pressing several buttons like playing a piano. Beep. A soft sound rang out, and the driver panel of the base vehicle lit up for a second. Jiang Liushi braced himself against the panel. The outcome depended on this moment. Air cannon pressurization starts. Pressurization time, 9.5 seconds. The voice of the starseed echoed in Jiang Liushi's mind, and he let out a sigh of relief. Great, though the collision and instant acceleration were damaged, the weapons could still be used. Besides the collision feature, the starseed base vehicle also had onboard weapons. When Jiang Liushi completed the modifications, he had already received information about these weapons from Starseed, but because the apocalypse hadn't arrived yet, he had been afraid of causing trouble and hadn't tested them. After the end of the world began, he had been busy fleeing, and he never got the chance to experiment. Now, there was no time for experimentation. It was a real-life showdown from the start, and failure meant death. The air cannon of the base vehicle compressed the gas to a volume of 500 L, with an initial launch speed of 810 meters per second, which was more than twice the speed of sound. During World War II, the Nazis developed an air cannon that could be used to shoot down low-flying aircraft, but in the end, it was ineffective due to accuracy issues. Jiang Liushi did not know what effect a shot from this air cannon would have on the wild boar. The power of the air cannon was undoubtedly strong, but air had a slightly lesser impact compared to real bullets. Sometimes, the shockwave from an explosion could throw a person several meters away, but many who survived the shockwave were still alive. Jiang Liushi could not guarantee that this compressed air cannon shot would kill the mutated wild boar. And he had only one opportunity to attack. There would be no second chance. With 9.5 seconds of preparation time, the vehicle would have already flipped by the time he tried again. Let's do it! Jiang Liushi gritted his teeth and pressed another button. The air cannon barrel extended from the front of the vehicle, aiming right at the belly of the mutated wild boar. This barrel was hidden in the front of the vehicle, and nothing special could be seen from the outside. It only emerged when in use. Jiang Liushi looked at this 60mm caliber cannon barrel, his heart racing. Countdown to prepare, 9, 8, 7. Starseed was counting down, and this voice was like the pronouncement of fate to Jiang Liushi. The cannon barrel could adjust its angle and direction, so where should he aim? The belly? The head? The throat? This mutated wild boar had thick skin and rough flesh. Jiang Liushi had no doubt that its hide could withstand bullets. It seemed that every part of it had amazing defense. 6, 5. The countdown was getting closer, and the base vehicle was tilting more severely. Crack, crack. Because the base vehicle was being tipped, pots and pans slid backward. Jiang Liushi gritted his teeth and pressed the cruise control button, unbuckled his seatbelt, and jumped down from the driver's seat, grabbing a wrench. Stupid pig, die. Jiang Liushi suddenly went crazy, swinging the wrench, and smashed it hard against the wild boar through the windshield. Bang, bang, bang. The wrench struck the already cracked windshield. Tiny shards of glass flew everywhere. Because of the violent shaking, it fell down in flakes. Such an attack seemed completely meaningless, but the mutated wild boar was a beast, provoked by Jiang Liushi, and it became furious. It glared with a pair of crimson eyes, staring at Jiang Liushi. 4, 3. The countdown was nearing its end. For Jiang Liushi, this was the judgment of fate. Suddenly, Jiang Liushi pressed the button, kicked open the car door, and his whole body leaned out from the doorway. This action was almost equivalent to suicide, but at this moment, Jiang Liushi was extremely calm. He knew the weight of the base vehicle rested mostly on the wild boar's tusks. The front wheels of the base vehicle were lifted off the ground, but the wild boar was also pressed by the vehicle and couldn't easily move. If the wild boar turned to attack him on the side of the base vehicle, it would first have to extract its tusks, causing the vehicle to fall, with both front and rear wheels grabbing the ground, crashing into the wild boar. Even if it didn't knock it down, it would force it to retreat. So it looked like suicide, but in just a few seconds, the wild boar would not be able to attack him at all. Stupid pig, die. Jiang Liushi shouted at the wild boar's huge eyes, using all his strength to fling the wrench in his hand. Whoosh! The wild boar hardly had time to dodge and was directly struck by the wrench. However, due to the heavy shaking of the base vehicle and Jiang Liushi not being a stone thrower from an African tribe, the wrench missed the wild boar's eye and hit the corner instead. But even the corner had many nerves, and the wild boar felt pain. Roar! The enraged wild boar let out a deafening roar. The terrifying sound wave hit, and Jiang Liushi was almost torn from the car door. The sonic waves and the resonance with his organs made Jiang Liushi's heart almost stop beating, his mind went blank. But at this moment, there was another voice, incredibly clear in Jiang Liushi's mind. That was the countdown of the starseed. 2, 1, 0. Ah! Jiang Liushi's eyes turned red. He forced himself to endure the feeling of dizziness and, controlling the air cannon with the starseed, turned the cannon barrel slightly, aiming it at the mutated wild boar's huge mouth. At this moment, the mutated wild boar had its mouth wide open from the roar, and the cannon barrel was like it was being inserted into the wild boar's mouth. Air cannon, fire. Chapter 19 Air Cannon. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, like a sudden crash of thunder on flat ground, deafening. The airflow at 810 meters per second far exceeded the speed of sound, creating a sonic boom, releasing a massive burst of energy. The base vehicle was violently propelled backward, its windows shaking fiercely, large chunks of bulletproof glass falling and being blown away, scattering like bullets. The rapidly rising air created a vacuum around it, pressure soared and then quickly dropped to near disappearance, causing the water vapor in the air to instantly condense, forming a funnel-shaped mist the size of a house, which was then pushed forward by the airflow at an incredible speed. Directly collapsed this cabin. Terrifying power. Jiang Liushi looked at the terrifying air cannon, his heart shook deeply. At this moment, the base vehicle was still automatically cruising. After the wheels hit the ground, losing the wild boar's top speed, it began to roll out automatically. Jiang Liushi hurriedly stopped the cruise and stepped on the brake. Screech! The four tires of the base vehicle had been battered and bruised, especially the rear tires had become extremely hot from the intense friction, emitting blue smoke and a heavy burnt smell. The tires of the base vehicle were naturally much stronger than those of ordinary vehicles, with small air cushions inside that would not burst even if shot through by bullets. However, even so, after such a beating, they were still severely damaged. Jiang Liushi pushed the car door open, feeling utterly drained. The previous battle, although mainly between the base vehicle and the mutated wild boar, had left him feeling extremely exhausted. The consumption was too great. Jiang Liushi looked ahead. The air cannon's result was truly astonishing. Before firing the air cannon, Jiang Liushi hadn't expected an initial speed of 810 meters per second would have such tremendous power. However, air was still air. Even if it was highly compressed, when it slammed into the bulletproof flesh of the mutated wild boar, it would scatter and lose its force. If it didn't hit the boar in the mouth, it was unlikely to kill it. Jiang Liushi picked up the wrench that had fallen to the ground and staggered towards the mutated wild boar, seeing the ground covered in pig's blood, broken meat, and intestines. Looking at the boar, now pierced clean through, Jiang Liushi couldn't help but gasp in amazement. This pig really got wrecked. Jiang Liushi stopped about 10 meters away from the mutated wild boar, afraid it might spasm in its death throes and hurt him. At the same time, Jiang Liushi didn't dare to stray too far from the base vehicle, otherwise, if a zombie came, he wouldn't have time to get back to the car. Wen Xiaotian. Jiang Liushi called out for Wen Xiaotian, but the vehicle was silent, not a sound could be heard. Jiang Liushi's heart tightened, and he quickly returned to the base vehicle. Upon seeing inside, he found Wen Xiaotian firmly strapped to the seat, her eyes closed, her head bleeding from a gash. Jiang Liushi hurriedly checked for her breath. Thankfully, she had merely fainted. Looking at her wound, Jiang Liushi shook his head. He felt that Wen Xiaotian was indeed quite unfortunate. Her injury must have been caused by pots and pans. Earlier, when Jiang Liushi crashed the base vehicle into the mutated wild boar, Wen Xiaotian, being secured on the small sofa, was unharmed. However, those utensils weren't fixed, and during the collision, they flew over, knocking her out cold. If there had been a few more collisions, it wouldn't have been impossible for Wen Xiaotian to be killed by these flying dishes. That was close. Jiang Liushi let out a sigh of relief. Had the battle with the mutated wild boar accidentally harmed Wen Xiaotian, he would have felt really bad inside. Jiang Liushi went to the storage box to fetch some gauze, intending to give Wen Xiaotian a simple bandage, when suddenly a voice echoed in his mind. Base vehicle damaged, damage level 3.5, repairs require 200 kilograms of steel, 100 kilograms of copper, 30 kilograms of high polymer organic plastic, 1,200 liters of gasoline, 200 kilowatt-hours of electricity. Repair time required, 24 hours. Hearing this voice, Jiang Liushi was stunned for a moment and then bitterly smiled. The base vehicle was damaged, but thankfully it could self-repair. However, these repair materials were indeed hard to find. Steel, copper, organic plastic, especially electricity, and gasoline. Collecting these in the apocalypse wouldn't be easy. 1,200 liters of gasoline, nearly a ton. This was simply an oil guzzler. And the current gasoline supply. Jiang Liushi glanced at the fuel gauge, his face full of bitterness. After repeatedly using the collision function and firing the air cannon, the gasoline had been greatly consumed, leaving less than 20 L. He couldn't even drive 100 kilometers. If a horde of zombies showed up within that 100 kilometers, the consequences are unimaginable. Jiang Liushi was feeling troubled when the starseed suddenly sounded an alert, making his heart stir, and he perked up his ears. Successfully hunted a level 1 mutated beast, discovered a level 1 mutated crystal core located in the heart of the mutated beast. Taking it out can unlock the initial evolution of the base vehicle. Found mutated beast meat can be consumed directly to enhance physical fitness and can also supply raw materials for the biological lab, unlocking biological evolution functions. What? Jiang Liushi was taken aback for a moment. A mutated crystal core? A biological laboratory? What in the world are these? Successfully hunting a level 1 mutated beast must refer to this mutated wild boar, so could the level 1 mutated crystal core be inside the mutated wild boar? As for the biological laboratory? What is that? Jiang Liushi didn't find any biological laboratory when he previously modified the base vehicle. At that moment. Snap! With a light sound, Jiang Liushi turned his head to see a groove pop out from the driver's seat of the base vehicle, about the size of a ping-pong ball. Jiang Liushi stared at this groove for a while. It seemed to be made of some alloy, looking extremely precise. He was seeing this groove for the first time. In his mind, Jiang Liushi began to formulate some speculations about the mutated crystal core located in the heart. He took the dagger he had purchased earlier, jumped out of the vehicle, and walked toward the mutated wild boar. At this time, the mutated wild boar had already rolled over, and Jiang Liushi could clearly see the heart of the boar. Whoosh! Jiang Liushi swung the dagger and stabbed it in. The pigskin was very tough, but far from as tough as Jiang Liushi had imagined. This mutated wild boar could collide head-on with the base vehicle, and in Jiang Liushi's original imagination, it should have been impervious to blades and guns. He had originally thought of going to the repair shop next door to find a steel saw. But to his surprise, he could cut through the pigskin little by little with just the dagger. Although it was difficult, he was still making progress. Could it be that after the mutated wild boar died, its skin and flesh would undergo some changes and no longer be as tough as before? This thought flashed through Jiang Liushi's mind, and he felt it was quite possible. The starseed had just hinted that this mutated beast meat was edible. If it was as tough as rubber, who could bite it? Being able to cut through the pigskin without using too much effort was ultimately a good thing. Jiang Liushi struggled to open the mutated wild boar's chest, finding the wild boar's heart, and then he dissected the heart. He was already covered in blood. According to Jiang Liushi's original impression, fresh pig's blood should be extremely foul, but strangely, the mutated wild boar's blood not only didn't smell bad but instead had a hint of fragrance, seeming not to be ordinary at all. Jiang Liushi thought for a moment and found a few plastic buckets from a small restaurant to collect the blood, quickly filling several large buckets. And at this time, Jiang Liushi finally dug out a bead the size of a quail egg from the heart of the mutated wild boar. This bead was crystal clear, like a piece of glass, very smooth to the touch and a bit warm. This must be the so-called mutated crystal core. Jiang Liushi took the mutated crystal core and returned to the base vehicle, carefully placing the mutated crystal core into the groove that had just popped out. Click! With a light sound, the mutated crystal core was locked into place, and then the metal groove slowly retracted. The starseed's alert sound rang out. Successfully placed the mutated crystal core, the base vehicle has unlocked its initial evolution, and you can choose the evolution direction. Snap! A light curtain appeared before Jiang Liushi's eyes, with numerous options, each followed by a line of explanatory text. Option 1, unlock level 1 space fuel tank, tank capacity 10 cubic meters, tank is explosion-proof and bulletproof, can be upgraded. Option 2, unlock level 1 space storage function, storage space size 10 cubic meters, the space is low temperature and anoxic, can keep ingredients fresh, regular food can be preserved for over a year, mutated beast meat can be preserved for over 3 years, mutated beast meat is originally not prone to spoilage. In a 30 degrees Celsius humid environment, freshness can be preserved for 30 days. Option 3, activate the automatic absorption function. The base vehicle can automatically absorb materials through particle beams, eliminating the need for manual transportation. Option 4, equip the base vehicle with mechanical arms, capable of lifting up to 20 tons. Option 5. Add weapons to the base vehicle, a fuel-based flamethrower, which requires a large amount of gasoline to operate, producing high temperatures of 2000 degrees Celsius from pure oxygen combustion. Option 6. Upgrade the air cannon. Option 7. Upgrade the vehicle's armor and bulletproof class. As Jiang Liushi continued to read, he discovered that after Option 6, there were more choices, but they were dim, seeming to be unavailable for selection. Among them, Jiang Liushi saw the biological laboratory. Option 10. Activate the biological laboratory. By adding materials, develop gene evolution fluid, allowing the host to evolve genes, greatly enhancing physical capabilities. Requirements: Level 1 mutation crystal core times 2. When Jiang Liushi saw the option for the biological laboratory, his eyes lit up instantly. Develop gene evolution fluid? It could enhance his own physical abilities? This is amazing. Jiang Liushi knew that after the apocalypse began, not only had animals mutated, but people had too. And although he had the base vehicle, his own body was his biggest weakness. If his body died, everything would be over. Thus, Jiang Liushi was very cautious about getting out of the vehicle. If he had the gene evolution fluid, he would become stronger himself. This would naturally greatly improve his combat power. He must activate this biological laboratory. However, it required 2 level 1 mutation crystal cores, and he only had one now. Just killing that level 1 mutated wild boar had cost him half his life. 2 were out of the question. Jiang Liushi couldn't even dare to think of it now. He needed to grow stronger, starting with evolving the base vehicle, and then he would grow stronger as well. In this tormenting apocalypse, Jiang Liushi had too many things to do. There was no chance to think about the biological laboratory now. First, he had to activate the functions he could use. The first upgrade was the fuel tank. It was too necessary. The base vehicle's fuel storage was too low, and having a 10 cubic meter fuel tank could hold 8 or 9 tons of gasoline. No matter if charging or using weapons, he would have confidence. Otherwise, if he fought a mutant beast halfway and ran out of gas, that would be an unfair death. Secondly, he also longed for the storage space. The current storage in the base vehicle was insufficient, and he couldn't fit many things, such as this mutant wild boar meat. It was too much of a waste not to store it. Plus, with a storage space that could preserve freshness, it would be a mobile granary. As for increasing the strength of the armor and bulletproof class, activating the automatic material absorption function, upgrading weapons, and unlocking new weapons, Jiang Liushi coveted them all. Even the simple function of adding mechanical arms felt highly necessary to Jiang Liushi. Without mechanical arms, just transporting this mutant wild boar meat troubled Jiang Liushi immensely. How could he move this 10-ton thing? However, he could only choose one. The decision was too difficult. After thinking it over, Jiang Liushi restrained his desires with reason. He chose the first option: increase the fuel tank capacity. With a space fuel tank, he could store a large amount of gasoline. Many of the other upgrades were for convenience or to enhance the combat ability of the base vehicle. But the first option, space fuel tank, directly concerned Jiang Liushi's life at present. The base vehicle had to be repaired in the shortest time possible. With a demand for 1200 L of gasoline, it exceeded the current fuel tank's limit. Moreover, the many future combat functions of the base vehicle would require a super large capacity fuel tank to support. Without gas, everything was just talk. Jiang Liushi grit his teeth and pressed the first option. Beep. There was a light sound, and the starseed notification sounded. Selected: upgrade fuel tank. Upgrade requires 100 kilograms of steel. Upgrade time: 2 hours. Damn it. Jiang Liushi's eyes widened. He really wanted to kick the control panel. It also needed steel. What the hell? He thought that just pressing it would upgrade, but it turned out he needed a mutation crystal core. This is just the most basic condition for division evolution. Materials still need to be found. Indeed, how can upgrading a fuel tank be done without steel? But where can steel be found now? Next to Jiang Liushi, there are several light trucks and large trucks. These vehicles indeed have steel, but how to take this steel apart and move it into the base vehicle is a big problem. If the base vehicle had unlocked option 3, which allows for automatic material absorption, Jiang Liushi wouldn't need to move anything. He could simply extend the absorber and take the steel from those trucks. But now, Jiang Liushi certainly cannot waste this precious first evolution on turning on the automatic absorption function just to make things easier. He must find steel to upgrade the fuel tank. But this mutated wild boar meat. Chapter 21, Waste is the Greatest Crime. Jiang Liushi looked at the huge mutated wild boar on the ground and couldn't bear to part with it. This mutated wild boar meat can stay fresh for a month even in a 30-degree humid environment. If he doesn't take it away, it will all go to waste. Moreover, the starseed said that mutated beast meat can not only serve as material for developing gene evolution fluid in a biological laboratory, but even just eating it can slowly improve one's physique. Without a biological laboratory, cooking a stir-fry with this meat and enjoying it would also be very satisfying. Enhancing his physique a bit would at least save some effort when moving those hundreds of kilograms of steel. Jiang Liushi grew up in a family with ordinary conditions. Having lost both parents, he and his sister sold their house to support each other. He was used to a frugal life, and wasting so much mutated beast meat made his heart bleed. No, even without storage space, he must take this wild boar with him. Jiang Liushi made up his mind, this mutated wild boar was a big treasure. In the face of the apocalypse, gold and silver became worthless scrap, and paper currency was less useful than toilet paper. The thing to exchange among people should be food. And the value of this mutated beast meat, humanity would soon realize, eating it could enhance one's physique, which was remarkable. Compared to those zombies, ordinary people were far too weak. Once targeted, escaping would be quite difficult, and under such circumstances, a good physique greatly improved survival chances. Plus, this mutated beast meat was easy to store, it could last several months in autumn and winter without issue, and it should become an even more precious hard currency than food. Waste is the greatest crime. If he can't take it away, he must force himself to take it. Jiang Liushi was determined to get this wild boar, but the space in the base vehicle was limited. How could they fit a 10-ton giant in there? Jiang Liushi then set his sights on a small delivery truck not far away. This delivery truck looked quite old, running on a country dirt road. How good could it be? It was probably on the verge of being scrapped. Jiang Liushi ran over to the delivery truck, took a look around, and pulled the door. Unexpectedly, the door was locked. Jiang Liushi's mind turned. He turned around and dashed into the ruins of the boiled fish restaurant. Jiang Liushi figured the driver probably got hungry while driving and came down to eat boiled fish, only to meet his fate when the apocalypse struck. The key should be hanging on this driver, but looking at the ruins, it was a bloody mess. It had already been eaten up quite a bit by zombies, and with the commotion from the base vehicle and the mutated wild boar, it was simply a horror to behold. Bits of flesh, blood, and mud were everywhere. Finding a key in this situation was definitely a challenge. Jiang Liushi thought about it and decided against it. He found a wrench from a relatively intact auto repair shop nearby and smashed it against the windshield of the small truck. Crash! A series of shattering sounds ensued, and the windshield turned into pieces. Then, Jiang Liushi crawled in through the front window. Once the windshield shattered, it broke into small particles that didn't cut his hands, making it easier to crawl into a small delivery truck. For Jiang Liushi, it wasn't a big deal. Jiang Liushi sat in the driver's seat, pulled the handbrake, and took out a 9-meter-long towing rope from the cab. Just as I thought, there is one. This kind of towing rope is usually equipped with ordinary vehicles, especially this kind of old truck that could break down at any moment. How could it lack a towing rope? Jiang Liushi quickly hooked this old truck onto his base vehicle. He then moved to the back of the truck. The back door was not locked, just latched shut, because it was empty inside, saving Jiang Liushi a lot of trouble. Alright, time to get to work. Jiang Liushi looked at the gigantic wild boar. This was a huge project. Such a big wild boar, he obviously couldn't move it, so he had to split the boar meat. Jiang Liushi strapped a dagger to his waist, went to the repair shop, and grabbed a fire axe and a hacksaw, ready to start. Jiang Liushi often participated in sports when he was in college and had decent fitness. He aimed for the boar's neck and swung the axe down. The wild boar weighed about 10 tons, he could take as much as he could. To Jiang Liushi's surprise, after removing the mutant wild boar's crystal core, the boar meat seemed easier to chop, and the originally tough boar meat became tender, not to mention the hacksaw, even the dagger could cut through it, not much harder than cutting real pork. Damn. At that moment, Jiang Liushi suddenly heard Wen Xiaotian's shout from the base vehicle. Her voice was filled with panic. How could she not panic? After suddenly fainting and waking up, she found that the barracks were in ruins, even the bulletproof glass of the base vehicle was shattered, and Jiang Liushi was nowhere to be seen. I'm here! Jiang Liushi shouted, and when Xiaotian breathed a sigh of relief, Jiang Liushi was fine. But what about the mutant wild boar? Did it run away after crashing into the base vehicle? When Xiaotian unfastened her seatbelt and stumbled out of the base vehicle. However, upon seeing the scene outside, she was utterly dumbfounded. She saw Jiang Liushi holding a fire axe, chopping away at the mutant wild boar, which had already stiffened and was clearly dead. When Xiaotian had previously witnessed the horror of that mutant wild boar, it swept through everything like a force of nature. The row of barracks was no stronger than cardboard in its presence, and its roar made her heart stop. Such a mutant wild boar was actually dead. Of course, Wen Xiaotian didn't naively think that Jiang Liushi had killed the mutant wild boar with the axe. Could it have been killed by the vehicle? That vehicle. When Xiaotian turned to take another look at the severely damaged base vehicle, this vehicle was indeed impressive. What are you doing? Wen Xiaotian asked. Getting. There were no zombies around, otherwise, avoiding them would have been a huge headache. Jiang Liushi returned to the vehicle, lying on the sofa, gasping for breath. Although he had just fought a life-or-death battle and was completely exhausted, his heart was filled with joy. This apocalypse might be terrible, but having the Starseed vehicle still meant he could carve out a life for himself. Some readers reported that the kitchen, small living room, and bathroom cannot fit in a minibus. In fact, everyone can search for images of RVs on Baidu. Many RVs are smaller than a minibus, yet they still have everything. It's all about reasonable space arrangement, not a problem. As for the storage compartments, they are placed where luggage goes beneath the vehicle. Chapter 22, All the Way Clang. After the fierce battle with the mutated wild boar and butchering the meat, Jiang Liushi and Wen Xiaotian were exceedingly hungry. At this moment, Jiang Liushi lay on the sofa, not wanting to move a finger. But Wen Xiaotian was diligent. Although she was tired, she still made a meal with care. She used the chili from the boiled fish restaurant to make a dish of boiled sliced meat and stir-fried pork, and all the meat was from the mutated wild boar. Before the stir-fry was served, Jiang Liushi could already smell the intense savory aroma of meat, which truly made his fingers itch. Just by the smell, Jiang Liushi guessed that the meat from the mutated wild boar had to taste extraordinary. In fact, when Jiang Liushi cut the wild boar meat earlier, he didn't detect any fishy smell. Instead, he found the raw meat to be fragrant, which led him to speculate about the meat from the mutated wild boar. Now, with the speculation mostly confirmed, Jiang Liushi was almost drooling. Since the confirmation of the apocalypse approaching, it had been more than a week since he had eaten properly. Now, he was so hungry that his stomach was pressed against his back. How could he not crave food? However, Jiang Liushi patiently waited for Wen Xiaotian to finish the last dish, red braised pork, which had been simmering for 40 minutes. When the lid was lifted, and the red sauce was poured over it, he picked up a piece that was trembling and paired it with freshly cooked fragrant rice. It was truly a dish no immortal would trade for anything else. Jiang Liushi took a mouthful, feeling it to be the best thing he had ever eaten in his life. Wow! He had thought that after the apocalypse, even if he didn't starve, he would probably have to eat biscuits and instant noodles every day, which would definitely be a disappointment. But unexpectedly, there was such delicious food. If only he could become stronger, then maybe this apocalypse wouldn't be so terrible after all. As Jiang Liushi was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a warm sensation in his stomach, as if a subtle heat was flowing through his limbs. Jiang Liushi was startled. He understood this was the energy meant to enhance his physique. However, the enhancement was not very obvious. He glanced at Wen Xiaotian, who seemed oblivious to her ladylike image, munching on red braised pork while swiftly dodging the hot sauce with her tongue, enjoying her meal immensely. From Wen Xiaotian's expression, it was clear she had no idea about the warm feeling after eating the mutated wild boar meat. It seems that while eating mutated beast meat can enhance one's physique, it must be extremely slow and requires long-term consumption for even a little effect. But in this apocalypse, mutated beasts are so powerful, hunting one is not easy at all. Ordinary people can't even afford basic food, let alone have the chance to eat mutated beast meat. This kind of thing that requires long-term eating to enhance one's strength is something they can only dream of, and it's useless. Jiang Liushi quickly thought of this, and at that moment, Wen Xiaotian also noticed Jiang Liushi looking at her. Her pretty face flushed, and she felt a little embarrassed at how she had just eaten. Towards Jiang Liushi, the young man who had saved her life and treated her well, Wen Xiaotian couldn't help but develop a fondness for him. Although she didn't expect to have more interactions with Jiang Liushi in the future, she still cared about her image. Thus, Wen Xiaotian subtly changed her strategy towards food, resisting the impulse to devour the braised pork in one bite, eating small pieces instead. Jiang Liushi found it amusing and thought that Wen Xiaotian was sometimes quite cute. You're quite familiar with the roads around here, right? Yes. I'm somewhat familiar. Wen Xiaotian wiped her mouth and replied. I'm going to a place, and I need you to show me the way. Okay. After the battle with the mutated wild boar, the base vehicle was severely damaged, which was Jiang Liushi's biggest worry. He needed to repair it as soon as possible. To fix the base vehicle, 1,200 liters of gasoline, 200 kilograms of steel, 100 kilograms of copper, 30 kilograms of high molecular organic plastic, and 200 kilowatt-hours of electricity, which is equivalent to 200 degrees of electricity, were needed. All these materials had to be collected. As for upgrading the base vehicle's materials, it was simple, just 100 kilograms of steel would do. This is really a scam, whether it was before the apocalypse or after. Fixing a good car is always incredibly expensive. Jiang Liushi drove the base vehicle, towing a small cargo truck, navigating through the country roads. Towing was a technical job. Under normal circumstances, the towed vehicle required a driver because it's necessary to maintain distance. When going downhill, the vehicle behind runs faster than the one in front, so you need to brake in time, otherwise, there would be a rear-end collision. But the brakes couldn't be slammed too hard. If the distance became too great, exceeding the length of the tow rope, it would be tragic. The tow rope has a maximum load limit and can't withstand several pulls before braking. Jiang Liushi clearly didn't have such conditions, and asking Wen Xiaotian to brake was no good. She wouldn't know how, and even Jiang Liushi couldn't manage it himself. This was something that not even a professional driver could handle. So, Jiang Liushi simply ignored it, forcefully towing behind without anyone braking. Of course, the issue of the tow rope snapping didn't exist. As for rear-ending, what could be done? Just crash. So, on these extremely poor condition country roads, it often happened. Bang! The rear of the vehicle let out a loud bang, and the base vehicle shook violently. With more than 5 or 6 tons of wild boar meat plus the weight of the cargo truck, it was certainly not a light crash. However, no problem. Let's keep going. Jiang Liushi didn't care at all. The base vehicle couldn't withstand the impact from the mutated wild boar, so how could it withstand a rear end by a mere cargo truck? Thus, the damage level of the base vehicle remained at 3.5, showing no change at all. But this cargo truck was quite unfortunate. The front was completely crushed, and maybe the engine had issues too, but Jiang Liushi couldn't be bothered with that. He just needed it to run with its 6 wheels and not be falling apart. However, towing such a big thing meant the gasoline consumption increased significantly. Originally, Jiang Liushi only had 20 liters of gasoline left. As Jiang Liushi traveled, he was busy collecting gasoline. In this remote area, untouched by armies or survivors, many abandoned cars along the way had plenty of fuel. Previously, near the boiled fish restaurant, several trucks, including a small cargo truck, had contributed 200 liters of gasoline to Jiang Liushi. Along this route, every time Jiang Liushi saw a car, he got out of the vehicle. He felt he was becoming a notorious oil rat, hated by everyone for stealing gasoline. With a crowbar obtained from the auto repair shop, Jiang Liushi pried open the gas tank cover, sucking fuel out with a rubber hose, then placing the other end into the large gasoline drum he had found at the auto repair shop, using the siphoning principle to empty the gas tank. This was a technical skill. If done incorrectly and too forcefully, he'd end up with a mouthful of gasoline, which was disgusting. But in the apocalypse, what could one expect? Jiang Liushi just hoped to quickly upgrade the gas tank and then visit an abandoned gas station to fill it with 8 or 9 tons of gasoline, never having to worry about this matter again. Time and again, Jiang Liushi felt his mouth was almost cramping from the sucking. The cargo truck was a little better. With good luck, one can draw about 70 or 80 liters. The small car, however, suffered. After a great effort to pry open the fuel tank cap, due to the low position of the tank and small drop, it was not easy to siphon the fuel. He had to use an empty barrel just to barely collect a little. After fiddling for quite a while, he finally managed to get about 20 or 30 liters. In the end, Jiang Liushi opened countless cars' fuel tanks and managed to gather 6 big barrels of gasoline, which should be enough. Damn, it's exhausting. It's not any easier than disassembling mutated wild boars. This stuff, once done, it really can't be done again. The next time he tries it, he might end up losing his life. Chapter 23, Upgrading the Fuel Tank. On the way, Jiang Liushi also passed by a large hardware store and brought back a diesel generator and a big barrel of diesel. This hardware store's location was also told to Jiang Liushi by Wen Xiaotian. The hardware store was a treasure. Jiang Liushi conveniently gathered a lot of tools like hammers, wrenches, and electric drills, and loaded them onto the base vehicle and small van. Even the seriously deformed driver's cab of the small van was packed full. The extremely limited space made Jiang Liushi realize that upgrading the base vehicle space had become a necessity. With so much stuff that needs upgrading, where can he find so many mutated crystal cores? One mutated wild boar nearly cost him his life, you know. On the way, Jiang Liushi also encountered some wandering zombies. Although the base vehicle was already broken, the instant acceleration issue only made it difficult to do anything. Crashing into some ordinary zombies was still no problem. Thus, Jiang Liushi took a whole day's time and finally stumbled his way to his destination. It was a 3-story black building, somewhat old-looking, situated in the center of a large yard of several thousand square meters, surrounded by cement walls. On top of the cement walls, there was also broken glass to prevent climbing. The gate was about 6 or 7 meters wide, allowing 2 cars to pass side by side, with a heavy iron door that looked a bit worn out, and iron spikes on top of the door gave a sense of strict defense. For this remote area, such a large iron door, such a wide yard, and 3-story buildings were considered quite majestic. As the apocalypse arrived, the place had become desolate. The iron sign at the entrance dangled slightly, swaying in the wind, making a creaking sound of creak, creak. Jiang Liushi read the 7 big characters on the sign, Fu Wang Scrap Recycling Station. There were some small characters below, mentioning that they collected second-hand construction materials, scrap cars, steel, copper, aluminum, plastics, waste paper. According to Wen Xiaotian, this was the largest scrap recycling station nearby, and it was even a company, called Fu Wang Renewable Resource Recycling Environmental Protection Company, Limited. The combination of local and sophisticated names felt a bit awkward, but being a company, this recycling station had some scale, which was also why Jiang Liushi chose this place. Jiang Liushi stopped the base vehicle and pressed a button. The trailer hitch disconnected automatically because he didn't know what the situation was inside the recycling station, and he didn't want to drag a cargo van along as a burden during a fight. The big gate was slightly ajar, and Jiang Liushi stepped on the gas, crashing it open. In this expansive yard, it was filled to the brim with various renewable resources. Next to these resources, there was also a loader. Beep beep beep. Jiang Liushi pressed the horn directly. Zombies would be attracted by the sound, and since there were hardly any human settlements within a radius of 7 or 8 miles, it wouldn't attract more zombies, it would just draw out those hiding in the recycling station, making it easier and safer. Sure enough, with the honking sound, soon a low growl came from the black small building, and a dozen or so zombies appeared, rushing madly towards Jiang Liushi's base vehicle as soon as they showed up. There were no mutated beasts. Jiang Liushi let out a breath. If mutant beasts appeared, Jiang Liushi could only run away immediately, leaving a truckload of mutant wild boar meat, enough for the mutant beast to eat. Although the base vehicle's instant acceleration system was damaged, it could still accelerate slowly. In good road conditions, it could reach a speed of 150 km per hour, enough to shake off ordinary mutant beasts. "I'll give you a ride." As the zombies rushed in, Jiang Liushi stepped on the gas. Boom, boom, boom. Like bowling balls hitting pins, dozens of zombies were knocked flying, some were even crushed to death against the pile of scrap. Jiang Liushi was very careful. He drove the base vehicle back and forth a few times, ensuring every zombie was killed, and honked the horn for 5 minutes to make sure no new zombies appeared before he got out of the car. When Xiaotian, go to the main gate and keep watch. If you get tired, go rest in the small building, there shouldn't be any zombies there. Ah. And you? Fixing the car. Jiang Liushi said briefly. He didn't want Wen Xiaotian to see the maintenance and upgrade process of the base vehicle, which was why he sent her away. When Xiaotian blinked her big eyes, fixing the car? This rich young master knows how to fix cars? But thinking carefully, if Jiang Liushi could transform an old minibus into something this impressive, he must be a car enthusiast. Perhaps he even found a team to complete the transformation himself. A young rich second generation with such skills, able to handle machinery, this is a talent. When Xiaotian knew that Jiang Liushi had gathered a lot of tools from that auto repair shop and hardware store, he might really be able to complete the repair by himself. When Xiaotian, I need quiet to fix the car and think about some modifications. Don't disturb me. It may take more than a day. Take some food, so you don't go hungry. If anything happens, just call my name. Jiang Liushi reminded her and then drove the base vehicle into a car shed of about 100 square meters, while Wen Xiaotian went to keep watch at the door. This scrap recycling station had everything. Jiang Liushi moved what he liked into the car shed. Moving hundreds of kilograms of steel, copper, and plastic was much easier than collecting gasoline and cutting 10 tons of heavy mutant wild boar. Jiang Liushi needed to upgrade the fuel tank first before repairing the base vehicle. He first spotted some construction scaffolding in the scrap recycling station, planning to use them as steel materials. But these second-hand scaffolds had a lot of cement residue on them, which dissatisfaction Jiang Liushi. As for the old steel, many of them were rusted. However, there were also some disassembled machine tools made of good steel, they just needed cleaning to be usable. Copper was even harder to find. Jiang Liushi only found some copper hot pots, which were obviously not enough. However, after Jiang Liushi explored the warehouse and pried open the big door, he was shocked to find a large amount of brand new building materials inside the recycling station's warehouse. Bundles of black and blue new steel bars, aluminum alloy materials, piles of copper wires and copper pipes, and brand new PPR plastic pipes and PVC drainage pipes. These were all top-quality steel, copper, and water pipes. Were these considered scrap? Jiang Liushi was stunned for a moment before realizing that sometimes construction units might sneakily take some materials when contracting buildings and secretly sell them, and this scrap recycling station acted as a middleman to handle these dirty deals while profiting from it. This was a windfall for Jiang Liushi. He could use the best materials and didn't have to settle for the poor quality ones. Jiang Liushi was very excited. He felt like a diligent squirrel, busily carrying materials to his little nest. This base vehicle would be both his battle base and his safest home. Soon, he gathered all the materials, and the starseed began scanning and transforming. First, he upgraded the fuel tank. Soon after, the roar of the diesel generator echoed, and Jiang Liushi connected to the power source, beginning the repairs on the base vehicle. The sun rose and set, and a whole day passed just like that. When Jiang Liushi woke up, the modification of the base vehicle was already completed. The brand new base vehicle looked as good as new. The surface of the fuel tank seemed unchanged, but inside, there was an additional 10 cubic meters of space, so once filled with fuel, he no longer had to worry about the gasoline issue. Chapter 24. This isn't a minibus, it's a cool vehicle. The fuel tank upgrade is completed. With a storage capacity of 10 cubic meters, equipped with an automatic fuel extraction device, the host can transmit fuel extraction information to the starseed. Beep. A soft sound, and a diagram of the internal structure of the new fuel tank appeared in front of Jiang Liushi. Jiang Liushi found that not only had the fuel tank capacity upgraded, but even the engine's fuel injector, fuel pipe, and intake pipe had all been upgraded as well. Originally, a small capacity fuel tank could hardly withstand large amounts of gasoline consumption, but now he no longer had to worry about that. With the upgraded fuel tank, it could better support the high-power engine equipped on the base vehicle. Especially the automatic fuel extraction device, which delighted Jiang Liushi. With this, he would no longer have to painstakingly siphon fuel with a straw. With the fuel tank upgrade completed, Jiang Liushi couldn't wait to try it out. He carried over a barrel of fuel that had little left and placed it at the fuel tank opening. Without needing to press any buttons, Jiang Liushi transmitted the fuel extraction command to the starseed with his mind. With a light click, the fuel tank opening automatically opened, and then a metal pipe extended out from inside. This metal pipe seemed to be made of some unknown material, capable of freely stretching and bending. Jiang Liushi looked at the top of the metal pipe and saw that in addition to a claw that could open and close, there was also a glowing device that appeared to be a detector. The detector rotated slightly and then aimed at the fuel barrel. Instantly, the metal pipe reached towards the barrel, and in just a moment, the little fuel left in the barrel was extracted. This fuel pipe could both siphon fuel from the barrel and connect with the fuel pump at a gas station. All operations could be accomplished in Jiang Liushi's mind. Jiang Liushi felt a surge of excitement, controlling the metal pipe to extend even further. After testing it out, Jiang Liushi confirmed that the maximum stretching distance of the metal pipe was 10 meters. If there were obstacles in between, this distance would shorten significantly. But this result already made Jiang Liushi very satisfied. It meant he could now refuel without getting out of the vehicle. This was much more convenient and safer. After all, in a post-apocalyptic environment, getting out of the vehicle to refuel often posed huge risks, especially at gas stations in urban areas. It would be even more dangerous, as one could easily find themselves surrounded by zombies if they weren't careful. With the base vehicle renovated, it was time to set out to find Jiang Zhuiying. Before the apocalypse, Jiang Liushi had been working on modifying the base vehicle, and just as he finished, the apocalypse fell. Now, the journey to Jinling City had been delayed for so long due to taking shortcuts and various incidents along the way, and Jiang Liushi was very anxious, not knowing how Jiang Zhuiying was doing. First, find fuel, fill up the new fuel tank completely, and then go look for Xiaoying. Jiang Liushi opened the car door and jumped onto the base vehicle. Roar! The garage door was rammed open by Jiang Liushi. It seems the acceleration system is working even better. Just now, Jiang Liushi didn't use the instant collision feature, but once he stepped on the gas, the acceleration was already much faster. Jiang Liushi felt like he wasn't driving a minibus but a sports car. Every gear shift and turn was extremely agile. With the large capacity fuel tank, the various performances of the base vehicle, which had previously been suppressed, were now all unlocked. Of course, correspondingly, the gasoline consumption had also stepped up to a new level. In the state of cruising, it consumes 35 L of fuel per 100 kilometers. This fuel consumption sounds high, but compared to the performance of the base vehicle, it is simply too fuel efficient. Of course, the premise is not to activate the collision function, air cannon, etc. No matter how you look at it, Jiang Liushi is really driving a fuel guzzler. Well, a fuel guzzler is a fuel guzzler, but combat capability is the priority. If he can find a gas station that hasn't been robbed, he could fill up the tank in one go and drive nearly 30,000 kilometers. That's like circling 3/4 of the Earth's equator. A big fuel tank means being unapologetic. Beep beep beep. Jiang Liushi honked in front of the small black building. Soon, when Xiaotian, who was hiding inside, ran out. Her hair was a bit messy, and her eyes were still sleepy, clearly not fully awake. She hurriedly ran out and, upon seeing Jiang Liushi, stuck out her tongue and appeared a little embarrassed. However, her gaze quickly shifted to the base vehicle. The original base vehicle had a front end that was utterly wrecked, almost resembling the shape of a wild boar's head. But now, the dented front end and the bumper were fixed, looking no different from before. This repair skill is unbelievable, right? Car bodywork is no easy task. Although when Xiaotian didn't know the specifics, she knew that at least it required professional technical workers to accomplish, right? Jiang Liushi, a rich second generation, actually did it himself? The most incredible part is, even the windshield was repaired. You can say you can do bodywork, but how did you restore the smashed windshield? Don't tell me scrapyards even take in bus windshields now. Get in, Jiang Liushi said. When Xiaotian, still a bit dazed, got into the car. Earlier, when Jiang Liushi said he was going to repair the vehicle, she thought he would just slap some iron patches on that already shabby bus, but who would have thought it could be fixed to this extent? This is too exaggerated. So once in the car, when Xiaotian stared at the windshield, she couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked softly, "This glass? Glass?" Oh, Jiang Liushi cleared his throat and lied, "I had a spare piece in the storage box under the car." Spare? When Xiaotian widened her eyes. She had heard of spare tires but had never heard of spare windshields. This is too absurd. Of course, no matter how rich her imagination was, when Xiaotian would never think that Jiang Liushi's base vehicle was, in fact, a piece of black technology, equipped with self-repair capabilities. She felt something was off but had no choice but to accept Jiang Liushi's explanation. The town ahead is my home. If you want to find a gas station, there's one in the town. Along the way, Jiang Liushi passed through poor rural areas, and gas stations obviously couldn't be built on small village roads. Now, Jiang Liushi was finally about to encounter the first gas station. Finally, there's a gas station. The gas stations on the highway had long been controlled by the military. With the apocalypse coming, gasoline and food were both very important resources. And this small town was very inconvenient for transportation, with a large number of zombies along the way. Jiang Liushi believed that the military forces couldn't reach here in a short time, so this gas station had a good chance. After upgrading the fuel tank, the high fuel consumption characteristics of the base vehicle were unlocked, and refueling was urgent. Chapter 25, Flying Car Gang. The straight rural road had only 2 narrow lanes, with old locust trees planted on both sides. These old trees had grown for decades, standing tall and robust. Every summer, the area would be covered in white locust flowers, attracting many beekeepers who would sell honey right off the road. Unfortunately, the apocalypse was approaching, and such scenes would never appear again. On both sides of the road, Jiang Liushi also saw several abandoned, worn-out beehives. A few discarded vehicles sat on the road, with the people inside long gone. This is the small town where when Xiaotian's family lives, there are only 2 intersections in the center of the whole town, so small it can be said to fit in the palm of one's hand, where all the shops, small restaurants, and rural credit cooperatives are gathered along these intersecting roads. Creak. A faint sound of brakes echoed as a minibus came to a stop at an intersection. Then, bang! With a loud crash, the small truck being towed by the minibus crashed into it violently, making the minibus shake abruptly. When Xiaotian's body swayed, and she anxiously glanced at the rear of the vehicle, where the small truck had been driving all the way, unsure how many times they had been rear-ended. Was it really okay to crash like this? Jiang Liushi sat in the driver's seat, glancing around. Next to the intersection was a noodle shop, and several cars were haphazardly parked on the road, one of which had crashed into a lamppost, its front completely crumpled. The shattered windshield was filled with dried brown blood clots, and it was unknown whether the people inside died on impact or were dragged out by zombies to be eaten. My home is just a small alley about 200 meters ahead. When Xiaotian said nervously, as they neared her home, she felt increasingly uneasy. She had hardly slept the night before, waking up from nightmares where her family was torn apart by zombies or had turned into zombies themselves. Especially now, seeing the gruesome scene of her hometown, her worries deepened, and she even had an urge to not return home. The sights before her made her heart race wildly. But home was just ahead. No matter how scared she was, she had to go back. However, Jiang Liushi did not start the vehicle right away, nor did he get out. He just held the steering wheel, seeming to be lost in thought. What's wrong? When Xiaotian asked Jiang Liushi anxiously, initially thinking he had stopped by the noodle shop to gather supplies, but it appeared otherwise. Strange, this small town doesn't feel right. Jiang Liushi seemed to be speaking to himself. Huh? When Xiaotian was startled, not knowing what Jiang Liushi found was off. It's too quiet. For a small town, there should be at least 30 to 40,000 people. The central area should have thousands of people gathered, but now, there are very few zombies on the street. Jiang Liushi looked ahead and could barely see a few zombies wandering in the distance. Logically, the business district of this small town should be filled with zombies, if not hundreds or thousands of them gathered. Driving through shouldn't be hard, but crushing through would be extremely bloody, a considerable challenge. Moreover, amidst so many zombies, an evolved beast might show up, which would significantly increase the danger level. Given the current situation, that needn't be worried about, yet Jiang Liushi felt an odd sense of unease in his heart. It is true. Earlier, when Xiaotian was too worried about her family and had not noticed the strange nature of the town. Not only are there not many zombies, but the roads are also not as congested as expected. There shouldn't be many cars in your small town, but with the apocalypse suddenly hitting, accidents should jam the roads, yet looking now, the highway is still usable. Although there were many abandoned vehicles on the highway, most were parked on the sides. A few others lay overturned in the middle of the road, but there was empty space on both sides, making it easy to navigate around them. So, that means. When Xiaotian also noticed the situation Jiang Liushi pointed out, the roads might have been cleared by someone. Could it be that the army has come? A glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes. If that were the case, her family's safety would have some guarantee. I'm afraid not. Jiang Liushi shook his head. The national army is not some cabbages, usually stationed in one place. After the apocalypse struck, it was good enough if they could manage big cities, let alone care for small towns like this. That's true. When Xiaotian's eyes dimmed with disappointment again. But she also knew that what Jiang Liushi said was correct, she just wasn't thinking rationally at that moment. You'll understand once you go in. Jiang Liushi started the vehicle, moving slowly and staying vigilant around. The zombies were still a distance away from the car. The minibus started up and moved without making much noise, and the zombies did not notice them. The minibus, slowly moving forward, felt like a disguised object stealthily infiltrating this town, without anyone noticing its advance. However, Jiang Liushi did not know that his vehicle was currently reflected in the view of someone looking through binoculars.
Zhang Gu, someone is coming.
A thin, dark young man who looked a bit like a monkey said with a grin, maybe there's some gain in this.
Oh?
The man called Jiang Gu was a sturdy guy, wearing a tight tank top that highlighted his muscles, somewhat resembling a gym trainer. He took the binoculars and looked. It was an old minibus, and what made Jiang Gu laugh and cry was that this vehicle was pulling an even more battered box truck. This box truck was in terrible shape, its front battered beyond recognition, with all its paint stripped.
Junkyards wouldn't even take this piece of junk, and yet it was being towed along? This is what you call a gain? I think you're out of your mind.
I don't know which hillbilly has come out, they're probably hoping to find the army. With this broken down car, I wouldn't take it even if it was free. Jiang Gu said unhappily, while the thin monkey-like man wore a fawning expression.
Didn't you Gu instruct us to look for gasoline and food?
Although this vehicle looks terrible, it did come from outside the town. There might be something useful left on it, and who knows, there could be some rural specialties. We've pretty much scavenged everything in the town, Yuga still wants us to find stuff.
Grasshopper legs are still meat, right? Besides, maybe there's a country girl too?
As the thin monkey-like man spoke, he revealed a grin that was somewhat unmentionable. Jiang Gu pondered for a moment, mounted a motorcycle, and waved his hand behind him. The thin monkey-like man hurriedly hopped onto the back seat, carrying a steel pipe on his shoulder.
He waved his hand again and shouted arrogantly, "Brothers, follow me. V-room."
The motorcycles roared, 7 or 8 of them, each carrying 2 to 3 people, a group of ruffians resembling a bike gang charged toward the minibus like locusts.
Chapter 26, The Crazy Minibus.
The base vehicle moved slowly. Turn left here, just drive straight after entering this road. When Xiaotian pointed to the road and said.
Just then, Jiang Liushi suddenly jerked the steering wheel, and the base vehicle turned suddenly like a snail.
When Xiaotian let out a gasp, her body swaying along with the turn of the vehicle. However, secured by her seatbelt, she was only startled by the sudden change. A young man on a motorcycle that had just burst out froze for a moment. He had just dashed out from a narrow alley beside the base vehicle, planning to smash the window from the side but was surprised by the young driver's quick reaction, despite the slow speed of the car. Moreover, the vehicle turned too quickly, he was caught off guard and almost lost his balance, nearly crashing with the bike.
Vroom vroom vroom.
When Xiaotian had just raised her head when she heard a growl from engines around her. She looked out the window, shocked to see 7 or 8 motorcycles charging out from those small alleys. They circled around their car. The young men on motorcycles were either holding iron rods or axes, clearly not good people. The motorcycle that nearly fell just now circled to the front, and the young man riding it shouted angrily, "Damn it, stop the car."
When Xiaotian nervously looked towards Jiang Liushi, these people looked fierce and were not good people.
Running into survivors instead of zombies should be a good thing, but now when Xiaotian felt a sense of fear. Jiang Liushi silently observed the motorcycles, clearly aware that these people had bad intentions, so how could he possibly stop? After hearing the young man's words, Jiang Liushi showed no intention at all of stopping. Seeing the driver actually ignoring him, the young man cursed, "Damn," and revved his engine, moving to the back and saying to Brother Zhang, "He's not stopping."
The skinny monkey behind Brother Zhang hurriedly asked, "Are there any girls?" "Seems like there's one."
He. The skinny monkey immediately rolled up his sleeves. "Let's force him to stop." He dragged a broken cargo van. Where could he run to?
"What do you say, Brother Zhang?" He did not forget to seek approval from Brother Zhang.
Brother Zhang nodded and said, "Force him to smash the glass, be careful."
"No problem," the young man answered. Suddenly, 7 or 8 motorcycles roared to life, closing in on the minibus.
When Xiaotian watched as a motorcycle edged closer to the window, through the glass she saw 3 young men on the motorcycle flashing evil smiles at her, shouting and yelling, then there was a loud bang. The 2 young men sitting at the back smashed the window hard with metal pipes.
Ah! When Xiaotian instinctively ducked.
"Don't be afraid," Jiang Liushi said, not even looking. How could bulletproof glass be shattered by a metal pipe? Compared to the strength of a mutated wild boar, their little strength was no match. The 2 young men weren't unhurt either. The smash not only failed to break the glass, but the pipes rebounded, and one of them lost grip on his pipe. Both their arms hurt from the shock. At that moment, Jiang Liushi slowly pressed down on the accelerator and began to speed up.
What are these people doing?
When Xiaotian turned to look at them, asking in fear. "They're robbers," Jiang Liushi replied.
"Robbers?" When Xiaotian's eyes widened, "In such a time, robbery?"
"It could also be that they want to steal girls," Jiang Liushi added. When Xiaotian froze for a moment, then instinctively tightened her collar. From the way those people looked at her, it was very likely. Jiang Liushi planned to shake off these bikers first.
"Damn it! Hurry and stop." After taking a beating, the bikers were now angrier than before, not planning to give up.
Roar, more vehicles came close, but this time they advanced towards Jiang Liushi's side. One young man stood up from the back seat, raising an axe and grinning maliciously at Jiang Liushi in the driver's seat. Jiang Liushi frowned at the approaching vehicle, listening to the constant reminders from the starseed, and suddenly made another sharp turn. With a loud. But before Brother Jiang and the others could do anything, the minibus suddenly made a turn and then headed back. Jiang Liushi looked darkly at the locust-like bikers. He originally just wanted to shake them off, but unexpectedly, they clung to him like glue. Moreover, that axe just now was clearly aimed at his life. These people were so ruthless, so he had no reason to hold back. Seeing the minibus actually make a U-turn, Brother Jiang was stunned, not knowing what the young driver was planning. What does he want? To leave the town? However, at that moment, Brother Jiang suddenly narrowed his eyes. The minibus suddenly accelerated and charged straight towards him. The motorcycle at the front had someone on it waving an iron rod and screaming. Before they could react, the minibus directly knocked them away. Then the minibus continued forward without stopping. Damn! Another motorcycle suddenly realized something and quickly swerved to the side. But the minibus, although heavy and large, was far more agile than the motorcycle. The minibus chased after it and then with a bang, crashed that motorcycle and its rider into a nearby store. The huge sound and the screams of the bikers sent chills down the spines of the remaining bikers, leaving them dumbfounded. It had crashed into two motorcycles in a row. This driver was ruthless. Immediately after, the minibus backed out and aimed again at Brother Jiang's vehicle. Damn it! Brother Jiang's heart skipped a beat. This broken-down minibus was giving him the feeling of being eyed by a beast. Its old, familiar front seemed like cold eyes, making his heart race. Chapter 27, A Scene of Devastation. Damn it, this car has gone nuts. Brother Jiang was still thinking about how to respond, but when the minibus suddenly accelerated towards him, he couldn't think of anything else and sprinted into a nearby alley. Hearing a sharp screeching brake sound from behind, Brother Jiang glanced back, still in disbelief at the minibus's front. Brother Jiang, what now? The skinny monkey-like man felt like he had just survived a disaster, dry mouth and all as he asked. How the hell would I know? Brother Jiang cursed angrily, his heartbeat hadn't calmed down yet. This minibus was large, but it was so old and clunky, who would have thought its performance would be so good? And that windshield had somehow not shattered even after 2 crashes. 3 vehicles had flipped over, and the people on them were probably finished. Even if they weren't dead, serious injuries at this point couldn't be treated. He didn't even know how to explain this to Brother Yu. Watching the other bikers scramble back into the alley, Jiang Liushi finally stepped on the brakes and came to a stop. When Xiaotian still wore a look of disbelief, after Jiang Liushi crashed into the first vehicle, she had tightly shut her eyes. But judging by the sounds, she had a rough idea of what had happened after that. Most of those hit were probably dead or injured. However, if they hadn't taken action, she and Jiang Liushi might have ended up suffering even worse fates at the hands of these bikers. When Xiaotian turned to look at Jiang Liushi, she saw him seemingly calming himself down, gently exhaling a couple of breaths, before looking at her with calm eyes. These people should not show up again for a while. You just mentioned where your home is? Although Jiang Liushi had a good memory, he lacked an advantage in navigation. Especially on unfamiliar roads. With Wen Xiaotian guiding him, Jiang Liushi drove the vehicle to a courtyard and parked at the entrance. The wall is not high, and the empty space in the yard is not big. Inside, there are some flowers and plants, and in the corner, there is a vegetable patch with a row of grey porous bricks, growing some green onions that are doing quite well. The ground is cement, and against the wall, there are some moss and tiny weeds that have grown due to years of accumulated moisture. The low 2-story building has an obvious 1990s style, but the old windows are surprisingly bright and clean. This is my home, Wen Xiaotian said anxiously. She nervously fiddled with her fingers, then bit her lip and suddenly stood up from the passenger seat, walking to the car door. Wait a moment, Jiang Liushi called to her and honked the horn twice. Beep beep. The sound of the truck's horn was very clear and bright, but not jarring. Jiang Liushi looked through the windshield at the situation inside the small building and then glanced around. There were no zombies appearing in the other buildings. When the horn sounded, Wen Xiaotian's heart jumped to her throat, and she nervously stared at the security door of the small building, afraid that it would suddenly shake or that some sound would come from behind it. Jiang Liushi honked the horn several times, but nothing unusual happened. He looked at Wen Xiaotian, indicating that there was no danger and that she could get out of the car. Wen Xiaotian nodded nervously, took a deep breath, and finally mustered the courage to push open the car door and walk into the yard. Jiang Liushi watched as Wen Xiaotian walked to the front door. She took out her key to unlock it, her hands trembling uncontrollably, taking a long time to finally open the door. Jiang Liushi could understand Wen Xiaotian's feelings very well. If not for safety reasons, he would have gotten out to accompany her. But in this strange town, it was more suitable for him to stay in the car for their safety. All around were residential buildings, yet there were no zombies, and even in the whole area, zombies were very few. While Jiang Liushi was observing the surrounding buildings, he noticed some bloodstains at the doors and windows. At that moment, when Xiaotian had already come out from the house, she returned to the car, looking very confused.
What happened?
Jiang Liushi hurriedly asked. He had been paying attention to what Xiaotian was doing inside, but all he heard was her calling for family members. He hadn't heard anything else. Looking at Xiaotian's expression, it seemed that the situation was not good. There's no one at home, Xiaotian said. The situation inside was very messy, garbage was everywhere on the floor, the furniture had been moved around, and the refrigerator door was open, with all the food gone.
Maybe they escaped? Xiaotian said to Jiang Liushi, holding on to a trace of hopeful expectation.
Jiang Liushi looked at the door. Although he didn't speak, he felt it was unlikely. In that situation, how could they lock the door so well, close all the windows, and even draw the curtains? Besides, escaping wouldn't leave the house in such a mess. Taking food was somewhat normal, but moving the furniture around made no sense.
Jiang Liushi was still analyzing Xiaotian's words, while Xiaotian's mind was clearly blank.
After returning home without finding her family, Xiaotian felt lost and did not know what to do now. When she decided to come back, she had thought about the possibility of this situation, but when it really happened, she still felt at a loss. Her family was gone, and they hadn't even left her a note or anything, with not a single word of news.
Jiang Liushi suddenly spoke. What did you just say was missing from the sofa?
Xiaotian was taken aback and then replied, the blankets and stuff.
Besides those?
What kind of garbage was on the floor?
Jiang Liushi asked.
Xiaotian didn't understand why Jiang Liushi asked this, and she said, I have looked, my family did not leave me anything.
It's not for you.
Jiang Liushi said, look around, there are very few zombies, this house is both locked and has its windows pulled down, it's very possible that someone still lives here. There's a blanket on the sofa, maybe because someone sleeps there.
If there's more household garbage, that's even more likely.
Jiang Liushi made this guess after analyzing many details, otherwise, he wouldn't casually express such words to give Xiaotian unnecessary hope. With Jiang Liushi's words, Xiaotian's eyes grew wider. Jiang Liushi said, you can go check again to confirm if the situation is as I said. Before he finished speaking, Xiaotian had already jumped out of the car. Her speed was much faster than before.
Chapter 28, Are you kidding me? After Xiaotian's repeated confirmation, Jiang Liushi's guess turned out to be right. With Jiang Liushi's hint, Xiaotian quickly found many traces of someone's life inside the house.
This included a bucket in the bathroom, food scraps in garbage bags, and even many footprints on the floor, etc. Jiang Liushi's insight made Xiaotian very impressed. He didn't even get out of the car, just listening to her description, he was able to analyze such important information.
What should we do now? Knowing her family might still be alive, Xiaotian was excited.
She actually is usually a girl with a clear opinion, otherwise, she wouldn't have made the decision to ask Jiang Liushi to take her back. But now her thoughts were tense, and all the right decisions had been made by Jiang Liushi to get them safely here. So even if her family might be right in front of her, Xiaotian still felt that she should ask Jiang Liushi for his opinion on what to do.
Let's wait here. Jiang Liushi looked around.
This place was relatively safe. He leaned back in his seat, lay down, and began to rest his eyes. During this time, he had been driving and hurrying, and although he had rested at night, he still felt a bit tired. Xiaotian was certain she wouldn't be able to sleep, so she stood guard instead.
Even if Xiaotian didn't stand guard, it wouldn't be a big problem.
As long as the base vehicle locked the doors, it was a weakened version of a mobile fortress. Ordinary zombies or even mutated beasts wouldn't be able to overturn or damage it in one go, and Jiang Liushi would have plenty of time to react.
Xiaotian watched Jiang Liushi lying back and noticed his breathing quickly became even and long. He really fell asleep. Xiaotian thought to herself.
She felt like Jiang Liushi didn't seem to be afraid at all. No matter what happened, he was firmly executing his plan. He was a very calm person.
But it was probably impossible to not be scared at all.
Xiaotian kept looking around, feeling like her family would walk out from a corner at any moment. More than an hour later, Jiang Liushi suddenly opened his eyes, and as he sat up, the driver's seat returned to its original position. It seems like someone is coming. A sound of footsteps came from a corner on the left. After the apocalypse, Jiang Liushi's sleep became very light, and he actually had already woken up, just continuing to rest. With his eyes closed, he was actually more sensitive to the sounds around him.
Yeah. Xiaotian also became tense in an instant.
She heard the sound as well. Xiaotian bit her lip, her heart racing as she looked at that corner. Jiang Liushi placed his hand on the steering wheel, his eyes filled with a hint of vigilance.
Who knew if the gang they previously encountered would come back?
This place was not peaceful. The footsteps drew closer and closer. It was very chaotic, and the number of people was probably not small. Xiaotian's mood was also at an extreme level of anxiety and tension.
Soon, about 10 men and women quickly walked out from the alley.
As they walked, they carefully observed both sides and behind them, with several people carrying bags while the others held various rebar-like weapons. These people ranged from old to young, looking like ordinary folks. Seeing these people come out, Wen Xiaotian suddenly rushed to the car window, hurriedly scanning their faces, recognizing them one by one.
She first showed an anxious and disappointed expression. Why are there none?
Then, she suddenly stretched her neck, her eyes widened in surprise. Lulu!
Lulu! Wen Xiaotian excitedly waved her hands.
Following her line of sight, Jiang Liushi saw a girl who looked somewhat like her, appearing younger, with a ponytail, a dirty face, wearing a gray and dusty windbreaker, carrying a canvas bag, and holding a metal rod, looking very tired. Wen Xiaotian desperately waved her hands behind the car window, but in that moment, she forgot that this window was not visible from the outside. The people walked over here and paused for a moment upon seeing this vehicle. Jiang Liushi noticed that after their surprise, they showed a mix of fear and disgust, looking somewhat confused and uncertain. The ponytailed girl hurriedly took out something from her backpack and stuffed it into the spacious windbreaker, and those beside her did not stop her actions. Then they carefully approached the minibus.
Wen Xiaotian, Jiang Liushi called out.
Wen Xiaotian suddenly came back to her senses, quickly turned around, and ran towards the car door, still excitedly saying, "****, I saw my sister."
"That's good," Jiang Liushi replied.
He remained seated in the driver's seat, looking through the car window as Wen Xiaotian got out of the car, then went around the front of the minibus and walked out from behind it. Those people were slowly approaching while suspiciously examining the minibus, and suddenly they saw a young girl with an excited expression walking out from behind the front of the car. They all gasped in surprise, and before they could react, Wen Lu, equally stunned, had already rushed over. The two sisters immediately hugged tightly.
"Lulu!" Wen Xiaotian's eyes were wet. Wen Lu couldn't help but cry, "Sister! I never expected to see you alive."
The survivors exchanged puzzled glances, all looking as if they were out of the loop. After crying for a while holding Wen Xiaotian, Wen Lu wiped her tears and turned to the survivors, saying, "This is my sister."
A survivor looked at Wen Xiaotian with confusion and asked, "Your sister? I remember you said your sister was at Jiangbei University, right? Jiangbei is not close from here. In this apocalyptic environment, such a distance would be an insurmountable barrier for ordinary people.
It is completely normal that they would never see each other again, regardless of life or death." Wen Lu turned to look at Wen Xiaotian's face, staring intently for several moments before breaking into a smile.
Then she asked, "Sister, how did you come back? I thought I would never see you again in this lifetime."
Wen Xiaotian was overjoyed and pointed at the minibus behind her, saying, He drove here with me from Jiangbei."
"Driving? This vehicle?"
Not only Wen Lu, but the survivors were all looking at this old minibus and the shabby little cargo vehicle behind it with disbelief.
Such a vehicle could come all the way from Jiangbei? Who is? Wen Xiaotian brought Wen Lu to the front of the vehicle, and the curious survivors surrounded them.
About 10 people looked at Jiang Liushi in the driver's seat through the windshield, their astonished eyes meeting his as he waved at them. Jiang Liushi felt a bit awkward raising his hand, although this group of people hadn't said anything yet, he could already read a phrase in their eyes.
"Are you kidding us?" Chapter 29, Curiosity Overflowing.
Jiang Liushi remained in the car, intently studying the map from the small town to Jiangling City on his tablet, while also turning his head to glance at the two-story house of the Wen family.
Wen Xiaotian had been inside for over an hour, with the two sisters in a room on the second floor.
As he was looking at the Wen house, he saw the curtains of that room move slightly, and Wen Lu's face appeared behind the curtains, looking over at his minibus, then quickly receded. Jiang Liushi was taken aback for a moment, then shrugged nonchalantly and went back to studying the map.
"Sister, did he really take down a mutated wild boar?" Wen Lu pulled her gaze back, letting go of the curtains, still in disbelief as she asked, "Was that pig really that terrifying?"
"Of course, everything I said is true," Wen Xiaotian replied, her eyes red. Just moments ago, Wen Lu had told her that their parents had already died, but the conditions were simple, only allowing for a hasty burial. In fact, during this journey, Wen Xiaotian found comfort in knowing they could finally be laid to rest, as many others were left without a trace. But even so, Wen Xiaotian was still heartbroken, and the two sisters held each other and cried for a full hour before managing to temper their sorrow.
After calming down, Wen Lu asked Wen Xiaotian in detail about her journey here.
That Jiang Liushi looked to be about the same age as her sister, Wen Xiaotian, he was probably a college student and didn't appear very strong. Yet, these two managed to drive a rickety minibus all the way from Jiangbei to this small town safely. Even when faced with facts, it was still hard to believe. After hearing Wen Xiaotian's recount, Wen Lu felt even more incredulous. Charging out from a horde of zombies and crashing into a mutated wild boar. "No matter what, we really need to thank him properly," Wen Lu said.
Wen Xiaotian nodded.
She also glanced out the window. In fact, she only told Wen Lu part of the story and omitted many details about Jiang Liushi and the minibus. For example, she didn't mention that they had cut the wild boar meat and placed it in the car. The motorcycle gang they encountered before made Wen Xiaotian wary of strangers.
By the way, Lulu, who are all these people in our home? Wen Xiaotian asked. Those survivors, after learning Wen Xiaotian's identity, were looking at her with curiosity, as well as the minibus.
Although Wen Xiaotian didn't believe her sister would have any ties to the motorcycle gang, she was still suspicious of these strangers' identities.
They are all residents of this small town. Also, sister, your memory is really bad, you didn't even recognize Aunt Li's daughter from next door? Wen Lu said.
So, they were just ordinary residents and neighbors. After the end of the world, we gradually gathered together, looking for food during the day and taking turns keeping watch at night. At times like this, everyone is pretty much the same, like a primitive society, working together and sharing equally, Wen Lu continued. That sounds very dangerous, Wen Xiaotian said with worry. Her sister was still a high school student, she used to be terrified of seeing just a cockroach, and now she had to go outside searching for food. Yet she also understood that to survive, one must rely on oneself and play their part. It's not too bad, before it was dangerous, but now there are not many zombies left. It's just that those people are quite disgusting. When we first saw the minibus, we thought they were back again, Wen Lu said.
They?
Wen Xiaotian paused for a moment.
Is it those people on motorcycles? Wen Lu's eyes widened. Did you meet them? What happened? Did they do anything to you? She asked anxiously. It wasn't anything serious. Wen Xiaotian briefly recounted their encounter.
Upon hearing that Jiang Liushi decisively drove those people away, Wen Lu was stunned for a long time. Heavens!
You haven't said how those people came to our house? Wen Xiaotian hurriedly asked.
Wen Lu used the word again, clearly indicating those people had been here before. Wen Xiaotian had seen the disgusting faces of those people and immediately felt immense worry for Wen Lu.
They came to collect protection fees.
Wen Lu frowned, speaking with a face full of disgust. This group, they have a leader who scared off the zombies, so for us survivors, they demand protection fees. At first, we thought the environment was relatively safe, and it was reasonable to pay a little. But they are too ruthless, forcing us down the path to death. Saying this, Wen Lu dragged out a very dirty hat and scarf from under the bed, saying, they even forced several girls to be their girlfriends, so I had to wear these when they came. For a girl who loves cleanliness to have to do this.
Wen Xiaotian felt both heartbroken and angry. It's just unavoidable. Wen Lu said helplessly. These ordinary people couldn't do anything. Let's not talk about these things, being alive is good enough. Sis, have you eaten? Wen Lu asked.
When they reached downstairs, Wen Xiaotian saw those survivors quietly working, either checking weapons or sorting food. The food they took out from their backpacks mostly consisted of snacks and such, all the packaging dirty and covered in dust, with many bags even crushed. Some packaging even had disgusting bloodstains, and a girl wearing rubber gloves was cleaning these bags with a small basin.
Xiaotian, this girl looked up and smiled, greeting Wen Xiaotian.
This girl was the daughter of Aunt Li that Wen Lu mentioned, but it was understandable that Wen Xiaotian hadn't noticed her before. Her face was dirty, her hair gray, and it was hard to tell when it had last been washed. Only looking like this would make those motorcycle gangsters look down on her, without any intentions towards them.
Today the food is even less. It's getting harder to find.
A middle-aged man was sorting food while complaining.
Another elderly man, looking about 60, said, it's not like we didn't have any harvest. Didn't we find half a bag of rice in a house today? That's a good thing.
That's true, but we still have to hand over half. What's left is only enough for a few meals. The middle-aged man wore a worried expression.
Just having a few hot meals is already good.
The old man seemed very optimistic. He looked at Wen Xiaotian and said, today is a big happy event since Lulu's sister is here. How about we cook?
That wouldn't be good. Wen Xiaotian quickly tried to stop them.
Go call that young man too, let's all have a meal together. The old man continued, I'll go wash the rice now.
Then I'll go call him. Wen Lu, ignoring Wen Xiaotian's frantic hand-waving, excitedly went out towards the van.
Having heard so much from Wen Xiaotian, Wen Lu was very curious about Jiang Liushi.
Chapter 30, The Road Ahead is Unknown. Knock knock.
Wen Lu knocked twice on the car door, peering inside with curiosity. The windows and the door glass were tinted, and even if someone pressed their face against it, they couldn't see inside from the outside.
Having listened to Wen Xiaotian's description, Wen Lu was very interested in this car.
From the outside, it looked like just an old minibus, usually used for rural and urban transport.
Could the inside of this car really be an RV?
Without seeing it with her own eyes, Wen Lu found it hard to imagine. Hearing a knock on the door, Jiang Liushi turned his head to take a glance, then pressed the button to open the door.
Wen Lu eagerly walked onto the car, her eyes couldn't wait to explore the interior, and she said, hello, I'm here to invite you to.
Wow! The condition inside the car made Wen Lu unable to finish her words and she couldn't help but exclaim.
The interior was luxuriously decorated, although not large, it was fully equipped, and all the furniture snugly filled the limited space without giving a sense of crampedness. Wenlu glanced around and was instantly dazzled. After the end of the world, although she still lived in her own home, her living conditions were far from what they used to be. With water and electricity cut off and no food to eat, for a girl, the last time without water in the bathroom was simply a challenge, forcing her to adapt. Wenlu stood in awe at the door, momentarily stunned. Not only was she amazed by the luxury of this minibus, but she also recalled what Wen Xiaotian said, that Jiang Liushi was a car enthusiast. These were likely all things he had tinkered with himself, even fixing the car when it broke down. Looking at the car now, she couldn't see any signs of repair and couldn't imagine the situation Wen Xiaotian described, like the shattered glass and the dented front. "Did you need something from me?" It wasn't until Jiang Liushi asked that Wenlu snapped back to reality. "Ah, I'm sorry. Your car is just too impressive," I was dumbfounded. Wenlu said with a smile. "Thank you," Jiang Liushi replied. Wenlu's personality was clearly much more lively than Wen Xiaotian's, but both sisters shared one characteristic: they had a very sincere smile. "I'm here to invite you to dinner. Today is lucky, I found half a bag of rice, so I can make a delicious fried rice dish. Thank you so much for bringing my sister back. I'm really grateful. Luckily, you arrived today, otherwise, I wouldn't have anything to offer you in return," Wenlu said, looking very happy to be able to serve Jiang Liushi the best food she could offer. However, being able to eat fried rice was indeed a treat. Wenlu and her group had finished all the food from their home and their neighbors and still went hungry for 2 more meals. When the fridge lost power, much of the food spoiled, and there weren't many edible items to be found from the residents' homes. Even if they did find some, it came with great risk since there might be zombies hiding in those houses. Moreover, those motorcycle gangs had long looted most of the supermarkets and small shops, leaving them with a very limited area to search. This bag of rice was truly hard-earned. Wenlu guessed that Jiang Liushi and Wen Xiaotian must have faced even tougher times on their journey, perhaps they couldn't find food and had been worrying constantly, likely very hungry. "No, thank you." Jiang Liushi's response was quite unexpected. Wenlu was taken aback for a moment, then continued, "You don't have to be polite, just a simple meal doesn't compare to you bringing my sister back." "I'm not being polite, I really don't need it," Jiang Liushi said with a smile. How could he accept their food when these people were living in such hardship? Moreover, after eating mutant beast meat, Jiang Liushi really had no expectations for fried rice. On the other hand, Jiang Liushi was also a bit guarded towards these dozen or so unfamiliar survivors. His car was filled with food and gasoline, and the cargo he was hauling was all solid, good meat. In the apocalypse, under the temptation of large amounts of food, no one could ensure that others wouldn't do something unexpected. Wenlu persisted in inviting him several times, but seeing Jiang Liushi still shaking his head, she had to give up. She was about to get off the car when suddenly she remembered something, and quickly walked back to take something out of her pocket. "This is something I quickly hid before when I mistook you for those street racers. You brought my sister here, so I must thank you. Take it, and please don't say you won't," Wenlu said insistently as she pressed it into Jiang Liushi's hand. Jiang Liushi was taken aback for a moment. Up close, Wenlu looked very cute, though her face was a bit dirty. He noticed her puffed cheeks and felt that if he rejected her again, she would probably get angry, which made him smile a little. "Okay, I'll accept it," Jiang Liushi said. It was just a bag of cookies, and they were already crushed. However, from the residual warmth, this bag of cookies was still very precious to Wenlu. Although Jiang Liushi wasn't lacking food, he held the bag of cookies carefully and placed it beside him with care. "Is food scarce for you?" Jiang Liushi asked. "Actually, the food we collected is just enough to get by. But those street racers are like vampires, squeezing us too hard," Wenlu shook her head and said. "Street racers?" "Yes, they are the group you encountered." Wenlu recounted the things she had told Wen Xiaotian and repeated them to Jiang Liushi, and finally added, "Those people are quite bold, they finally met their match with you and suffered a loss. But they also did a good deed. There were many zombies in the town, but their leader led the zombies out to the outskirts." "Oh? Led the zombies away?" Jiang Liushi was very interested in this leader Wenlu mentioned. How did their leader lead all the zombies away? He had felt something was off about this town before. There were too few zombies, and he didn't expect they had all been led away. Dealing with 1 or 2 zombies was manageable, but when their numbers increased, an average person would barely have a chance to escape and would end up being devoured. But this leader could actually lead so many zombies away? Did all the street racers follow him? "Have you seen that leader?" Jiang Liushi asked. "These people are all his subordinates, flaunting their power next to him," Wenlu said. "Anyway, I heard he is very strong and not an ordinary person. Those who resisted him were killed, but I've never seen him. It's best not to see him. If you do, it surely won't be good." "Not an ordinary person." Jiang Liushi grew more curious as he listened. By the way, when Lu suddenly realized something mid-sentence, her expression turning very worried, they will come to collect supplies today. If they see your car, they will definitely cause you trouble. Well. Jiang Liushi felt some sympathy for Wen Lu and their plight, but he didn't feel too much about it in the end. The street racers were indeed despicable, but it was also a fact that because of their leader, there were no zombies in this area. So despite Wen Lu's complaints and hatred, they did not resist. More importantly, the opposing strength was too great for them to fight back, and it was evident that the other survivors felt the same way. Now they were starving because of the street racers, but if there were zombies everywhere, who knew they might have ended up filling the zombies' bellies. If he took Wen Lu and Wen Xiaotian away, he could send them to a safer and more stable place, and Jiang Liushi wouldn't mind doing this. However, he didn't even know what would happen on the way ahead, and he knew nothing about the situation in Jinling. If he took these two sisters, how would he take care of them in the future? So after hearing Wen Lu's words, Jiang Liushi didn't know what help he could be to them. Instead, his presence might even drag them into trouble because of that earlier mishap with the street racers. His priority now was to find his sister. Where is the gas station in your town? Jiang Liushi came to this town not just to drop off Wen Xiaotian. He still had serious business to attend to. The gasoline in those big cities was likely all taken by the military, and this town might be the last hope for Jiang Liushi before reaching Jinling. Otherwise, he would have to continue rummaging through abandoned vehicles, but compared to the current fuel storage of the base vehicle, that work would be too much. Gas station, do you need to refuel? Wen Lu glanced at the base vehicle driven by Jiang Liushi. Such a vehicle, according to Wen Xiaotian, could kill wild boars. It must consume a lot of fuel. Plus, there was electricity in the vehicle, which should also be generated from gasoline or diesel, right? Yes. Jiang Liushi nodded. I need to refuel quite a bit. Well. Wen Lu showed a troubled expression and said, you might not be able to get to the gas station. However, there are many abandoned cars on the way. If you're lucky, you might find a few that haven't had their fuel siphoned. That should be enough. Chapter 31, The Mysterious Leader. Huh? Jiang Liushi was stunned. Could he not go to the gas station? After hearing Wen Lu's explanation, Jiang Liushi finally understood the reason. The gang leader had nearly taken all the resources of the town, including gasoline. They traveled using motorcycles, and gasoline was a very important resource for them. He even set his base camp right next to the gas station. Wen Lu advised Jiang Liushi not to approach, as all the survivors in this town were being scavenged by these people. Those who were unlucky and tried to resist ended up dead. The enemy was simply too strong to counter. Survivor groups like theirs could barely survive under their control, but they would never proactively approach the gas station area. And Jiang Liushi, not only did he resist, but he also killed some of the gang members, so he was definitely targeted. Jiang Liushi pondered for a moment and asked, what is that leader called? I only know he is called Brother Yu, Wen Lu said. She noticed Jiang Liushi didn't seem to have a strong reaction after hearing this and couldn't tell what he was thinking. If you need fuel, you should still be able to find some in the fuel tanks of small cars, but our town is small, and there aren't many vehicles. Those big trucks' fuel tanks were emptied long ago, and the small cars are kind of ignored for now. There should still be some left, Wen Lu said. This would certainly take a lot of time, but it was unavoidable. In the apocalypse, there were too many helpless situations. Filling your tank might only be about 100 liters. I can help you look, and maybe in 3 or 4 days, we can gather it, Wen Lu said. Upon hearing this, Jiang Liushi shook his head in his heart. 100 liters was just a tiny fraction of his tank's capacity. It wasn't anywhere near enough. At that moment, the sound of an engine suddenly came, and Wen Lu's face instantly changed. That gang is here. Jiang Liushi turned to look in the direction she was watching and saw a few motorcycles appearing in his line of sight. Without showing any signs, he placed his finger on the button next to the dashboard, while the performance data of the base vehicle floated in his mind. The base vehicle was ready to start at any moment. As these motorcycles quickly approached, Jiang Liushi noticed that all the riders were unfamiliar faces. Judging by their expressions, they did not recognize his vehicle. These people were from the same gang as the ones who had come to rob him before, but they were a different group. Jiang Liushi released his finger, but the base vehicle remained in ready to start. Seeing that these people seemed unresponsive to this vehicle, a tense Wen Lu finally relaxed. You stay in the car, I'll go down first, Wen Lu whispered before sneaking out of the vehicle and heading back to the courtyard. At that moment, the survivors inside the house also heard the commotion and came out one by one, standing at the entrance with a look of fear on their faces. As the motorcycles passed by the minibus, they lifted their heads in surprise but didn't pay much attention. Leading this gang, a young man with yellow hair, dressed in a leather jacket, looked like a typical punk, as if he wore a sign on his face that said, I am a thug. Jiang Liushi guessed that the current leader of the town, Brother Yu, might have once been a member of a motorcycle gang. After the apocalypse struck, he gathered his former gang members and formed his own power, which was why his subordinates all looked like typical thugs. Get the hell out here.
The leather-jacketed youth shouted at the door, banging a metal rod against the iron gate, making a loud clanging noise that was painfully sharp. A group of survivors hurriedly came out, flustered and scared. Wen Lu, quick-witted, grabbed 2 handfuls of ash left from cooking and mixed it with water, smearing it directly onto Wen Xiaotian's face. Ah! Suddenly smeared with ash by her sister, Wen Xiaotian screamed, but Wen Lu looked anxious, lowering her voice to say, "Don't scream. It'll be bad if they notice you." Wen Xiaotian quickly understood, these gang members would likely capture and abuse pretty girls. With the apocalypse upon them and laws collapsed, those thugs who might have acted out even in a lawful society would definitely be even worse now. Hand over all your food. Don't try to hide anything. If I find even a grain of rice, I'll break your legs. The leather-jacketed youth shouted with his metal rod, clearly relishing the feeling of power. Before the apocalypse, he lived a miserable life, but now he acted like a king, saying whatever he wanted. The women who had once looked down on him now were at his mercy, and he enjoyed this world where rules were broken. Faced with the motorcycle gang, the survivors had no way to resist. It wasn't that they were cowardly, they just knew they couldn't fight back. Before, a group had united, refusing to give food and even fighting back against the gang, but Brother Yu had come, killing everyone in sight. They said the scene was horrific, with many victims dismembered, no less brutal than a zombie attack. What could they do against such a powerful Brother Yu? They trembled as they handed over their food. The old man, shaking, presented a half bag of rice he had previously found, his murky eyes filled with reluctance, as if he were giving away his own life. "Old man, hurry up. If you keep stalling, you'll make me mad." Seeing the old man hesitate to hand over the rice, the leather-jacketed youth cursed impatiently. He snatched the rice bag away, causing the old man to stumble and nearly fall. "You all, go inside and search." With a wave of his hand, his little gang rushed into the yard all at once. Sounds of clattering dishes echoed everywhere. It was as if a swarm of locusts had passed through, leaving nothing behind. "Damn it, these guys are actually cooking," a voice from inside yelled. The leather-jacketed youth instantly furrowed his brows and turned to face the survivors. The old man felt a jolt of fear as the youth glared at him fiercely. Gathering his courage, he said, "Brother, we agreed to share the food we collected." "Bah! That was meant for dry rations, how dare you keep the rice?" The spit flying from the leather-jacketed youth splattered onto the old man's face. "Take everything. You think you're going to eat?" the leather-jacketed youth scoffed. "Brother, can you leave us a little? My grandson is at home with a fever." The old man pleaded, his grandson only 5 years old, and in this apocalypse, life was exceedingly fragile. Lack of nutrition can easily make people sick. Every day eating dry food, adults can still hold on, but children find it very hard to endure. "Are you fucking done?" Chapter 32, Let Me Get Out. The guy in the leather jacket raised his hand, and the people nearby quickly pulled the old man away, hurriedly apologizing to the leather jacket guy. Seeing these people behaving like grandchildren, the leather jacket guy smirked in satisfaction, looking at them with disdain. Among these people, many probably wouldn't even look at a guy like him before the apocalypse, but now, don't they have to bow and scrape? At that moment, the leather jacket guy casually turned around and saw Jiang Liushi sitting in the minibus. It turned out that the leather jacket guy only saw the rundown minibus, because the windows on both sides were opaque. He didn't know there were still people on board. But he could see people through the front windshield. Instantly, the leather jacket guy got furious. "Didn't you fucking hear what I said? Are you deaf or dead? I came here to collect stuff, and you actually dare to sit in the car? Are you tired of living? Get the hell down." The leather jacket guy began to curse Jiang Liushi. He lived a constrained life before the apocalypse, but after it came, he turned into a master. The least he could tolerate was someone disrespecting him. The more a small person like him gained power, the more it was so. Jiang Liushi glanced coldly at this yellow-haired youth. With his temper, he had long wanted to teach this fool a lesson. But considering that he would soon leave this small town and didn't want to offend that Brother Yu, he thought if he stayed safe, this group of survivors would probably end up in a terrible situation, so he held back. But now, he had become the target of these people. Jiang Liushi's hands were firmly on the steering wheel, unmoving, which made the leather jacket guy's temper boil over. "Open the door. Open the door. Screw you." Seeing Jiang Liushi not moving, the yellow-haired guy swung a metal rod and slammed it onto the front of the minibus. Bang! With a loud sound, this smash did nothing to the minibus, but the yellow-haired guy screamed, nearly losing his grip on the rod, feeling his hands go numb. "This car." The yellow-haired guy was stunned. In general, the front of a minibus is made of thin metal. A hit like that would make a large dent, yet his hands didn't recoil like this. The front of this minibus seemed to be reinforced with steel plates, causing his hand bones to nearly crack. At this moment, the yellow-haired guy was furious. "Damn it, brothers, smash this car for me, drag that fool of a driver out, break his legs, then search the car for any supplies. As he spoke, his little brothers rushed out from the courtyard, one of them even carrying a pot of rice that was just prepared and not yet steamed. The old man who almost fell just now watched the pot of rice with blood dripping. This is their homemade tire puncture device, made by welding a few nails and iron sheets together, which, when scattered on the road, can easily cause heavy trucks to stall. Watching these people's actions, Jiang Liushi couldn't help but smirk coldly. He shifted into reverse, not wanting to accidentally hurt those survivors. Now, Jiang Liushi had retreated about 100 meters to a narrow asphalt road. It was narrow because one side was piled high with cars, allowing only one vehicle to pass. As Jiang Liushi stepped on the brake, he shifted from reverse to forward gear and pressed the accelerator. Vroom. The minibus roared like a racing car, exploding forward like a beast, crashing down on the tire puncture device, crushing it completely while the rough welds broke apart under the immense pressure, but the tires remained unscathed. What? Huang Mao was suddenly dumbfounded. He couldn't understand how this seemingly shabby minibus was able to drive over the puncture device without any issue, and just then, the minibus was barreling straight toward Huang Mao. The speed surged as Jiang Liushi floored the accelerator, causing Huang Mao to be paralyzed with fear. The minibus accelerated too rapidly, from reversing to braking and then speeding forward. It all happened in just a few seconds, and astonishingly, this minibus was accelerating faster than the motorcycles. Before he could react, a thunderous crash resounded as the minibus slammed into the motorcycle Huang Mao was riding. Ah! A scream tore through the air, as Huang Mao, along with the motorcycle, flew out like a baseball hit for a home run. Boom boom boom! The motorcycle crashed heavily onto the asphalt, sliding out several meters, the entire front wheel shattered, while Huang Mao lay on the ground, covered in blood, wailing in agony. One of his legs was trapped under the motorcycle, appearing broken. Damn! Huang Mao screamed wildly, but Jiang Liushi remained expressionless. Being thrown several meters and having a leg crushed, with multiple fractures and bleeding, in this apocalyptic world, it was equivalent to a death sentence. For these scum who had misbehaved during peaceful times and turned to murder and arson after the apocalypse, Jiang Liushi felt no mercy. These people were a plague on the world, having ruined countless young women and caused many innocent deaths. Since he had already started this killing spree, Jiang Liushi didn't think about whether to involve the survivors. Killing one was not enough, killing a group was no different. He pressed the pedal to the metal, the base vehicle roaring as Jiang Liushi kept the accelerator down, swerving the steering wheel and sending two more motorcycles flying. Ah! The shrieks rang out again. Such fierce collisions would mean that anyone hit, even if not dead now, could easily succumb to injuries or infections later. A group of vigilantes turned pale with fear. They had previously robbed passing vehicles or attempted to escape the town for military help. The tire puncture devices they tossed had always worked, but now, how come all the punctures were crushed, and the tires were perfectly fine? Is this a damn armored vehicle? Run! This group of vigilantes didn't even care about Huang Mao and his companions on the ground. They had wine, meat, and beauties to enjoy, and when trouble struck, everyone just looked out for themselves. Who would risk their life to save others? Chapter 33, Dragged to Death. Whoosh! A group of vigilantes scattered in all directions, fleeing as they were terrified by Jiang Liushi's collision. Many of them squeezed into narrow alleys, where the base vehicle couldn't pursue them. However, when a few little thugs darted into the alley, suddenly several dark figures emerged from within, directly knocking the motorcycles down. They were zombies. A few zombies pounced on the little thugs, biting and tearing at them desperately. This time, the screams were even more tragic, and these cries quickly attracted more zombies, as they swarmed over the unfortunate little thugs. Indeed, many of the zombies in this town had been drawn away. But it's just that the zombies on the main road have reduced, there are still a large number of zombies hiding in the residential areas and alleys. Survivors usually avoid these narrow alleys, but just now a few small gangsters rushed in a panic, and happened to run into a wave of zombies. Many people became zombie food directly, dying in a more miserable way. Seeing this situation, Jiang Liushi frowned. While those zombies were tearing apart the small gangsters, he slightly eased off the accelerator and drove the base vehicle away. He wasn't afraid of attracting zombies, but the survivors couldn't handle it. If a group of zombies rushes into the courtyard, their chances of survival would be slim. Jiang Liushi quietly drove the base vehicle back, and all the survivors in the small yard, seeing the scene just now, were stunned. They were shocked by the minibus Jiang Liushi was driving. How could this seemingly old minibus be so powerful? Not only did it crush the flat tire tool, but it also knocked over so many motorcycles. Its front didn't even dent a bit, and the paint didn't even come off. What's going on here? After the shock, many people felt fear again. So many people were run over by the motorcycle gang. What are they going to do now? Before, someone who didn't hand over food was killed by the motorcycle gang, even dismembered by Brother Yu. For them, their end would definitely be even worse. Watching Jiang Liushi slowly drive the car back, the survivors' faces turned pale, and they were filled with fear.
How would this end? The old man who had been holding the rice pot before, his hands were trembling slightly. Xiaolu, what are we going to do? The old man really didn't know what to do. He was an old bone, and if he was beaten to death, it would be whatever, but he still had a grandson to take care of. If he died, his little grandson would starve to death. After the apocalypse, his children all died, leaving only this little grandson, who was his only reason to survive. When Lu gritted her teeth and said, "Grandpa Wang, don't think too much, we've already hit these people. If it doesn't work, we can hide, or just fight them. There's always a way." When Lu and Wen Xiaotian were sisters, but her personality was much stronger than Wen Xiaotian's. She had already had enough of these motorcycle gangsters. This time, Jiang Liushi drove and hit all these people, and a few small gangsters were eaten by zombies. Though she was also afraid of Brother Yu's outburst, she was very satisfied, feeling relieved. Yes, Grandpa Wang, this damn apocalypse, it's hard even to get a bite of food. We barely made it through today, and there's no guarantee for tomorrow. We still have to be bullied and exploited. If it weren't for the fear of dragging you down, I'd have already grabbed an iron rod and hit that yellow-haired head. Another young man in his 20s, full of youthful energy, said. In this world where death could come at any moment, facing Brother Yu's threat, it didn't seem so terrifying anymore. Zombies aren't necessarily much stronger than Brother Yu. But more people were still afraid. Zombies wouldn't go looking for you everywhere, but Brother Yu would definitely hunt you down. Jiang Liushi heard a bit of their conversation. He glanced at the passionate young man who had just said he would knock out the yellow-haired guy. The young man wasn't tall, had fair skin, and looked somewhat gentle. Who would have thought he was so full of blood and vigor? Little brother, can you help me and drag that half-dead yellow-haired guy over? Jiang Liushi said to the fair-skinned youth, directly handing out a bag of chocolate beans from the car window. Take this. Jiang Liushi admired the youth's passion, and in such a situation, Jiang Liushi didn't want to get out of the car to drag that yellow-haired guy. Those zombies didn't know if they would be attracted by the yellow-haired guy and their screams. Staying in the car, Jiang Liushi would be able to react immediately if something happened. Also, he had a whole car full of mutated beast meat, more than enough to fill the storage room with dry food. For him, it's nothing at all, just taking out this little bag, he wouldn't care even a bit. But to those survivors, the small bag of chocolate shone in their eyes like a treasure. Chocolate! These survivors, they usually gather very little food, and most of it is messy, like something picked out of a garbage heap. The slightly better ones have to be given to the yellow-haired youth and his gang. Foods with high calories, like chocolate, which tastes quite good, they have never had the chance to eat. Eating those broken biscuits and cheaply flavored instant noodles every day, they were about to throw up. The key is, this high-energy food, which is hard to find, Jiang Liushi took out so easily. The white-skinned youth's eyes instantly lit up, he hesitated for a moment, swallowed hard, but still shook his head reluctantly. This isn't appropriate, I can't take it. That yellow-haired guy bullies us every day, I'd rather take him back, I'd be happy just doing that. The more the white-skinned youth acted this way, the more Jiang Liushi felt his chocolate was not wasted. He threw it directly over and smiled, just take it. Bringing him back is dangerous, but he can still be of some use to me. Now the white-skinned youth could only stretch out his hand to catch it. Amidst the envious gazes of the survivors, he said awkwardly, thanks. Then, he ran over enthusiastically and grabbed the back of the yellow-haired youth's collar. The yellow-haired youth looked at the white-skinned youth with hatred, but the white-skinned youth slapped him hard across the face. What are you looking at? You still don't want to submit? Then the white-skinned youth dragged the yellow-haired youth without mercy, pulling him toward the minibus. Dragging with a broken leg, the yellow-haired youth let out a miserable scream, only to be slapped twice more by the white-skinned youth. What are you screaming for? If you attract zombies, I'll hang you on a telephone pole and... The meaning behind what he just said was self-evident. Yellowhair hated this pale-skinned young man so much his teeth itched. Before Jiang Liushi came, this pale young man didn't dare act so arrogant, he was as cowardly as could be, acting like a grandson in front of him. Originally, Yellowhair didn't care at all about how these survivors looked. After all, there were no delicate pretty girls, like when Lu and them, they were dirty from head to toe, even their hair was full of mud. Yellowhair couldn't even be bothered to glance at them. So at first when he saw Jiang Liushi, he didn't realize this was an unfamiliar face. But now he understood, if Jiang Liushi had been here earlier, how could things have lasted until today? This awesome minibus was definitely driven here by this person from somewhere else. Yellowhair looked at Jiang Liushi with hate and fear. The sharp pain coming from his leg made him keep groaning in pain. I have a few questions for you. I'll ask one, you answer one. If I think you're talking nonsense, or if you refuse to answer. Jiang Liushi glanced at the pale-skinned young man. The pale-skinned young man immediately cooperated with a hee-hee laugh, then lifted one foot and gestured twice over Yellowhair's broken leg. Did you hear that? If you play any tricks, I will you understand. Yellowhair's face turned green. This pale-skinned young man? He felt endless humiliation, but afraid of the torture, he could only open his mouth and say, go ahead and ask. That brother you, who is he? How did he lure the zombies away? Tell me in detail. Jiang Liushi asked. He had already completely offended that Brother Yu, since Brother Yu was said to be so fierce, of course he had to understand in advance so he could be prepared. Brother Yu? He. Yellowhair, hearing Jiang Liushi's question, immediately curled his mouth into a smile. This kid, it seems he knows Brother Yu's deeds, asking like this must be because he's scared. Since you're scared, you should have been obedient from the start. Only now you think of being scared? Too late. Not afraid to scare you, Brother Yu is no ordinary person, he's much stronger than normal zombies. At that time, Brother Yu relied on a motorcycle to lure away all the zombies in this area. One person, in a swarm of thousands, tens of thousands of zombies, fought back and forth. Came out without a scratch. Yellowhair spoke, carefully watching Jiang Liushi's reaction. But to his disappointment, Jiang Liushi's face didn't show panic, it was not much different from before, just seemed a bit thoughtful. Seeing this, Yellowhair twisted in his heart. What the hell are you thinking? Do you think just by thinking you can beat Brother Yu? He felt Jiang Liushi was just pretending to be calm, or maybe, he didn't even understand what it meant for Brother Yu to lure away zombies. Also, many people have refused to submit to Brother Yu, but they all ended up the same. Brother Yu's temper is not good. When dealing with people who resist him, not only does he go after them and kill them all, but he makes sure they die in a terrible way. Yellowhair continued, his face fierce, his expression twisted with excitement, all to make Jiang Liushi feel fear. Dismemberment, right? I've heard of it. Jiang Liushi said calmly. Jiang Liushi's reaction left Yellowhair greatly disappointed, and also a bit incredulous. This person, acting so calm, could it be he really thought he could fight Brother Yu head-on? It's not that Yellowhair looked down on Jiang Liushi, but Yellowhair firmly believed, Brother Yu was no longer an ordinary person, normal humans and Brother Yu were not even on the same level. They were on completely different levels, how could they fight? Brother Yu lures away zombies, even if he doesn't have the motorcycle, he can do it by himself. Zombies simply can't catch up to Brother Yu, those so-called world champion sprinters. In front of Brother Yu, I am just a nobody. His speed can race against motorcycles, like it's just a game. Huang Mao continued. He had no power to resist in front of Jiang Liushi, but when talking about Brother Yu's strength, he felt an inexplicable pride, as if the powerful one was himself. This was because he had no strength left to take revenge on Jiang Liushi and just wanted to see Brother Yu make Jiang Liushi unlucky. He is very fast? Jiang Liushi understood. If he is fast enough, he can indeed beat ordinary people easily. In front of him, the reaction speed couldn't keep up, how could one fight him? When facing each other, by the time one realized Brother Yu had already attacked, it would probably be when they see the wounds on their own body. Being able to race with motorcycles, that speed is certainly terrifying. Jiang Liushi knew that Huang Mao was not lying, without such speed, it would be impossible for one person to lure away a horde of zombies. Moreover, Jiang Liushi had just been pondering because he remembered the information about the virus that the starseed had provided before. What Huang Mao said, that Brother Yu was not an ordinary person, was indeed meant literally. In fact, Brother Yu and that mutated wild boar belonged to the same situation. They experienced virus mutations when the virus broke out. However, after the mutation, the virus did not turn them into zombies, instead, it resulted in a huge change in their bodies, turning them into mutated humans or simply, they became superpowered beings. This situation is rare, one could say they are a step away from heaven and a step away from hell compared to zombies. The terror of that mutated wild boar shows that the power of superpowered beings is also very frightening, they have a higher survival rate in this apocalypse, ordinary zombies cannot threaten them. This Brother Yu is such a superpowered being, and his ability must be speed. Relying on his ability, Brother Yu completely became a tyrant in this small town. Besides speed, does he have any other characteristics? Jiang Liushi asked again. Huang Mao emphasized again the fierceness of Brother Yu. These were completely meaningless to Jiang Liushi, he asked a few more questions and, finding no more useful information from Huang Mao, waved to that pale-skinned young man. The pale-skinned young man, who was standing by with his hands in his pockets, saw Jiang Liushi's gesture and immediately ran over eagerly. Seeing this, Huang Mao couldn't help but feel a bit panicked, he did not know how Jiang Liushi planned to deal with him. Meanwhile, Jiang Liushi watched Huang Mao from behind the windshield, looking like he was deep in thought. Chapter 35, Trouble Arrives. The gas station is located at the other end of the town, there are fewer zombies here. On the road, one can still see some zombie corpses, slowly rotting, hanging on the balconies by the roadside. These zombies were once living people but became extremely aggressive, strong, and fast monsters due to virus infection. Their bodies, while having changed significantly from humans, still bleed and gradually decay after death. These corpses hanging here give one a chilling feeling. This area is the territory of the motorcycle gang. Not only can zombies not appear here, but ordinary survivors also do not venture here, preferring to keep their distance. The residences of these motorcycle gang members are next to the gas station, in a residential building. Under this residential building is a repair shop, where a dozen motorcycles are currently parked.
And inside the shop, several motorcycle gang members are gathered around, playing cards.
V-room, V-room, V-room.
A roaring engine sound came, a motorcycle sped by and nearly crashed into one of the parked motorcycles. By the oil-soaked wooden table in the shop, several gang members playing cards heard the noise.
Everyone raised their heads.
A biker, seeing someone approach, immediately abandoned his motorcycle and ran over, standing up in confusion.
Isn't this Changzi? Why are you in such a rush? He saw Changzi running over with a face full of panic, wanting to ask another question, but was pushed aside by Changzi. Get out of the way. The biker stumbled and cursed, damn. Are you rushing to be reincarnated?
Changzi completely ignored him and rushed into the hallway through the back door of the repair shop, then ran straight to the 4th floor. This building was home to all bikers, and their leader, Brother Yu, lived on the 4th floor. Originally, some survivors were hiding here, including a family that already lived here. But when Brother Yu brought the bikers here and chose this building as their base, these survivors were doomed. The survivors hiding here were ordinary people, they had no ability to resist even in front of Brother Yu or the bikers. In the end, the older men were almost all killed, and young women were ravaged, with even little girls not spared. These people had avoided zombies but could not escape from them. And the room on the 4th floor where Brother Yu lived was that little girl's home. Changzi ran breathlessly to the door and rushed in. Inside, smoke filled the air, and the corners were piled with beer and various foods, while several bikers gathered around a mahjong table playing games, surrounded by women. One man, short in stature but muscular, looked unremarkable, the kind you wouldn't notice in a crowd, yet the woman beside him smiled seductively while fear inadvertently appeared in her eyes. Seeing Changzi come in, the others didn't react much. The short man didn't even glance at him, only a bald biker stole a look at him and said lazily, "No rules."
Where's Xiaoliang?
Xiaoliang was the name of the blonde-haired man.
Changzi rushed to the short man's feet, anger swelling inside him as he said, "Brother Yu.
Today, Liang Ji took us to collect rents, but a group of survivors refused to hand over.
If they refuse, then they refuse. What's the...
Just escaped a catastrophe, now he only wants to see Jiang Liushi's miserable face when Yuga kills him to vent his anger."
After hearing Changzi's narration, the few confidants were furious.
Damn, how dare someone touch our people, they really must be tired of living.
Does this person not know how to write the word death?
At that moment, the silent Yuga suddenly stood up, startling the woman next to him. Yuga kicked the chair aside and fixed his gaze on Changzi, then suddenly kicked out, sending Changzi crashing onto a nearby coffee table, howling in pain.
They are all dead. How did you come back alive?
Yuga's voice was hoarse, his cold gaze made Changzi shiver in fear, forcing himself to stifle his cries. Yuga no longer looked at him, turning to his confidants and speaking in a low, serious voice, "Get the car ready, we set off immediately. If we delay, that person might escape. That person had caused such a big incident, he might immediately flee in that minibus."
Yuga did not want to see that happen.
Hearing Yuga's commands, the group immediately stood up, rushing to prepare.
At that moment, a loud bang suddenly resonated from outside.
The sound came unexpectedly, causing not only the women but even the few confidants to shiver involuntarily.
What the hell?
What was that sound? The bald man shouted. The noise was too loud.
Yuga quickly walked to the window, pulling back the curtain to look down. He stared down for a moment, then suddenly asked without looking back, "What color is that minibus you mentioned?"
Changzi was stunned, quickly replying, "It's white, the car is parked right at that family store, you will see it as soon as we get there."
"No need."
Yuga interrupted him, turning back with a grave face, the killing intent barely hidden. "They've come to the door."
"What?" Yuga's words left the confidants and Changzi in disbelief. That loud noise just now was caused by that minibus?
Just as they thought about looking out the window to confirm, they saw Yuga darkly striding towards the door. He was holding a bag, which was loosely hanging. The sound of glass bottles clinking could be heard as he moved. This bag contained gasoline bottles. When lit and thrown, they became the simplest of firebombs. In addition, Yuga also had a dark black Type 54 pistol at his waist. After the apocalypse arrived, Yuga led a group to loot the police station in town, acquiring many truncheons, handcuffs, and a few pistols. Now, these guns were all in Yuga's possession. As he was naturally suspicious, he didn't trust anyone else with them.
"Grab your weapons." Yuga's cold voice rang out as he stepped out the door. A group of bikers swiftly sprang into action, grabbing iron rods, tire spikes, and Molotov cocktails, rushing downstairs.
Lying on the ground, Changzi hesitated for a moment but struggled to stand up and rushed to follow. The few women sat by the messy card table, looking at each other with puzzled expressions.
These women were imprisoned here, humiliated by the bikers.
They moved quietly to the window, peering outside, and saw a white minibus in the view. They felt numb towards such conflicts. Perhaps they would soon see Molotov cocktails thrown, setting the entire minibus ablaze, and the driver being dragged out and tortured, then dismembered. In the apocalypse, some girls who would be heartbroken over the death of a small cat or dog had now become accustomed to the cycle of life and death in humans. If only those heartless bastards would be hit and die. A young woman suddenly gritted her teeth and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Be careful, they hear you." "Shoo, don't say such things, besides, how could that person possibly be hit and die?" Just after the young woman spoke those words, her good sister immediately covered her mouth. Their fear of the motorcycle gang, especially of Brother Yu, had already seeped into their bones. At that moment, Brother Yu and his gang had already rushed down from the building. As soon as they got out of the repair shop, they saw a scene that made their faces turn ugly. A row of motorcycles parked there had all crashed against the wall, a heap of motorcycles, all squeezed together. And among these toppled bikes, a person was thrown. This person was tied up with ropes, with various rotten vegetable leaves and garbage all over his head and body, and he was continuously wailing. Chasing closely behind, Chang Zi saw this figure and immediately widened his eyes. Brother Liang. The figure who seemed to have crawled out of a garbage heap was none other than Huang Mao. Brother Yu looked at Huang Mao with a sinister gaze, and as soon as Huang Mao saw Brother Yu appear, the volume of his wails instantly increased a lot. "Brother Yu! Brother Yu, save me! My leg is crushed!" Huang Mao cried out in a sorrowful voice, tears streaming down his face. His leg was broken, and he had no idea how he would live in the future. Brother Yu shot a cold glance at Huang Mao and did not speak. Seeing Brother Yu's expression, Huang Mao's cries were somewhat choked. From Brother Yu's face, he saw disgust, which made him feel hopeless inside. "Don't kill the minibus driver, I want him alive." Brother Yu bit out this sentence word by word, filled with extreme hatred for Jiang Liushi. Since the end of the world, Brother Yu had become the local tyrant of this small town. Many motorcycle gang members now felt like they were no longer of the same kind as those survivors. It was like a slave master facing slaves. Those survivors could only be considered as slaves. Moreover, the majority of survivors were completely submissive and trying their best to please them, which intensified their sense of superiority. They never thought that there would be survivors brave enough to openly challenge them, even provoking them like this. Seeing Brother Yu so angry, the motorcycle gang knew that the minibus driver was going to be in trouble. It wouldn't be easy for him to die. "Brothers, let's go grab that stupid at $%." The motorcycle gang shouted loudly. They propped up a few of the still intact motorcycles, revving their engines loudly. Where did that car run off to? These motorcycles blocked the entrance, but they couldn't see the minibus anymore. Previously, when they looked from upstairs, they had seen the minibus backing away. In their impression, since the minibus had done something so reckless, it would surely run away next, and what followed would be a chase. This was what they were best at, just a few petrol bombs thrown, and the car would be finished. However, just as they were twisting the throttles, ready to chase the minibus, there was a loud boom. The sound came from the gas station. They heard screams coming from the gas station. Some of them were responsible for guarding the gas station, and now, their base at the gas station had clearly been attacked. "Someone crashed into my gas station?" Brother Yu's eyes sparkled with killing intent. The gas station was less than 200 meters away from them. That kid came to provoke them and didn't run away, but instead wanted to charge at the gas station. He was truly tired of living. Brother Yu suddenly sprinted forward, like a swift leopard, leaping over those motorcycles and charging towards the gas station. His little brothers, as if waking from a dream, revved their motorcycles and followed him with roaring engines. Inside the gas station, Jiang Liushi had already connected the minibus's automatic fuel dispensing device and nozzle. Petrol was continuously flowing into his nearly empty tank. The motorcycle gang had almost gathered all the oil in the town, storing it all at the gas station. These oils, Jiang Liushi could use them endlessly. At the same time, Jiang Liushi's gaze was fixed on the direction of the small building, waiting for Brother Yu to arrive. After careful consideration, Jiang Liushi felt that if he waited for Brother Yu to come to him, it might put Wen Lu and the others in danger. Even if he hid Wen Lu and the others first, it might not be safe. After all, the motorcycle gang had a large number of members. If there were any slight missteps, Jiang Liushi wouldn't be able to protect them. In addition, Jiang Liushi also needed to gather a large amount of gasoline, which was the most crucial point. The gasoline was all in Brother Yu's hands. If Jiang Liushi wanted the oil, he inevitably had to go to him. Knocking those motorcycles down would only cause a little trouble for the motorcycle gang. Counterattacking the gas station would buy him some precious time to refuel. Otherwise, if there wasn't enough gasoline, he wouldn't even dare use some weapons on the base vehicle. Jiang Liushi constantly monitored the changes in the fuel tank capacity from the starseed, 100L, 200L, 300L. Since the fuel tank was modified, refueling was incredibly fast. Once the hose was connected, it began to jump up by 100 liters at a time. When the fuel tank reached 600L, a figure appeared by the flower bed outside the gas station, rushing over. Upon seeing his vehicle, this figure did not hesitate and came straight over. So fast. Jiang Liushi was slightly taken aback.
This figure must be Brother Yu. Chapter 37, You Can Actually Drift?
Seeing the minibus parked there refueling, Brother Yu's fury exploded all at once. This brat, not only did he attempt to kill him, but now he also dared to refuel here so blatantly. Brother Yu rushed directly towards the base vehicle, his figure like a leaping leopard, reaching a speed that ordinary people couldn't attain. At the gas station, Jiang Liushi knew Brother Yu couldn't use his homemade Molotov cocktails or risk using firearms. He drew a triangular military dagger from his back waist. This triangular military dagger was something he found in the police station, probably seized as an illegal weapon, but now it was his gain. At that moment, the gas pump suddenly fell off, accompanied by the loud screech of the minibus. The minibus abruptly started and accelerated fiercely, like a giant bullet, reversing towards Brother Yu. Jiang Liushi didn't activate instant acceleration, but the overall performance boost from the upgraded fuel tank had greatly increased his startup speed. The heavy minibus was like a supercar, crashing into Brother Yu's direction with a sharp screech.
Although Brother Yu had heard Shangzi's description of this minibus, he still couldn't believe it could be that powerful in his common sense.
But now, as the minibus started, it completely overturned his perception. This was no ordinary minibus, it was entirely a nimble racing car. Moreover, the driver was very cunning, suddenly starting the minibus only when he got close enough. Brother Yu had to stop his furious advance, diving sideways to avoid it. Woo! The minibus rushed past Brother Yu closely. In the instant of passing, Brother Yu turned and threw a puncture device behind the minibus's rear wheel. His puncture device was much better than those homemade versions used by the motorcycle gang. It was dismantled from a police-specific portable puncture device, slightly modified. Once the tire rolled over the puncture device, the sharp objects would stab into the tire. If the driver stopped in time, the tire could be saved, otherwise, if they continued driving, the tire would burst after about 20 meters, making it impossible to continue. However, as the minibus rolled over it, the sharp spikes failed to pierce the tire at all. Brother Yu had heard that the puncture device wouldn't work on this minibus. He just tossed it aside, not even looking at the result. His gaze fixed on the door handle of the driver's cabin, and as the minibus sped past him, he leaped up. This Yu brother was indeed fast. Jiang Liushi only saw Yu brother dodge through the rearview mirror, then felt the car shake slightly, followed by a loud bang, as a face pressed against his window. At this moment, there was a vroom sound as several motorcycles appeared on the road. Jiang Liushi had already exited the gas station, and these motorcycles surrounded him from the road, with more motorcycles pouring out from the base of the bike gang one after another. Those motorcycles that had been knocked down by Jiang Liushi slowed the bike gang's actions momentarily, but it didn't have a significant impact. But Jiang Liushi didn't have time to worry about these hyena-like bike gang members, because Yu brother was hanging on his car door. Jiang Liushi turned his head, and the two faced each other instantly. Yu brother gave Jiang Liushi a cruel smile as his triangular dagger viciously plunged into the gap of the car window. This was about the window's soft spot. Many cars were equipped with window pry tools for safety, allowing escape after a sinking, and some car thieves also used crowbars, while the triangular dagger, though not a crowbar, could serve a similar purpose due to its hardness. Jiang Liushi wouldn't let Yu brother try to pry the window, though it might not break the glass. Yu brother was an ability user. Moreover, his car had just been repaired, so how could he allow the bike gang leader to vandalize it? He sharply turned the steering wheel to the limit, and the wheels of the minibus screeched against the concrete road, leaving 4 rapid white skid marks on the ground. Jiang Liushi slammed down on the gas pedal, moving the minibus completely out of the gas station, while turning at an angle that looked almost like it would overturn to an onlooker. This was practically drifting. Could a minibus actually drift? Those yelling bike gang members were stunned. With such a sharp turn, Yu brother, who was about to stab with his dagger and only holding the door handle with one hand, was suddenly flung out forcefully. Normally, a person flung out like that would be injured, but Jiang Liushi quickly looked out the window and saw that Yu brother rolled smoothly upon landing, completely unharmed. Moreover, Jiang Liushi then saw that Yu brother seemed to have something extra in his hand. Yu brother's expression turned grim. He hadn't expected the car's performance to be this strong, even better than what Shangzi had described. However, now that the car had exited the gas station, he didn't need to hold back any longer. As soon as he stabilized himself, Yu brother quickly took out several homemade Molotov cocktails and hurled them at Jiang Liushi's minibus. The homemade Molotov cocktails exploded upon hitting the minibus, instantly engulfing it in roaring flames. Although the minibus was fast, Yu brother was faster, and he got hit before he could dodge at all. Die for me. At the moment Yu brother threw the Molotov cocktail, he had already drawn out a Type 54 pistol from his waist, aiming it at the driver's cabin window engulfed in flames. Clearly visible was Jiang Liushi's figure. The distance between them was less than 10 meters, even though Yu brother was not a sharpshooter, his practice since the end of the world had made his aim good enough. At this distance, he aimed to directly shoot Jiang Liushi's shoulder. If he accidentally shifted a little and hit Jiang Liushi's neck or head, that would only benefit Jiang Liushi. A typical police handgun. In order to stop, not to penetrate or kill, the goal is mainly to render the criminal incapable of resisting, not to end their life, so the lethality is very low. However, the Type 54 pistol is different. Inside the entire police station, Brother Yu only found this Type 54 pistol, carrying it with him, never leaving it behind. The Type 54 is a military handgun, nicknamed Black Star, focused on lethality, with strong penetrating power, capable of shooting through two people with ease at close range. At a certain distance, it can also penetrate bulletproof vests and obstacles like thick brick walls. This type of pistol had served in domestic police stations for over 20 years, but was eventually phased out due to its excessive lethality and replaced by the pistol, with only a few places still using it. Jiangzi said they had tried various methods to smash the bus window, but they couldn't leave any marks on the window of this minibus. However, Brother Yu wasn't very concerned about that. How could the force of an iron rod compare to the penetrating power of a Type 54 bullet? Go to hell. Brother Yu pulled the trigger without hesitation. From the moment he landed, to throwing the Molotov cocktail, and then to firing the gun, it all happened in just 1 second. Jiang Liushi might still have been enjoying his victory, but he had already been hit. Chapter 38, Jiang Liushi's Fury. Bang! The sound of the gunshot echoed. Brother Yu's speed was indeed fast. As soon as Jiang Liushi saw him land, the next moment he saw the minibus engulfed in flames, followed by the gunshot. But faster than the gunshot was the sound of an explosion coming from the driver's side window next to Jiang Liushi. Jiang Liushi instinctively dodged while the voice of the starseed echoed in his mind. The surface of the base vehicle has been damaged, damage degree 10%, the window is damaged, damage degree 1%, the outer shell of the base vehicle is undamaged. Damn it! Although the damage was minimal and almost negligible, just thinking about the hassle of finding materials to repair the vehicle made Jiang Liushi want to curse. He turned his head and saw a spiderweb-like indentation from a bullet on the window, very clear. The bullets from the Type 54 handgun can shoot through brick walls and other obstacles, but there is still a limit to the thickness. Not to mention, Jiang Liushi's base vehicle was equipped with bulletproof glass. Bulletproof glass is a layered safety glass with 3 layers. The first layer is a load-bearing layer that can damage the bullet, altering its shape and causing it to lose the ability to continue forward. The second layer is a transition layer made of strong organic adhesive materials that absorb the impact energy of the bullet. The bullet can easily penetrate the first layer of glass but will stop within the second layer. That's why Jiang Liushi's window had this bullet indentation mark. Seeing this mark, Jiang Liushi was truly furious. He had just fixed the vehicle. After the shot was fired, Brother Yu showed a cold smile. He had already heard the bullet hit the glass. Brother Yu stood up, preparing to wait for the fire to die down, and then let his little brothers go forward and drag Jiang Liushi out. He hoped Jiang Liushi would still be alive by then, or else it would be a waste. But at that moment, he suddenly heard a woo-woo-woo sound. This sound was coming from the minibus in front of him. Brother Yu was stunned. He was sure that he had hit him. Could it be that Jiang Liushi wasn't hurt enough? At this moment, the front of the minibus suddenly jerked, and the minibus, still wrapped in blazing flames, charged towards Brother Yu like a war chariot bathed in fire. Through the windshield, Brother Yu clearly saw Jiang Liushi inside, staring at him angrily. Jiang Liushi's body showed no sign of injury, let alone the bloodied, tragic scene Brother Yu had imagined. The outcome Brother Yu had expected after Jiang Liushi was shot simply did not happen. Brother Yu held the Type 54 pistol, stunned. What is going on? As the minibus came crashing toward him, Yu Ji's face twisted into a savage expression, raising his gun once more, aiming at Jiang Liushi, and fired several gunshots in quick succession. All the bullets rained down on the windshield, and then, they were all blocked. The bullet holes were clearly visible, but Jiang Liushi behind the glass still looked the same, not even changing his expression. Boom! The minibus rushed forward, and Jiang Liushi looked out of the side window, seeing Yu Ji's figure already at the side of the minibus, unharmed by the impact. Yu dodged the collision, but inside he was on the verge of madness. This damn minibus was equipped with bulletproof glass. Wasn't this just like modifying a QQ car for hundreds of thousands? Who in the world was this driver, to be driving such a minibus? At that moment, Yuga noticed that the minibus seemed to have abandoned its original course, turning around and charging toward the 7 or 8 motorcycles that were clustered together. As the bikers approached on their motorcycles, they began to circle around the minibus. While Yugu was shooting, they were also throwing Molotov cocktails at the back of the vehicle. Initially, these bikers believed that with Yugu personally taking action, they only needed to provide some cover and support nearby, which should have been completely without difficulty or danger. But who would have thought that after the gunfire, the minibus not only didn't give up, but became even more frenzied. Yugu also couldn't stop this wild minibus. It had evaded Yuji's attacks and turned its focus on them instead. All the bikers felt a chill go down their spines. Facing the minibus engulfed in flames, they desperately twisted the throttle. However, this minibus was not only more agile than any minibus should be,
but its acceleration was terrifying. Although the bikers fled at the first opportunity, they were quickly caught up by the minibus. Some bikers rushed towards the sides of the road, but one of them slipped while turning, crashing bang into a flower bed, sending the rider flying over 10 meters away. Others didn't have time to react and were violently hit by the minibus. They were flung away, some still alive but engulfed in flames, rolling on the ground in agony. Seeing this scene, Yugu felt his lungs about to explode with rage. Jiang Liushi had attempted to collide with Yugu twice but still hadn't succeeded. He realized that Yugu was just too fast, especially in short distances. He was incredibly agile. When he charged at Yugu for the second time, he meant to use the air cannon to attack him. But Yuji's reaction speed was too quick, and even if he fired, it hit nothing. Moreover, using the air cannon required charging time, which was enough for Yugu to dodge it several times. But dealing with these bikers didn't need any air cannon, just a simple and crude collision would do. These bikers kept circling around his vehicle, tossing Molotov cocktails, causing the base vehicle's damage rate to rise, making Jiang Liushi furious. Jiang Liushi didn't want to let them keep buzzing around like flies behind him, so he simply decided to toss Yugu aside and ignore him. He wouldn't go easy on these people either. Yugu was brutal, and these people weren't any better. All were notorious for their crimes. After knocking several motorcycles away, Jiang Liushi didn't stop. He had just refueled, so he didn't care about this little consumption. After a sudden turn, the minibus charged like a steel monster in another direction toward the bikers. The bikers' souls seemed to fly away, for this minibus was truly uncontrollable. One by one, they hurried to escape. The minibus rushed past Yugu, and within the car, Jiang Liushi only turned to glance at Yugu. This glance made Yugu bite his teeth tightly. Being attacked by someone, while watching that person drive away, scattering his little brothers in every direction, some fleeing, some dying, could there be anything more frustrating than this? Chapter 39, Heavy Truck. Jiang Liushi drove the minibus, crashing into everything in sight, until the fire on the car extinguished, and the gang of bikers fled to places where the minibus couldn't follow. Only then did he slowly come to a stop. The minibus halted in the middle of the road, leaving a ground full of clear tire marks overlaid with the black charred traces of Molotov cocktails, looking even more glaring. On the ground, there were overturned motorcycles, the bodies of bikers, and those still crying out for help and pain. Honk! Honk! Jiang Liushi pressed the horn hard twice. The deafening sound of the horn rang out, but none of the bikers dared to show their faces. They were all stunned by Jiang Liushi's wild crash just moments ago. At that moment, a sharp sound of tires screeching suddenly rang out. Then, from the sidewalk, a truck suddenly turned out. It was a heavy truck, capable of carrying dozens of tons, and it appeared on the road like a colossal beast. Ordinary cars would likely be crushed to pieces by this heavy truck in a single collision. Even Jiang Liushi's minibus seemed like a child standing before an adult in comparison. This heavy truck came onto the road, facing Jiang Liushi's minibus from a distance. In the cab, which was at least as tall as a person, Jiang Liushi saw Yuji's silhouette, gripping the steering wheel, his eyes fiercely staring at the minibus, looking completely mad. Jiang Liushi's reckless crashes had thoroughly enraged Yugu. As a boss, he stood there, watching this minibus circle around in front of him, wildly colliding with his little brothers. The injured bikers on the ground kept crying out for help, and the sound was unbearably piercing to Yuji's ears. Since the apocalypse began, Yugu discovered his mutated abilities and had always been invincible. The zombies in the small town were not many, and after drawing them away, nothing could harm him. Those survivors were like ants before him, easily crushed. All the biker's siblings feared and respected him. Yugu had originally been just a small thug. Although he had a fierce nature, he lacked the guts to risk his life. So even as a thug, he didn't do well. Not only was he often beaten and scolded by his boss, but even those thugs of the same kind didn't respect him, often calling him bro in a tone that implied they wanted to protect him, making him feel belittled. Therefore, after the apocalypse, Yugu was quite satisfied with this life. He felt that the apocalypse was prepared just for him. Previously, he felt very oppressed, but now he was like a fish in water. However, just as he was feeling proud, he found himself being mercilessly crushed by a minibus in front of all his little brothers. Yugu felt as though his face was covered in dirty tire marks. If he didn't kill Jiang Liushi, Yugu felt he could never lift his head again. So, while Jiang Liushi was happily crashing into things with the minibus, Yugu ran off to drive the heavy truck that had been left behind at the gas station since the apocalypse began and later stolen by the bikers. That minibus can crash, right? Then he would crash Jiang Liushi to death. No matter how powerful the minibus was, he didn't believe it could crash into this heavy truck. Vroom vroom vroom. Brother Yu stepped on the gas. Seeing Brother Yu driving this heavy truck rushing towards him, Jiang Liushi's heart skipped a beat. This heavy truck was truly a steel monster, and coming at full speed like this was an overwhelming sight. A heavy truck crashing into him wouldn't necessarily kill him, but the minibus would surely be severely damaged. However, Brother Yu thought it would be too easy to hit him with the heavy truck.
Jiang Liushi's minibus had a boost function that would allow him to escape easily, whether by dodging or changing direction.
But Jiang Liushi did not press the boost button.
Escaping was easy, but that would mean he couldn't achieve the goal of coming here. Instead, Jiang Liushi kept his eyes fixed on the heavy truck crashing towards him and stepped on the gas hard. In fact, although this moment was dangerous for him, it was also an opportunity.
A great chance to kill Brother Yu.
Jiang Liushi stared tightly at the rapidly approaching heavy truck, while the starseed kept alerting him of the changing distance between them. Seeing the minibus not only retreating but actually charging towards him, Brother Yu let out a cold laugh. "Ha, this person is really too arrogant.
I'm going to smash you. Smash you."
He could hardly wait to crush Jiang Liushi into a meat paste. Just thinking about the minibus's front crumpling, with Jiang Liushi flung into a meat grinder, blood flowing from the car's seams made Brother Yu feel incredibly excited, a tingling sensation going through his body. He had already pressed the accelerator all the way down, laughing wildly inside the car. The street racers were all watching this scene, thinking that the minibus had completely gone mad. It was indeed like hitting a stone with an egg. It was likely that Jiang Liushi had done something so crazy knowing he couldn't leave alive, and so he took this suicidal approach. But inside the minibus, Jiang Liushi remained calm. He listened to the starseed's alerts while rapidly calculating in his mind.
Now is the time. Jiang Liushi suddenly pressed a button. 10. 9. 8.
The distance between the two vehicles was now so close that they could see each other's expressions clearly. Jiang Liushi saw Brother Yu's face twist into a malicious grin as he shouted something while laughing at him. Reading his lips, it should be, "Die." But Jiang Liushi said nothing. The countdown echoed in his mind from the starseed. 3. 2. 1. The distance between the two vehicles was now only 10 meters.
Bang!
With a huge roar, Brother Yu's twisted, excited expression instantly froze. Jiang Liushi watched the heavy truck's forward momentum come to a halt almost instantly, and the terrifying power of the air cannon shattered the heavy truck's windshield as the airwave struck its front.
The shattered glass flew like snowflakes and engulfed Brother Yu.
Then, the front of the truck began to crumple and lifted violently from the back. The trailing cargo area, weighed down by its own mass, continued pushing forward due to inertia. The front and the cargo area were suddenly crushed together by a terrifying force.
Bang bang bang!
A series of explosive sounds erupted. When such a massive heavy truck collided, the visual impact was immensely powerful. Especially from a close distance, even though they knew the truck wouldn't crash into them, the street racers couldn't help but scream and step back. It was truly shocking. Within an instant, the front was completely flattened and deformed. Brother Yu's envisioned horrific fate for Jiang Liushi was about to unfold.
In a more tragic way, it fell upon him.
As for those motorcycle gang members, they completely failed to see what was happening. They originally thought that when the heavy truck collided with the minibus, the following events would definitely be without suspense. But unexpectedly, as the two vehicles were about to crash into each other, the front of the heavy truck suddenly flipped over, and they watched in disbelief as the front became deformed. Yugo was fast, but this time, he did not have time to escape and was crushed along with the truck's front. The rear of the truck swung out sideways due to inertia, making a harsh screeching sound on the road, and then it crashed and flipped over.
The entire process left people doubting their own eyes.
The huge noise made all their ears ring, as if a great explosion had occurred. Jiang Liushi saw some debris splash onto his windshield, creating an intense series of explosive sounds. However, this level of splatter would not damage the bulletproof class. Sitting inside the car, Jiang Liushi also gasped in shock. He was not surprised by the fate of the heavy truck. But seeing it with his own eyes was still shocking. He had already witnessed the power of the air cannon, and to be safe, he specifically waited until the two vehicles were at the closest distance. If the distance continued to shrink, when the heavy truck was hit by the air cannon, the base vehicle would also be affected. Jiang Liushi had aimed the air cannon directly at the cabin of. The shell defense of the base vehicle would only be increasingly inadequate. Even a slight enhancement would mean a further increase in survival chances for Jiang Liushi. After all, Jiang Liushi had no idea what the current situation in Jinling was. He previously thought that, after the apocalypse began, the internet wouldn't be disrupted so quickly, but it seemed that due to the explosions and fires, Jiang Liushi had never connected to the internet at all. Otherwise, perhaps there would be survivors seeking help online, sharing some information, and he could learn a bit about Jinling. However, even without knowing anything, there was at least one thing Jiang Liushi could be sure of: the more densely populated and prosperous areas in the past were now the most dangerous zones for life.
While thinking, Jiang Liushi confirmed this in his mind.
This energy, which was not even level 1, was weaker than the previously mutated wild boar. The mutated wild boar was rated as a level 1 crystal core, just enough for the base vehicle to evolve once, estimating that the energy accumulated by this ability user could also allow the base vehicle to evolve, but compared to storing energy, enhancing the shell defense was Jiang Liushi's most urgent need now.
Upgrading the shell defense did not affect Jiang Liushi's driving of the base vehicle. In fact, this upgrade was completed faster than any other modifications made to the vehicle up to that point. In just 15 minutes, the shell would be upgraded completely. At that moment, Jiang Liushi turned his gaze to those crazy bikers who were still dumbfounded, staring at the heavy truck with disbelief on their faces. These bikers had always revolved around Brother Yu, completely bowing to his fighting abilities and being greatly afraid of him. Now, Brother Yu had died right before their eyes. Once these bikers came to their senses, they would naturally think that without Brother Yu, they could still rely on their gathered strength to act wildly, because Brother Yu had already laid the groundwork for them. However, just as this thought started to form, they suddenly shivered all over and looked at the minibus. Inside the minibus, Jiang Liushi was also watching them. As soon as their eyes met, Jiang Liushi slammed the accelerator. Seeing the minibus move and charge toward them, these bikers instantly felt sheer terror. They each revved their motorcycles and hurriedly began to flee. Jiang Liushi had no intention of letting these people go. These bikers had committed numerous evil deeds and had attempted to attack him twice. Jiang Liushi was not a forgiving person. If these people attacked him, he would not be polite. Chapter 41, Full Tank Ready to Go. Hearing the roar of the minibus behind them, these bikers were truly scared out of their wits. If a heavy truck had knelt down, they felt even less safe on their motorcycles. Dive into the alley. He can't chase us in there. Some bikers shouted hysterically. They all rushed into the alley, but not long after they entered, zombies suddenly pounced out and knocked them off their motorcycles, beginning to tear at them. There were quite a few zombies. Many of their figures appeared on the street. They had originally been very quick in their sprinting and showed no fear of injury or death, with nimble reactions and jumping abilities, causing these bikers to be knocked down one after another or directly blocked by zombies, unable to break out, and then being drowned in screams among the horde. So many zombies suddenly appearing was clearly drawn in by the previous explosion. However, most of the zombies had already been led away. These zombies were hiding among the buildings. There were only about 100 of them, posing no threat to Jiang Liushi. However, the motorcycle gang was in dire straits. On one side was Jiang Liushi pursuing them, and on the other, there were zombies. Quickly, they either got knocked down by Jiang Liushi or, while fleeing, were caught in the jaws of the zombies. Some zombies shifted their focus to Jiang Liushi. At first, Jiang Liushi ignored them, but after confirming that all the motorcycle gang had been dealt with, he suddenly turned and began to smash into these zombies. Bang 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 bang. The bloody sounds of impact came thick and fast as Jiang Liushi drove the base vehicle back and forth on the street several times. He honked the horn a few times, drawing in those zombies that were still feasting on the corpses. These zombies desperately lunged at the base vehicle. Their outstretched hands and grotesque faces barely touched the glass before they were knocked away or rolled under the wheels. Soon, there wasn't a single standing zombie left on the street. Outside the gas station, aside from an overturned heavy truck, the ground was littered with bodies and motorcycles. It was a scene of utter tragedy. Jiang Liushi, who caused this scene, looked at it and let out a breath. This is the apocalypse. He had always heard that human life is as worthless as grass, but only now did he truly understand the meaning of this phrase. Zombies eat people, and people eat people. If you don't kill, you'll be killed by others. After waiting for a while, Jiang Liushi slowly drove the minibus back to the location of the heavy truck, then parked the minibus beside the deformed front of the truck. After ensuring that from this angle, others could not launch a sneak attack, and he could quickly jump back into the base vehicle, Jiang Liushi opened the door and carefully stepped out. In fact, the position where he got out was entirely a dead angle formed by the truck front and the base vehicle. Even if zombies appeared now, they couldn't squeeze in. After Jiang Liushi stepped out, he was directly facing the driver's seat of the heavy truck. However, it had completely turned into a twisted heap of metal, no longer resembling its original shape. Some blood leaked out from the gaps in the metal. Jiang Liushi observed closely and spotted a hand from the lowest crevice. As an ability user and the leader of the motorcycle gang, the local kingpin of this small town, Jiang Liushi thought there must be quite a few good things on Yu Ji's body. However, it seemed that there was no way he could drag Yu Gu out from this gap. All those good things would now be wasted. But just as Jiang Liushi felt regretful, he suddenly saw a dark object underneath that hand. Jiang Liushi stretched out his foot and pushed Yu Ji's hand aside. It was the handgun. This handgun, because it was relatively small, not only was it not crushed but also fell out from the gap when the heavy truck flipped over. Jiang Liushi's heart leaped with joy, and he quickly picked up the handgun. While picking up the gun, Jiang Liushi was also very careful to avoid accidentally firing and hurting himself. After confirming that the gun had not been damaged and was intact, a smile finally appeared on Jiang Liushi's face. The Type 54 pistol was something Jiang Liushi had never played with before. However, as a child, he had once held onto a toy gun and never let go, and before his parents passed away, they took him to a shooting range once on his birthday. Of course, after such a long time, Jiang Liushi felt quite rusty, but he still remembered some basic knowledge. The handgun had to be chambered, the bullet was still in the magazine and hadn't entered the chamber.
He needed to perform a chambering action for one bullet from the magazine to be pushed into the firing position in the chamber. And the gun had a safety mechanism. After chambering a bullet, he also needed to switch off the safety to release it. The gun was ready to fire. Jiang Liushi picked up this gun, the bullet was already in the chamber and the safety was off. Jiang Liushi ejected the bullet and engaged the safety, then felt relieved to hold it in his hand and play with it. Finding a Type 54 pistol brought a glimmer of hope to Jiang Liushi, and he patiently searched for a while longer. Unfortunately, other than blood and various fragments, Jiang Liushi didn't discover anything useful. Restarting the base vehicle, Jiang Liushi drove the minibus to the gas station. At last, no one would disturb him while refueling. Brother Yu and the biker gang had gathered all the fuel from the town and stored it here. Now, it all benefited Jiang Liushi. After parking the base vehicle, he activated the automatic refueling system, and the fuel nozzle immediately extended to connect with the pump. Instantly, a large amount of gasoline poured continuously into the base vehicle's tank. The tank was like a wide mouth, gulping down this gasoline. The exhaustion from the recent fight with Brother Yu quickly replenished, and then 1000 L, 1500 L, 2000 L. Finally, a full 10,000 L. The 10 cubic meter tank was completely filled. The 10,000 L of gasoline had all reached Jiang Liushi's base vehicle. This made Jiang Liushi, who had previously been scrimping by on 20 L of gas, feel an indescribable sense of relief. Finally, it was fully fueled. This 10,000 L would be impossible to gather from cars, who knew how much searching it would take to collect that. With a full tank, his heart felt at ease. Now, the base vehicle could accelerate freely, without worry, and could use various functions without restraint. As for entering Jinling City, Jiang Liushi felt he had some confidence now. Having filled up the gas, Jiang Liushi was not yet satisfied. He searched around the gas station and soon discovered a small tanker truck. The tanker truck was completely full of gasoline, with no leaks at all. Jiang Liushi grinned and directly towed it behind the minibus. After hooking up the tanker truck, Jiang Liushi had no other way to take the gasoline, so he reluctantly had to give up on it. This small town was not far from Jinling, and if he could not find gasoline in Jinling, he might return here. Having done all this, Jiang Liushi drove to the biker gang's base, to that small building. Chapter 42, Humiliation and Sorrow. Outside the repair shop, several corpses lay on the ground, disemboweled, with limbs even missing. Jiang Liushi spotted Huang Mao's figure from inside. These people had stayed at the base, the explosion had attracted the zombies, and they were ambushed. Later, as the zombies feasted on them, Jiang Liushi's car horn diverted their attention, allowing him to run them over one by one. Jiang Liushi parked the base vehicle at the entrance. He had been focused on refueling before and now noticed the exterior upgrade was complete. The vehicle shell had absorbed strange energy. From the outside, it appeared unchanged, but when Jiang Liushi tapped it, he felt a slight resilience. In reality, the shell was still hard. It felt that way because the interior could absorb some of the impact, making it feel like hitting cotton. However, this sensation was not strong, rather very faint. Jiang Liushi knew this was because the vehicle had absorbed too little strange energy this time. But this slight change made Jiang Liushi very satisfied. This little bit of shock absorption ability could significantly reduce the vehicle's damage rate. Grabbing a wrench and raising the Type 54 pistol, with the bullet chambered and the safety off, he kept his finger off the trigger and then exited the vehicle. Stepping over the corpses, Jiang Liushi entered the repair shop cautiously and carefully walked toward the hallway. Jiang Liushi had already heard from Huang Mao about the situation inside the building. This small building has 4 floors in total, with the first 3 floors being the residences of the motorcycle gang, and the 4th floor being the home of Brother Yu alone. All the various supplies they collected are also on the 4th floor. Although it was expected that there were no motorcycle gang members left in the building, Jiang Liushi remained very cautious and careful. On the 4th floor, the few women who had been watching from the window were now gathered together, holding hands, with expressions of nervousness and anxiety on their faces. They had all heard the sound of Jiang Liushi's footsteps approaching. Previously, they had witnessed through the window as Jiang Liushi drove that battered minibus, crashing wildly, and finally, in a breathtaking impact, a thunderous explosion sounded as Brother Yu's heavy truck was completely turned into scrap metal. Seeing that scene, these women felt it was unbelievable. A minibus that looked so worn and damaged could actually crush the front of a heavy truck? With such wreckage, what about Brother Yu in the driver's seat? He must have turned into meat paste. They had been staring at the wrecked heavy truck's cab, with blood flowing from inside, unable to believe that Brother Yu was dead. That invincible, powerful Brother Yu, who made people feel hopeless, who ruled over the entire town, anyone who offended him could be tortured to death. Today, he was actually killed by someone. Is this a dream? Before they could comprehend, they heard the roaring sounds of collisions and the rumble of a car engine. That small minibus, with an engine like thunder, shook their eardrums. The minibus, like an enraged beast, charged around, crashing into the remaining motorcycle gang members. It was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, devastating and unstoppable. The motorcycle gang members were scared out of their wits, scattering in all directions, and the result was either being crashed to death or bitten to death by zombies. This scene felt like a surreal dream to them. Those despicable, vicious motorcycle gang members, like a pack of wolves, were completely wiped out in just a few minutes? These women had been forced and seized, and their hatred for the motorcycle gang, especially for Brother Yu, was deep-rooted. Now, seeing Brother Yu and the motorcycle gang meet such a tragic end, surpassing what they had done to the survivors they once abused and killed, they found it hard to believe. After crashing through all the zombies and motorcycle gang members, the minibus returned to the heavy truck's location. They watched as Jiang Liushi got out of the car. He wore a simple black t-shirt and a pair of jeans, looking very young with a straightforward appearance. Previously, while watching the minibus crash, they thought the driver must be exceptionally fierce, but unexpectedly, he was just such a young man. Then, they witnessed this young man climb into the heavy truck's cab and take a pistol from Brother Yu's hands. This scene confirmed to all the girls that Brother Yu was indeed dead, killed by this young man. It's him. He killed Brother Yu. He's about the same age as Xiao, said a slightly older woman, her voice trembling. Xiao was the youngest among them, only 18 years old. When the apocalypse came, Xiao's parents died, and she relied on her 12-year-old brother for support, but later, they simply could not survive. Both Xiao and her brother were weak, suffering from hunger and illness which tormented them into despair. Later, they were captured by the motorcycle gang, forced, tortured, and violated, and with her brother in danger, Xiao finally endured this humiliation to exchange a meal and a box of medicine for herself and her brother. She sold her dignity, she felt dirty, and many nights, she woke up from nightmares and tears. But, she had no way out, no choice. This was the apocalypse, and human life was so lowly, girls without survival skills were even more so. She could only endure or choose to die with her brother. She had already lost hope, wanting to end her life several times, but she could not let go of her brother. However, today she saw that Brother Yu was dead, crushed like a cockroach. Her inner feelings were beyond description. She hugged her shoulders with both hands, tears flowing uncontrollably, and it was hard to tell if they were of joy or sorrow. She desperately wiped her tears, but they kept streaming down. She looked towards the door and listened to the approaching footsteps. She knew that the young man was coming in. At that moment, she felt inexplicably nervous, scared, yet with a hint of excitement. She did not know what fate awaited her. Jiang Liushi had spent about 10 minutes before finally reaching the 4th floor. As soon as he arrived on the 4th floor, Jiang Liushi heard some sounds coming from inside. Jiang Liushi raised the gun and slowly approached the slightly ajar door, then suddenly kicked it open. "Don't move!" At the same time he shouted this, Jiang Liushi felt like he had stumbled into some role. Inside the room, several women stood together, facing the door, as if waiting for his arrival. Seeing him kick open the door and aim the dark muzzle at them, these women could not help but shiver. Chapter 43, What the hell is going on? A group of girls did not know what fate awaited them. Brother Yu was dead, but what about the young man? He had killed Brother Yu, and without a doubt, he would take control of everything here, becoming the new ruler of the town. At the same time, if he wanted, with just a thought, he could become their new master. They had been beaten, enslaved, and ravaged by Brother Yu, which left them with very low hopes for survival. They just needed this new ruler to give them a little food. "None of you move." Suddenly seeing such a group of girls, Jiang Liushi froze for a moment. But he did not relax his guard at all. Among these seemingly fragile girls might be members of a gang. With just a single handgun, they could take his life. How could he allow such a thing to happen? "Raise your hands and come forward one by one," Jiang Liushi said. The women all looked at him. "Hurry up!" Jiang Liushi urged again. Xiao dried her tears, raised both hands high, and stepped forward first. She walked to stand in front of Jiang Liushi, who was holding the gun, and as he approached, he searched her waist and pockets. When Jiang Liushi touched her, Xiao trembled slightly but did not evade. She bit her lip and looked at Jiang Liushi. "All right, stand over there. Next." After finishing the search, Jiang Liushi told Xiao. Xiao obediently walked to the side. Soon, all the women had been searched by Jiang Liushi. They had no weapons on them, and Jiang Liushi guessed they must have been women forcibly taken by the gang, likely Brother Yu's women. After being searched by Jiang Liushi, the women now stood together in the corner of the room, looking at him with anxious eyes. "Be brother." A woman in red trembled and spoke, What are you going to do with us?" The speaking woman looked to be in her early 20s, she was voluptuous and beautiful. In fact, the girls in this room were all young and pretty. They either looked pure and innocent or were curvy and sexy, each with their own charm. In the red-clothed girl's mind, this young man would likely take control of their fates. With such a group of delicate girls in the room, they had no power to resist, and not many men could keep their desires in check. But looking at Jiang Liushi, he was young and not bad-looking, much stronger than Yu Gu. If he wasn't too brutal with them,
Thinking about following him didn't seem like a hard thing to accept. A girl like her could only survive in the apocalypse by relying on the strong. Jiang Liushi glanced at the woman in red, too lazy to pay her any attention. He quickly scanned all the girls in the room, finally locking his gaze on Xiaoro. It wasn't because Xiaoro was particularly beautiful, rather, her slim figure looked weak and fragile, posing no threat to him. You. Jiang Liushi pointed his gun at Jiang Xiaoro, come here. Jiang Liushi's voice was somewhat fierce. I. Suddenly called out by Jiang Liushi, Xiaoro's expression changed slightly, she was the first one he pointed at. She bit her lip and ultimately walked towards Jiang Liushi. After Yu Ji's death, she had some fleeting hopes, but she didn't know what she was hoping for. She obediently walked in front of Jiang Liushi, closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling lightly. One hand instinctively tightened around her collar, her knuckles turning pale from the effort. This was a sign of unwillingness, yet resignation. She knew she couldn't resist Jiang Liushi. Why are you closing your eyes? Jiang Liushi frowned, confused by her behavior. Hey, I'm asking you, where did that Yugu hide the supplies? Jiang Liushi stated his purpose. Yugu must have hoarded a lot since he had plundered so much from the people. Ha! Xiaoro was taken aback, opened her eyes, then hesitantly raised her hand, pointing to one of the rooms. As she lowered her finger, Xiaoro still felt a bit dazed. Was he just asking about supplies? Go and open the door. Jiang Liushi ordered sharply. There's a lock. Xiaoro replied timidly. Jiang Liushi heard this and said nothing, walking straight to the door, aiming at the keyhole, raising the gun, and then stepping aside. Bang! The gun fired, and Jiang Liushi felt a slight tremor in his arms. He had held the gun tightly, so the recoil didn't cause much movement at the muzzle. Ah! The girls all screamed, covering their ears. The lock was shattered, and Jiang Liushi kicked the door open with one forceful blow. The precious storage room that Yugo had carefully locked up to keep everyone out was now opened in a violent manner by him. After opening the door, Jiang Liushi first looked at the situation outside, then he stepped into the room while the girls, including Xiaoro, secretly watched him in panic. As soon as he entered the room, Jiang Liushi couldn't help but be amazed. The room was like a grain warehouse, packed with supplies from floor to ceiling. One refrigerator was filled with all kinds of fresh produce. Jiang Liushi's main food source was the mutated pork, which boosted physical strength, but these fresh vegetables and mushrooms could enhance the flavor. Such things were rare in the apocalypse, yet Jiang Liushi couldn't carry much of it. Yugo had set the base next to a gas station. His refrigerator was powered by a generator 24/7, keeping the food inside very fresh. Jiang Liushi could only take as much as he could carry from these good things. Thinking of Jiang Zhuiying hidden at home without electricity, he figured she was probably only eating dry rations. If all went smoothly, he might still be able to take her something to eat. Upon thinking of this, Jiang Liushi felt an urgent need to upgrade his storage space. If the base vehicle's storage space were large enough, he could take away even more food from several refrigerators. As for those vacuum-packed foods, they were of various kinds, like ham, cured meat, and hand-tiered rabbit, among others. In fact, Jiang Liushi had already amassed a good amount of food, but he knew that the apocalypse was just beginning, and food would become harder to gather as time went on. Although these foods weren't as good as mutant beast meat. Jiang Liushi would not think that his food was too much, because these were indeed valuable resources. There were so many items that Jiang Liushi asked one girl to find a few snakeskin bags, filling 10 or so to the brim. These snakeskin bags might have been used by survivors to store supplies when they handed them in. While packing the food, Jiang Liushi discovered a box. The box was stored in a corner, neatly wrapped. When Jiang Liushi opened the box, he instantly felt joy. Inside the box were items that Brother Yu had collected from the police station, which were very precious to him. Jiang Liushi took a quick look and found 2 bulletproof vests, a police electric baton, a number of bullets, and a police helmet. These items were all useful to Jiang Liushi, especially the bulletproof vests and bullets, both of which he was lacking. With a bulletproof vest, Jiang Liushi's vulnerability was slightly enhanced, and the bullets ensured that his Type 54 pistol would not become scrap metal. When he was in the base vehicle, he had strength and safety, but now that he was out of the car, he needed other methods to ensure his safety and combat effectiveness. This box of items was a pleasant surprise, and Jiang Liushi decided to take the whole box with him. There were too many items, and he had to carry them multiple times. Jiang Liushi's strength was quite good originally, and after eating the mutant beast meat, it had improved a bit. Climbing a few staircases with supplies was nothing difficult for him. The girl stood in the corner, silently watching Jiang Liushi continuously carry supplies down. Chapter 44 2 Choices. Jiang Liushi made around 10 trips back and forth. Perhaps because he had been eating some mutant beast meat lately, Jiang Liushi did not feel very tired. He found the carrying work quite easy. Soon, the entire base vehicle was packed full of supplies. When there was truly no place left to store them, Jiang Liushi simply fixed the remaining snakeskin bags onto the roof rack of the vehicle.
With this, his minibus looked even older, with the roof stacked full of snakeskin bags, resembling a migrant worker heading to the city. In the end, every space for supplies was utilized by Jiang Liushi, and there was a portion of supplies left that he simply could not take with him. Jiang Liushi could only choose some high-calorie, small-volume foods like chocolate to carry with him. He glanced sadly back at the storage room, then walked out. Seeing Jiang Liushi come out empty-handed this time, not carrying any bulging snakeskin bags, the girls couldn't help but glance towards the storage room.
All gone?
Xiao Rou clutched her clothes, feeling a pang of despair in her heart. When Brother Yu was around, they did not dare approach the storage room at all.
Not to mention them, even the motorcycle gang was not allowed near it.
Only his few trusted ones had the chance to enter. So they had no idea how many supplies were really inside the storage room. But seeing Jiang Liushi so focused on the supplies, they felt that he must have taken everything. Without food, they did not know how to survive. After coming out of the storage room, Jiang Liushi searched again in the living room and Brother Yu's bedroom, and upon finding nothing useful, he headed straight for the door. At this moment, Xiao Rou bit her lip and mustered the courage to call out to Jiang Liushi, Please, wait a moment." Jiang Liushi turned his head to glance at Xiao Rou. At this time, the girls in the room appeared very anxious. Xiao Rou looked at Jiang Liushi.
For a moment, she truly didn't know how to speak.
They all knew that Jiang Liushi had no reason to leave food for them, but without food, it meant they were going to starve to death. And to propose that Jiang Liushi leave even a little for them was too much to ask. It would be completely natural for him to refuse.
We.
Seeing that Xiao Rou was speaking hesitantly, Jiang Liushi lost his patience. He stepped outside, was about to go down the stairs, but then turned back. At first, when Xiao Rou and the others saw Jiang Liushi go out, their hearts sank. Now seeing him return, hope suddenly lit up their faces. Some girls even couldn't help but want to speak up about following Jiang Liushi. To be fair, he was young and good-looking. For most of the girls, being able to follow Jiang Liushi and have a meal was appealing. However, they couldn't find the courage to speak. They felt that Jiang Liushi was not interested in them at all, and their proposal would probably be rejected, which would be truly embarrassing. Besides, they had no abilities, only a burden. At that moment, Jiang Liushi spoke, "If you want to join a survivor group, I have a suitable team to recommend.
But everyone there has to gather food.
In a moment, I'll have that team come over. The decision to join them is yours. Of course, you can also choose to leave. There are some supplies left in that room that you can take with you." He felt it was a pity to leave those supplies here. If these girls continue to stay, they wouldn't be able to protect these resources, and soon someone else would have their eyes on them. And the survivor group where when Xiaotian's sisters were, urgently needed these supplies.
Of course, if these girls didn't want to join Wen Xiaotian's team, Jiang Liushi wouldn't force them, it was their own choice.
Upon hearing Jiang Liushi's words, the girls immediately looked at each other in disbelief. They felt it was incredible that without begging, Jiang Liushi had proactively decided to leave them food. When he had just left, despair had risen in their hearts, thinking they were surely going to starve. As for the survivor team Jiang Liushi mentioned, they guessed it was somehow related to him, but he probably wasn't in it, otherwise, he wouldn't have said that. He could just call his people over. These girls had no doubt that if Jiang Liushi led a survivor group, he would definitely be the leader. "How will you choose?" Jiang Liushi asked. Seeing that Jiang Liushi seemed to lack patience again, Xiao Rou and the girls whispered a few words, then she turned to Jiang Liushi, speaking with determination, "We are willing to join this survivor group. We will do our best in what is required of us." Compared to being trampled by others for food, Xiao Rou actually preferred to be self-reliant. It was just that these girls didn't have the ability to survive alone. Now, Jiang Liushi had given them such an opportunity, and Xiao Rou was genuinely grateful to him. Then you all wait here," Jiang Liushi said. This place was in a very good location, and Jiang Liushi felt it was more suitable as a camp for Wen Xiaotian's group. He was not worried that the girls would run away with the supplies. Even if they took some, they couldn't carry much, and on their own, they couldn't survive at all.
Just as Jiang Liushi was about to leave, Xiao Rou suddenly called out from behind, "Please wait a moment." "What now?"
Jiang Liushi was really puzzled. He turned around and saw Xiao Rou's eyes were a bit red, filled with tears as she said, "Thank you."
No need to mention it.
Jiang Liushi felt that he really hadn't done anything significant. When the end of the world came, Jiang Liushi didn't consider himself a good person, but he wouldn't actively do evil. Everything he did was to survive and safely reach Jinling City. With that assurance, he wouldn't refuse to lend a hand to others. He wasn't a heartless person. In the one household, Wen Xiaotian, Wen Lu, and the other survivors were anxiously waiting by the window for Jiang Liushi's return. Their hearts were filled with worry, and the survivors were also anxious and restless. Although Jiang Liushi told them not to worry and just stay at home before leaving, they stood there like ants on a hot stove, their hearts racing with unease. But they also knew that even if they hid somewhere else, if Jiang Liushi failed, they would still be found by Brother Yu and the motorcycle gang, facing a tragic death. They were all ordinary people, and escaping this small town was very difficult. Without gasoline and food, even if they escaped, they would either be caught or starve to death. So, they all silently hoped for a miracle to happen. The old man in the yard picked up the overturned rice pot again.
Earlier, during the conflict between Huang Mao and Jiang Liushi, one of Huang Mao's lackeys had thrown the rice pot to the ground.
The rice in the pot was half-cooked, with more than half spilled out, covering the ground in dust. The old man scooped the rice back into the pot with his hands, refusing to waste a single grain.
This rice could be washed and eaten again.
The other survivors silently watched the old man cook the rice again, and then he went among the corpses of the motorcycle gang, retrieving supplies taken by them one by one.
Chapter 45, Leaving.
When Xiaotian watched the old man's actions, her hands tightly clenched, her heart burning with anxiety. At this moment, when Xiaotian felt conflicted. She had heard many frightening stories about Brother Yu from the survivors and her sister Wen Lu. She was very worried about Jiang Liushi's safety. Thanks to Jiang Liushi, Wen Xiaotian could reunite with her sister, something that many people wouldn't even dare to hope for in this apocalypse. So on one hand, when Xiaotian hoped that Jiang Liushi would prioritize his own safety, it wouldn't matter if he didn't deal with Brother Yu and the motorcycle gang. But on the other hand, she knew that if Jiang Liushi didn't get rid of the problem with Brother Yu, they would soon face retaliation. What would happen to her and her sister then was still a complete unknown.
Perhaps the unknown made it hard to think of a way to fight back. To protect themselves, they could only wait in fear for despair to arrive. Wen Lu had her hand in her pocket, secretly gripping a dagger. She knew how Brother Yu treated those who dared to resist him, and Wen Lu wouldn't give the motorcycle gang a chance to torment her. As she thought this, Wen Lu felt her hand gripping the knife tremble slightly. The answer would be revealed soon, but for her and the other survivors, every second felt painfully long.
Whoa! Suddenly, the roar of an engine echoed, and all the survivors, including Wen Lu and Wen Xiaotian, jolted in surprise. Like waiting for a verdict, they all moved to the window, their bodies stiff, peering outside little by little.
Wen Lu tightly gripped the dagger, while Wen Xiaotian clenched her fists. Everyone's heart was pounding in their throats.
It's... Wen Lu suddenly exclaimed with joy. Outside the yard, a minibus was dragging a small fuel tank. On the roof of the car were many bags, slowly driving to the gate, and then it stopped. Wen Lu immediately took out her dagger and threw it aside, then ran out the door like the wind. She couldn't wait to know what had happened. When Xiaotian stared blankly at the minibus, before, she had been in a dilemma, but in the blink of an eye, Jiang Liushi had returned driving the minibus. This feeling was just like when she encountered a mutated wild boar, got knocked unconscious, and then woke up to see the boar's corpse. It all felt like a dream. The survivors were all dazed until Wen Lu had already run out of the gate before they reacted. Let's go check it out. See what happened. The minibus appeared here, and there were no flying car gangs following it, plus it was towing an oil tank. What had happened was already obvious.
However, even with the facts right in front of them, these survivors still felt an incredible disbelief.
Soon, they all came to the side of the driver's cabin and saw Jiang Liushi inside the car, then listened to him explain the whole story. He even told them that they could go take over the flying car gang's stronghold, and there were still some leftover supplies there. They simply couldn't believe how Jiang Liushi did it. In front of Yugu, they all felt despair, so many people couldn't resist, and those who tried to resist ended up with a very tragic fate. But Jiang Liushi, relying on just himself and his vehicle, took care of the dark clouds hanging over them in no time. Seeing Jiang Liushi's casual tone, it felt as if all of this was just a simple task for him. They looked at the minibus, where several bullet holes were clearly visible on the windshield, yet the bullets did not penetrate the glass. They looked at Jiang Liushi, who was completely unharmed. They finally believed that what Jiang Liushi said was indeed true. They had freed themselves from Yuji's clutches. These survivors felt as if they had been reborn. The old man came out from the house, stood behind the crowd, listening to Jiang Liushi's words, with his hands trembling slightly, unable to hold back tears. No wonder he was crying. He had been worried sick about his grandson, and even today, he had prepared himself to die and take his grandson with him, not wanting him to suffer in this world. But now, everything was bright and hopeful. Not only would he not have to take his grandson to die, but they could also live in a safer place and have enough to eat. From now on, they would no longer suffer Yuji's oppression and the flying car gang's bullying. The survivors came back to their senses from their surprise and kept thanking Jiang Liushi. But at that moment, Jiang Liushi had already mentioned that he was about to leave. With the gas tank full and everything ready, Jiang Liushi couldn't wait to go to Jinling. When Xiaotian and Wen Lu had been reunited, but he was still worried about Jiang Zhuing. This small town wasn't far from Jinling, and Jiang Liushi just wanted to hurry along the road. When the survivors heard that Jiang Liushi was leaving, they were all stunned. You helped us so much, how can you just leave? Wen Lu blurted out, grabbing the door as if this would prevent Jiang Liushi from driving away. Wen Lu wanted to repay Jiang Liushi in some way, and so did Wen Xiaotian. The survivors felt the same way. Although they might not be able to give Jiang Liushi something he needed, at least they could cook a few meals for him. No, it's fine.
Jiang Liushi said. He thought everything was ready, the distance wasn't far, and he couldn't afford to waste time. As for saving these people, his true goal was to obtain the gasoline, and saving these people was not his original intention, it was just a coincidence. You all be careful, you shouldn't have any problems getting to that gas station. By the way, Jiang Liushi suddenly remembered something and informed them about the situation of Xiaoro and those girls. Wen Lu immediately responded that there was absolutely no problem, she had long heard about those girls and had always sympathized with them. But Jiang Liushi insisted on leaving, simply marking this location on the map, thinking that if he ever needed fuel in the future, he could come back. The gasoline in Jiangling might have been taken by the military. When he got there, he might face a shortage of fuel, although he had tried his best to carry as much gasoline as possible. This small town was hidden away, and these survivors could help him guard the gas station after moving next to it. Seeing Wen Xiaotian's sisters and these survivors eagerly wanting to repay him, Jiang Liushi voiced this request. The survivors immediately agreed wholeheartedly, feeling very happy that they could help Jiang Liushi with even a small task. Wen Xiaotian's sisters waved their hands at Jiang Liushi's vehicle, even though they hadn't spent much time together, as they saw Jiang Liushi drive away in that minibus loaded with a fuel tank and goods. Wen Xiaotian felt a sense of reluctance. As Jiang Liushi sat in the vehicle, he reached out to open the map to Jiangling. Chapter 46 Train Station. The distance from the small town to Jiangling was not far. Jiang Liushi maintained a steady speed. As he got closer to Jiangling, the number of abandoned vehicles on the road increased. Jiang Liushi smashed a small car that blocked his way to the side, watching as the half-eaten remains of the driver shook wildly from the impact. Inside and outside these abandoned. At a glance, a high-speed train was stopped on the bridge. Not far away, another train, partially derailed, was hanging on the bridge, its other end having crashed onto the road below. On the cars of these two trains, a look revealed that they were all tanks, and on the flatbed cars being towed behind, there were military trucks, one after another. This was completely a military train. This type of train, Jiang Liushi had only seen in the news before. He never expected to see two of them here at once. Recalling the situation before the apocalypse, when Jiang Zhuiying could not buy a train ticket, Jiang Liushi suddenly understood. These trains were all used to transport military supplies, in preparation for the impending end of the world. The roads and planes were probably in the same situation. At such times, even if it caused some public suspicion and dissatisfaction, it didn't matter. As long as the news of the apocalypse didn't spread, the unrest caused by that dissatisfaction would not be enough to affect anything. And these two trains likely encountered the outbreak of the apocalypse during transport, then stopped here, becoming part of this apocalyptic scene. While driving, Jiang Liushi looked at the coal tanks and military trucks on this military train. These were good steel and various materials. Seeing these things, Jiang Liushi felt a strong desire. His base vehicle was just a big mouth that devoured good materials. The more it was fed, the faster it would grow. The military materials used in the tanks and military trucks were undoubtedly of very high quality, possibly the best in the country. However, Jiang Liushi could not take these steels apart, he could only watch. Just then, Jiang Liushi suddenly heard a bang sound coming from inside the car. This entire area, including the train station, was quiet as death. Suddenly hearing this sound made everyone tense up instantly. Jiang Liushi's attention was immediately pulled back from those tanks and trucks, his eyes fixed tightly on the compartment where the sound came from. Bang! Another sound followed. Then suddenly, a face pressed against the window, a pair of bloodshot eyes crazily staring at the minibus. This zombie was dressed in military uniform, likely a soldier transported on this military train, or a guard of some sort. A massive wave of zombies suddenly surged out from the train doors. These zombies rushed out, leaping off the bridge and charging wildly towards the minibus. Seeing the dark mass of zombies quickly closing in, Jiang Liushi couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. He had previously wondered where the crowd of zombies that had devoured those who escaped onto the road was, but he didn't expect they were hiding in this compartment, and in such large numbers. Just this wave alone, Jiang Liushi estimated there were at least hundreds. He wasn't worried about these zombies getting into the vehicle, but on top of his car and in the back, there were still food and gasoline. If these zombies destroyed them, he would truly feel heartbroken. So before the zombies could reach him, Jiang Liushi slammed down on the accelerator. With a whoosh, the minibus suddenly accelerated, shooting out with an agility that didn't match its size. At that moment, the zombies at the front had already leaped several meters away, viciously pouncing towards the minibus, but were directly knocked aside by the suddenly speeding minibus. A series of bang 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 collision sounds immediately came from one side of the vehicle. Zombies kept pouring out from the carriage. Jiang Liushi initially managed to shake off some, but soon had to step on the gas hard and crash through. The whole street was only his vehicle in motion, with hordes of zombies surrounding him. This minibus repeatedly seemed on the verge of being overwhelmed by the zombie horde. However, Jiang Liushi kept his foot on the gas. No matter if there were zombies in front or cars blocking the way, he did not slow down. After driving more than 1,000 meters in one breath, Jiang Liushi finally broke free from the horde of zombies, and those zombies still unwillingly chased after him, but at this distance, they posed no threat to him. Jiang Liushi glanced at the rearview mirror. With so many zombies, even if he had a way to remove the steel materials, it would be impossible to safely acquire them. Fortunately, he just watched from the car and had no intention of getting out to search. In such public places, he realized that in the future, unless necessary, he should try to stay far away. They were simply large zombie nests. Through this experience, Jiang Liushi discovered that these zombies seemed to have a tendency to hide. Although many zombies roamed the streets, many others were hidden in unseen corners, and once a person entered these buildings or enclosed spaces, they would find themselves surrounded by zombies. He suddenly became more worried about Jiang Liushi. If Jiang Liushi was hiding inside a house, it didn't mean she could escape from zombies. It was very possible that one was hiding inside while the zombie was right outside the door. Chapter 47, Entering Jiangling. Jiangling City, 20 kilometers. Besides this, there was also an arrow pointing forward. Looking up at the sign hanging above, Jiang Liushi checked the map and then suddenly turned, driving a few hundred meters down a side road, arriving at a flower cultivation base. He directly crashed through the big gate and drove right in. Roar! Dozens of zombies rushed out from among the cultivated flowers, and Jiang Liushi hit the gas and crashed into them, killing them instantly. This flower cultivation base was filled with fresh flowers and trees, among which were many valuable species that used to sell for high prices, but now they were all knocked down carelessly by Jiang Liushi. He drove all the way to the deepest part and stopped inside a large greenhouse. This was a spot Jiang Liushi found on the map, closest to Jiangling, with no residential areas around and no large stores nearby, making it a secluded place with no search value. Survivors passing by here would not enter. Jiang Liushi slowly drove the minibus into a hidden corner and pressed the corresponding button. With a click, the small fuel tank trailer immediately detached from the minibus. Jiang Liushi's minibus was carrying too much stuff. That small box truck looked shabby, and even if it attracted attention, it wouldn't spark interest, but the fuel tank truck was too eye-catching. Previously, Jiang Liushi speculated that it would be difficult to find gasoline in Jiangling, so dragging a fuel tank truck was like tossing a delicious piece of meat into a pack of beasts. It's better to be cautious. Resolving one problem is better than creating more. After filling the fuel tank, Jiang Liushi drove out of the flower cultivation base. Back on the main road, not long after driving, Jiang Liushi saw the sign for Jiangling City again. He was getting closer and closer to Jiangling. Xiaoying, wait for me. Jiang Liushi switched to a location he had long saved on the map. This place was exactly where Jiang Liushi had agreed to meet him. After that, Jiang Liushi tried to send a text message to Jiang Liushi. Since the apocalypse began, his phone had lost signal in Jiangbei City, and then he had been driving on mountain roads, making it even more impossible to have signal. Jiang Liushi hoped that perhaps Jiangling City would have signal. However, after seeing the message fail to send and noticing no service in the top left corner, Jiang Liushi immediately showed a hint of disappointment. There was no signal in Jiangling City either. If he could have contacted Jiang Liushi in advance, he wouldn't be so anxious. Now, he was eager to find Jiang Liushi as soon as possible. At this moment in Jiangling City, survivors definitely kept their distance. All the abandoned vehicles on the road faced towards the city outskirts, and only Jiang Liushi's minibus was heading into the city. At first, the number of zombies on the streets wasn't much, and Jiang Liushi could mostly drive past them before they came rushing over. The deeper he went into the city, the more zombies there were. Aoo! Zombies kept appearing, and Jiang Liushi had to stay on high alert. His minibus was continuously hit by zombies, but thanks to the upgraded defense from the mutation energy, these impacts didn't cause any damage to the vehicle's exterior. There were too many zombies. Those that were tossed aside continued to tail Jiang Liushi's minibus. Jiang Liushi looked at the screen, feeling like he was advancing through a sea of corpses. In front of him, the number of zombies grew even larger. At this rate, even if his vehicle had strong power and high defense, being surrounded by so many zombies was extremely dangerous. Even ants can kill an elephant when they are numerous, let alone these ferocious zombies. Aoo! A female zombie, 1 foot still in a high heel and her stockings ripped, with blood all over her body and face, was hanging onto the front of Jiang Liushi's vehicle, staring at him through the windshield, her long-nailed hands desperately scratching at the glass. Her long nails should have broken by now from all the thrashing, but after transforming into a zombie, even her nails had become extremely tough, comparable to the claws of a beast. Jiang Liushi took a glance at the female zombie and chose to ignore her. This female zombie was obviously once a very fashionable urban girl, yet now she had turned into a monster that only knew murder. With the throttle fully pressed down, Jiang Liushi suddenly slammed the horn. The sharp sound of the horn, in this street full of zombies, was like a stone thrown into water, instantly creating a huge stir. Jiang Liushi immediately noticed that the zombies in the distance that hadn't detected him suddenly turned their heads. These zombies stared at Jiang Liushi's minibus from afar, and then, without any warning, they all went mad and began to charge toward him. In front, behind, and on either side, Jiang Liushi estimated there were at least hundreds of zombies, maybe even more.
Seeing this scene, ordinary survivors would have already lost all hope, and Jiang Liushi felt a chill of sweat pooling in his palm that was gripping the steering wheel.
Bang bang bang.
The zombies in front were continuously knocked away by Jiang Liushi's speeding minibus, but the zombies hanging on the sides, the doors, and even climbing onto the roof of the vehicle were increasing in number. As Jiang Liushi and his minibus sank deeper into the massive zombies, the number under the wheels of the vehicle became larger, and even with the throttle pressed all the way down, driving felt increasingly labored, yet he didn't stop. He kept his eyes firmly on the front, ignoring the female zombies still clawing at his windshield.
One more time that should do it. With the minibus barely able to move forward, Jiang Liushi pressed the instant acceleration button.
With a roar, the zombies surrounding Jiang Liushi were instantly flung away, the immense power allowing the minibus to forcefully carve out a path through the horde. After pushing through, all the zombies on this street had gathered around Jiang Liushi. After creating a path, Jiang Liushi temporarily burst out of the sea of corpses, but he didn't accelerate away. Instead, he made a sharp turn. With a screech, a sharp rubbing sound, one of the minibus tires was even left hanging in the air.
As soon as the turn was completed, Jiang Liushi immediately pressed the air cannon button. 10, 9, 8. Bang. 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 Bang.
Zombies continually pounced, and soon before Jiang Liushi, it was packed full of fierce zombie faces. These zombies were desperately pounding on the windshield, their eyes fixed on Jiang Liushi, eager to tear him apart. Jiang Liushi sat in the driver's seat, feeling the vehicle shake, his face paled slightly as he counted, 3, 2, 1.
Chapter 48, Xiaoying, I'm coming. Boom. A loud bang.
All Jiang Liushi saw was blood mist filling the front of his car, and those zombies stuck to the windshield vanished in an instant. The power of the air cannon created nearly a 20-meter vacuum zone in front of Jiang Liushi's car. Zombies further away were also injured. As wounds appeared on their bodies, they were immediately torn apart and devoured by the zombies behind.
Whew.
Jiang Liushi exhaled, turned the steering wheel, and continued driving. Such a big commotion would likely attract more distant zombies, they would arrive soon. But by then, he would have driven far away, and these zombies would be lured by the corpses on the ground, fighting over the scraps. This way, it would ease some of Jiang Liushi's driving pressure. After passing this necessary main road, Jiang Liushi turned into a small street. These small streets were usually bustling, but now only a few zombies roamed. And their numbers were far fewer compared to those on the main road.
The base vehicle shell is undamaged, the glass is intact.
The windshield has been cleaned. A jet of clear water sprayed from the wiper, washing away the bloodstains on the windshield of the minibus. And on the road the minibus passed, 2 long bloodstreaks were left behind. Following the map, Jiang Liushi navigated through the small streets of Jiangling City all day. He remained highly focused and was already exhausted. However, when he saw a residential complex, the weariness on his face disappeared in an instant. Lanyuan community, the address Jiang Zhuiying had told him, was right here. This community was right next to the university where Jiang Zhuiying studied, just separated by a small alley, and was the apartment complex for university teachers, while the university was a densely populated zombie area. The number of zombies in this community would probably not be low either.
Jiang Liushi drove the minibus, slowed down, and slowly entered the community.
Seeing the blood all over the security booth and numerous bloodstains and drag traces on the ground, Jiang Liushi's heart tightened even more. In fact, he had seen similar scenes countless times on this journey, he had encountered even bloodier sights, but nothing made him feel as uneasy as now. The situation in the community was like that in other places, having been ravaged by the apocalypse, very tragic. It was quiet inside, and the windows of the houses on both sides were dark, with no signs of life, remnants, and bloodstains everywhere. Jiang Liushi drove slowly, making no sound. Those buildings appeared silent, but they were surely filled with zombies. Close to where Jiang Zhuiying was hiding, Jiang Liushi didn't want to attract these zombies. Put! A zombie suddenly charged out from the flower bed beside him and was instantly rolled under Jiang Liushi's wheels. The vehicle shook slightly, and Jiang Liushi continued driving, while vigilantly looking at the buildings on both sides. His gaze was searching for the building Jiang Zhuiying had mentioned.
Building 17. Building 17. Jiang Liushi looked at the numbers hanging on the outer walls.
Building 17 was relatively close to the main entrance, but it was also quite remote.
This was Jiang Liushi's specific request.
The road conditions in the community were generally complicated, and the roads were narrow. When encountering a car blocking the way, the sound of clearing the obstacle could attract all the zombies in the neighborhood. At this time, Jiang Liushi, who was unfamiliar with the roads, would face trouble.
There were no problems yet, just near the entrance.
Jiang Liushi had already planned to pick up Jiang Zhuiying as quickly as possible and then drive the base vehicle away. Soon, a shadow of Building 17 appeared in Jiang Liushi's sight from afar. Jiang Liushi glanced at the mobile phone placed beside him. The screen was showing a music playback app, and the volume was adjusted to a relatively low value.
This was something he had calculated and prepared in advance. Even during the journey, he had conducted a brief experiment. When he arrived at the foot of Building 17, Jiang Liushi first rolled down the driver's side window, pressed the play button on his phone, tossed the phone at the entrance of the building, and then backed up the base vehicle a bit, with his foot on the gas, ready to floor it once the zombies appeared. To pick up Jiang Liushi certainly had to get out of the car, but relying only on a bulletproof vest, helmet, and handgun was far from enough to ensure his safety, not to mention protecting Jiang Liushi. So, Jiang Liushi had already planned how to bring Jiang Liushi down from the building. He wanted to lure out and deal with all the zombies inside the building using the phone. The adjusted volume of the phone was just right for zombies within about 20 meters to hear. In fact, this volume was very low, and pressing it again would mute it. In such an open place, it might not be heard by a person, but zombies could hear it. Jiang Liushi waited for about 10 seconds before a staggering figure appeared at the hallway entrance. This zombie leaped out from the unit door but did not pounce on the phone. Even though it had been lured out by the sound, it was only interested in living beings. Seeing the zombie appear, Jiang Liushi did not rush to step on the gas. The zombie then spotted Jiang Liushi inside the car, its blood-red eyes fixed on him, and it lunged forward, scratching at Jiang Liushi's car. Jiang Liushi remained still. He was patiently waiting. But after quite a while had passed, at the entrance, there was still only this one zombie attempting to attack him in front of the car, all alone. Was there only this one zombie in the building? Or were the other zombies locked inside and unable to come out? This was excellent. Jiang Liushi, maintaining his patience, waited a moment longer, confirming that only this zombie could pose a threat to him before he slammed the car forward. Bang! The grotesque zombie in front of the car was instantly knocked down and crushed to death. Jiang Liushi carefully positioned the car at the entrance, almost touching the unit door. Then, he put on his helmet, grabbed the pliers and a Type 54 pistol, opened the car door, and stepped out. The music might not lure down zombies from the 5th or 6th floors, so Jiang Liushi picked up the phone and continued playing music as he walked inside. Thus, when the zombies appeared, he was prepared in advance and could retreat back to the car. The elevator in the stairwell had long since stopped working. As soon as Jiang Liushi approached, he suddenly heard a bang from inside, where a zombie was pounding against the elevator door. Jiang Liushi jumped in surprise, adjusted his helmet, and cautiously moved towards the stairs. Although he hadn't found any zombies momentarily, Jiang Liushi remained very cautious, adhering to the principle of being careful. The stairwell was dimly lit, and only the sound of Jiang Liushi's footsteps echoed around him. Jiang Liushi lived on the top floor, and Jiang Liushi slowly climbed up the stairs. When he reached the 4th floor, Jiang Liushi placed the phone on the ground, then retreated back to the 3rd floor, nervously aiming the gun at the hallway. After waiting for a while, and seeing no zombies, he returned to pick up his phone and turned off the music. Indeed, there were no zombies in the hallway. As he stepped onto the top floor and walked towards Jiang Liushi's room, Jiang Liushi felt his heart rise to his throat, along with an excitement that something important was about to be accomplished. Reaching the door, Jiang Liushi took a deep breath, gently knocked on the door, and softly said, "Xiaoying, it's brother." There was no sound from inside. Boom! With a dull sound, Jiang Liushi felt a sudden jolt in his scalp. He turned his head and realized the sound came from the apartment across the hall. The zombie's claws were scratching at the security door. "I'm scared to death," Jiang Liushi said speechlessly, turning back to the door. Just as he was about to knock again, he suddenly noticed that after knocking twice, the door seemed to slowly push open a little. Chapter 49, Brother, wait for me. Jiang Liushi carefully pushed the door open and immediately saw that it was locked from the inside while still not being fully closed, which meant that whether it was the wind or a zombie invasion, the door wouldn't close completely. This meant the door was intentionally left ajar. Instantly, Jiang Liushi's heart sank. He hurried into the room, shouting, "Jiang Liushi." The room was empty, almost all the furniture was pushed to the side, leaving an open space in the middle. With some food packaging boxes scattered around, it was clear that this place was once filled with supplies. Jiang Liushi kicked open the doors of the rooms directly. In one bedroom, he discovered Jiang Liushi's clothes. It was a t-shirt, one he remembered very well because the front had a very silly hand-drawn design, a cartoon version of him being punched away by a cartoon version of Jiang Liushi. This was a birthday gift Jiang Liushi had given him years ago, and he had refused to wear it, calling the design too ridiculous, while Jiang Liushi happily wore it for years, completely ignoring his eye rolls. At that moment, seeing this t-shirt that had made him speechless countless times, Jiang Liushi felt his heart tightly tugged. He grabbed the t-shirt, and just as he held it, he found a line of text on the back. "Brother, wait for me." Jiang Liushi froze for a moment, then flipped the t-shirt inside out and examined it multiple times. What the heck? Jiang Liushi tightly clutched the t-shirt. Jiang Liushi had left a message, but why couldn't she have written more? These 3 words were simply so vague. Of course, Jiang Liushi wasn't really complaining about Jiang Liushi, he was worried and anxious. In this room, there were no supplies left, and Jiang Liushi wouldn't easily break their agreement by going out. At the very least, Jiang Liushi knew he would come here.
So if nothing particularly happened, she should be waiting for him here for a while. But she had so many reasons to stay, yet she only left such a simple 3 words, then disappeared.
What on earth happened?
Jiang Liushi was too worried. He circled the room again, finding no other messages left by Jiang Liushi. He could only take the t-shirt and go downstairs, returning to the base vehicle. He didn't know if it was because of the bloody scent from the crushed zombie, but when Jiang Liushi exited the building, several zombies had wandered out from other buildings, circling around the base vehicle.
Jiang Liushi cautiously got inside the vehicle, then entered the cabin.
He couldn't find Jiang Liushi, and aside from asking him to wait, she left no other information. Jiang Liushi decided to wait in this place for a while. Even though he was anxious, Jinling City was so big that he couldn't rashly go searching. If Jiang Liushi hadn't shown up in a few days, he would prepare to look around the outskirts. Crushing these zombies might attract more zombies, so Jiang Liushi simply decided to ignore them.
He closed the door between the cabin and the driver's seat, and the entire compartment lit up, instantly becoming a warm little room.
Zombies roamed outside, but inside this room, Jiang Liushi could completely cook, eat, watch shows, and rest. As long as he didn't make loud noises, these zombies wouldn't find him. Even if they heard some sounds, they would only knock a few times outside the vehicle and leave if they didn't find anyone. The way the zombie treated the phone earlier confirmed this point for Jiang Liushi. And the minibus wasn't afraid of these few zombies knocking on it. Jiang Liushi could say he had no safety concerns at all. The only thing he felt worried about was Jiang Liushi.
And if Jiang Liushi didn't appear, how should he find her?
Searching nearby was definitely not possible. Maybe he could find some survivors to ask, or perhaps he might need to record a message and play it somewhere. Jiang Liushi pondered various strategies while his eyes landed on the t-shirt lying on the sofa. He understood his sister's personality very well. She was lively outside but very sensible at home. Because he had always taken care of her, Jiang Liushi valued her brother's words highly, and any trouble she faced would first be shared with him.
But this time, such a big issue arose, and Jiang Liushi didn't listen?
Jiang Liushi thought of the people he met earlier, the brother Yu and the motorcycle gang. In such a big Jinling city, there must be many survivors.
Could it be that Jiang Liushi faced the same situation as Wenlu and her friends?
The more Jiang Liushi thought about it, the more anxious he felt. He couldn't just sit and wait.
He took out the map and started studying the surrounding area.
Although the internet was down, the downloaded map of Jinling City was very detailed, even showing what small shops were along the streets. The mountain roads were unusable before because they weren't highways or national roads, but rather very remote dirt roads that weren't on Jiang Liushi's map. In the blink of an eye, several hours passed, and as dusk approached, Jiang Liushi was just about to cook something when he suddenly heard a series of zombie growls outside the window. Jiang Liushi was taken aback. Just as he was about to pull back a corner of the curtain to see what was happening, he heard a series of hissing noises, along with the sound of something heavy thudding to the ground. Jiang Liushi quickly walked to the window, catching snippets of conversation from outside.
I feel like you've gotten a lot stronger again, boss.
Killing zombies is like stepping on an ant. Look at this corpse, it's crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and there's a strange smell coming from it, a male voice said.
Then a somewhat sweet voice replied, Are you annoyed?
If you want to flatter the boss, don't say it so disgustingly.
How can this be flattery? I'm just speaking the truth. When did an extra vehicle show up here?
The sweet voice seemed too lazy to pay attention to the man anymore, her focus shifting to the minibus. This vehicle was standing there, and even a blind person could find it. Jiang Liushi was not surprised by what the woman said.
However, he still didn't know who these people were.
But from the woman's words, it seemed they had been here before. Perhaps they were related to Jiang Liushi's disappearance. Jiang Liushi touched the gun at his waist while slowly walking toward the driver's seat.
These people can easily kill those zombies, their strength is definitely not weak.
Jiang Liushi didn't know whether they were enemies, but it was better to be fully prepared for an attack before getting close. Especially the so-called boss they mentioned. At this moment, Jiang Liushi heard the male voice speak again. No survivors would come here feeling stuffed, right?
Who are they? Chapter 50, Are you the boss?
Jiang Liushi heard the male voice was very close, clearly leaning in front of the minibus, curiously examining the vehicle.
I can't see anything, the driver's seat is empty,
not sure where they went, the male voice continued. At this time, the sweet, impatient female voice said, Why do you care where those people went? They may have been eaten by those zombies just now.
Aren't I just curious?
Who would drive such a big vehicle around? The male voice replied.
Anyway, it's just a broken car. What's there to be curious about?
The sweet female voice was very disdainful. Although she said this to provoke the man, her opinion about the minibus was quite accurate.
Jiang Liushi's vehicle was indeed very broken. Not to mention the appearance, it was also dragging a dilapidated cargo van, and on the roof were many unique snakeskin bags.
If it were before the apocalypse, seeing such a vehicle wouldn't feel special, but in this environment, it appeared even more dilapidated, as if it could be ripped apart by zombies at any moment.
What province's license plate is this? The male voice seemed unaffected by the sweet female's words, still curiously observing. Looks like it's from Jiang. After answering himself, the male voice suddenly said, "What do you think is in that cargo van, and those snakeskin bags on the roof? Should we open and take a look? What else is there?"
It must be all junk. The sweet female voice was becoming even more impatient.
"Let's check it out. What if we find something useful?" the male voice said.
Hearing them about to check his cargo van, Jiang Liushi couldn't listen anymore. Just as he was about to pull open the cargo door, he heard a familiar voice.
"It really is a Jiang license plate."
The voice carried a hint of surprise.
Jiang Liushi was also taken aback upon hearing this voice.
He quickly pulled open the cargo door and rushed to the front windshield, looking outside. Outside the vehicle, there were 5 or 6 people standing. Among them, Jiang Liushi immediately spotted Jiang Zhuiying. Jiang Zhuiying wore a simple pair of denim shorts, a big denim jacket over a pure white t-shirt, and had her hair in a ponytail, looking fresh and youthful. She was holding an iron rod, intensely staring at this vehicle.
As soon as their eyes met, Jiang Zhuiying's eyes widened in shock.
Her eyes were already big, and her lips formed an O shape. Then she shouted, "My brother!" Those who looked at Jiang Liushi with a hint of surprise upon his arrival immediately showed even more shock.
Jiang Zhuiying's brother?
These people were shocked, and so was Jiang Liushi.
He never expected Jiang Zhuiying would be among this group.
But what surprised him even more was that after Jiang Zhuiying shouted brother, the previous male voice rang out again, "No way, boss, this is your brother?" The male voice belonged to a young man in his 20s, with a crew cut, wearing casual clothes, carrying a long knife, and had a strange armband tied on his shoulder, looking somewhat juvenile.
His expression was exaggerated, staring at Jiang Liushi in disbelief. Jiang Liushi felt even more incredulous.
He had just been thinking about being wary of this boss, and now he was told.
This boss is actually his sister.
Through the windshield, Jiang Liushi looked at Jiang Zhuiying in disbelief, while Jiang Zhuiying, with her big eyes, also stared back at Jiang Liushi in surprise. The boss's brother actually came over from Jiangbei alone, just in this car. The young man with a long knife stayed outside with the others.
The siblings reunited, naturally went inside the minibus to catch up.
The young man was full of astonishment. Among the group, a curly-haired girl rolled her eyes at the young man and whispered, "Are you trying to get killed?"
So loud, as if worried that Zhuiying can't hear. "What's the big deal?" The young man didn't care, still curiously examining the minibus.
The curly-haired girl's face turned a bit ugly. She had previously mocked this vehicle, and Jiang Zhuiying had heard it all. Her brother Jiang Liushi probably heard it too.
Now the young man was recklessly amazed. Isn't it still insulting, this old junk of a car?
Plus, there was a hint of disbelief that Jiang Liushi really could come.
Although they all thought Jiang Zhuiying's brother could never come from Jiangbei to Jinling. In fact, Jiang Zhuiying was preparing to find a chance to return to Jiangbei.
But unexpectedly, Jiang Liushi actually arrived in such an old junk car. This car seems to have undergone some modifications.
Really clever.
The young man praised. Just moments ago, some zombies had surrounded here, and Jiang Liushi hid inside the car door. The young man saw it as a way to block the zombie's sight. As for the zombie Jiang Liushi ran over, it had been completely devoured by the other zombies that surrounded here.
Although they saw the remains, they didn't connect the dots.
The curly-haired girl rolled her eyes again. She had always disapproved of this young man. However, everything he said caught her attention as well. Previously, she had no curiosity about the old junk car, but knowing it was driven by Jiang Zhuiying's brother, she became interested. However, as she looked around, she found nothing worth seeing, and she was even more curious about Jiang Liushi himself.
"Maybe Zhuiying's brother is really amazing," the curly-haired girl suddenly said.
The young man and a few others felt that the curly-haired girl made sense. They were actually speculating too.
That would be truly impressive.
The young man began to marvel again.
Since Jiang Zhuiying could be their boss, she must be extraordinary.
Among this group of people, Jiang Liushi also noticed a tall muscular man, holding an axe, looking very fierce.
These kinds of people are so submissive to you.
Jiang Liushi turned away from the car window, looking at Jiang Zhuiying. They had been talking for more than 10 minutes. Within this time, both were asking questions to each other, but most of the time, it was Jiang Liushi making Jiang Zhuiying speak. Jiang Liushi was too surprised about his sister's situation.
The starseed only told him that Jiang Zhuiying wouldn't mutate into a zombie, but that did not predict Jiang Zhuiying's future. Now it seemed that Jiang Zhuiying's development was completely different from what he had imagined. Jiang Zhuiying was actually an ability user. After discovering her abilities, Jiang Zhuiying began to practice. However, after a while, Jiang Zhuiying realized she had to leave her hiding place.
Later, survivors started to gather around her, and she became the leader among them.
As for the straightforward title boss, it was Jiang Zhuiying's personal preference.
Seeing her as a standard cute girl yet enjoying shouting and fighting, Jiang Liushi felt quite speechless.
Ordinary people who don't know Jiang Zhuiying would certainly be deceived by her adorable appearance with a hint of baby fat. What does it mean to have to leave? What is the reason? Jiang Liushi asked.
Jiang Zhuiying pouted, thought for a moment, and then said, "It's hard to explain, brother, you'll know later."
Chapter 51, Do You Think I'm Pikachu? Jiang Liushi still felt it was unbelievable.
During his journey to Jinling City, his sister Jiang Zhuiying not only became a superpowered person but also the leader of a survivor group.
And this was not just any ordinary survivor group.
According to Jiang Zhuiying's description, Jiang Liushi learned about the overview of the survivor group she led.
This group now has more than 20 people.
This number may not seem large, but when Jiang Liushi found out that it actually included 4 superpowered individuals, he was shocked.
In that small town before, Yuga could dominate and bully everyone alone. What does it mean to have 4 superpowered people?
Among these 4 superpowered individuals, Jiang Zhuiying was the strongest. According to Jiang Zhuiying's own words, she was the undeniable boss. When she was a child, Jiang Zhuiying was the leader among dozens of kids around her, while Jiang Liushi was much more low-key by comparison. Usually, girls are bullied by other kids, and then parents take the girls to complain, but for Jiang Zhuiying, the situation was exactly the opposite. Back then, they all played around, but now she was truly a leader.
Leading a group of survivors was completely different from being a child king.
In the apocalypse, every decision made by the leader concerns the survival of the survivor group.
Xiaoying, what is your superpower? Jiang Liushi asked.
That Yuga had very developed leg muscles and was very fast, that was the result of his mutation. Jiang Liushi observed Jiang Zhuiying closely but didn't find any changes in her appearance. She still looked the same, with a slender figure that seemed vibrant because of her fitness training. But definitely not the kind of appearance that screams explosive combat power.
Those zombies outside the car before, you killed them all, right?
Jiang Liushi had a general idea of Jiang Zhuiying's strength. To kill those zombies almost simultaneously in such a short time, he couldn't help but wonder what Jiang Zhuiying's superpower was. In front of Jiang Liushi, Jiang Zhuiying had always seemed like a little child. Hearing his question, she immediately showed a look that she would never display in front of those survivors. She smiled proudly, then lightly waved the iron stick in her hand.
Zzz. Several streaks of blue electricity suddenly rolled over the iron stick.
Jiang Liushi was startled, those electric currents seemed to reflect in his pupils.
This.
Jiang Liushi was truly shocked. Although Yuga had mutated, he was just stronger than an ordinary person. His speed was much better than a world-class sprinter, but still, it didn't reach a level where one would feel it should never happen. With the apocalypse arriving, with zombies and mutated beasts appearing, superpowered people like Yuga seemed strong but were still acceptable in terms of their abilities.
However, having a body that could generate electricity like Jiang Zhuiying was truly unimaginable.
Although Jiang Liushi knew that human activities could produce static electricity, causing the body to become charged, the kind of electricity would at most give someone a little shock.
But the current Jiang Zhuiying just released felt terrifying. So, how about it, brother? Your sister is amazing, right?
Let me tell you, I've already measured my attack voltage. Jiang Zhuiying wouldn't brag in front of others, but in front of Jiang Liushi, she was like a child who got a perfect score, showing off her test paper.
How much? Jiang Liushi hurriedly asked. He didn't even bother to complain about Jiang Zhuiying's excited demeanor. Jiang Zhuiying cleared her throat and said, now it's 1000 volts. 1000 volts. Jiang Liushi took a light breath.
The electrical resistance of the human body is constantly changing. At low voltage, the resistance of dry skin is very high, reaching 100,000 ohms or even more. However, when the voltage rises to 1000 volts, the resistance sharply drops to only 1000 ohms. If Jiang Zhuiying's attack voltage is 1000 volts, then the current flowing through the human body would reach 1 ampere, which is an extremely exaggerated number. Her attack power would also reach 1000 watts.
What does 1000 watts mean?
If Jiang Zhuiying maintains a power output of 1000 watts for 10 minutes, it is equivalent to the energy required to lift 10 people weighing 60 kilograms each to the top of a 100-meter-tall building. However, Jiang Liushi also knew that the difficulty in imagining this was due to the inherent impression of humans. In reality, after the virus caused mutations, the ability users became like electric eels, capable of releasing electric energy, which is not something hard to understand.
An adult electric eel can output a maximum voltage of 800 volts, which is enough to easily electrocute a person.
Jiang Zhuiying's mutation caused by the virus led her cells to become discharging cells. These cells, when connected in series, can generate a very high voltage. Moreover, Jiang Zhuiying's abilities are not at the same level as Yuji's. Xingzhong determined that Yu Ji's ability energy was even less than level 1, while Jiang Zhuiying. You released the electricity again, Jiang Liushi said.
Jiang Zhuiying murmured, what are you doing, big brother? Do you think I'm Pikachu? Then obediently released another current. Didn't you like Pikachu the most when you were a kid?
No wonder you've mutated like this, Jiang Liushi said.
Jiang Zhuiying pouted.
This time she was not afraid of scaring Jiang Liushi again, as the blue-white current flickered endlessly on the iron stick, as if wrapped in an electric net. Her clear and bright eyes reflected these currents, and the whole person seemed to suddenly have a different aura. Jiang Liushi stood in front of Jiang Zhuiying, feeling that the energy released should be enough. Sure enough, just 2 seconds later, the voice of Xingzhong sounded, detected level 1 mutation energy.
Jiang Zhuiying is level 1. Jiang Liushi understood. The mutated wild boar is also level 1.
However, Jiang Liushi noticed that after Jiang Zhuiying's level 1 energy, there was also a small plus sign. Jiang Liushi asked Xingzhong in his mind and learned that this plus sign indicates stronger energy. This means that Jiang Zhuiying's mutation energy is even stronger than that mutated wild boar. And Yugo, who is less than level 1, should probably be called 1 dash.
What was your initial voltage? Jiang Liushi asked again. How would I know?
Probably just enough to produce a 10 centimeter long current between 2 fingers, Jiang Zhuiying said.
This means Jiang Zhuiying has evolved.
By the way, big brother, where did you get this amazing RV?
It's so impressive.
Also, you knew the apocalypse was coming already.
What's going on?
Jiang Zhuiying asked, leaning close to Jiang Liushi's ear and speaking quietly.
This.
Jiang Liushi felt that explaining these things would be very troublesome. At this moment, there were 2 knocks from outside the car window, and the male youth's voice came in, Boss, we have to go.
It's about to get dark.
Jiang Liushi turned back to take a look, and sure enough, the sky outside had already started to darken.
Big brother, let's talk next time, we have to go.
Jiang Zhuiying also glanced outside the window and said.
Chapter 52, Time to Leave. As soon as they saw the sky darkening, these people immediately prepared to leave.
Jiang Liushi saw them quickly picking up the backpacks they had previously tossed on the ground, each taking hold of their weapons. The mental state suddenly felt completely different from when they were resting moments ago. Jiang Zhuiying was just about to get off the base vehicle when she suddenly froze and turned her head, saying in surprise, Brother, let's go. As it was time to leave, Jiang Liushi neither got off the vehicle with her nor went to pack anything to take, but instead walked over and sat in the driver's seat. Come sit here, Jiang Liushi signaled with his eyes to the passenger seat and then opened the driver's window, saying to the few people outside, you guys can get in the car, we're driving away. These people had just watched Jiang Liushi sit in the driver's seat. At first, they didn't react, or perhaps thought their guesses were a bit ridiculous. But once they heard what Jiang Liushi said, they immediately exchanged incredulous looks, utterly confused by the situation.
Drive away?
If it were a small car, it wouldn't be a big deal, but this was a damn minibus.
Driving this vehicle out would only make them stand out even more among the zombie crowd, right?
Of course, this wasn't the main point, their strengths weren't weak, and Jiang Zhuiying was even stronger. So, being eye-catching would only increase the chance of a fight.
So, if this minibus could be considered normal, they wouldn't have reacted this strongly.
However, not only was this minibus old, but it was also dragging a cargo trailer behind it. From Jiang Liushi's expression, it was clear he had no intention of unloading that cargo trailer. And the way Jiang Liushi spoke just now was completely casual, as if he didn't think there was any problem with them leaving in this minibus. In fact, Jiang Liushi not only didn't see a problem but also took the base vehicle very seriously. He wasn't willing to let so many people board it easily. It was just that these people were Jiang Zhuiying's subordinates, which was why he took the initiative to invite them. Jiang Zhuiying looked at the door outside, then at Jiang Liushi, and casually sat in the passenger seat. Seeing that those few people were still standing outside, Jiang Zhuiying leaned toward the windshield and shouted, "Why are you just standing there?
Get in the car."
These people had initially thought that while they couldn't refuse Jiang Zhuiying's brother's suggestion, Jiang Zhuiying could. But unexpectedly, the usually calm and rational Jiang Zhuiying, who always left others speechless, agreed without a second thought this time. However, seeing that Jiang Zhuiying was already sitting there steadily, the young man and the curly-haired girl exchanged glances with the other three and obediently climbed into the car. Once on the vehicle, they were quite surprised. The exterior of this shabby vehicle looked worn, but inside it was actually a luxurious camper van. The curly-haired girl curiously looked around and found that it had everything one could need. "This vehicle is really a treat," the young man exclaimed. The curly-haired girl gave the young man a speechless look but said nothing. However, what she was thinking was that this vehicle, while enjoyable, had no practical use in the apocalypse. It was utterly useless.
"Hello, Brother Zhuiying. I'm Yang Qingqing, nice to meet you."
You came from Jiangbei to Jinling, that's really impressive, you must have had a tough journey, the curly-haired girl said as she walked over to the driver's cabin, her face radiating a sweet smile and her tone very caring. Her words were spot on, with no flaws to point out. In her opinion, Jiang Liushi coming from Jiangbei to Jinling wasn't just tough, it was probably a matter of life and death, enduring countless hardships along the way. By saying this, she managed to express concern while remaining tactful. The curly-haired girl had already planned how to introduce herself to Jiang Liushi while still outside the vehicle. While speaking, she extended her fair hand. Hello, just call me Jiang Liushi. Jiang Liushi also extended his hand politely. As the two people's hands were about to touch, the curly-haired girl's smile suddenly froze for a moment, but she quickly concealed it and shook hands with Jiang Liushi. You are Zhu Ying's brother, so we are not far apart. We are all good friends with Zhu Ying, and I am also her classmate. I will call you from now on, okay? Of course, that's fine, Jiang Liushi nodded. Right next to them was the university where Jiang Zhuing studied, and this curly-haired girl was her classmate, which wasn't really a coincidence. The young man quickly stepped forward to shake hands. Hello, big brother, I am Zhang Hai, just call me Hai Zi. I really admire our boss. The others also came over to greet Jiang Liushi, and Jiang Liushi learned that Yang Qingqing and Zhang Hai were both superpowered individuals, while the short man was also superpowered. The muscular man, on the other hand, was not. He was a security guard who had retired from the army, and among this survivor team, his combat ability was only slightly lower than these superpowered individuals. There was also a woman who was an ordinary person, but her athletic ability was quite good, and she seemed to be a bit quiet. After Zhang Hai finished greeting, he walked into the compartment, and as soon as he sat next to Yang Qingqing, he heard Yang Qingqing say in a strange low voice, "This is an ordinary person, he has no energy fluctuations." Superpowered individuals can sense the energy anomalies of other superpowered beings, even similar to the function of starseeds, allowing them to judge the strength of this energy. But from Jiang Liushi, Yang Qingqing sensed nothing at all. Zhang Hai noticed this point too, but he didn't feel anything about it. Isn't that even more impressive? An ordinary person has made it all the way to Jinling. Keep your voice down. Yang Qingqing suddenly scolded. What if Jiang Liushi or Jiang Zhuing heard that? She didn't want to talk to Zhang Hai anymore and turned to look at Jiang Liushi. Not a superpowered being, this pair of siblings, one is a genius among superpowered individuals, the other, however, has no powers at all. It's really quite interesting. Yang Qingqing thought in her heart. The sofa beneath her was quite comfortable. Yang Qingqing reached out and pressed down on it a couple of times. However, knowing that Jiang Liushi was not a superpowered individual, combined with the car's unattractive appearance, Yang Qingqing had no optimistic hopes about how far this car could go. At that moment, Jiang Liushi had already started the base vehicle. He turned his head and asked, Xiaoying, where do you live? I'll check a map to see if there are any good routes. Zombies are quite bothersome. For ordinary people, zombies couldn't nearly be described as bothersome. Even for them, traversing through a sea of zombies was extremely dangerous. However, Jiang Zhuing still cooperated very well. There's a map? Let me take a look. Actually, having zombies isn't a big deal. You can just open the window, and I can electrocute them, like a vehicle-mounted machine gun. Seeing Jiang Zhuing like this, everyone had an impulse to rub their eyes, wondering if they were seeing an illusion. If someone were to normally say something so absurd, they would have long been scared sweaty by Jiang Zhuing's cold smile. But coming from Jiang Liushi, Jiang Zhuing supported him unconditionally. However, thinking about how the siblings had just met, it was also quite normal for Jiang Zhuing to act unusually, right? Chapter 53, Jiang Zhuing's base. Jiang Liushi started the minibus, and at this moment, Zhang Hai asked, by the way, big brother, with such a large space in this car, why are you still dragging a small cargo box? What's inside? Jiang Liushi glanced at them through the rearview mirror and casually said, just some luggage, I can't go back to my old home, and there are some things I can't let go of. Yang Qingqing and the others were slightly stunned upon hearing this answer. Who escapes with a cargo box of luggage? Jiang Zhuing's brother's way of thinking is indeed quite unique. A hint of disdain flashed through their eyes without leaving a trace. They guessed that this vehicle must have been picked up by Jiang Liushi from somewhere after the apocalypse. If you want to pick up a car, why not choose a sturdier one? Instead, he ended up with this luxurious RV that someone unknown must have spent money to modify. As a classmate, Yang Qingqing had some understanding of Jiang Zhuing's family background. To put it nicely, it's slightly below average, and to put it bluntly, they were a struggling household in need of poverty alleviation. Because of this, she held even more contempt for Jiang Liushi. When the apocalypse came, the first thing he thought about was getting a luxury RV to satisfy the vanity he couldn't afford before. What a poor person's mindset. Not only that, but he also dragged along a load of useless stuff. This kind of behavior is like trying to rush home to save a wallet when a flood is coming. If it weren't for the fact that this person was Jiang Zhuing's brother, they would have already started to criticize him. Seeing that these people looked awkward, not knowing what to say, Jiang Liushi also understood that they must be at a loss for words. Jiang Liushi actually never trusted these people. In the apocalypse, what kind of things wouldn't some people do?
It's just that with Jiang Zhuiying around, these people couldn't pull any tricks.
But the temptation of mutant beast meat was still very great. Jiang Liushi certainly wouldn't tell these people that his shabby little van was actually filled to the brim with mutant beast meat. Seeing these people instantly lose interest in his van, Jiang Liushi felt somewhat satisfied in his heart. The minibus headed toward the entrance of the community, and these people couldn't help but glance back with a sense of relief.
Finally, they didn't have to come to this place anymore.
Just because of Jiang Liushi's arrival, they had to make a special trip here every day after work. If it weren't for the fact that Jiang Liushi unexpectedly came today, they would still have to drag away the corpses of the zombies they killed as usual. According to Jiang Zhuiying, they had to do this to avoid having the area crowded with zombies when Jiang Liushi arrived. If this community weren't so unsuitable for survivors to live in, Jiang Zhuiying might have even considered staying here. Watching Jiang Zhuiying chat happily with Jiang Liushi, a hint of speechlessness flashed in Yang Qingqing's eyes. However, contrary to what Yang Qingqing and the others had expected, Jiang Liushi chose to take all the small streets on the way. Even when encountering zombies, Jiang Zhuiying would directly lean out of the window to first deal with the zombies.
Therefore, this bizarre minibus actually made it smoothly to their residence.
Of course, this had a lot to do with the fact that their home wasn't very far from that community. Although that community was inconvenient for survivors, Jiang Zhuiying still chose the closest location possible for Jiang Liushi. The camp of Jiang Zhuiying's survivor team was located in a very luxurious villa community. In front of them was an artificial lake, which separated them from the zombies on the street. The community originally didn't have many residents, so naturally, there were relatively fewer zombies after the apocalypse, and they had already cleaned them up. "We live in that house," Jiang Zhuiying said while pointing the way to Jiang Liushi. The minibus slowly stopped in front of a standalone villa. In a place like Jiangling, just the large lawn around this villa felt incredibly luxurious, let alone the four-story mansion standing in the middle of the lawn. When we arrived, this villa was already empty. Everything inside is tidy, not dirty at all, and it has all the essentials, plus there are enough rooms. "So we settled down here," Jiang Zhuiying said. Jiang Liushi guessed that the villa's original owner probably left early, just like Liusin's family, and there wouldn't be any bloodstains left in the house. In comparison, ordinary survivors truly fell into hell the moment they woke up from fainting. "Hey, you can park the car on the lawn, it's big enough over there," Yang Qingqing said enthusiastically. But after Jiang Liushi glanced at her, he asked, "Is there a car in the garage?" "There is, we have a few cars," Yang Qingqing replied. At this moment, Jiang Zhuiying spoke up, "Brother, do you want to park in the garage?" "Sure, anyway, we usually just park randomly." "Hi Z, you can take it out later." "Huh?" Zhang Hai was stunned for a moment. "Do we usually park randomly?" Yang Qingqing felt her well-intentioned suggestion was ignored and sensed some neglect. She looked at Jiang Liushi and Jiang Zhuiying and felt more disdain for Jiang Liushi than before. Such a broken car, yet it had to be parked in the garage. Although parking wasn't a big deal, Yang Qingqing thought it was not worth the hassle for such a car. "Once the car is parked, I'll take you to the room." "Don't look at the apocalypse, our living conditions are still decent," Jiang Zhuiying said. "No need, I can just sleep in the car. By the way, how do you open the garage door?" If we talk about living conditions, Jiang Liushi already had a good one in his own car. In the end, not only did Jiang Liushi set up his bedroom in the car, but he also took away the only key to the garage. In this house, they only found this one garage key. In fact, the starseed was in Jiang Liushi's mind, and this base car was bound to the starseed. Without Jiang Liushi, no one could drive this car away, not even open the doors. Yet Jiang Liushi remained cautious. Although this was his sister Jiang Zhuiying's territory, he believed that as long as there were people around, he shouldn't let his guard down. Seeing Jiang Liushi come to the camp and ignore everything else but his minibus, Yang Qingqing and the others truly found it hard to understand. Thinking back, since meeting Jiang Liushi, Yang Qingqing had always thought he was a country bumpkin, feeling like his junk was nothing special. He probably didn't even know what a supernatural being was. If it weren't for Jiang Zhuiying, they wouldn't have accepted such a survivor. They wouldn't even want to glance at him. He probably values it so much because he's carrying all his family's belongings. Besides, that RV must be really precious to him. But there are plenty of luxurious RVs, picking a minibus to remodel is just ridiculous, as if he doesn't even know what a real valuable car is, Yang Qingqing whispered to the taciturn woman, shaking her head. Ordinary people are like this. Because they can only struggle to survive in the apocalypse, they cling to some things that seem both sad and laughable. Chapter 54, Cooking in Secret. Not long after settling down, Jiang Zhuiying came to knock on the door for dinner. There was a room in the garage that directly connected to the villa's interior, and Jiang Liushi also got the key to that door. He usually stayed in the garage, which was a completely sealed environment, isolating him from the other survivors. The villa was large, and with over 20 survivors living there, it didn't seem crowded. Each of these survivors had their own responsibilities. According to Jiang Zhuiying's introduction, besides taking turns to guard the camp, all the able-bodied young adults must go out to search for food. Those who were completely unfit for battle, like the injured or women who were too weak, stayed behind to cook and clean.
With so many people living in one house, if the logistics didn't keep up, it would be.
The garbage dump has become early. Besides, there is also a doctor in their survivor team. This made Jiang Liushi sigh, realizing how well equipped this team is. Everything one could need is here. At that moment, most of the survivors were gathered in the hall, sorting through the supplies they had collected today, which included everything.
Seeing Jiang Zhuiying bring Jiang Liushi over, everyone looked up curiously. Is that the big boss's older brother?
His name is Jiang Liushi, right? Someone asked Yang Qingqing beside them.
That's right, Yang Qingqing replied quietly.
Oh. The person suddenly showed a realization, their eyes looking at Jiang Liushi as if saying, so this is how the person Yang Qingqing complained about looks like. If it weren't for Yang Qingqing's words, one might not guess that he is such a strange person just by looking at his appearance. They all watched as Jiang Liushi walked out through the small door of the garage. Yang Qingqing and the others were right, he indeed moved into the garage for a modified RV. During the time Jiang Liushi was staying in the garage, Yang Qingqing and the others had already subtly spread the word about his deeds.
Some people hadn't even met Jiang Liushi yet and already had a preconceived impression.
A country bumpkin, and very peculiar. Everyone, this is my brother Jiang Liushi, Jiang Zhuiying proudly introduced him, her tone a bit like, look, isn't my brother handsome? Hearing this, everyone felt an urge to roll their eyes.
Asterisk asterisk nice to meet you. So you really came from Jiangbei? That's awesome.
The crowd all gathered around, greeting him warmly.
Although they knew Jiang Liushi was peculiar, they couldn't disrespect Jiang Zhuiying's face. Jiang Liushi nodded to everyone, hello, everyone.
Alright, let's eat, said Jiang Zhuiying, turning to Jiang Liushi and saying, brother, just eat with me. As soon as she said this, all the survivors were stunned.
Yang Qingqing and the others looked at Jiang Zhuiying in surprise.
In their survivor team, there were 4 powers users, including Jiang Zhuiying. Ordinary survivors typically ate in the hall, but these 4 powers users had always eaten separately in the kitchen. The food they ate was also different. Now, Yang Qingqing couldn't help herself and smiled, saying, Zhuiying, you really don't have to. He's not a powers user, it doesn't matter if he eats or not.
The other survivors thought the same, including the ordinary people. Eating is better than not eating, Jiang Zhuiying replied dismissively. If there's something good, she definitely wants to share it with Jiang Liushi.
The other survivors were speechless, wondering what kind of logic that was.
What? No?
According to our original agreement, whether as the leader or based on combat contribution, I have more distribution shares.
I usually exchange them for weapons with the military. The weapons are for everyone to use. Now I'm using this share for my brother, does anyone have an opinion?
Jiang Zhuiying's gaze swept across the faces of the survivors.
Jiang Liushi suddenly felt Jiang Zhuiying's eyes turn a bit sharp.
The survivors quickly averted their gazes, falling silent. If Jiang Zhuiying hadn't suddenly brought it up, they would have actually forgotten about it. When someone has a right but doesn't use it, others will get used to it, assuming she has given up that right, as if it were natural for Jiang Zhuiying to exchange shares for weapons for them. But now that Jiang Zhuiying suddenly wanted to use it for herself, they didn't dare express any dissatisfaction towards her, but felt quite unhappy with Jiang Liushi, the beneficiary who sparked this issue.
Yang Qingqing choked slightly, then forced a smile and said, well, anyway, Zhuiying, you can decide. Come on, brother, let's go eat.
Jiang Zhuiying pulled Jiang Liushi up forcefully. Seeing the reactions of these people, Jiang Liushi was also curious about what these ability users were having that was so special. Among the 4 ability users, there was an ordinary person, and the survivors outside peeked into the kitchen, feeling a sudden sense of unfairness. Usually, only the ability users had special meals, so they didn't feel anything, but now, with an ordinary person suddenly mixed inside, they felt a bit uncomfortable. But there was nothing they could do, he was Jiang Zhuiying's brother. They could only envy his good luck for having such a powerful sister. Hey, the food you're about to eat might be the best you've ever had in your life, Zheng Hai said cheerfully at the dining table. Yang Qingqing didn't speak but despised him inwardly. For Jiang Liushi, this meal was only good in taste, it was a complete waste as it wouldn't serve any real purpose for him. Hearing Zhang Hai say this, Jiang Liushi became even more curious.
Could it be that there was a 5-star chef among them?
After a while, the dishes were served, and Jiang Zhuiying immediately picked up a piece for Jiang Liushi. Just as he put it in his mouth and chewed a couple of times, he suddenly froze. The texture in this warm feeling all over.
Isn't this mutant beast meat?
Jiang Liushi hurriedly picked up another piece and tasted it carefully, confirming that it was indeed mutant beast meat. Seeing that Jiang Liushi hadn't swallowed the previous piece, he hurriedly picked up another piece and stuffed it into his mouth, making Yang Qingqing and the others look somewhat disdainful.
Even if it's delicious, there was no need to gulp it down like that, right? He probably spent the whole journey to Jinling just gnawing on biscuits and instant noodles, and he might not have had anything else to eat. How's it, Liushi? Tastes pretty good, right? Yang Qingqing asked with a smile. Jiang Liushi nodded, not bad. He had no idea what kind of mutant beast this was. The meat quality was a bit worse compared to mutant wild boar. Hearing Jiang Liushi's casual not bad, Yang Qingqing was at a loss for words. Did Jiang Liushi completely not know the value of mutant beast meat? This isn't just any meat, it's mutant beast meat, especially for ability users. Eating mutant beast meat can replenish stamina and promote evolution, or it can be traded with the military for weapons. But I'm not sure what use it has for ordinary people, Yang Qingqing explained. Evolution? Jiang Liushi didn't care about her last sentence. Ordinary people obviously had their uses. However, the concept of how ability users evolve wasn't detailed by Xingzhong. He only mentioned that evolution was possible but didn't elaborate on how. Isn't it amazing? Ability users can evolve. The usual use of abilities in eating mutant beast meat can promote evolution. Using abilities also has another important role, which is practicing control, Yang Qingqing continued. She thought that after hearing this, Jiang Liushi should know that eating this meat was completely useless for him. If he weren't so thick-skinned, he should have voluntarily suggested going to the hall to eat with those ordinary people. But to her surprise, Jiang Liushi nodded while listening and, after finishing, picked up another piece of meat, saying to her, I see, that's interesting. Please continue. Yang Qingqing was momentarily speechless. This person completely didn't understand. What do you mean by interesting? Let her continue. Did she seem like she was telling a story? Yang Qingqing forced out a smile and said, actually, there's not much more to say. Brother, if you like eating, that's good. You definitely haven't eaten much on the way, so eat more, Jiang Zhuiying called out. Sister, stir-fry a bit more pork. Brother, you should eat more, replenish your nutrition. Jiang Zhuiying urged again, constantly serving Jiang Liushi. Yang Qingqing truly felt overwhelmed, her expression turning a little unpleasant. Her share was limited, usually saved up for her meals, and seeing Jiang Liushi, a completely useless ordinary person, eating so freely made her feel suffocated. By the way, Zhuiying, didn't you want that custom weapon? Yang Qingqing suddenly said, her eyes turning. Custom weapon? Jiang Liushi showed an inquiring look. Yang Qingqing opened her mouth to explain, but Jiang Zhuiying had already started explaining to Jiang Liushi, it's a weapon made with help from the military. They have the technology, materials, and equipment. Many survivors in Jinling City have cooperated with the military. We can collect food ourselves, but weapons need to be exchanged with the military. The things the military accepts often change, but they always take mutated beast meat and potions. Jiang Zhuiying noticed Jiang Liushi's curiosity about the military and continued to explain. But since there is a military, why don't these survivors, especially the ordinary people, follow the military? Before Jiang Liushi could ask, Jiang Zhuiying continued, they call it military, but it's actually a small outpost left by the army. The real large troop has pulled out long ago, leaving just over 1,000 people. Their camp has limited space, although they take in some survivors, there's a cap. They say they can't spare any manpower to take these survivors to a safe zone. These survivors live in the camp, not knowing when they can reach the safe zone. According to Jiang Zhuiying, there is a safe zone near Jinling, said to be built in the mountains, with difficult access, just like a safe island, located in a very remote area. So that custom weapon also requires resources for exchange, right? How much is needed? Jiang Liushi asked. It needs a whole 5 tons of mutated beast meat. Originally, Zhuiying was slowly gathering. Yang Qingqing quickly replied. But she was interrupted by Jiang Zhuiying, hey, we can take our time with that, besides, haven't we already collected quite a bit? Saying this, Jiang Zhuiying suddenly remembered something and pulled out something from her pocket, saying mysteriously, speaking of mutated beasts, brother, you certainly haven't seen this. This small piece here can be exchanged for 1 ton of mutated beast meat in the military. What is it? Jiang Liushi asked curiously. Jiang Zhuiying placed her delicate, fair hand in front of Jiang Liushi, smiled slightly, and opened her palm. Look. Jiang Liushi looked down and saw a crystal-clear bead lying in the palm of Jiang Zhuiying. Isn't this the mutated crystal core? Jiang Liushi's eyes suddenly brightened. His base vehicle needed 2 mutated crystal cores to open the biological laboratory. Originally, Jiang Liushi thought this would be very difficult. Killing a mutated wild boar was already hard, and he needed to kill 2? Knowing that Jiang Zhuiying had such a group of survivors, Jiang Liushi immediately thought, if he could utilize these people under Jiang Zhuiying, the efficiency would be much higher. But unexpectedly, so quickly, at Jiang Zhuiying's place, he saw a mutated crystal core. But thinking about it, Jiang Liushi felt a bit foolish. He was already eating mutated beast meat, so of course, there would be mutated crystal cores. The survivor team relied on mutated beast meat to exchange for weapons, and superpowered individuals relied on mutated beast meat to evolve and replenish. They would hunt mutated beasts anyway. However, the price offered by the military made Jiang Liushi feel speechless. Only within the body of a mutated beast can one find a mutated crystal core.
The value of this core far exceeds 1 ton of mutated beast meat. You could say it greatly surpasses the value of mutated beast meat.
What does the military want this for? Jiang Liushi asked.
This is a mutated crystal core. They seem to want to study the mutated virus with it, Jiang Liushi said. The military had only just begun to contact mutated crystal cores and was still in the research phase. When Jiang Liushi heard this, he realized that the military did not yet know the value of the mutated crystal core. Once they learned about it, and the survivors found out, the mutated crystal core would become precious.
I see. Jiang, can I discuss something with you?
Jiang Liushi pondered for a moment and said.
Do we really need to discuss it?
Just tell me what it is, brother, Jiang Liushi replied, tossing the mutated crystal core in her palm. The bead looked like glass, and as a girl, Jiang Liushi seemed to quite like it. I want this mutated crystal core.
It is important to me.
Hearing this from Jiang Liushi, Jiang Liushi did not react much, but the others all turned to look at Jiang Liushi at once.
Yang Qingqing stared at Jiang Liushi in disbelief. Did he know what he was saying?
This was worth a whole ton of mutant beast meat.
Moreover, how could this thing be important to him?
He must have seen it for the first time.
The others frowned as well.
If it was just about eating mutant beast meat, it would be one thing, but Jiang Liushi was suddenly making all sorts of requests, and now it was getting worse. Even if Jiang Liushi was the leader, she couldn't be so clueless about what was reasonable. What he said was completely putting her in a difficult position. If Jiang Liushi gave it to him, it would greatly reduce her standing in their eyes.
But if she didn't give it to him?
Looking at Jiang Liushi's attitude towards Jiang Liushi, it was clear she would do anything for him.
At that moment, Jiang Liushi continued, Jiang, don't you need mutant beast meat?
I happen to have some, and I can trade it with you for this crystal core. After cutting up the mutated wild boar, he had about 4 or 5 tons of mutant beast meat. He had eaten a bit, but it was hardly even a fraction of that. Jiang Liushi had already saved up some mutant beast meat herself, she just needed to take out a little bit. Everyone stared at Jiang Liushi. Since he had mentioned wanting the mutated crystal core, every word he spoke shocked them.
Ha! Brother, you have mutant beast meat?
How did you get that?
Jiang Liushi was momentarily stunned. Did her brother really have mutant beast meat?
But she had unconditionally trusted Jiang Liushi since childhood.
Even if it sounded absurd, she didn't question it at all.
The others were also completely stunned.
Wasn't Jiang Liushi an ordinary person?
Just wait a moment, Jiang Liushi said, walking into the garage. After a while, he drove out a small delivery van. The front of the van was battered, said to be loaded with a pile of luggage and junk by Jiang Liushi. The survivors had gathered at the door, even skipping their meal, just to watch Jiang Liushi get out of the minibus and open the back of the van. Creak! The shaky back door of the van seemed like it was about to fall apart.
Bang bang bang!
A series of dull thuds. Large chunks of meat rolled out from the back of the van.
The bright red and lean pork looked incredibly appetizing.
A faint fragrant aroma wafted into the air, and it was clear at a glance that this was all mutant beast meat. Jiang Liushi's eyes widened as she looked at the mutated pork, while the survivors found it hard to believe their eyes.
It was actually real.
And there was so much of it.
At that moment, Jiang Liushi poked his head out of the driver's seat and said, "Is this enough?"
Jiang Liushi was momentarily dumbfounded before suddenly reacting, nodding repeatedly, "Enough, enough."
"How much is there?"
She ran over and saw that there was still quite a bit of mutant beast meat left in the van. "About 4 or 5 tons, Jiang Liushi said.
"So much?" Jiang Liushi was even more shocked.
She quickly shook her head, "That's too much.
2 tons is enough for me. I don't need the rest."
"No need, this mutant beast meat. I'll give you everything," Jiang Liushi said. In fact, Jiang Liushi took out the mutant beast meat to exchange, planning to give it all to Jiang Liushi, to prevent others from having any ill thoughts. Sure enough, although those people had different expressions, some were in disbelief and others thought they were hallucinating, none showed any greedy looks. For ordinary survivors, even if they got this meat, they might not live long enough to trade it for food, and for those with abilities, the rewards from trading were not worth going against Jiang Liushi. However, they still couldn't believe that this meat actually came from Jiang Liushi. That dilapidated little truck, which even made people reluctant to approach, was actually filled with mutant beast meat.
"Jiang, I still want to tell you something," Jiang Liushi continued.
Jiang Liushi was initially going to refuse Jiang Liushi's offer of all the mutant beast meat, but she paused upon hearing this, and then said, "Brother, go ahead.
Next time you hunt mutant beasts and get the cores, can you give them to me too?"
Jiang Liushi said. 4 to 5 tons of mutant beast meat, based on the military's price, was enough to exchange for about 5 mutant cores, but Jiang Liushi only wanted 2.
To those people, this was completely Jiang Liushi giving Jiang Liushi a family price.
Previously, they were envious of Jiang Liushi for having such a good sister, and now they envied Jiang Zhuiying for having such a good brother. So much meat, just like that, take it out. When Jiang Zhuiying heard this, she naturally had no objections. Great. How did you get this mutant beast meat? Yang Qingqing couldn't hold back anymore and asked. Her question was what everyone else was wondering. You say you're an ordinary person, how could you possibly get mutant beast meat? Oh, I found it. Jiang Liushi's answer made everyone feel like they were choking on blood. Found a mutant beast? How did you find it? Yang Qingqing suppressed her urge to vomit blood and asked again. I noticed a mutant wild boar when passing by, it crashed into a tree and died. Jiang Liushi said without changing his expression. A mutant wild boar crashed into a tree? Shouldn't that poor tree be the one in trouble? However, Jiang Liushi had already said this, and although they didn't believe him, they couldn't continue to question him. And no matter how they thought about it, they couldn't imagine any other way Jiang Liushi could obtain the mutant beast meat. Maybe it really was from crashing, but it absolutely couldn't be from falling off a cliff, right? What incredible luck, it was truly absurdly lucky. The mutant core was handed over to Jiang Liushi, and holding the warm mutant core, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This core is truly worth a fortune. Now, with just one more core, he could unlock the biological laboratory. Chapter 56 Heading to Satellite City. Having gathered the required mutant beast meat in one go, Jiang Zhuiying immediately prepared to exchange for weapons. As the leader and the strongest ability user in the team, the weapon she exchanged for would significantly enhance the safety and combat power of the entire small team. Thus, the mutant beast meat and cores needed for her to exchange for weapons were originally provided collectively by the entire team. Now, it meant the team owed Jiang Liushi one mutant core. Brother, we're going into the city today to exchange for weapons. Wait for me to show you when I get back. Early in the morning, Jiang Zhuiying knocked on the door, her tone very excited. The place where this survivor team was located was actually just the suburbs of Jinling, not yet at the core of Jinling City. Only here could survivors live. The closer they got to the city, the more it turned into a dead zone for living people. In many places, living people weren't allowed to approach at all. Going into the city was also a very dangerous thing for Jiang Zhuiying and others. With a permanent population of 8 million, plus a floating population of over 10 million, the number of those who had mutated into zombies. Perhaps more than 90% of these people. So many zombies give a feeling of endlessness. Even for those with special abilities, once surrounded by zombies in Jinling City, they can only wait for death in despair. The more you kill, the more zombies appear around, only bringing despair. In Jinling City, danger doesn't only come from zombies. Some mutated beasts also roam within Jinling City, originally from the city, now mutated, still active in the city. These mutated beasts hide among the tall buildings in the city, making them even more dangerous. However, when Jiang Zhuiying refers to going into the city, she does not mean entering Jinling City, which is too dangerous. What she means is entering a satellite city temporarily built by the military. Yet, the danger of heading to the satellite city is not low either, as the path passes through an area densely populated with zombies. This is also the reason why many nearby survivors cannot seek refuge with the military. Only capable teams like Jiang Zhuiying's can trade with the military. Those weak survivors cannot gather anything useful for the military. If all goes well, we should be back by afternoon, maybe we can find some good snacks by the roadside to bring back for brother. Jiang Zhuiying's smile is bright. No need, I want to go with you. Jiang Liushi said. Ah. Jiang Zhuiying's smile froze for a moment. 5 tons of mutated beast meat were loaded onto a refrigerated truck, and 2 SUVs drove from the lawn to the villa. On one of the SUVs, there was a light machine gun mounted prominently. This vehicle was for clearing the way and was also Jiang Zhuiying's ride. And this light machine gun was their team's most precious and important weapon. Because the bullets were ridiculously expensive, they wouldn't easily use it. As for Yang Qingqing and other elite fighters, they were seated in the refrigerated truck and another SUV. The second SUV, as a rear-guard vehicle, was also modified simply. Sharp iron chains were hung at the back, and many seats were removed inside, allowing people to turn around and attack the pursuing zombies. The refrigerated truck was reinforced with 2 layers of steel plates. Although the welds were very ugly and heavy, it was a standard turtle shell. This was used to protect the supplies, which they had earned with their lives. They could not afford to lose anything. For these 3 vehicles, this survivor team was very proud. It was their essential guarantee for survival. But today, as the vehicle was about to set off, Jiang Zhuiying's figure was still not seen. The driver's seat of the lead SUV, where she usually sat, was still empty. Where did the boss go? Zhang Hai asked. She went to talk to her brother, maybe there is a lot to discuss. Yang Qingqing said. Okay, the door is open, it seems she has finished. Zhang Hai suddenly said. The garage door slowly opened.
Then let's get in the car too. Yang Qingqing glanced at the garage door and walked towards the last SUV. But at that moment, she paused, turning her head back to look. How did that minibus drive out? And upon closer inspection, isn't Jiang Zhuiying in the co-pilot seat? Does Jiang Liushi want to follow them? Zhuiying, it's time to set off. Yang Qingqing walked over and said. Jiang Zhuiying glanced at her inside the car and nodded. Yeah, the time is indeed late. However, though she said that, Jiang Zhuiying still remained firmly in her seat in the minibus, showing no signs of getting out. You really are going together. Yang Qingqing was instantly speechless. Oh well, she couldn't stop her from going. The lead vehicle has space left. Shall we go sit with Zhuiying? Jiang Liushi shook his head. No need, I'll just drive my own car. It's fine, this time we are delaying, just following behind you. Zhuiying continued. Yang Qingqing nodded, walking back to the SUV. She whispered to the other survivors, Zhuiying really listens to her brother, right? This time, it must have been her brother who suggested this. What's he going to do? I don't know. The SUV and the freezer truck started up and set off. Jiang Liushi drove the minibus behind them. This convoy looked truly strange. Jiang Liushi decided to follow not only because the danger level was too high and he was worried about Zhuiying, but also out of curiosity about the military and the satellite city. He wanted to know what else the military exchanged with these survivors, besides mutant beast meat. According to Zhuiying, the military often changed their list of needs, frequently requiring different things. Although their main force protected some survivors and retreated to a safe area, it didn't mean they entirely abandoned the city, the human home they once had. Even if they didn't consider returning home, the huge number of zombies, the ferocious mutant beasts, and the potential changes in the virus were all matters deserving attention. They established Satellite City in Jinling City, not only to continue gathering supplies but also to monitor the situation in Jinling City, understanding the zombies, mutant beasts, and to provide sufficient samples for virus research. This was the purpose of establishing the Satellite City. The convoy quickly drove out of the villa community, and the leading SUV skillfully turned into a small street. After several turns, the front suddenly opened up. They arrived on the main road. At that moment, Jiang Liushi saw the muscular man from the leading SUV climbing out and standing behind a light machine gun. This was a necessary route to the satellite city. According to Zhuiying, other routes would only be more dangerous than this one. Although this area, all the way to the satellite city, belonged to the suburbs of Jinling City, land was precious in Jinling City, and large residential areas, high-tech zones, and schools were all built in the suburbs, where the population was considerable. A large population meant a large number of zombies. Seeing that muscular man was ready, Jiang Liushi silently checked the condition of the vehicle as customary. The base vehicle's exterior is intact, the power system is perfect, and the air cannon function is normal. The voice of Xingzhong came. Zhuiying held a steel rod in her arms, leaning against the passenger seat, her big eyes watching ahead, sparkling. Brother, wait and see the show. See a show? Jiang Liushi said in confusion. The vehicle sped up, and soon zombies began to appear ahead. These zombies meandered like wandering souls, aimlessly roaming the streets, but upon hearing the hum of the vehicles, they immediately turned their heads. Their blood-red eyes fixated on the approaching vehicles, and their throats immediately let out hissing sounds, then they surged forward. As the vehicles came closer, more and more zombies burst out from the houses and alleys on both sides of the road. In the blink of an eye, the convoy was surrounded on all sides by zombies. Especially ahead, it was almost densely packed. These zombies had blood-red eyes, twisted in hideous faces, and with mouths wide open. Their gums were also blood-red, filled with blood and flesh in between their teeth. When there are no living humans to eat, they would attack their own kind, but when inactive, these zombies actually consumed very little. For living humans, zombies had a very strong aggressiveness, while attacking their own kind only happened when they needed to feed. This is why, when no living humans appear, they slowly wander around. But as soon as a living human shows up, scenes like this emerge. So many zombies are rushing towards us, instantly making one feel like they have fallen into a sea of corpses, a sense of despair rising within. The horror of zombies is not only reflected in their combat power, but also in the immense psychological shock they bring to ordinary people. Seeing so many zombies appear, everyone involuntarily felt their scalp tingle. At that moment, the sound of gunfire suddenly rang out. Da-day-day-day. The light machine gun spat fire. Bullets poured into the horde of zombies, and the first row of zombies immediately fell in droves. However, at this moment, the terrifying vitality of the zombies was revealed. They felt no fear of pain at all, unless they were shot in the head. The other zombies that were hit immediately got back up and continued to rush towards the convoy. Some zombies only swayed slightly when hit, not even pausing for a moment. One zombie was shot in the abdomen, its frantic movements causing muscles to tear, intestines even spilling out, yet it still kept coming our way. But soon, the smell of blood attracted other zombies from behind, bringing it down. These bloody scenes were something the survivors had long since grown accustomed to.
Jiang Liushi's expression showed no change. At first, he found the scene a bit disgusting, but now he felt nothing at all. He had seen much worse than this disgusting sight. Jiang Zhuiying was initially worried that with so many zombies, Jiang Liushi would be nervous, but when she looked at him, she found his hands firmly gripping the steering wheel, steady, without a tremor, and his expression calm. At this moment, the light machine gun stopped firing and began to slow down. Compared to the guns themselves, the value of the bullets was much higher. They couldn't rely on bullets to shoot forever. The recent burst of firing was only to create some corpses, slightly halting the zombies' charge. Buzz! The refrigerated truck sped past it, becoming the lead vehicle. This truck drove straight towards the horde of zombies, Zhang Hai's eyes wide open, his hands gripping the steering wheel tightly, flooring the gas pedal. The zombies were getting closer, they could even see their hands reaching out to grab. Bang! A dull sound echoed, followed by a bump from the refrigerator truck. The refrigerated truck plunged into the sea of corpses, continuously crashing through the zombies ahead. Most of the windshield of the refrigerated truck was covered with steel plates, leaving only a small gap for the driver's seat, covered with iron wire. Seeing the zombies in front of the truck fall one by one, Zhang Hai was extremely excited. He slammed the horn twice and laughed, "Damn it! Go die! Awesome! So exhilarating!" These zombies posed a huge threat, but being able to drive such an armored vehicle to crush them madly filled Zhang Hai with excitement, making his face turn red and veins bulge on the. "Ah! Don't be nervous. It's just a fetus!" Zhang Hai shouted. At that moment, a superpower user climbed onto the roof of the freezer truck. The last off-road vehicle followed closely behind the freezer truck, and Yang Qingqing's figure poked out from the sunroof. Two superpower users began their attacks simultaneously. The superpower user on the freezer truck held a long spear-like fork. He almost hung on the edge of the truck, but his feet seemed rooted, refusing to fall off, as his body swayed out of the freezer truck. Each time he thrust the fork, he accurately jabbed a zombie in the cheek, piercing its head completely through. Yang Qingqing's actions surprised Jiang Liushi. She actually crawled directly out of the sunroof, holding two 1-foot-long knives. Then, she suddenly leaped down, straight into the crowd of zombies. This scene made people's hearts tighten, but after jumping in, she spun on the spot like a nimble top. However, this top was shimmering coldly, with two long knives swiftly slicing open the throats or chests of zombies around her. Before other zombies could surround her, Yang Qingqing suddenly bounced back up and lightly landed on the roof of the truck. The entire process took only 1 second, and it was as if springs were attached to her feet. They have a kind of webbed foot that lets them grip any surface. As for Yang Qingqing, her calf muscles mutated, giving her strong jumping abilities, Jiang Zhuiying said. Jiang Liushi nodded in understanding. The mutation direction of these two was similar to his prior impression of superpowers, belonging to the same category as Hugo, mostly involving localized body mutations. Jiang Zhuiying's type involved full-body cellular mutation, turning into electric discharge cells. Continuing to evolve, the energy she could release would only grow greater. It was impossible to predict how powerful it would become in the future. Earlier, when in Jiang Liushi's vehicle, they were already several meters away from those zombies, yet Jiang Zhuiying's electricity had already electrocuted them. Those zombies were all burned black, and when the minibus rolled over them, it left behind piles of charred remains. This terrifying killing power was something that these localized body-mutated superpower users simply couldn't compare to. So refreshing. Die. All of you go die. Zhang Hai's excited shouts echoed back into the base vehicle. With Yang Qingqing in that superpower user's cover, the obstacles the freezer truck faced instantly vanished, and the whole truck kept bumping over the zombies. Chapter 58, The Incomprehensible Superpowers. Zhang Hai's voice seemed to drown everything out, as if nothing less sufficed to express his excitement. At this moment, the previous leading off-road vehicle had slowed down to the side of the minibus. Honk honk. The off-road vehicle honked twice. Jiang Zhuiying looked toward the off-road vehicle, and that muscular man poked his body out from the sunroof, shouting, "Boss! There's a massive horde of zombies ahead, we need to speed up. Can you keep up? Brother?" Jiang Zhuiying looked at Jiang Liushi. Their off-road vehicle and the freezer truck had both been modified, allowing for speeds far greater than these vehicles originally possessed. The muscular man was clearly worried that the minibus would fall behind. So this muscular man and his crew drove over to give the warning. If Jiang Liushi's vehicle couldn't keep up, they would have to abandon the minibus and hop onto their off-road vehicle. Jiang Liushi shook his head. "Tell them not to worry, we can keep up." "Okay." Jiang Zhuiying replied without hesitation, "It's fine, you guys go ahead." The muscular man was taken aback for a moment, then replied, "All right." Since Jiang Zhuiying had agreed, they could only leave it to Jiang Liushi. He estimates that the engine of this minibus has probably been modified. After all, the interior is actually a luxury RV. An off-road vehicle drove beside them for a while, suddenly honked the horn, and then sharply began to accelerate. Beep beep beep. The other two vehicles also honked their horns, and all three vehicles began to accelerate together. Jiang Liushi's minibus is high, with a broader view, and when he looked ahead, he was startled. In the distance, there was indeed an area densely packed with zombies, double the amount compared to before. Vroom vroom vroom. The roar of the engines was deafening, as the three vehicles belched out billowing exhaust fumes, rapidly speeding towards the tide of corpses. At this moment, Jiang Liushi had not started to accelerate yet. Watching the distance between them quickly widen, Jiang Liushi suddenly slammed on the gas pedal. Bang bang bang. Some zombies collided with the minibus, and in the impact, the minibus's speed skyrocketed, catching up to the convoy in the blink of an eye. Wow! Zhang Zhuiying exclaimed in surprise. This vehicle is modified quite well, accelerating so smoothly and so fast. Hearing Jiang Zhuiying's exclamation, Jiang Liushi smiled slightly. This was just ordinary acceleration. If she saw the instant acceleration effect, he wondered how astonished she would be. These off-road vehicles, although modified as well, really cannot compare in acceleration ability to the base vehicle. In terms of speed, these vehicles could only eat dust behind the minibus. Yang Qingqing jumped back into the vehicle again, her two long knives dripping with thick blood. Unintentionally, Yang Qingqing looked back and was momentarily stunned. This minibus is following so closely? At this time, a shout from Zhang Hai came from ahead. Did the boss catch up? Yang Qingqing looked at the minibus in surprise, then realized and replied impatiently, it caught up. Just as she was distracted, a zombie suddenly lunged at the off-road vehicle as it sped by, grabbing the luggage rack and swiftly climbing up. Sensing the bloody scent closing in from behind, Yang Qingqing screamed and quickly jumped to the zombie's back, stabbing down with her two long knives as the zombie flipped around. Isn't my car nice? It doesn't know how many zombies it has killed, and it's still so strong. You have a flat tire, Jiang Liushi said. The blown tire was completely shattered. At that time, the freezer truck was surrounded by zombies, and it might have been bitten through by them. Ah, it's just a flat tire, no big deal, Zhang Hai laughed heartily. By the way, do you know what my superpower is? Zhang Hai suddenly asked. Jiang Liushi was taken aback. Thinking about it, he really didn't know what Zhang Hai's power was. He had seen the other ability users show their powers, but he suddenly remembered that Zhang Hai had been driving and had never acted before. So what is your superpower? Jiang Liushi asked curiously. Hee, that's great, big brother, hold on tight. Zhang Hai's mouth let out a completely unstandard Beijing accent. Okay, Jiang Liushi thought Zhang Hai was going to show something off. However, after he rolled up his sleeves, he didn't do anything but pull a tire out of the freezer truck. I have several tires in my car, so I'm not afraid of flats. Zhang Hai said proudly. That means you get flat tires often, Jiang Liushi thought. However, he still couldn't see how Zhang Hai's superpower was related to this tire. Zhang Hai took the tire to the flat tire spot, took out a jack, lifted the car, then rubbed his hands and moved his 10 fingers, which looked like carrots. Big brother, watch this. This is my special skill. Zhang Hai said, suddenly moving his hands in a dazzling manner. His speed was quick, and his strength was huge. His fingers were so nimble that it was breathtaking. As for what he was doing, it was changing the tire. He didn't use any other tools, not even a wrench, completely using his hands instead. The bolts came on and off easily. While changing the tire, Zhang Hai said proudly, how about it, big brother? Not bad, right? My fingers mutated, so they're very fast and strong. Look at this, full of muscle. Jiang Liushi was dumbfounded, and it took him a while to respond, asking, may I ask what did you do before? I was a mechanic. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 59, An Unexpected Incident. Zhang Hai used to be a mechanic, and after he mutated into an ability user, he combined his powers with his professional skills and continued to do his old job. In terms of combat ability, he was certainly stronger than ordinary people, but among the 4 ability users in this team, he could only come last. However, his role was not small at all the car modifications and repairs were done by him alone. Even so, Zhang Hai's cheerful personality and this strange superpower still made him a bit low in status, not to mention, Yang Qingqing's attitude towards him had always been very dismissive, often speaking impatiently. Jiang Liushi felt that this superpower was surely not just for repairing cars, just the strength of those fingers could poke a hole in a person's body like a bullet. In response, Zhang Hai laughed and said, I'm not cut out for fighting, once I start, I go crazy and can't think straight. He paused, his smile gradually fading, and his tone became somber. Jiang Liushi had never seen this expression on his face before. I don't know why, but I always see the scene of my wife reaching out for help among the zombies. At that time, I had just woken up, and if I had been able to kill faster and harder, let's not talk about this. Zhang Hai smiled again and continued to busy himself. In fact, Zhang Hai should know that no matter how fast he had been, he wouldn't have been able to save his wife. Just knowing doesn't mean he can escape that memory. Most survivors have experienced such tragedies.
Brother, in a little while, we will reach Satellite City. Jiang Liushi came over with a bottle of water from the off-road vehicle.
Handed to Jiang Liushi. These people were all drinking bottled water, quickly replenishing their lost fluids and strength. Jiang Liushi noticed that the ability users also carried some dried mutated beast meat, which they were eating along with the water. Using their powers consumed a lot of energy, so they relied on mutated beast meat to quickly recover. Ordinary food could also work, but it required a large amount, making mutated beast meat much easier to carry and not promoting the evolution of ability users. Soon, the tire of the refrigerated truck was changed, everyone had drunk water, eaten meat, and rested well.
The convoy set off again, continuing towards the satellite city.
It only took a little over 10 minutes to reach the satellite city from this place. There were many zombies on this road, and the street was filled with dense hordes of the undead. When these zombies heard the noise, they surged towards them, appearing like a black tide rolling in from afar.
Ah! Ah! Ah!
Jiang Hai desperately pressed the gas pedal, constantly crashing and running over zombies under the cover of Yang Qingqing and the others. This time they were lucky, there were no flat tires, but the vehicle was marked with many collision scars. They were not far from the satellite city, they just needed to break through this horde of zombies. At that moment, a roar suddenly came from nearby. The sound was deep, as if it came from the throat, and it didn't seem far from them. Upon hearing the roar, Jiang Liushi straightened her body, her face showing a serious expression. She listened carefully and quickly shouted, "Be careful!"
Boom!
A horde of zombies was pushed apart, and many zombies were even sent flying into the air. Immediately after, a gigantic shadow rushed out, heading straight for the convoy. This shadow was about the same size as an off-road vehicle, and its speed was just as fast.
Its mouth was wide open, revealing sharp canine teeth, and its eyes were bright red.
It was a mutated dog. In cities, there were many pet dog owners, and there were also a lot of stray dogs in the suburbs. All these dogs were infected by the virus and most had mutated into monsters like zombies after the apocalypse.
A few even became mutated beasts. That size. Jiang Liushi's expression changed instantly.
Mutated beasts come in various sizes, and this one was the biggest they had encountered so far. 1+ level mutated dog. Star seeds detection indicated that this was a +1 level mutated dog. 1+ represents the mutation energy level of this dog, but at this current stage, the difference in combat power from size, strength, and speed is still significant.
Even if the levels of mutated energy are the same, the actual combat power can vary greatly.
This mutated dog was huge, with terrifying strength and astonishing speed. The convoy had just spotted it when the mutated dog had already dashed to their vicinity.
Boom!
The mutated dog crashed directly into the refrigerated truck, and the fast-moving vehicle was knocked sideways, crashing heavily into the roadside flower bed. As soon as the refrigerated truck collided, the mutated dog was already chasing after it, swiping a paw upward. The gleaming claws were half a foot long, and with terrifying strength, they sliced through the metal covering of the truck, as if it were paper, creating several deep gashes in an instant. 2 pieces of packed mutated beast meat rolled out from the crack, even cutting through the refrigerated compartment, making it clear how strong the damage power was. With just one move, this mutated dog instilled a chilling fear in everyone.
Damn! Damn!
Jiang Hai shouted in the driver's seat. His refrigerator truck could crush those zombies, but in front of this mutated dog, it felt like a plastic toy car, utterly defenseless. Just a few more claws, and the freezer truck will be finished. This mutated dog is almost the same size as the freezer truck, with its blood-red eyes glaring eerily at Jiang Hai inside the vehicle, baring its teeth, and thick, blood-red drool dripping from its large mouth, plopping onto the ground. Jiang Hai, who is close at hand, feels his scalp tingle, he lets out an ah and slams on the gas, forcing the truck forward a short distance. The truck scrapes against a flower bed, emitting a piercing screech, even sparking as it goes. Seeing this, the mutated dog immediately leaps after the truck, intent on pouncing onto it. If this mutated dog lands on the freezer truck, Jiang Hai, and all the supplies will be doomed.
At that moment, a sudden gunshot rang out from behind. Day. Bullets hit the mutated dog, instantly creating several blood holes in its body. Ayo!
The mutated dog yelps in pain, quickly turning to look at the off-road vehicle with the machine gun mounted on it. The muscle-bound man firing the gun feels a shiver run down his spine as the monster locks its gaze on him.
Day.
The machine gun bursts forth with flames, but the mutated dog is extremely agile, and with the zombies providing cover from the bullets, the muscle man's eyes widen in fear as he watches the mutated dog charge toward their vehicle. As the distance between the mutated dog and them shrinks, the muscle man can no longer hold back, he shoots desperately while shouting, "Run!"
Vroom!
The off-road vehicle suddenly swerves, and the machine gun rotates atop the vehicle, still aiming at the mutated dog, continuing to unleash a torrent of bullets. Due to the sudden turn, one side of the off-road vehicle's tires lift off the ground. Yang Qingqing, the muscle man, shouts at the top of his lungs. The mutated dog is too fast, they can't evade it now. At this moment, they must rely on support from another off-road vehicle.
However, in the other off-road vehicle, Yang Qingqing's face is pale.
This mutated dog is more terrifying than any monster she has ever seen. Jumping onto it or standing nearby feels like an insurmountable challenge.
Its massive size and wild sprint mean that any contact could lead to serious injury. Moreover, the mutated dog's reactions are incredibly quick. Although Yang Qingqing considers herself fast, she feels utterly helpless before this mutated beast.
Those menacing claws, if they strike her, would surely tear her apart. Plainly, she would die without a doubt. So, upon hearing the muscle man's urgent shout, the off-road vehicle immediately sped forward, but Yang Qingqing hesitated and struggled. As she watched the mutated dog ahead, she felt paralyzed, her limbs softening.
At this moment, Virum. A bus trailing behind suddenly zoomed past the off-road vehicle, right in front of Yang Qingqing. It's Jiang Zhuiying making her move, Yang Qingqing instinctively thought. In previous battles, Jiang Zhuiying hadn't needed to intervene, but now was the perfect moment. If they had needed her help during every fight, what use would they, the ability users, be? Jiang Zhuiying had become the leader not just because of her strength but because she was their last hope in crucial moments. Yang Qingqing fixed her gaze on the passenger window where Jiang Zhuiying was seated. She was always the center of attention, and everyone admired her, a fact that made Yang Qingqing quite jealous, which was one reason why she looked down on Jiang Liushi. Jiang Zhuiying's extraordinary strength and incredible abilities made Yang Qingqing envious of her good fortune. Life just wasn't fair. But no matter what, Yang Qingqing couldn't deny Jiang Zhuiying's strength. The gap was too vast, too deep for her to close, and no amount of reluctance could change that.
Seeing Jiang Zhuiying act before her, Yang Qingqing felt a strange discomfort in her heart. She had just been scared, and Jiang Zhuiying must have seen her hesitation, so she took action.
But what surprised Yang Qingqing was that the window of Jiang Zhuiying's vehicle was actually closed. Instead, this minibus directly charged towards the mutated dog. What is this for? The survivors didn't have time to think, and in a flash, this minibus had crashed violently into the mutated dog, making a loud bang. At that moment, the survivors finally reacted. That crash was indeed timely. The off-road vehicle and the muscular man inside had narrowly escaped disaster. Their vehicle's rear had already been scraped with several terrifying marks. However, this minibus was certainly finished now. Next, it should be Jiang Zhuiying's turn to act. The muscular man didn't have time to wipe away his cold sweat and said to the driver, "Get ready to head back and pick up the boss's brother." Jiang Zhuiying was fighting the mutated dog, and Jiang Liushi, an ordinary person, could easily be affected. With the minibus ruined, they had to get him out. Jiang Zhuiying would definitely give the same command. But at that moment, this minibus suddenly shook. Then, it suddenly reversed and, incredibly, accelerated again towards the dog. But this time, the mutated dog leaped aside, and the minibus crashed into empty space. However, what shocked everyone was not the empty crash, but that this minibus could still move. The recent crash had completely enraged the mutated dog. Its expression was terrifying, and it let out hissing sounds from its throat, shifting its target from the off-road vehicle to the minibus. The bullets did little harm. At most, only 1 or 2 bullets had hit flesh, the others merely caused scratches. It was too agile. But this minibus suddenly charging in was incredibly fast, crashing heavily and causing the mutated dog real pain. The minibus missed once but quickly backed up, then once again let out a loud buzzing sound and charged forward fiercely. Watching the minibus keep turning sharply, adjusting its direction to continue the attack, and in the process, countless zombies were squashed, the survivors were dumbfounded. This was just too fierce. This minibus, not only was it not falling apart, but its front also showed no significant dents. The survivors had no idea that previously, when Jiang Liushi crashed with a mutated. As for collision and acceleration, they can be used freely. This mutated dog, although large in size and with strong defensive fur, will suffer internal injuries under the impact of gravity. After a few more collisions, its combat power will significantly decline. Jiang Liushi did not come specifically to rescue the SUV, instead, he had his sights set on the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. From the moment the mutated dog appeared, a glimmer of excitement and surprise appeared in Jiang Liushi's eyes. Although he was also solemn about the terrifying power of the mutated dog, encountering a mutant beast so quickly was a very good opportunity for Jiang Liushi, even describable as good luck. He already had 1 mutated crystal core in his hand, and this mutated dog, in his eyes, was like a second mutant crystal core delivered to him. Of course, killing this mutated dog would not be easy. At this moment, Zhang Hai came rushing over in a freezer truck. Seeing this scene, he was truly shocked and shouted repeatedly, "Damn! So awesome! So awesome! What kind of RV is this? It's almost an armored vehicle." Inside the car, Jiang Liushi was expressionless, his eyes firmly fixed on the mutated dog. Every time he turned the steering wheel, the direction and angle left Zhang Hai in awe. His driving skills were out of this world. Of course, what Zhang Hai didn't know was that Jiang Liushi was a complete novice driver, without even a driver's license. He was able to drive so accurately and smoothly because of the Starseed's data calculations. Jiang Hai driving back was not just to observe up close. In his car, the ability user crawled out, seized the opportunity, and at the moment the mutated dog dodged the minibus, he shot out his body, thrusting a spear toward it. Meanwhile, the freezer truck also sprinted forward, suddenly getting close to the mutated dog from behind. The mutated dog noticed the attack from behind, and in that very brief moment of distraction, bang! The minibus crashed solidly into the mutated dog again. Chapter 61, Flawless Coordination. Oh whoa! The mutated dog was completely enraged, but Jiang Liushi did not give it the chance to retaliate. After the impact, he immediately reversed and created distance. If the mutated dog got a few swipes in, the minibus would be in trouble too. At that moment, the minibus suddenly reversed and sharply turned to the side. Day. Gunfire erupted suddenly, and a massive amount of bullets frantically poured towards the mutated dog that had just been hit. The muscular man shouted while shooting, "Everyone help! Yang Qingqing!" Both Jiang Hai and the muscular man realized that they should protect Jiang Liushi at this moment. The minibus's ability to withstand collisions, its performance, and Jiang Liushi's operation and reaction were all incredibly impressive. The recent battle with the mutated dog also showed that if they didn't help the minibus fight now, they wouldn't be so lucky next time they faced the mutated dog. Not to say it would be certain death, but they would definitely pay a huge price. So they all tacitly began to cover for Jiang Liushi. At this time, Yang Qingqing still did not move, which was unacceptable. Even though she felt scared of the mutated dog, she had to grit her teeth and called for the off-road vehicle to get closer. Bang! The minibus seized the moment when the mutated dog was forced to dodge by the bullets and suddenly charged forward, crashing into it again. The muscular man hurriedly stopped shooting, thinking Jiang Liushi was crazy for charging into the bullets. Fortunately, he didn't hit. However, the muscular man soon realized that the bullets did hit the minibus. They left a spiderweb-like crack on the window. This meant that although the bullets hit, they did not penetrate the minibus's window. It turned out that this minibus had bulletproof glass. The muscular man was completely stunned. This vehicle was too amazing. Some heads of state might even use vehicles of this level. But if he knew that Jiang Liushi's vehicle had a fuel storage of 1 ton and a powerful air cannon as a weapon, he might think differently. Ow! The mutated dog was not killed by the collision. It was directly sent crashing into a shop by the roadside, but quickly, it charged out from the shop. The continuous collisions from the minibus didn't cause much external damage to the mutated dog, but it was already swaying unsteadily. After it came out, it violently shook its head, and at that moment, Yang Qingqing suddenly approached. But as soon as she landed next to the mutated dog, it roared angrily, scaring Yang Qingqing so much that she immediately bounced back. The mutated dog was not roaring at Yang Qingqing. In its eyes, there was only the minibus. Yang Qingqing's face turned pale. This mutated dog was still terrifying even when injured. Compared to Jiang Zhuiying's terrible lethality, she didn't even have a chance to act. The other two, one relied on a spear that couldn't even pierce, and the other relied on a gun. Their combined effect was not as great as Jiang Zhuiying. They could handle ordinary zombies or weak mutated beasts, but at this moment, they could only provide a distracting effect. With Jiang Zhuiying around and Jiang Hai's 3 vehicles continuously interfering, the mutated dog, though exceptionally agile, was repeatedly found and hit by the minibus. No matter how strong it was still flesh and blood. The safety factor is self-evident. Bang! 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 Jiang Liushi didn't even know how many times he had collided, but this time, he slammed the mutated dog directly against the outer wall of a building, the immense force causing the glass of the building to shatter loudly, sending shards raining down like countless stars. After smashing the mutated dog into the wall, Jiang Liushi did not let up. He pressed the gas pedal hard, continuing to crush the mutated dog. If an air cannon were to be fired at this moment, both the wall and the mutated dog would probably be blasted to pieces. Boom! 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 The engine of the minibus roared loudly, tires spinning wildly on the ground, kicking up massive clouds of dust, leaving behind the marks of the tires on the ground. Seeing Jiang Liushi and the minibus so fierce, the survivors couldn't help but gasp in awe. Through the gaps, they could still see the huge body of the mutated dog and the large amounts of blood flowing out from under the car. Finally, the rumbling of the minibus disappeared, and it slowly began to reverse. Is it dead? Everyone stared nervously at the spot where the mutated dog lay. As the minibus backed away, the appearance of the mutated dog came into view for everyone. Its massive body had almost been crushed out of shape, its eyes, mouth, ears, and nose all drenched in blood, with burn marks from electric shocks all over its body, and some places were even smoking. Under the body of the mutated dog, there was a large pool of blood. This thick blood was also stuck to the front of the minibus, dripping down in heavy drops. Chapter 62, 2 Crystal Cores. The body of the mutated dog was still twitching slightly, but it was clear that it was no longer alive. The refrigerated truck and the SUV had stopped around, and everyone felt as if they had no strength left. Finally killed it. In addition to this mutated dog, some zombies had also been killed in the battle, their bodies lying around, mangled and bloodied by the speeding vehicles making sharp turns. Holy shit! Jiang Hai shouted. Looking at the mutated dog, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Previously, when he was attacked by this mutated dog, he felt like he was going to die, but now, this fierce and violent dog had turned into a stray dog. If the minibus hadn't suddenly shown its power, they wouldn't have known what would have happened today. The other people were also staring blankly at the scene until the minibus ran over a corpse of a zombie, causing a slight jolt, which finally made them shift their gaze. The front of the minibus was surprisingly intact, with only a little damage, which seemed almost insignificant to them. As for the windshield, there were just some claw scratches and previous bullet marks. Turning to look at the refrigerated truck, it was almost a sight too terrible to behold. The cabin had cracks from the claws that looked about to fall apart, as if it could split in two at any moment. One side had been dented by the mutated dog, and the whole thing had deformed. A minibus, and yet it had been modified to such a degree, sturdier and tougher than their refrigerated truck, the performance far superior, with such a large model able to turn so nimbly. Inside the vehicle, Jiang Liushi simply let out a gentle breath, his expression normal, he was neither red-faced from the strain nor particularly pale. Recalling his calmness earlier, everyone felt their impressions were being completely overturned. When he had come out with them today, they thought Jiang Liushi was just being noisy, following along with nothing to do, even needing Jiang Jueying to protect him. But now, the reality lay bloodily in front of them. They could only play a restraining role, serving as Jiang Liushi's assist, just putting in a little effort. Though it was the minibus that had strong combat power. But driving skills are also very important. A strong smell of blood lingered in the air as Jiang Jueying glanced around. Those zombies were closing in again. You all go distract the zombies. Jiang Hai and Manzi, come over and drag the mutated dog into the refrigerated truck. By the way, Jiang Jueying glanced at Jiang Liushi and continued, don't forget to dig out the mutated dog's crystal core. Jiang Liushi was mainly targeting this crystal core when he hit the mutated dog. In fact, this mutated dog, being agile, was exactly the type that troubled Jiang Liushi the most. And at this moment, these ability users and this convoy would become useful. Of course, in the overall battle, the one playing the most crucial supporting role was still Jiang Jueying. Their spoils were distributed according to contributions, and this time the siblings took the bulk of it. Not to mention that the team had promised Jiang Liushi a mutated crystal core. Even by this time's contribution, if Jiang Liushi wanted a crystal core, they wouldn't say anything. So after hearing Jiang Jueying's words, Jiang Hai and the others on the refrigerated truck immediately got to work without a word. These two looked like they were used to dealing with spoils and collecting supplies. Their movements were incredibly nimble, racing against time. Jiang Hai even directly poked his finger into the mutated dog's heart, pulling out a blood-covered mutated crystal core. He ran to the refrigerated truck, rinsed it with water, and immediately dashed over to the minibus to hand it to Jiang Jueying. This mutated crystal core is so beautiful. Jiang Jueying examined it in her hand and then handed it to Jiang Liushi. The mutated crystal core was exceptionally clear, refracting a glass-like glow, indeed very beautiful. However, such a thing was dug out from the grotesque and terrifying body of the mutated dog. Jiang Liushi pulled out another mutated crystal core from his pocket, completing their two cores. After dragging away the mutated dog, the convoy shook off the group of zombies and found a relatively safe spot to stop. The damage to the refrigerated truck was too severe, mostly in the cargo area. Although they temporarily blocked it with the mutated dog's corpse, after some jolting, the large crack appeared again and had to be dealt with first, otherwise, they would just have to run and collect supplies all the way. As for other dents and dings, there was nothing to be done for now, they could only make do and drive on. And as for some iron plates and such for repairs, they were already prepared on the refrigerated truck. Jiang Hai took some nails and a hammer and began to nail the iron plates over the crack. Clang, clang, clang. Hearing the sound of Jiang Hai hammering nails, Jiang Liushi took out both mutated crystal cores. Jiang Jueying got out for some fresh air, and the others were using the opportunity to rest. No one was paying attention to him. Now they seemed to have grown used to Jiang Liushi's habit of not getting out of the car. The minibus was so impressive, it was normal that Jiang Liushi cherished it. After glancing at the group, Jiang Liushi looked at the mutated crystal cores and then issued a command to the starseed. Click. A small slot popped out from the dashboard with a light sound. This slot had two depressions for placing two mutated crystal cores. Jiang Liushi took a deep breath and then placed the two mutated crystal cores inside. They fit snugly without a gap. As soon as the mutated crystal cores were inserted, the slot immediately closed and retracted automatically. At the same time, the voice of the starseed sounded. Two mutated crystal cores have been inserted, new evolution options have been unlocked for the base vehicle, please choose the direction you want to evolve. Option 1, upgrade the fuel tank. Jiang Liushi had already looked through most options before. Looking again this time, he still felt greedy. Space storage features, automatic absorption, mechanical arms, weapon upgrades, he wanted them all.
However, this time, Jiang Liushi had a clear goal in mind for collecting these two mutated crystal nuclei. He shook his head and forced his gaze away from these options, directly looking at his target this time. Option 10, open the biological laboratory. By adding materials, develop gene evolution liquid, which can provide the host with evolutionary genes and greatly increase physical abilities.
Requirement to open, Level 1 mutated crystal nuclei X2.
Jiang Liushi's current combat power relied entirely on the base vehicle, while he himself was just an ordinary person. It would be fine if he stayed in the vehicle, but that was clearly impossible. Not to mention, even if he single-handedly crashed through zombies and drove into a place to gather supplies, he would still have to be alarmed and cautious, always on guard. So, Jiang Liushi did not hesitate and decisively clicked confirm on this option.
First, open the biological laboratory. Do you choose to open the biological laboratory?
The biological laboratory has been opened. Please add the following materials to complete the construction of the biological laboratory. The starseed listed a long checklist, and upon seeing this list, Jiang Liushi felt extremely frustrated. Previously, upgrading the fuel tank required a whole bunch of materials, and he had long been accustomed to that.
Without the materials, these facilities wouldn't magically appear.
To upgrade, there was nothing to upgrade with. But the materials needed to upgrade the fuel tank were relatively common, while some materials on this checklist, to say nothing of now, even in peaceful times, Jiang Liushi found them very hard to obtain, and even ordinary people had no connections.
For example,
titanium 100 kilograms, iridium 1 kilogram, nickel 120 kilograms, cobalt 150 kilograms.
Collecting these was quite difficult. The satellite city was actually just a small camp.
The military set up heavy barricades on the road, all behind them were the dark muzzles of guns and rows of tanks, giving a very strong sense of oppression. As they approached the barricades, the convoy began to slow down. Jiang Liushi saw numerous zombie corpses on the road, some of which looked like they had been there for a while, yet no one had dealt with them, crushed repeatedly by passing vehicles, stuck to the ground.
This place really has a chilling vibe.
Jiang Liushi looked at some soldiers behind the barricade, all armed to the teeth, their expression serious, coldly watching the minibus and the three vehicles approach.
Anyway, we're just here to exchange supplies. As long as we have something valuable, they are quite reasonable.
We need each other, we are mutually beneficial,
Zhang Zhuiying said, rolling down the car window.
She neither spoke nor leaned out, just extended a hand, her long, slender fingers, pale wrists exposed to the air.
Zing!
A spark of electricity flickered on her fingers. Jiang Liushi saw that the soldiers, upon witnessing this, silently began to move the barricade aside to let them pass. It seems that this electric ability had become Jiang Zhuiying's signature. Just from this, these people could recognize her convoy. The part that formed the satellite city was just a small street and some houses by the roadside. Now these places were all surrounded, forming a camp.
The convoy slowly drove in, and Jiang Liushi saw many ordinary people sitting by the roadside, watching their vehicles pass by.
Blood flowed from the gaps in their freezer trucks, and fear showed on their faces. Though they were in the military's camp, they were still not far from the zombies, and seeing this survivor convoy coming from outside immediately reminded them of the horrors outside. The military district had more than 1,000 soldiers and a large amount of supplies. The logistics personnel needed are numerous. These ordinary people receive protection from the military district, but they are not sitting idle, they take turns doing those logistical tasks. Now, Jiang Liushi and the others see these ordinary people, who are temporarily rotated off to sit by the roadside and rest. A squad of soldiers is patrolling the camp fully armed. They cast vigilant and scrutinizing glances at the convoy when they see it.
The headquarters of the satellite city is over there. It used to be a school. Zhang Zhuiying pointed at several buildings up ahead.
The student dormitories have become the soldiers' living quarters now, while classrooms and office buildings are places where they store supplies in exchange with these survivors. The convoy stops in the playground. Jiang Liushi gets off the vehicle, and just as he reaches the entrance of the teaching building, he sees a bulletin board. This bulletin board was previously used for school announcements, but now it is covered with many strange notices of varying content. List number 71, collect 100 boxes of aspirin and other anti-inflammatory drugs, which can be exchanged for 1 ton of mutant beast meat and 100 bullets, or other items of equal value.
This list is published repeatedly and can be fulfilled multiple times.
List number 92, 10 boxes each of number 5 and number 7 batteries can be exchanged for 100 pounds of mutant beast meat, 10 bullets, or other items of equal value.
This list is published repeatedly and can be fulfilled multiple times. These are the demand lists published by the military.
This way, survivors can better understand what the military needs. Otherwise, if they bring things that the military won't accept, it would be a real trouble.
This list often changes, and there's always a demand for something. Zhang Hai walked to Jiang Liushi's side and explained when he saw that Jiang Liushi seemed interested in these. Generally, the military exchanges mutant beast meat, bullets, and weapons with us. Bullets are the most expensive, followed by medicines.
Look at the things they want, the quantities are not small, and collecting them isn't particularly easy.
Oh.
Jiang Liushi nodded but did not rush to leave. Instead, he continued to read on this list.
He came to this satellite city for two reasons. First, he was worried about Jiang Zhuiying, and second, he wanted to see if he could exchange for the materials needed to open the biological laboratory. It would be unreliable to rely on him or Jiang Zhuiying's team, only the military could gather them faster. List number 109, 1 mutant crystal nucleus can be exchanged for 1 ton of mutant beast meat or other items of equal value. List number 211, 100 blankets, 100 down jackets. By the way, Zhuiying, can you exchange for some rare metals in this place?
Jiang Liushi, unable to find what he wanted on the list, asked. The military only writes other items besides mutant beast meat and bullets on these lists. They don't clarify what these other items really are.
Well, the military should have everything. Even if they don't have it, if they can provide what they want, they can also issue related lists to collect these from other survivors, Jiang Zhuiying said. It can be like that. That's good, Jiang Liushi nodded. Zhang Hai looked at Jiang Liushi in confusion, unsure what he needed rare metals for.
However, he came over to get closer to Jiang Liushi not out of concern for Jiang Liushi's thoughts. He was very interested in the minibus that Jiang Liushi had. He hadn't had a chance to ask before, and he couldn't hold it in any longer now.
Dude, where did you get that car? It's incredible. The person who modified it is amazing. If I have a chance, I really want to meet them. I really want to ask them something.
I truly hope this person is still alive, Zhang Hai said.
Of course, he is still alive.
Jiang Liushi silently thought in his heart. However, asking for advice was impossible. If you ask him how it was modified, he wouldn't know.
Chapter 64, The Whereabouts of Iridium.
Zhang Hai struggled for a while longer, but had to give up. As for Jiang Zhuiying and the others, they entered the hall to exchange supplies. Being able to exchange for the new weapon she had always dreamed of, Jiang Zhuiying looked very happy, appearing eager for it. The others were similar. They came here to replenish bullets and other items, and to see if they could exchange for anything. Aside from exchanging supplies, coming to such a crowded place and engaging in activities like buying helped ease their tense nerves from fighting zombies and the loneliness of living amidst zombies. Seeing that all the survivors and Jiang Zhuiying were busy with their matters, Jiang Liushi walked to a table. The facilities in the hall were quite simple. Aside from the 2 original windows, the rest were makeshift service windows made from tables, with 1 or 2 soldiers sitting behind. Some survivors in the hall were continuously arguing with one of the groups of soldiers at a table, probably arguing over the quantity of supplies to be exchanged. Jiang Liushi slowly walked to a table in the corner and asked, I have some supplies I want, don't know if you have them? A young soldier sitting behind looked up at Jiang Liushi, casually asking, what do you want? Some people who often came here were familiar with him, but this young man, around 20, was a new face. However, the soldier could tell that Jiang Liushi was with Jiang Zhuiying's group. Titanium, 100 kilograms, and Jiang Liushi barely finished his first word when the soldier froze for a moment, then listened more closely, growing increasingly surprised. Although survivors came to exchange various supplies, he had never seen someone exchange for so much metal. Survivors needed items essential for survival, or weapons. What use was there for such metals? The soldier looked again and, seeing that Jiang Liushi wasn't joking, revealed a strange expression, saying, I'll help you check. Not knowing if they had set up a local network here, the soldier began searching on the computer in front of him. Jiang Liushi patiently waited. If the military already had a stockpile, that would be great, but if not, they could only issue a list to other survivors. After a few minutes, the soldier looked up at Jiang Liushi and said, No, there's nothing in stock. Such items were not collected by survivors specifically to exchange for supplies, and they were never mentioned in the military's demand lists. Then Jiang Liushi was about to ask about issuing a demand list when a voice suddenly broke in from the side. Iridium? What do you want that for? You can find that in our school. Jiang Liushi turned in surprise. The speaker was a man in his 60s who didn't look like a survivor there to exchange supplies. He was dirty, with mud on his hands, resembling an honest farmer. Your school? Jiang Liushi hurriedly asked. Most of these metals were merely hard to find and not particularly scarce, but iridium was the hardest to find and the least in quantity. Iridium is generally used for making pen tips. How big is a pen tip? 1 kilogram of iridium is already quite a lot. I'm looking for 1 kilogram of iridium, Jiang Liushi added. What if this old man tells him to go to school to pull pen tips? He would be speechless. The old man, wearing glasses, noticed Jiang Liushi's skeptical expression and said, 1 kilogram? We have that. In our school's laboratory. There are several iridium crucibles. Iridium crucibles are used for chemical reaction experiments, and usually, only key laboratories in higher education institutions have them. This is not Jiang Liushi's specialty. At first, he did not think of this, but after hearing the old man's words, he suddenly realized. Are you talking about Jinling University? If it is Jiling University, then it's very close to where Jiang Zhuiying and the others live. Yes, the old man nodded. Thank you.
Jiang Liushi was overjoyed. In that case, he could collect the hardest materials to find here on his own. Old man, can you tell me where this laboratory is? Jiang Liushi asked. Jilin University is quite large, and even Jiang Zhuiying might not know where this laboratory is. The old man moved his lips, then wiped his hands on his clothes a couple of times and asked, Do you have paper and pen? I will draw you a simple map. Of course, that's great. Jiang Liushi quickly borrowed paper and pen from a soldier. The soldier hesitated for a moment, but after glancing at Jiang Zhuiying and the others not far away, he reluctantly gave it. Seeing the old man's dirty hands holding his pen, the soldier's face immediately showed a look of disgust. I'll draw it for you. The old man spoke slowly, giving a sense that he wasn't feeling well. His hands trembled slightly, but while he was drawing, Jiang Liushi was somewhat surprised. This simple map was drawn so well, the lines were smooth and very orderly. The old man was very serious, spending 3 to 4 minutes to finish the route map and handed it to Jiang Liushi. Here. You can go straight in from this road, it's the closest. Okay. Jiang Liushi took the map and gratefully said, Thank you. By the way, old man, what did you do at Jilin University in the past? I taught, the old man said, I was a professor. Professor. Jiang Liushi was stunned for a moment. Shouldn't a professor in the military be well treated? Looking at this old man, he was old, he probably could not do anything else and was arranged to farm. He guessed that he was living a rather unhappy life, which is why he wandered in during his breaks. From the soldier's undisguised disgust towards him from behind the table, it seemed that this kind of useless old man was not well received. I taught astronomy, the old man added. So that's it. Jiang Liushi understood. If it were professors of physical chemistry or engineering, they would naturally be valued, but astronomy had become useless in the apocalypse. Everyone was focused on how to survive, who still cared about knowledge above their heads. This old professor really had it tough. Be careful on your way. Sigh, what is there to do with this kind of thing at this point? The old man wiped the pen on a relatively clean spot on his clothes, put it back on the table, and then turned to leave. Wait a moment, old man. Jiang Liushi called out to him. The old man turned his head in confusion to look at him. Jiang Liushi felt that the old man could hardly move at all. It was questionable how long he could live like this. After thinking, Jiang Liushi took out a bag from his pocket and handed it to the old man. You can take this. This was a bag of jerky made from mutated beast meat, given to him by Jiang Zhuiying earlier. The quantity was substantial, much more than what Yang Qingqing and the others had. However, for Jiang Liushi, who had already obtained a mutated dog, this jerky was nothing. Originally, the soldier had lost interest in the conversation between Jiang Liushi and the old man, flipping through a book, but a casual glance caught his eye as he saw Jiang Liushi casually take out a bag of mutated beast meat and was planning to give it to the old man. The old man looked down at the jerky, a glimmer of desire clearly flickered in his eyes, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. In this camp, if one is not a special talent, food is distributed according to labor. He, an useless old man, naturally received very little food, and the quality was not good either. He had not eaten meat for a long time. At this moment, the soldier could not help but speak up. Brother, giving this old man these mutant beast meats is a waste. It would be better to let him eat more. If you want to trade these mutant beast meats for more ordinary food, we can do that here, said the soldier. In fact, the military wouldn't do such small trades. This was proposed by the soldier himself. Although he was not an ability user, holding these mutant beast meats could get him some good items from the survivors, like a few packs of cigarettes. The military had a lot of stored supplies, but it had nothing to do with these soldiers. They also lived on their salaries, and the supplies they got each month were limited. Being able to earn some extra money was certainly good. Originally, he thought his proposal was very good, but unexpectedly, Jiang Liushi smiled and said, It's okay, I have ordinary food as well, and some are about to expire. It would be a pity not to eat them, as the fridge can't hold anymore. Elderly man, come with me later, and I'll give you some. Those foods were packed in his entire truck, and even the roof was full. After hearing Jiang Liushi's words, the soldier had nothing to say. From Jiang Liushi's tone, it was clear that he wouldn't lack supplies, and this little bit of food was nothing to him. If the fridge couldn't hold any more, how much food could that be? Mutant beast meat? The old professor was shocked when he heard the soldier's words. This bag of jerky was actually mutant beast meat? He thought it was beef jerky. He had seen mutant beast meat before, but it was the first time he held it in his own hands. This meat was what those ability users ate, and in the military, it was real hard currency. In the apocalypse, mutant beast meat and bullets were like gold in peaceful times. The old professor usually ate rough food, and being able to eat a piece of meat was worthy of gratitude. Eat mutant beast meat? He didn't even dare to think about it. Looking at the mutant beast meat Jiang Liushi took out, although the old professor was very eager to eat it, he did not reach out but waved his hands vigorously, saying, I can't accept this precious item. No merit should reap rewards. Just take it, this little bit of meat is nothing. Besides, I want to ask the elderly man about something else, Jiang Liushi said. When the old professor heard this, he still did not take it but asked, what is it? An old man like me may not be able to help you. Elderly man, do you know where in Jiling I can find these metals? Jiang Liushi said, listing the other metals he needed. He was actually just taking a chance. This old professor was a local and could be knowledgeable, perhaps he might know. The old professor had actually heard Jiang Liushi mention these metals to the soldier before, but at that time, he didn't think of where to find them. Now that Jiang Liushi asked, he frowned and carefully recalled. There's definitely none at the school, let me think about where there might be. I'm old, and my brain isn't working well, the old professor murmured. He thought for a long time, muttering several place names to himself, then shook his head. Suddenly, his cloudy eyes brightened, and he said, I got it. Wasn't a new industrial park built a few years ago? There's a Jiangnan Special Metal Technology Company, their headquarters and warehouse are over there. The warehouse of the Special Metal Company. This Special Metal Company specializes in this, and they should have the materials he needed in their warehouse. There are even more than that. However, the quantity of iridium is very small, and the Special Metals Company might not have much possibility either. The materials needed to build the biological laboratory were not resolved by the military, and unexpectedly, an old professor he encountered helped him point the direction. I haven't been to this industrial park, so I can't help you draw a map, the old professor said regretfully. It's okay, I can find it myself, Jiang Liushi said happily. Now he didn't have to release a list and wait slowly, with a direction, everything would be easier. Jiang Liushi directly handed the mutated beast meat to the old professor. The old professor hurriedly caught the bag with his hands. He wanted to refuse, but the tempting smell of meat wafted from the bag, making his stomach immediately grumble twice. This made the old professor feel very embarrassed. He looked gratefully at Jiang Liushi and said repeatedly, Thank you. Thank you so much. But really, I don't want anything else. This old professor shuffled around here every day. Sometimes he would give some advice to survivors, but when others saw him as an old man, they just talked to him casually without taking it seriously. Those with bad tempers would directly send him away impatiently. In this camp, the old professor spent his days farming and was really bored out of his mind, so he found this way to kill time. He never thought that after helping others, someone would actually give him a reward. This unexpected joy filled him with gratitude towards Jiang Liushi. For Jiang Liushi, being able to locate iridium and other metals was worth much more than just this little food, which was hardly worth a fraction of an ant's leg. But since the old professor insisted on refusing, Jiang Liushi didn't press him. If he saved some of the mutated beast meat to eat, it would provide quite a bit of nutrition, at least it wouldn't give the feeling of being on the verge of death. At that moment, Jiang Zhuiying's voice suddenly called out, Brother! What are you doing? Come and help me take a look. Coming, Jiang Liushi turned to see Jiang Zhuiying and her people gathered around a table. Even another group of survivors in the hall curiously ran over to watch. They must be changing weapons. Whenever Jiang Liushi was around, Jiang Zhuiying liked to consult him about everything. It had become a habit. In fact, she was the one who knew best what weapons were comfortable to use, especially since she desired this weapon so much. She must have analyzed it many times and confirmed it was very suitable for her. But with Jiang Liushi present, Jiang Zhuiying couldn't help but want to ask him first. So immediately, a group of people made way, looking towards Jiang Liushi as he walked over. Another group of survivors, along with the soldier who had just spoken to Jiang Liushi, looked at him with curiosity. Especially the soldier, who originally thought Jiang Liushi was just a new member of Jiang Zhuiying's survivor team, only to find out he was actually her brother. And the survivors looked at him with curiosity because Jiang Liushi was just an ordinary man, but it was still strange how Jiang Zhuiying and her team were so cooperatively engaging with him. Previously, Yang Qingqing and others indeed looked down on Jiang Liushi, but today during the battle, they were clearly the weaker side, so they naturally made way, not having much to criticize him anymore. Brother, look, Jiang Zhuiying said, holding a long samurai sword. This sword was about 1.5 meters long, just the blade itself. The samurai sword was originally used by Qi Jiguang, and this one was specially customized for Jiang Zhuiying by the military. She had paid a deposit, and now she finally gathered all the mutated beast meat needed for the purchase. This samurai sword. Different from ordinary samurai swords. Chapter 66 Chain Long Knife. Jiang Liushi took the knife and immediately felt that the material was extraordinary, cold light shining everywhere, very tough, different from the knives usually seen, with lines all over it. Connecting the blade is a twisted knife handle, also made from the same material. At the top, there is a diamond-shaped metal ring. The blade and handle combined are almost as tall as Jiang Zhuiying, about 1.70 meters. This is made from special alloy steel, heat-resistant, and most importantly, has strong conductivity, said the soldier sitting behind the table, actively introducing it to Jiang Liushi. Strong conductivity. Jiang Liushi nodded. This knife was indeed tailor-made for Jiang Zhuiying.
This knife, although called a samurai sword, is more accurately described as a Japanese samurai sword modified from the Tang knife by Qi Jiguang, transformed to be more suitable for combat and killing. The reason it is called a miao knife is that the blade is long, resembling a seedling. This type of long knife, specifically used for military combat, is swift and fierce, truly a deadly weapon. Such a knife, combined with electricity, is simply incredible. At this moment, that soldier took out an alloy steel box and heavily placed it on the table. Just hearing the sound revealed its weight. When the soldier opened the box, inside, the cold light shone brightly. He took out a long chain from inside. This chain, when stretched out, was 4 to 5 meters long, with a movable lock at the top. This can connect to the ring above the handle, and this chain is also made from special alloy steel, with excellent conductivity. The total cost for this knife set is extremely high. Overnight rush work involved dozens of workers. Such material cannot be found elsewhere. This kind of knife didn't exist before the apocalypse. Knives before the apocalypse didn't require the enhancement of abilities, but this knife was customized according to Jiang Liushi's fighting habits and abilities. This special alloy steel possesses strong conductivity, and in the apocalypse, when resources and manpower are scarce, creating such metal and crafting this complex long knife obviously costs a fortune. Seeing Jiang Liush's eyes shine brightly as she stared at the long knife, Jiang Liushi knew she must be extremely satisfied with it. Especially with the custom design and special alloy steel, this long knife was worth the price. "Let's buy it," Jiang Liushi decisively stated. The soldier immediately replied, "The price was agreed upon earlier, just add 5 tons of mutated beast meat and it's settled." "Did you bring it?" 5 tons. The survivors nearby, upon hearing this number, immediately revealed envious expressions. So much mutated beast meat was actually just for buying a knife. Just think if it were exchanged for food, how many people could be fed? "We brought it, there should be more than enough," Jiang Liushi said. "More than enough?" That complete mutated dog alone exceeded a lot more than that. What Jiang Liushi meant by more than enough was the mutated beast meat he had previously given to Jiang Liushi and what they had stored themselves. They didn't have a scale, so they couldn't weigh it exactly, only estimating roughly. However, when it comes to the military, estimation wasn't acceptable, it had to be precise down to the gram for fairness on both sides. When the military sent someone to follow Jiang Liushi to collect the meat, the survivors curiously stood at the door and watched. The freezer truck looked shabby, making it seem like it was about to fall apart, and it was unclear what it had endured on the road. The two. Zhang Hai opened the door of the freezer truck, and a fierce, terrifying mutant dog head hung down from inside. The mutant dog's head suddenly falling out startled even the soldiers, who instinctively reached for their guns. The survivors, too, had a jolt in their hearts, but then they regained their composure. Who would transport a live mutant beast? Even if someone had the idea, they wouldn't have the strength to pull it off. However, this mutant dog was truly terrifying, even in death. At first glance, it made people feel fear. Upon closer inspection, the mutant dog's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose were still bleeding, and the blood hadn't fully coagulated. Was this, killed on the way here? Looking at the terrifying claw marks on the freezer truck, though patched up, the traces were still visible. The patched iron plates were brand new, clearly just repaired. These claw marks were definitely made by the mutant dog, and this vicious mutant dog had even managed to damage the reinforced freezer truck like this. How could it still have been killed by them? As these survivors were thinking, Zhang Hai had already climbed into the truck's compartment. Bang! A dull sound of something heavy hitting the ground. A large chunk of mutant beast meat was thrown out from the truck's compartment, landing heavily on the ground. Before the survivors could think about it, bang 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 bang. More large chunks of mutant beast meat were continuously thrown out from the truck's compartment. At first, these people didn't react much, but as the piles of meat grew on the ground, and the mutant dog head, which was clearly a whole one, dangled outside the truck, swaying slightly, the survivors' mood instantly became uneasy. This is too much. When they saw the mutant dog head, they had assumed it was part of the 5 tons of meat, and the big head was the main piece. The soldiers thought the same. It was only natural to think this way. But as more and more chunks of meat were thrown out from the truck, the survivors gradually realized they might have been wrong. These meat chunks were what they were actually going to use to trade for the long knife from the military, and the mutant dog was probably something they had just killed on the way. Soon, the meat piles on the ground formed a small mountain. Jiang Liushi said, "This is it, weigh it." The military's large scale was brought over, and several soldiers quickly and skillfully weighed the meat, soon reaching the required 5 tons. The people watched as several pieces of meat were left untouched. 5 tons were enough, these extra pieces. Jiang Liushi had said extra, but he was not referring to the mutant dog, but to the fact that there was simply more meat than needed. "Alright, the meat's ready, here's the knife," the soldier said while registering the meat, then glanced at the mutant dog and asked, "What are you planning to trade this meat for?" Yang Qingqing and the others didn't speak. In this battle, their share was small, so it wasn't their place to answer such a question. They all looked towards Jiang Zhuiying, and she, in turn, looked at Jiang Liushi. This mutant dog was mostly killed by my brother. Whether we sell it or not is up to him, Jiang Zhuiying said, causing everyone's attention to immediately shift to Jiang Liushi. Soon, the expressions of some survivors and a soldier became a bit disheveled.
He killed it? Isn't he just an ordinary person?
The people who realized this were all ability users, and through their senses, they immediately discovered that Jiang Liushi didn't exude any energy, he was just an ordinary person.
An ordinary person killed a mutant dog? We don't have much experience, but don't try to trick us.
The soldier who asked the question wasn't an ability user, but hearing Jiang Zhuiying's words, he was also surprised. He had interacted with Jiang Zhuiying's survivor team several times and knew that the strongest person in the team was Jiang Zhuiying. Moreover, seeing how much supplies Jiang Zhuiying brought each time, and how the same group of people came back and forth, he understood that even among all the ability users they encountered in Jinling, Jiang Zhuiying belonged to the upper tier in strength. Otherwise, for an ordinary survivor team, not to mention the members, even the leader could change each time, and the amount of supplies brought would depend on luck, unlike Jiang Zhuiying's team, which performed so consistently. Of course, this time, they had exceeded expectations. What surprised the soldier was how this person seemed very strong too.
Could it be that he was even stronger than Jiang Zhuiying?
Seeing the soldier's expression, Jiang Liushi knew he had misunderstood. He was quite indifferent to such misunderstandings but would not particularly explain anything.
This meat is not for sale at the moment, Jiang Liushi said, then turned to Jiang Zhuiying and Yang Qingqing. If you want to sell your share, go ahead.
No, we don't need it, the muscular man and others exchanged glances and quickly shook their heads.
Yang Qingqing also said, I don't need it either.
She bit her lip, looking at Jiang Liushi. Jiang Liushi's calm tone and Jiang Zhuiying's assertive attitude seemed different at first, but both were essentially the same style. For Yang Qingqing, she had become used to being directed by Jiang Zhuiying, and now suddenly felt like Jiang Liushi was also in command. In this matter, Jiang Liushi indeed took the lead, but if it were someone else, the leader of the team would still make the arrangements first. But their leader not only needed to ask for his opinion on this matter. Even concerning things unrelated to Jiang Liushi, they had to consult him. Yang Qingqing actually wanted to trade for something, but seeing others refuse to trade, she didn't want to cause trouble, especially since her share of meat was very small. She probably got the least. The frustration of not getting anything in exchange, she attributed to Jiang Liushi, who had asked them.
It's not our team's business, trying to meddle.
Yang Qingqing thought silently in her heart.
Not trading, huh?
The soldier glanced at the corpse of the mutated dog, revealing a look of regret on his face. In fact, the mutated beast meat brought by survivor teams was often not much, unless they needed to exchange for a lot of bullets or were making significant trades like Jiang Zhuiying did. Would they bring enough meat? All survivor teams that could kill mutated beasts had ability users, and mutated beast meat was very important to them. A whole mutated dog was very valuable. If they could get it, the harvest for the military zone today would be enormous.
Unfortunately.
Then come back when you want to trade, the soldier continued. As Jiang Zhuiying had said before, these soldiers were still very polite towards them. The purpose of this military zone was to collect resources, and relying only on their own collection certainly wouldn't be as quick as mutually benefiting with survivors. There was no need for either side to offend the other.
By the way, Jiang Liushi suddenly asked, can I ask what the current situation is?
Before, Xingzhong had already told him that after the apocalypse broke out, the whole world would quickly collapse, but he hadn't explained what the specific situation would be. The military was backed by the state, and before the apocalypse, they had preserved many important technologies, so they should have some understanding of the situation. There should be connections between those safe zones and safe islands. However, all of this was just Jiang Liushi's speculation. He wanted to know accurate information.
Now.
The soldier hesitated for a moment. In fact, they avoided telling survivors about the situation. In order not to bring more desperate emotions, but this is for those ordinary people. And these survivors, struggling to survive in the city, should have long lost hope for things getting better.
I can't say much more.
Anyway, the safety zone over there is studying the mutated beasts and those damn things are getting stronger and faster, said the soldier.
Evolution.
Both the mutated beasts and the ability users are evolving. What this soldier implied was also very clear. The military definitely has no plans to counterattack for now, it's enough to just hold the safety zone. These survivors either go to the safety zone, or they have to rely on themselves to survive.
But ordinary people might think about going to the safety zone. What about the ability users?
They still need to eat mutated beast meat to evolve. On the other hand, there are already so many people in this camp, the military hasn't sent any to the safety zone, and they probably don't want to take in any more people. It's getting late, let's go, Jiang Liushi looked at the time and said. Once night falls, the entire city belongs entirely to those monsters, which are even more active than during the day. Traveling at night is truly a death wish. On the way back, Jiang Liushi told Jiang Zhuiying about the information on metal materials he got from the old professor. Jiang Zhuiying was excitedly admiring the long knife she had just received when she heard Jiang Liushi asking her about the national laboratory at the school and was taken aback, then looked up and asked, "Brother, what do you need that for?" "It's useful," Jiang Liushi said. "So, do you know about the situation at Jiangling University?" "Well, there are no resources at school, and there are too many zombies, so I haven't gone back." "But I still know the general situation, there are zombies everywhere," Jiang Zhuiying replied. "There are too many students and staff, the entire campus is surely filled with them." "Brother, are you going?" "I'll go with you," Jiang Zhuiying said. "Let's talk about it later," Jiang Liushi said. "That special metal company is supposedly in the Jiangling Industrial Park, have you heard of it, Zhuiying?" Jiang Zhuiying attends university in Jiangling, but usually either stays in school or goes out with her teachers and teams for research, so she really hasn't explored Jiangling much. She propped her head up and thought, then pouted, "I don't know. I'll ask Yang Qingqing later, she's a native of Jiangling and will definitely know." "Good," Jiang Liushi nodded. It would be best to get the details. He could only find Jiangling Industrial Park on the map, but nothing more specific, and he didn't see the special metal company there. The map Jiang Liushi downloaded was already the latest version, but to not have this kind of place listed made him feel speechless and frustrated. Chapter 68, Jiang Liushi's Expectation. The return journey was much smoother compared to before, but when they finally arrived at the villa in the camp, it was already sunset, and darkness was about to fall, giving a sense of lucky relief that they had finally made it. The survivors left in the villa were nervously waiting at the door. Although Jiang Zhuiying and her group only made up a small part of their team, they were all of their fighting power. If something happened to Jiang Zhuiying, these people wouldn't know what to do. When they saw the convoy appear in their sight, they all breathed a sigh of relief. But how did the lead vehicle become Jiang Liushi's minibus? Usually, it was the sturdy and crash-resistant icebox truck leading the way, right? When the convoy stopped at the entrance, the survivors gasped when they saw the condition of the icebox truck. That icebox truck looked so miserable. No wonder it couldn't lead the way. Jiang Zhuiying and the others got off the vehicle, and immediately a few people from the group of survivors came forward to surround them. In general, refueling, maintenance, cleaning of vehicles, and transportation of supplies are all tasks handled by these non-combat personnel. Only car repairs and modifications are Zhang Hai's responsibility. These tasks are not something just anyone can do. There is a mutated beast in the car, you all go and carry it out to deal with it. Cutting and handling the internal organs are very troublesome tasks, and these are also the work of non-combat personnel. At Jiang Zhuiying's place, there are no idle people allowed. Yang Qingqing and the others originally thought Jiang Liushi was an exception, a parachuted idle person, but after today, they would no longer think so. Although as soon as Jiang Liushi returned to the camp, he really looked like someone who had nothing to do with anything. "I'm going to the garage," Jiang Liushi said to Jiang Zhuiying and then prepared to enter the garage. "Big brother, I'll come help you fix the car in a bit," Zhang Hai said. Jiang Liushi waved his hand, saying, "That won't be necessary." Zhang Hai could certainly fix ordinary cars, but the base vehicle was not within his area of expertise. If he took this vehicle to fix, it might actually increase Jiang Liushi's repair costs. Through the report from Xingzong, Jiang Liushi felt that he didn't need to rush to repair the car, these damages wouldn't cause any substantial impact, at most they just looked a bit unsightly. As for the word unsightly, it actually had nothing to do with his car. Watching the minibus return to the garage and the garage door being closed, the survivors felt a sense of awkwardness. With Jiang Zhuiying around, they couldn't show anything, only feeling that Jiang Liushi's car really needed repairs. It didn't seem badly damaged, it should have been well protected. At this moment, several survivors had already opened the compartment door of the refrigerated truck. Wow! Even though they had mentally prepared themselves, knowing what was inside, seeing it with their own eyes made these survivors involuntarily take a step back. This mutated dog was truly hideous and terrifying. As ordinary people, they could hardly imagine battling such a monster. The refrigerated truck was turned into this because of this monster, right? That battle, TSK, was really thrilling. But you guys are really impressive, this monster is so fierce, yet it's lying here obediently now? As he spoke, this survivor even reached out to pat the dog's head. As an ordinary person capable of standing here to pat that dog's head, a sense of inexplicable excitement appeared on his face. In reality, even seeing a few zombies would scare him to death, but this mutated dog's corpse couldn't harm him anymore and would be turned into chunks of meat by him. He knew very well that all of this was achieved because of Jiang Zhuiying and the others, so he immediately praised them appropriately. Who doesn't like to hear someone else's admiration? The other survivors echoed in agreement. They weren't just flattering, they genuinely felt amazed and astonished. Yang Qingqing's expression was somewhat unpleasant. Before these people finished speaking, she said, "I'm tired, I'm going back to rest now." After saying that, she turned and went back to the villa without looking back. These words made her feel very uncomfortable. The muscle men felt a bit awkward too, and one of the ability users said, "Ahem, actually this mutated dog was taken down mainly by Zhu Ying's brother."
Ah.
Those survivors were all stunned for a moment.
But soon, they looked at Jiang Zhuiying and reacted, hastily exclaiming, "So impressive?"
Ha, it turns out the boss and his brother are really of the same bloodline, they're both incredibly strong.
Hey, why is there such a huge gap between people?
Though these survivors said this, their eyes were still filled with shock, staring at this mutated dog with an incredulous feeling. They had learned from Yang Qingqing and these ability users that
Jiang Liushi was just an ordinary person, just like them. But an ordinary person like him actually killed those terrifying mutated dogs that left everyone shocked just by looking at the corpses? It's still the vehicle that's good.
Yang Qingqing quietly said as she heard the gasps and exclamations from those people in the distance. Inside the base vehicle, it was bright and warm, and the luxurious facilities seemed even more textured under the glowing lights. Compared to the terrifying and bloody scenes outside earlier that day, it felt incredibly safe, comfortable, and peaceful now.
Click.
The bathroom door opened, and Jiang Liushi, just finished taking a hot shower, walked out with steam rising from his body, every pore feeling comfortable.
Lying down on the bed, Jiang Liushi felt completely relaxed. Jinling University.
Jiang Liushi looked at the ceiling, having obtained 2 mutated crystal cores today, and the construction of the biological laboratory had already begun. This made him feel a thrill that kept him awake. He had seen the battles of those abilities users today. The previous Yugu was too weak and did not evolve at all, but his speed left a bit of an impression on Jiang Liushi. However, today's abilities users, especially Jiang Zhuiying's displayed strength, made Jiang Liushi feel amazed. Opening the biological laboratory was not only because Jiang Liushi urgently needed to enhance his strength for more security, but also because he was filled with interest in these special mutated abilities.
Ordinary people acquiring some mutation abilities would no longer be so ordinary. Tomorrow morning, we'll set off for Jinling University.
Jiang Liushi made up his mind, just as he heard Jiang Zhuiying's elongated voice coming from outside the garage door.
"Brother, it's time to eat." Hearing this voice, a smile appeared on Jiang Liushi's face.
Even though it was the end of the world, at this moment, he felt as if nothing had changed.
Chapter 69, Target. Jinling University.
When Jiang Liushi arrived in the hall, the survivors were all having their meals. He noticed that as soon as he emerged, everyone looked at him with smiles on their faces and a hint of amazement in their eyes, as if witnessing something incredible. These survivors already knew that the mutated dog was mainly killed by Jiang Liushi. They had all gathered around the corpse of that mutated dog, and the greater the shock that corpse brought them, the more surprised their gazes at Jiang Liushi became. Jiang Liushi scanned the crowd and then walked through the hall into the dining area. Being stared at by so many people with such expressions made him feel a bit uncomfortable. In the dining area, everyone was already seated at the table, and the food was served, yet no one moved their chopsticks.
However, this stillness wasn't because of Jiang Liushi, but rather because Jiang Zhuiying was not moving.
She was waiting for Jiang Liushi, and everyone else had to wait too.
"Sorry for the wait, let's eat."
After Jiang Liushi sat down and glanced at everyone, he said. Once he spoke, Jiang Zhuiying obediently picked up her chopsticks, and the others followed suit.
"Brother, you should eat more."
Jiang Zhuiying didn't eat herself but piled a whole bunch of dishes onto Jiang Liushi's bowl, nearly overflowing it.
"You should eat quickly too."
Jiang Liushi noticed during their last meal together that abilities users had a large appetite. It was common for one person to eat 2 or 3 plates without issue, and judging by the way they seemed unsatisfied after eating, it was clear they could eat more but were simply saving it.
However, this was Yang Qingqing and her group. They originally had little mutated beast meat, so they could only restrain themselves.
Nevertheless, Jiang Zhuiying actually had a decent share, but she wanted to save it to trade for weapons earlier. Now that the weapons were in hand and a whole mutated dog was still lying there, she was simply devouring the food.
Having not eaten enough before, she was now making up for it.
The mutant beast meat, the more she ate, the faster she evolved. Jiang Liushi didn't care about saving anymore, he had plenty of shares in his hands, so he could eat as he pleased. Although using mutant beast meat to boost his strength was a long-term process, since it was both useful and delicious, why not eat more?
Guliolu.
Yang Qingqing watched the siblings enjoy their meat, feeling her own stomach grow a little empty. "I'm full," Yang Qingqing put down her chopsticks, crying inside.
At that moment, Jiang Zhuiying suddenly asked in between bites, "Brother, didn't you say you were going to that Jinling University?"
When Jiang Zhuiying had asked earlier, Jiang Liushi had said to talk about it later, so she had kept it in mind. Jiang Zhuiying cared deeply about Jiang Liushi's matters. She relied on him, and what she remembered most was his care, love, and some teasing. Although Jiang Zhuiying never mentioned these things, she showed them through her actions. Jiang Liushi initially planned to discuss this with her later but didn't expect her to bring it up at the dinner table.
"When are you going?"
Jiang Zhuiying struggled to swallow the meat in her small mouth, then said, "Is it urgent?" This is better done quickly. I've decided to go tomorrow, Jiang Liushi replied.
Okay.
Jiang Zhuiying grabbed another piece of meat, her big eyes glancing at the others at the table. Then we will go to Jiangling University tomorrow.
Let's rest well tonight. Huh? Everyone was stunned. Jiangling University?
If it was Jiang Zhuiying who wanted to go, then they had nothing to say and wouldn't ask more. Jiang Zhuiying was the leader. She could go wherever she wanted, as long as it didn't mean sending them to their deaths. They could stand firm and survive, and most of the credit for that went to Jiang Zhuiying, which was why she had such prestige. But just now, listening to her conversation with Jiang Liushi, it was clear that Jiang Liushi was the one going to Jiangling University.
What do you need to go to Jiangling University for? Yang Qingqing asked.
She looked at Jiang Liushi in confusion. He wasn't from their school, and right now, Jiangling University was full of zombies.
She couldn't imagine what reason Jiang Liushi had for going there.
I have something to do. I need to go to the laboratory there to find something very useful for me, Jiang Liushi said. As for the matter of the base vehicle, he couldn't explain in detail, so he could only vaguely say that.
Laboratory? What could be useful in that laboratory? Aren't they all just chemical stuff?
Yang Qingqing was speechless. If it weren't for Jiang Zhuiying being there, she truly would have rolled her eyes. First, it was the mutant crystal nucleus, and now it was something from the laboratory.
Did he think he was going to research the virus himself? This was simply daydreaming, complete nonsense.
Just for this idea, he wanted them to follow him to Jiangling University. It was truly. Even if you need to find something, it doesn't have to be at the university, it can be found in other places. In the future, if there's a chance.
Before Yang Qingqing could finish her words, she was interrupted by Jiang Zhuiying.
Alright, that's settled then. Does this need further discussion?
Jiang Zhuiying said.
She didn't care what her brother wanted or for what purpose. Since Jiang Liushi said he needed it, they would go find it.
From Jiang Zhuiying's understanding of Jiang Liushi, he wouldn't bother for something useless.
Since he said he needed it, it must be truly useful. And as the leader, it was her basic right to make such decisions. Usually, they would go wherever Jiang Zhuiying said. It was mostly up to her. But taking something didn't really count as something that needed to be discussed. Being directly silenced by Jiang Zhuiying.
Yang Qingqing's expression was not good.
She was about the same age and went to the same school, but Jiang Zhuiying was the one who could give orders. Moreover, Jiang Zhuiying's personality was such that although she usually seemed easy to talk to, she was actually very firm and never gave anyone face. Right now, Yang Qingqing felt like she was embarrassed, as if all the other superhumans in the hall were watching her joke. And Jiang Zhuiying would not care about how she felt. She finished the last piece of meat, wiped her mouth, and stood up contentedly, saying, "Originally, we owed my brother a mutated crystal core. The mutated dog we killed today should according to contribution also give the crystal core to my brother, so by this calculation, we still owe my brother a mutated crystal core." After saying this, Jiang Zhuiying pulled Jiang Liushi and turned to leave.
Look at Yang Qingqing, she is in opposition, the others probably don't want to go either? Jiang Liushi asked.
Jiang Zhuiying smiled, her lips curling up as she said, "So what if they don't want to go? If they don't go, I'll go alone."
"But if I go alone, why should I keep them around?"
"They can choose not to come, but when I return, there will be no place for them." These superhumans didn't have the ability to stand on their own. Jiang Liushi listened to Jiang Zhuiying's words and couldn't help but chuckle. He then rubbed her head a few times and said, "Not bad, girl. By the way, where is your storage room?"
Jiang Liushi asked.
"By the way, where is your storage room?"
Jiang Liushi asked.
Watching Jiang Liushi and Jiang Zhuiying walk away, Yang Qingqing withdrew her gaze with a grim expression and said angrily in a low voice, "This person is so meddlesome.
Don't you think that ever since he came, Zhuiying has been favoring him everywhere? That Jiang Liushi, isn't he just good at driving?" Yang Qingqing continued.
Seeing that Zhang Hai and the others were silent, Yang Qingqing stood up angrily and walked away. These people are all cowards. Jiang Liushi was checking in the storage room. He was someone who cared a lot about supplies. He knew that he could get the vast majority of today's mutated dog meat, but he still wanted to see with his own eyes how much there was and what it looked like. This was all-important property. Those survivors were very quick in handling the mutated beast meat, and their cutting techniques were excellent. Each piece of meat was neatly arranged, looking clean and appetizing. Jiang Liushi was quite satisfied. The size of this mutated dog was hardly smaller than that of a mutated wild boar, and he would be getting a considerable amount, almost 3/4 of this mutated dog.
The remaining quarter was mostly obtained by Jiang Zhuiying.
As Jiang Liushi was enjoying this sight, he suddenly heard voices coming from outside the door.
"What's the matter?"
"It's quieter here, so just say it here," said a woman. "It's still about that country bumpkin," said another voice Jiang Liushi somewhat recognized.
"Isn't that Yang Qingqing?" Jiang Liushi initially did not pay much attention to the conversation between the two, but then he heard his name.
That Jiang Liushi, along with Jiang Zhuiying, is really over the top.
Yang Qingqing said angrily.
Jiang Liushi quietly walked to the door and peeked through the peephole. He saw Yang Qingqing and another woman there. He vaguely recognized her. When he first encountered Jiang Jueying, this woman was there too. She was an ordinary person but had strong athletic abilities and didn't speak much, making her seem hard to get along with. She had always walked alongside Yang Qingqing, so it seemed their relationship was pretty good. Jiang Jueying said we have to go with her tomorrow to accompany her brother to Jianling University.
Ah? Why? The woman asked. Who knows him?
Yang Qingqing said angrily, actually, I wouldn't mind working together, but he is not one of us. Look at him, aside from eating, he just stays in that car, treating it like a treasure, not letting anyone else near it. When we go out, only Jiang Jueying can ride in his car.
The more Yang Qingqing spoke, the more upset she felt. She had been interrupted so ruthlessly by Jiang Jueying, and now she couldn't avoid going tomorrow.
This Jiang Liushi, from the very beginning, she felt there was something off about him.
But Yang Qingqing also knew the main reason she found Jiang Liushi unpleasant was because she was irritated by Jiang Jueying.
In such a situation, the powerful Jiang Jueying suddenly had an ordinary brother, and initially, she felt a sense of schadenfreude. However, this brother quickly made a good impression. Under his influence, the survivors who had previously laughed at Jiang Liushi in secret began to change how they viewed him. Even another ability user started calling him Big Brother following Zhang Hai's lead. They are not even part of their team, why call him Big Brother? But it was all just to please Jiang Jueying. One by one, all they knew was Jiang Jueying. At this point, Yang Qingqing suddenly thought of something. Jiang Liushi's car was indeed impressive, if she could get it. But after considering it, Yang Qingqing felt it was impractical, her driving skills were too poor. No matter how great Jiang Liushi's car was, it couldn't compare to a tank, and if she got a tank, she wouldn't know how to drive it, which would be pointless. But if she couldn't get it herself, there were other ways. Since he wants us to help, then he should consider himself part of our team. That car should be treated as a communal vehicle for everyone, and we should elect a driver to operate it. Even if he still drives it, it should still be available for everyone. Yang Qingqing thought that if she could stay in the minibus, it would definitely feel much safer than staying in the SUV. Today's battle with the mutated dogs had left her with a deep sense of insecurity. The defensive capabilities of the minibus left a strong impression on her. In comparison, the SUV's defenses were far worse than that of a refrigerated truck. How could she feel safe there?
That's true, but he probably wouldn't agree, would he? The woman said. With his stingy personality, he definitely wouldn't agree. But I refuse to believe I'm the only one thinking this way. Once I talk to everyone and let them bring it up, Jiang Jueying can't ignore everyone's opinions, right? If she disagrees, everyone will surely be disappointed in her. Yang Qingqing said, a hint of a cold smile appearing on her lips. Considering Jiang Jueying's brother complex, she very well might refuse. If that happens, Jiang Jueying would face even more pressure. Maybe in the end, she would not only lose everyone's trust but also have to give up the car. This plan is feasible. Alright, I'm going to sleep. Tomorrow I'll look for an opportunity and consult with the other ability users. This is for everyone's benefit and safety, they won't disagree. And what if that Jiang Liushi gets bitten by a zombie? He is just an ordinary person after all. Yang Qingqing smiled meaningfully. The woman paused for a moment, then smiled as well. Indeed, it seems that last sentence is the key. After Yang Qingqing finished speaking, she left, and the woman also departed. After they had left, a door not far away opened, and Jiang Liushi stepped out, looking thoughtfully in the direction Yang Qingqing had gone. Yang Qingqing assumed she had definitely returned to her room, not realizing that today she had just been checking their storage room. After all, he had a significant amount of meat for himself. Jiang Liushi, someone who takes the supplies seriously, of course, would verify how much of his share he actually has. Yang Qingqing.
Jiang Liushi stroked his chin. He really didn't expect that this woman would think about causing trouble. In his eyes, she never really had much presence. The villa area at night was not peaceful, the distant roars of zombies could be heard from time to time. These sounds varied in pitch and didn't seem random, and just hearing them made one feel a chill down their spine. Even though they knew that as long as they didn't make loud noises or create bright lights at night, zombies wouldn't come close, and there were people keeping watch continuously, many survivors still slept uneasily. But this was the reality of surviving in the apocalypse, they were already considered lucky. Jiang Liushi lay in bed and also heard the roars of the zombies. However, he just paused slightly and then continued watching the show. As he watched, Jiang Liushi couldn't help but wonder if these shows could be traded for supplies in the future, whether with the military or with other survivors. After all, he only needed to gather some USB drives to copy them repeatedly. The next day, Jiang Liushi got up early. He didn't sleep early last night, but the quality of sleep was quite good. Lying in the base vehicle, he certainly felt safer than those survivors.
Good morning. Good morning, Big Brother.
While eating breakfast, Jiang Liushi glanced at Yang Qingqing. She looked back at Jiang Liushi, smiled, and nodded to greet him. Jiang Liushi also smiled slightly, his expression seemed much warmer than before. Yang Qingqing was taken aback, not knowing why Jiang Liushi suddenly had such a gentle and bright smile. But she didn't want to think about it. Today, she would communicate with those with abilities and bring up that matter. I wonder if Jiang Liushi can still smile then. Chapter 71, The Power of the New Weapon. Jiang Liushi just smiled at Yang Qingqing and didn't pay her any more attention. He had already clearly heard the little thoughts in this woman's heart yesterday. This is today's route map. While eating breakfast, Jiang Liushi took out the map and placed it on the dining table. That simple map had already been compared with the maps downloaded on his tablet. The old professor had marked some key buildings along the roadside very carefully, and there were basically no mistakes in comparison. This route is relatively safer, there should be fewer zombies. But honestly, as long as you are in a densely packed zombie area, there's really no real safety to speak of, Jiang Liushi said. Just like when they suddenly encountered a mutated beast yesterday. The refrigerated truck has been repaired overnight, it can operate normally today, Zheng Hai said. The muscular man also added, the machine gun has been checked, and the bullets are all prepared. That's good. Anyway, everyone should be careful today. It would be best if we can go back and forth safely, Zhang Zhuiying said as she stood up. She held a long knife, wearing denim shorts and a simple fitted t-shirt, tied her hair in a ponytail, a perfect combination of youthful exuberance and terrifying cold weapons. When Jiang Liushi saw Zhang Zhuiying today, he was also a bit taken aback. He didn't know if it was because of her evolution, but Jiang Zhuiying now had an increasingly unique aura. Let's go. Jiang Zhuiying's words were also very brief. Sitting on the minibus, her expression looked eager to try something new. They had obtained new weapons but hadn't tried their power yet, today was just the right time to test their effects. However, as they approached Jinling University, Jiang Zhuiying became somewhat melancholy. Speaking of which, I left school before the apocalypse began, I don't know what the situation was in the school when the disaster broke out. Jiang Zhuiying felt very lucky. She didn't have to face the situation of fighting against those classmates who had turned into zombies right at the outbreak of the apocalypse. And among the survivors living in the camp, many had witnessed their loved ones turning into zombies or being bitten and devoured by them. Now, returning to the campus, Jiang Zhuiying felt much calmer. Even if she encountered familiar classmates and teachers who had become zombies, she believed she could face it calmly. Jiang Liushi glanced at her and said, "This school is so big, it must have been chaotic back then. You couldn't have done anything." Yes, I know, Jiang Zhuiying nodded. She also knew that at that time, she couldn't save anyone, such thoughts only flashed through her mind briefly. As the convoy approached Jinling University, the number of zombies ahead began to increase rapidly. The refrigerated truck was at the front, and the ability users in the two SUVs also started to take action, with the sounds of zombie roars and collisions echoing everywhere. These zombies were not afraid of getting hurt, they crazily lunged forward one after another. Soon, the convoy reached the entrance of Jinling University, where dozens of students and a few security guards formed a horde of zombies blocking the gate. The gate's barrier leaned at an angle, shaking slightly, making a faint creak sound, stained with patches of blood. The four big characters, Jinling University, were splattered with brownish blood, and there was a half-eaten corpse, reduced to bones, lying on top of it. Hearing the sound of the convoy, the zombies all looked over. Seeing these former classmates, Jiang Zhuiying let out a gentle breath, then waved her hand at a nearby SUV beside the minibus, "Clear the road." Bang! The refrigerated truck directly crashed through the barrier, charging into the horde of zombies. After the trauma from being nearly torn in half by a mutated dog yesterday, Zheng Hai had reinforced the refrigerated truck further and even welded half-inch long steel nails on top. This length was enough to prevent zombies from getting stuck on the truck upon impact while causing greater injuries. The long knife stretched out to the side, standing there motionless. The zombies ran extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they waved their arms as they approached. They all opened their bright red mouths, eager to tear Jiang Zhuiying to pieces. Compared to these 20 or so crazy zombies, Jiang Zhuiying seemed very fragile standing there. However, at the moment when these zombies were about to rush in front of Jiang Zhuiying, she suddenly moved. Her body slightly turned, and the long knife had already cut horizontally with her movement, carving a beautiful bright white arc. Electric sparks flickered on the blade, jumping in front of her as if weaving an electric net. Crackling. All the zombies suddenly froze in their movements. Their bodies twitched, black smoke rising, and then one by one, they fell to the ground with a thud, their muscles still convulsing. Jiang Zhuiying retracted the long knife to her side, the electric arcs still leaping, making her appear as if she stepped out from a movie special effect. Especially when she turned back, it seemed that there was also electricity flickering in her eyes. "Let's go," Jiang Zhuiying said, a smile on her lips, very satisfied with the effect of this long knife. The few ability users also got out of the car. Yang Qingqing looked at Jiang Zhuiying, feeling very uncomfortable inside.
Jiang Zhuiying was stronger, and that previous move had effortlessly killed over 20 zombies. Such a thing was absolutely beyond her ability. Every time there is a leader's inspection, they visit this key laboratory. Jiang Zhuiying is relatively familiar with the experimental building, and since there are numerous zombies inside, even if the ones in the corridor are attracted out, there are still zombies to encounter when entering the laboratory. She does need to go to the top floor to get a few iridium crucibles. Jiang Zhuiying is definitely irreplaceable. Zhang Hai and another ability user, Sun Kuan, actually don't have much combat power. Zhang Hai is a mechanic, his fingers have some strength, while Sun Kuan, simply put, is like a gecko, he can stick to the wall as if walking on the ground. When facing a horde of zombies, they would be helpless. Big brother, we're leaving. Be careful. Zhang Hai, in a big-hearted manner, advised Jiang Liushi, grabbing a bag of mutated beast meat with one hand and carrying a light machine gun with the other as he went upstairs. However, in the campus of Jiling University, especially since they didn't have a refrigerated truck, it was best to use the machine gun sparingly, otherwise, once a shot was fired, it would attract a massive number of zombies, and the result would likely be drinking poison to quench thirst. Okay. Jiang Liushi nodded, watching the three disappear into the experimental building, a hint of cold light flashing in his eyes that was hard to detect. The experimental building is quite tall, with 12 floors. In the apocalypse, power is out, and there are no elevators. Climbing up 12 floors of stairs, there are numerous zombies along the way, and they would have to engage in intense battles. The battles of ability users consume a lot of energy. Ability users also cannot violate the law of conservation of energy, their energy does not appear out of nowhere and must be replenished, and the way to replenish is through mutated beast meat. Due to the intense battles, they may need to stop a few times along the way to replenish food. Taking all that into account, their trip to the experimental building would definitely take at least an hour to come back. This means that Jiang Liushi and Yang Qingqing will have an hour alone together. Yang Qingqing knows this naturally, she calculates in her heart, occasionally checking the mechanical watch on her wrist, keeping track of the time. About 10 minutes later, the sun peeked out from behind the clouds, casting sunlight that made the minibus shine golden yellow. The afternoon sun in Jiling is still somewhat harsh. Yang Qingqing glanced at the wandering zombies not far away, estimating the possibility of a zombie attack on the experimental building. Right next to the experimental building, there is a dormitory building, which is definitely the area with the densest zombies, much more so than the experimental building. Just one gunshot could attract a large horde of them. Although she is a speed-type ability user, if she falls into a sea of zombies, she would surely die. Of course, if Jiang Liushi's base vehicle were around. Yang Qingqing knew that Jiang Liushi's vehicle stored a lot of food, including plenty of mutated beast meat. It's really hot. Yang Qingqing casually walked in front of Jiang Liushi's windshield, one hand shielding her eyes from the sun, speaking in a delicate voice. Her voice was soft and gentle, giving a tingling feeling to the listener. This sun is really bright, I'm already sweating. Yang Qingqing took off her jacket, inadvertently revealing her figure wrapped in a fitted shirt. Yang Qingqing has a good figure, although her looks are not at the level of the campus belle. Among girls, she is still quite pretty. During university, many pursued Yang Qingqing, and she enjoyed the feeling of being sought after. Even though she secretly looked down on many of the guys chasing her, she still maintained an ambiguous distance, often enlisting those losers to help her fix computers and carry luggage. In Yang Qingqing's view, Jiang Liushi is a standard loser. She knows very well about Jiang Zhuiying's family background, which is below average. And now that it's the apocalypse, Jiang Liushi is still just an ordinary person. To put it plainly, he is a weakling, relying solely on some modified vehicle he picked up from who knows where. Yang Qingqing is convinced that as a person with loser qualities, he surely couldn't resist his own temptation. Brother Jiang, Xiaoying and the others will be back in at least a few more minutes. Can I wash up in your car? I'm all sweaty and it's really uncomfortable. Yang Qingqing spoke sweetly, and Jiang Liushi silently watched her flirt, coldly laughing inside. In this apocalypse, morals had decayed, and for food, for profit, for power, these people would do anything. Selling oneself, killing, smuggling, these were nothing at all. The car has no power, you can't wash up. Jiang Liushi casually refused, he wasn't in a hurry, just watching Yang Qingqing put on her show. He certainly wouldn't let Yang Qingqing into the car. If Jiang Zhuiying were here, Jiang Liushi wouldn't mind her and the others at all, because Jiang Zhuiying's strength was much greater than the three combined. But without Jiang Zhuiying around, Jiang Liushi wouldn't even open the car door. In fact, someone like Yang Qingqing, a low-level ability user, didn't differ much from an ordinary person. Jiang Liushi also had a M1911 pistol, but even so, he wouldn't joke with his life. It doesn't matter if there's no power, I can wash with cold water. If it's too cold, brother Jiang, you can warm me up. Yang Qingqing said half-jokingly, throwing a flirtatious glance. There's no cold water either, Jiang Liushi flatly refused. Upon hearing this, Yang Qingqing's charming smile suddenly froze. No cold water?
Even in the apocalypse, where laws were non-existent, morals decayed, and people lived in constant fear, so many indulged their desires.
But this Jiang Liushi, he saw the temptation clearly, yet he ignored it? Was he really oblivious? Yang Qingqing was furious. She had already planned to take Jiang Liushi's car once inside. This car was bulletproof and had incredible impact power. If she could make it her own, it would greatly enhance her survival capability in the apocalypse. Although Yang Qingqing was an ability user, her actual strength was quite poor.
She excelled in jumping ability and agility, but in real combat, she couldn't even face more than 5 or 6 ordinary zombies at once. If there were more, she would have to run away, and her escape ability was indeed exceptional. If she could take Jiang Liushi's car for herself, as for Jiang Liushi, a loser who got lucky with a modified car, living this long was already a blessing. Becoming food for the zombies was the fate he deserved. If Jiang Liushi died, no one would know she had taken the car. Of course, dealing with Jiang Zhuiying would still be difficult. This little girl was too attached to her brother. Yang Qingqing worried that even if she could come up with some lie, Jiang Zhuiying might blame her, so Yang Qingqing decided to take the plunge, directly driving away in Jiang Liushi's car. There was plenty of food in the car and a lot of mutated beast meat, enough for her to live comfortably for a while. Yang Qingqing had limited strength, but with this car and her meager capabilities, while establishing her own faction was impossible, surviving in the apocalypse was definitely manageable. If worst came to worst, she could just join another group.
But now, Jiang Liushi simply wouldn't open the car door, infuriating her. Jiang Liushi, are you really stupid or just pretending? I've made it so obvious, and you still don't get it? It's the apocalypse, living today doesn't guarantee tomorrow. If you don't indulge yourself, are you even a man? You must have a problem in that area. Yang Qingqing pressed one hand against the car door, instinctively trying to pull it open. She didn't even know how the door of this modified minibus worked or if it needed to be locked intentionally. Earlier, when Jiang Zhuiying had just gotten out of the car, she had tried her luck, seeing if she could pull the door open. But the car door stayed stubbornly shut. Seeing this, Jiang Liushi's expression turned completely cold. In his eyes, there was also a flash of killing intent. Yang Qingqing's action of pulling the car door was clearly an attempt to break in and kill. Killing someone for a car in the apocalypse is indeed very normal. Those bottom-tier survivors would even kill for a slice of bread. A woman who seemed charming could easily be the most ruthless of poisoners. Jiang Liushi sneered and mocked, even if I indulge my desires, I would never choose a two-faced, venomous woman like you. You want my car? Fine, come and take it with your life. Jiang Liushi said this while subtly pressing the button to charge the air cannon. Upon hearing Jiang Liushi's words, Yang Qingqing's face changed drastically, and her hand froze on the car door. She forced a smile and said, What are you saying? I don't understand. Jiang Liushi gave her a disdainful glance and coldly said, When I suggested leaving someone behind for communication, I knew you would stay, and you didn't disappoint me. For my car, you put on quite the show. Looking at how you acted just now, I think you're not even worthy of being called a woman. You are nothing but a female beast in human skin. You think you can seduce me with your beauty? Sorry, in my eyes, I'd rather deal with zombies than with you. Jiang Liushi's words were venomous to the extreme, and they hit Yang Qingqing like an electric shock. Rather deal with zombies than with her. Yang Qingqing was a girl with a strong sense of jealousy. She had previously resented Jiang Zhuiying because of jealousy. Now, being mocked by Jiang Liushi like this, her murderous intent surged up in an instant. Who do you think you are? In the peaceful times, you were just a loser. Now in the apocalypse, you're even weaker than a woman. You're too scared to even open the car door. You're a useless piece of trash. If it weren't for your luck in picking up a broken car and having a sister to protect you, you'd be just like dog poop on the side of the road. I wouldn't even bother to look at you. You're nothing, and you even think you can get with me? Just thinking about it makes me sick. The mask had been torn off. Yang Qingqing knew very well that once Jiang Liushi exposed her intentions, she would no longer have a place in this team. With Jiang Zhuiying's protective attitude, she would believe anything her brother said. There was no room left for her in the team. She had to go out and make her own way. Even if she couldn't get the car, she had no other choice. But once she had decided to leave, all the anger that had built up within her in the team, her jealousy of Jiang Zhuiying, her dissatisfaction with Jiang Liushi, and her hatred exploded all at once. Yang Qingqing was not willing to leave just like that. She reached into her pants pocket and, to her surprise, pulled out a round black object, a grenade. Although ability users were stronger than ordinary people, in the early stages of evolution, their powers were still not as lethal as firearms. Many ability users would exchange for firearms, and grenades, being disposable, were incredibly powerful, but still much cheaper than a light machine gun. Yang Qingqing had exchanged for one. A grenade, thrown on the windshield, Yang Qingqing believed the glass would surely shatter. The only problem was that she had to keep her distance to avoid being injured. Once the grenade exploded, Jiang Liushi would surely be torn to pieces, but the car might also be destroyed. If the car wasn't destroyed, she could crawl through the broken windshield and drive away. That was far safer than walking alone through the apocalypse. Holding the grenade, Yang Qingqing pushed herself to her limit and quickly distanced herself from the base vehicle. Yang Qingqing's ability was agility, while the base vehicle, being a large target, was much clumsier. It was impossible for it to dodge the grenade. Seeing the grenade, Jiang Liushi silently released the air cannon's charging button he had pressed. At this moment, the air cannon had only charged halfway. Compared to the time when the mutated wild boars were killed, the power was much weaker, but killing Yang Qingqing was already enough. Boom! A loud explosion sounded, and a terrifying shockwave burst through the atmosphere. A visible shockwave, mixed with water vapor, slammed towards Yang Qingqing, and at that moment, Yang Qingqing's grenade had not yet been pulled. The air cannon's speed was too fast. When Yang Qingqing saw the shockwave, which seemed to shake the space, rushing towards her, she couldn't react at all. Ah! Yang Qingqing let out a terrible scream. It felt as if her chest was hit by a million-pound hammer, and her whole body flew out like straw. The base vehicle shattered all of Yang Qingqing's ribs with one blow, and both her left and right lungs ruptured. She was thrown out like a lump of rotten meat, landing heavily on the ground more than 10 meters away. Thud! The grenade in Yang Qingqing's hand fell to the ground, rolling far away. Yang Qingqing's face was covered in blood, her eyes full of unwillingness, confusion, and disbelief. She couldn't comprehend what had just hit her, a terrifying shockwave. Was it emitted by that vehicle? Chapter 74, The Iridium Crucible in Hand. After being struck by the incompletely charged air cannon, Yang Qingqing was still not dead yet. Her body collapsed on the ground as she struggled to lift her head to look at the minibus, blood foam constantly bubbling out of her mouth. Am I going to die? Yang Qingqing couldn't believe it. Whether trying to steal the vehicle or kill Jiang Liushi, Yang Qingqing had never thought of it as a big deal. It was just that after Jiang Liushi exposed her, she felt very frustrated because she realized she couldn't steal the vehicle anymore. But Yang Qingqing never imagined that she would pay the price of her life just for attacking Jiang Liushi or the minibus. Yang Qingqing didn't want to die. She was an ability user, young and beautiful, unlike Jiang Liushi, who was just a loser. How could she die? At that moment, she suddenly heard a sound behind her. When Yang Qingqing heard it, her face showed an expression of immense fear. She knew that this sound was the footstep of zombies, that familiar hiss sound was getting closer. Due to the sound of the air cannon and the blood on her body, the zombies in the distance were attracted here. She cast an anxious glance at Jiang Liushi inside the vehicle, however, Jiang Liushi just looked at her with a blank expression. Finally, Yang Qingqing felt a hand suddenly grab her, and her eyes turned desperate. Seeing Yang Qingqing engulfed by the zombies, Jiang Liushi's face remained unchanged. For someone who dared to covet his minibus and wanted to kill him, this was the fate she deserved. The explosion of the air cannon also reached upstairs. When Jiang Zhuiying heard it, she immediately cleared the zombies in the nearest laboratory, then ran to the window to look down. At a glance, she saw chaos below, with dozens of zombie corpses lying around, but the minibus was still parked there. At that time, the sunroof of the minibus opened, and Jiang Liushi reached out from inside, giving an okay gesture. Jiang Zhuiying immediately breathed a sigh of relief. What happened to the boss? Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan hurriedly came over to ask. Jiang Zhuiying replied, it's nothing, it's probably just some zombies being attracted. It's fine now. Let's hurry to the laboratory and get what we need. They were already close to the top floor, but when they got to the laboratory, they found that the door was tightly closed. Normally, Zhang Hai could easily pry open the locks with just his fingers, but this door was extremely sturdy. The National Laboratory's security door is not easily opened. It is not only anti-theft but also blast and bulletproof. Even ability users can only feel helpless in front of such a door. I'll do it, Sun Kuan said, stretching his body and cracking his knuckles. He returned to the laboratory they had previously cleared out. He used pliers to cut the protective net outside the window, then climbed out through the window. Without any protective measures or tools, Sun Kuan grabbed the wall above the window with both hands, pushed off with his legs on the windowsill, and then scrambled upwards. His hands and feet were like flippers, able to firmly grip various terrains, completely like a gecko. And behind him, he carried a light machine gun. When he reached the laboratory window, he hung on the wall with just his feet, cut the protective net, and then fired a shot into the air. Ha ha! Soon, the zombies attracted by the gunfire all crowded at the window. But Sun Kuan was still a bit far from the window, and although the zombies desperately tried to reach for him, they couldn't touch him at all. In fact, 2 zombies even fell out of the window and crashed heavily to the ground below. Sun Kuan chuckled, aimed his gun at the zombies, and pulled the trigger. After just a few dozen shots, no more zombies appeared.
The academicians and professors who worked in the national laboratory must have been urgently evacuated before the end of the world broke out, but whether they survived after evacuating is unknown. The remaining people either mutated into zombies or became a meal for the zombies.
Sun Quan climbed into the window and soon opened the door from the inside. Jiang Liushi also heard the gunfire from the rooftop. He looked up and saw Sun Quan entering through the national laboratory window.
About 20 minutes later, Jiang Zhuiying and the others came down holding a heavily stuffed bag. As soon as they exited, they were stunned for a moment. Before, they could only see shadows from a distance upstairs and couldn't distinguish anything clearly. But now, upon closer inspection, they found something was wrong. Among the bodies of the zombies, there was a large pool of fresh blood. And Yang Qingqing was missing.
Sun Quan's sharp eyes immediately spotted Yang Qingqing's remains lying in that pool of blood.
In fact, only her clothes were recognizable, the body was already in pieces. This situation was obvious, Yang Qingqing had been eaten by the zombies. But with her escape ability, how could she have been caught by these zombies? Jiang Zhuiying quickly looked towards the base vehicle. Thankfully, Jiang Liushi was fine, otherwise, he wouldn't have signaled her earlier.
Zhang Hai and Sun Quan exchanged glances, both looking at Jiang Liushi with confusion. What the hell happened?
As Zhang Hai just asked a question, Jiang Liushi spoke from inside the vehicle. Yang Qingqing tried to kill and... It doesn't matter whether it's seen but not saved, or if it's just Jiang Liushi crashing into them. However, Sun Quan and Zhang Hai looked at Jiang Liushi, who was calm inside the car, and suddenly had a new understanding of him. This Jiang Liushi, although just an ordinary person, is also a character that cannot be trifled with. Yang Qingqing provoked him, but he didn't even use Jiang Zhuiying's power. He dealt with Yang Qingqing by himself, and it was a terrible death. Only Jiang Liushi knows exactly what happened in between, and what the process was like. Get in the car, Jiang Liushi said, revealing a faint smile.
Iridium, obtained. Chapter 75. Someone is coming. The Jiangling Industrial Park is about an hour's drive from Jiangling University, but that was before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, even choosing those relatively remote roads still faces the continued onslaught of zombies. After about an hour and a half, the convoy finally arrived at the Jiangling Industrial Park. From the outside, the Jiangling Industrial Park looks desolate, with nothing moving on the big road, only a few vehicles parked lonely on the street. As they slowly drove on the roads of the industrial park, Jiang Liushi was looking for signs on the roadside. The name of that special metal company should be visible on the sign. Why aren't there any zombies here?
Jiang Zhuiying said as she looked around. When encountering such monsters as zombies, one always feels a chill, but now it is eerily quiet here, making people feel a bit strange. With so many businesses and factories in the industrial park, there should be no shortage of zombies, yet none can be seen now. The factories by the roadside are silent, not a person to be found in the guardhouses. Maybe someone has been here, or some noise has attracted the zombies away, Jiang Zhuiying speculated. Let's be a little careful, Jiang Liushi said. It was noon, the sun was blazing, and the bright sunlight shone down, but this empty place gave a cold feeling.
Found it. Sun Quan drove the off-road vehicle back, rolled down the window, and said, that special metal company is in Zone C, and we are currently in Zone A. Have you checked the route? Jiang Liushi asked.
Yes, Sun Quan replied. Let's go now, Jiang Liushi continued. The refrigerated truck and the off-road vehicle led the way, with the minibus following behind. Hey, now that there were no zombies, the off-road vehicle pulled up beside the refrigerated truck, and Sun Quan lowered his voice to ask Zhang Hai, what do you think they're collecting these strange things for?
Actually, Jiang Liushi is much younger than him, this is just a respectful way to address Jiang Zhuiying.
But after what happened with Yang Qingqing today, Sun Quan felt that Jiang Liushi's image suddenly changed significantly. When they came here before, they only knew they were helping Jiang Liushi find some things, but didn't expect to be looking for those inexplicable gadgets in a laboratory.
Does anyone actually want those things?
Moreover, Jiangling University is just one of the places. After seeing that it was still early, Jiang Liushi proposed to continue toward the special metal company, which clearly also aims to find some metals.
What does Jiang Liushi need these metals for?
I don't know, Zhang Hai said, showing no interest in such matters, unwilling to think about anything. In the apocalypse, just being able to live is good enough. Sun Quan felt speechless. Indeed, there was nothing better to discuss with Zhang Hai. But not knowing what Jiang Liushi wants these metals for, it wouldn't be good to ask directly, so they really can only not think about it. The vehicles continued on, and along the way, they didn't encounter any hordes of zombies, with only one or two appearing occasionally, posing no threat to the convoy at all. About 10 minutes later, the convoy arrived at the entrance of the special metal company. The company's sliding gate was half open, and looking inside, it was empty and desolate, nothing at all. The guard's room was in disarray, while in the middle of the driveway lay some blood that had dried and solidified on the ground.
Let's go, we can go in.
The metals from the special metal company were definitely stored inside the warehouse, so finding the warehouse would be simple. Driving around the company, the convoy quickly spotted a large warehouse at the side and back. Seeing the size of this warehouse, Jiang Liushi's heart surged with joy. With such a large warehouse, there surely wouldn't be a shortage of metals. He could gather all the metals he needed. The journey had been incredibly smooth, and no zombies were found inside the warehouse. The main gate was probably left open because, in the heat of the moment, the people inside fled without closing it. Otherwise, it would take some effort to open the door. Jiang Liushi drove the car directly into the warehouse, and then Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan ran off with the list to find the needed metals and load them onto the car. These metals were scattered throughout the warehouse. Just locating and moving them would have taken Jiang Liushi a lot of time alone, but with the help of these two survivors, it became much easier. With the presence of these survivors, Jiang Liushi's efficiency in searching for items significantly improved.
It's important to know that Jiang Liushi was just an ordinary person. It was simple to drive the base vehicle recklessly, but there were many places where the car couldn't enter, like the National Key Laboratory at Jinling University.
Once inside the building, Jiang Liushi's weaknesses became obvious. 2 or 3 zombies could take his life. Those zombies, after mutating from human form, were each extremely fast and incredibly strong, truly capable of ripping a living person apart. The only flaw was their lack of intelligence. They did not understand how to think. Speaking of which, these few survivors worked hard, gathering 2 mutated crystal cores in one day, and now they had found all the metals needed for building a biological laboratory within another day. 100 kilograms of titanium, 120 kilograms of nickel, 150 kilograms of cobalt. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan were continuously moving the metal pieces onto the car. Seeing these metal blocks gradually filling the floor of the car, Jiang Liushi felt very happy. Once all the materials were gathered, Jiang Liushi could build the biological laboratory that night. He didn't know what surprises the construction of this biological laboratory would bring him, but no matter what, it would help relieve his current biggest predicament. Jiang Liushi stood on the car, looking at this special metal company warehouse. This warehouse indeed had a lot of accumulated metals. Aside from some extremely rare and hard to find ones, like iridium, most of the metals should be found in this warehouse. Jiang Liushi had already marked this place on the map, so in the future, whenever he needed metals for upgrading, he could come back to this warehouse, saving him from searching everywhere else. Just as Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan were still moving the metals, a rumble suddenly came from outside the door.
Someone's coming.
Jiang Zhuiying immediately turned to look at the entrance, her eyes revealing a vigilant expression. Zhang Hai and Sun Kuan also quickly put down the metal blocks they were handling and grabbed their weapons, looking towards the entrance. Since entering the industrial park, they hadn't encountered any people, so suddenly hearing the sound of vehicles made everyone tense up. With a hiss, a sharp friction sound came, and Jiang Liushi and Zhang Hai saw a modified Hummer charging directly toward the gate, then stopping.
Vroom vroom vroom. Following this Hummer, several off-road vehicles and 7 or 8 motorcycles appeared.
So many vehicles suddenly blocked the gate tight. Seeing these vehicles, Jiang Liushi frowned. Almost all of these cars were equipped with various modified weapons, with long spikes at the front. The people inside wore their own welded steel helmets, revealing only their mouths and eyes, and those eyes were fixed on Jiang Liushi and the others like wild dogs sizing up their prey. This group gave off a very unapproachable feeling just by their appearance. As soon as Jiang Zhuiying and the others saw this group, their faces darkened. It's Blood Wolf and his gang.
Blood Wolf? Jiang Liushi asked.
Yes, their leader calls himself Blood Wolf, but I don't know his real name. Anyway, everyone following him is a lunatic, Sun Kuan replied.
Zhang Hai then said, we saw them once in Satellite City.
I heard that this team's elimination rate is very high, even the leader has changed.
Ordinary survivors usually don't stay outside every day unless necessary, but they constantly hunt mutant beasts and search for supplies to trade mutant beast meat with the military. This high risk leads to a high death rate, but the ability of the mutants in the team grows faster, and even ordinary people who survive long enough can get more equipment. At this stage, the strength of mutants and ordinary people wasn't so great that it couldn't be crossed. Ordinary people could completely rival mutants if fully armed.
Jiang Liushi watched this group, able to smell the bloody scent wafting from them and their vehicles from afar. Jiang Zhuiying and the others had a bad impression of this Blood Wolf gang. They really seemed hard to deal with. They blocked Jiang Zhuiying and her team from the outside, feeling that the newcomers were not friendly. There were originally 3 mutants in their team, 1 has died, and now there's 1 left.
The one getting out of that Hummer is the last one.
Look, the one getting out from the driver's seat is Blood Wolf, or rather, the new Blood Wolf. The original Blood Wolf is already dead, Zhang Hai whispered to Jiang Liushi. 4 people got out of the Hummer, 2 of whom were the mutants Zhang Hai mentioned. One of them was a woman dressed in a leather jacket and leather pants, with curly shoulder-length hair, sunglasses on her face, and wearing leather boots. She held a shotgun in her hands and had a leather belt around her waist, filled with bullets and a long dagger inserted in it, looking very wild. The other person looked very ordinary, probably in his 20s, wearing simple casual clothes, with a headset around his neck and plain glasses on his eyes. If Zhang Hai hadn't pointed him out as Blood Wolf, he would have been unrecognizable. His attire and appearance were the kind that would blend into a crowd and be hard to find. Blood Wolf's strength is strong and not inferior to the leader, that woman is also not weak. If a fight breaks out, it seems that Sun Quan and I would hold them back, not to mention they have so many people. Zhang Hai said uneasily. Jiang Liushi listened quietly, so it seemed that if a fight broke out, the situation would not be in their favor. Blood Wolf walked a couple of steps forward, hands in his pockets, and smiled at Jiang Zhuiying and the others. What a rare visitor. You are Jiang Zhuiying, right? I recognize you, I heard your name in Satellite City last time. Blood Wolf's tone sounded quite gentle, as if he were just greeting someone on the road. But given the situation, it clearly wasn't a friendly visit. What do you want? Jiang Zhuiying directly asked, not falling for the smile. Jiang Zhuiying, you're asking incorrectly. I should be the one asking you. You come to our place and start taking things without saying a word. What do you want to do? The smile on Blood Wolf's face suddenly vanished, and he asked softly. It turned out that this place was Blood Wolf's territory. Seeing these people coming prepared, Jiang Liushi guessed that they must have had their eyes on his group for a long time, waiting until they entered the special metal company's warehouse before blocking them off. Zhang Hai and the others all changed their expressions when they heard this. Their understanding of Blood Wolf's team was limited to what they had heard, and they had no idea where their camp was located. It was truly bad luck that this industrial park turned out to be their territory. These metals are not yours, but you look like you want to take them all for yourselves? Even if these metals are on your territory, they are of no use to you, Jiang Zhuiying said. Whether they are useful or not is our business. If you want to take them, you must discuss it with us, right? The woman in leather said with a giggle. What do you want? Jiang Zhuiying asked directly. These people were playing games, wearing looks of amusement, which made Jiang Zhuiying and the others extremely displeased. These people were not in a hurry to act, it was clear they wanted to extort them. Blood Wolf pushed up his glasses and said, that's better, if you want our stuff, then let's discuss a trade. How about this, if you have 10 tons of mutated beast meat, then this place will be like a supermarket, you can take whatever you want. Before Blood Wolf finished speaking, Jiang Zhuiying's face had already darkened. This was not a trade, it didn't even count as extortion, because Blood Wolf must have known very well that they absolutely could not produce 10 tons of mutated beast meat, let alone use it to exchange for metals that Blood Wolf didn't need at all. What do you mean? Jiang Liushi asked. Blood Wolf looked at Jiang Liushi in surprise, not understanding how an ordinary person had the right to speak in Jiang Zhuiying's team. But upon seeing Jiang Zhuiying and their reactions, it seemed that this young man really could represent them. Interesting. Blood Wolf rubbed his nose, unsure if he was talking about Jiang Liushi. His gaze turned to Jiang Liushi as he answered, didn't I say? 10 tons of mutated beast meat, we have so many brothers to feed. But, I heard that more than half of your team is made up of useless people, the elderly, weak, and women, right? I truly don't understand why you keep those people around. You could keep the women as slaves, they can work and also satisfy other needs, what do you keep the rest for? At this moment, one of his subordinates said, there's nothing we can do, their boss is a woman. Ha 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 ha. The subordinates all laughed out loud, and the woman in leather also burst into a fit of giggles. Jiang Zhuiying's eyes turned cold, and suddenly sparks of electricity erupted around her. Upon seeing the electric sparks, Blood Wolf stopped laughing. He fixed his gaze tightly on the spot where the sparks appeared, his eyes revealing a hint of desire. If you don't have 10 tons. The target of the Blood Wolf is not some 10 tons of mutated beast meat, nor does he want Jiang Zhuiying to join him. What he actually values is Jiang Zhuiying's supernatural ability. Long before hearing about Jiang Zhuiying, the Blood Wolf had already been secretly observing her. Even if Jiang Zhuiying hadn't broken in this time, he was already planning to find an opportunity to launch a sneak attack on her. The Blood Wolf's supernatural ability allows him to consume the cells of other ability users, as if he himself were infected with a new virus. Multiple types of cells can exist in his body at the same time, but if the number exceeds this limit, his body will face a collapse. The previous Blood Wolf was devoured by him during one such opportunity, and then he became the new Blood Wolf. Since then, he has been searching for the next target to consume, and after much consideration, he set his sights on Jiang Zhuiying's ability. Her cells mutated, becoming discharge cells, this ability was exactly what he wanted. Just witnessing Jiang Zhuiying release electricity made the Blood Wolf feel ecstatic. Yes, that's it, this ability. If he could claim this ability for himself, along with the powers he had absorbed from the first Blood Wolf, he could step into a new realm. As long as he captured Jiang Zhuiying alive, her ability would be his. Upon hearing the Blood Wolf's words, Jiang Zhuiying's face darkened, while Zhang Hai and Sun Quan wore ugly expressions. At this moment, sounds of guns being loaded echoed from the Blood Wolf's team, and every teammate's eyes were filled with a crazed eagerness to act. Zhang Hai and Sun Quan immediately tightened their bodies, sweat beading on their foreheads. Their strengths were ordinary, and if a fight broke out, they might not survive. Jiang Zhuiying also gripped the long knife tightly.
Engaging with the Blood Wolf's gang was just as dangerous as battling mutated beasts, but no matter what, she could never follow the Blood Wolf's group, that would only lead to a more miserable fate. Jiang Liushi, you should reconsider. With your strength, wouldn't it be better to join our team? Carrying so many useless people is a burden, they are dragging you down. Look, there's even an ordinary person in your team. The Blood Wolf continued. While he spoke, he noticed that Jiang Liushi had already entered the minibus. However, this action did not catch his attention, just an ordinary person, perhaps scared and hiding after hearing his mention of him. The others in the Blood Wolf's team laughed along, and the team member who previously humiliated Jiang Liushi said again, "What's up with this team led by a woman? Even the men act like sissies, ha ha ha." But at that moment, his laughter ceased. The team member, still wearing a smile, watched as Jiang Liushi drove the minibus, suddenly charging towards them at high speed. TSK, looks like he's gotten angry. This team member showed no signs of moving, and the Blood Wolf also stood still, while a woman from his team quickly loaded her weapon, aiming at Jiang Liushi inside the minibus. Her pupils shrank like pinholes, locking onto Jiang Liushi like a venomous snake. However, just then, the Blood Wolf suddenly felt a chill creep through him. He quickly scanned the minibus and found a dark hole extending out from the front of it. That chilling feeling came from this opening. Though he didn't know what the opening was for, the Blood Wolf instinctively sensed danger. When an ability user's strength reaches a certain level, it's like those animals that can sense danger in advance, they will have a sense of the impending crisis looming over them. Blood Wolf was originally indifferent to the oncoming minibus, but now suddenly shouted, "Run!" As he shouted, Blood Wolf leaped backward, his muscles tensed and bulging, and in an instant, he changed from an ordinary, unremarkable young man to something like a wolf, leaping back with incredible speed, even his eyes turning slightly blood-red. When the woman heard him, she didn't bother to keep shooting and quickly ran back. That team member, along with the other Blood Wolf members, saw Blood Wolf running and immediately reacted, but their speed was no match for Blood Wolf and the woman, those two ability users. Vroom vroom vroom. These people all turned their motorcycles around, trying to escape. But right at that moment. Boom! A loud explosion suddenly came, and everyone felt like their ears couldn't hear anything anymore, like they all went deaf in an instant, and a wave of air rushed at their faces. Puff! That team member saw the airwave coming, and the next moment, he felt that both he and his motorcycle were hit head-on like by a train, flying into the air, his whole body in extreme pain, and a huge mist of blood appeared before his eyes. Is this my own blood? Bang! That team member's body slammed onto the ground like a torn sack, rolling several times, and when he stopped, he looked like a fish out of water, mouth wide open, constantly spitting out blood, his eyes wide, pupils scattered. He saw that there were several people lying around him, each of them soaked in blood, their bodies twitching non-stop, clearly dying. Blood Wolf, that woman, and some other team members had all retreated outside the gate. He opened his mouth, wanting to call for help, but only blood came out, along with pieces of internal organs mixed in the blood. Air cannon fired, base vehicle accelerating. Inside the vehicle, Jiang Liushi's face didn't change. He turned the steering wheel and slammed the gas pedal, charging again toward the gate. Holy shit! What the hell is that thing? Run now! Blood Wolf and the others hadn't fully recovered from the sound and shockwave of the previous blast, when they saw the minibus charging over again. Just now, the people who didn't escape in time were thrown into the air one by one, blood spraying everywhere in midair, then crashing heavily to the ground. This made them feel terrified. Seeing the minibus rushing over again made their scalps go numb. This time, they didn't even have time to drive the off-road vehicles and Humvees away. They quickly retreated outside the gate. Screech! A sharp screeching sound came as the minibus stopped right in front of the Humvee. Jiang Liushi sat in the driver's seat, coldly staring through the windshield at the area outside the gate. Blood Wolf and the others had already retreated far away. They had been shocked by the shockwave just fired from the minibus, but they didn't know that every time Jiang Liushi fired the air cannon, it required 10 seconds to charge, and after each shot, there needed to be a cooldown period. Otherwise, they wouldn't have run out of the warehouse in such a panic. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to blast Blood Wolf to death. That Blood Wolf seemed to sense that danger was coming, and escaped just before the air cannon finished charging. Jiang Liushi slowly backed the car up a little. When Blood Wolf and his group showed up, he had already been looking for a chance to prepare for battle. When Blood Wolf revealed his true intentions, Jiang Liushi finally couldn't hold back anymore. These people thought he was just a normal person, and didn't care at all about his worn-out minibus. Of course, they didn't notice that the moment Jiang Liushi got on the vehicle, he had already activated the air cannon. When the charging was almost done, he suddenly slammed the gas and charged forward. The Blood Wolf escaped, but his few team members who couldn't flee in time suffered. They were struck by the air cannon, their bones shattered, and their organs ruptured. They were doomed to die. Chapter 78, The Laboratory Opens. Inside the warehouse, Zhang Hai and the others were completely stunned. Their palms and backs were drenched in cold sweat. They thought they might lose their lives here today, but unexpectedly, a shocking turn of events occurred. Jiang Liushi suddenly drove out in the minibus, then a loud bang erupted, and once again, only the four of them were left in the warehouse. The Blood Wolf and his threatening companions had already escaped from the warehouse. The others had all turned into corpses. Jiang Zhuiying widened her eyes, looking at the corpses on the ground. She had just prepared for battle, her long knife about to be drawn, but unexpectedly, Jiang Liushi suddenly drove out. At that moment, her heart jumped to her throat, deeply worried about Jiang Liushi's safety, and she even desperately chased after him. However, the result completely exceeded her imagination, leaving her shocked and pleasantly surprised, her heart finally settling back into place. "Brother, is this a modified function of the vehicle?" Jiang Zhuiying couldn't help but ask quickly. Zhang Hai and Sun Quan also snapped back to reality, vigilantly watching the main entrance while gathering around the minibus, shockingly re-examining this vehicle. Though they previously thought the minibus was sturdy, they never imagined they would use it as a lifeline in such a moment. What was that airflow, that loud bang? Jiang Liushi pondered for a moment and said, "It's an air cannonball produced by a contracting airflow. I found this vehicle like that." Zhang Hai and Sun Quan were left speechless. Why didn't they find such an all-powerful vehicle? Jiang Zhuiying also smiled slightly upon hearing this. Who knows if Jiang Liushi was telling the truth? Anyway, this brother was becoming more and more mysterious. Sitting in the car, Jiang Liushi watched Zhang Hai and the others and felt at a loss for words. He was too lazy to think of excuses. Even if he came up with something else, they probably wouldn't believe him. Now, although the matter of the air cannon was exposed, with Jiang Zhuiying around, even if Zhang Hai and Sun Quan developed thoughts similar to Yang Qingqing's, they would think about Yang Qingqing's fate. Besides, the biological laboratory was about to be established, so Jiang Liushi no longer felt so tense about whether someone was plotting against his base vehicle. His base vehicle was already bound to the star seed in his mind, and his weakness was being an ordinary person. As long as he could remedy this, it didn't mean he would be fearless, but at least he wouldn't have to walk on eggshells anymore. The Blood Wolf brought so many people to surround them, they certainly wouldn't give up because a few had died, but it was unknown when they would return. If they were ambushed on the road, it would be terrible. When the Blood Wolf came to his senses, he would realize that the air cannon on the minibus couldn't turn, and the minibus was large and relatively heavy. As long as they avoided the front of the vehicle and attacked from other directions, they could disregard the air cannon. Therefore, Jiang Liushi didn't plan to escape during this time. He had Sun Quan close the main door, then asked Zhang Hai to continue moving the remaining metal pieces onto the vehicle, while Jiang Zhuiying stood beside the car, watching. Sun Quan cautiously maneuvered around the corpses, then climbed up the wall like a gecko, grabbed the handbrake to close the door, and pulled it down. During the door-closing process, he carefully glanced outside and saw the Blood Wolf and others not far away. They hadn't brought all their vehicles and motorcycles inside. Look at their faces, they don't seem ready to leave. All the guns are aimed at the warehouse door, and Shui Lang's face is pale, completely different from the ordinary young man before, looking extremely furious. It's baffling that a few people were inexplicably taken down, and then they escaped in a disheveled manner, so Shui Lang's heart is certainly filled with anger. Shui Lang and the others have surrounded us, Sun Quan said after closing the big door. Let them surround us, anyway, we're not going out now, Jiang Zhuiying said. Sun Quan took a glance at Zhang Hai, who was still moving the metal blocks, and then at Jiang Liushi. At this point, he still hasn't forgotten about the metal? It's really hard to understand why. Once the metal blocks were loaded onto the truck, Jiang Liushi said again, "You guys stay on guard nearby, I have something to do." His minibus had just demonstrated its power, so naturally, his words carried weight. Although it was hard to understand why Jiang Liushi still wanted to do something alone in the truck while Shui Lang and the others were outside, Sun Quan and Zhang Hai still moved away immediately. They went to check if there were any back doors or windows in the warehouse, or else if someone suddenly attacked from behind, it would be a surprise death. Jiang Zhuiying stayed near Jiang Liushi's minibus. Although she was curious about what Jiang Liushi wanted to do, she didn't ask anything with Zhang Hai and the others around. Standing inside the minibus, looking at the metal blocks on the ground and the iridium crucibles just taken out of the bag, Jiang Liushi took a deep breath. He initially planned to quietly upgrade in the garage at night, but now to face Shui Lang and them, he decided to build the biological laboratory right here and now. Scanning. All materials scanned, materials complete. Building the biological laboratory will take 1 hour. During this time, the base vehicle can operate normally, and all functions can be used normally. Please confirm whether to upgrade? The voice of Xingzhong sounded. Jiang Liushi's mood automatically filled with excitement. The biological laboratory can create genetic evolution fluid by adding materials, which can help hosts to evolve genes and greatly enhance physical abilities. The introduction of the biological laboratory by Xingzhong could drive any ordinary person crazy. Jiang Liushi had not mutated into an ability user, he did not possess the physique of an ability user. Ordinary people in the apocalypse often face tragic ends. Even those ordinary people in Shui Lang's team were merely cannon fodder. An ordinary person, unarmed, facing 2 or 3 zombies, would be doomed. Even fully armed, alone, they couldn't handle many zombies.
Weak physical strength, quick exhaustion, and replenishing stamina wasn't as fast as that of an ability user.
Confirm upgrade.
Jiang Liushi said in his mind.
Command received, upgrade starting.
As Xingzhong's voice trailed off, the materials started to disappear one by one, and the construction of the biological laboratory began. An hour's time was relatively short, not knowing if Shui Lang and the others could hold on for that long.
Jiang Liushi returned to the driver's seat, listening to Xingzhong counting down the cooldown time of the air cannon.
He only hoped that the intimidation from the air cannon just fired would last a little longer against Shui Lang and them.
Chapter 79, The Biological Laboratory is completed. How about we charge out in the minibus? Sun Quan suggested.
He didn't know what Jiang Liushi was waiting for, and after he ran to the second floor and peeked out from the skylight, he felt his heart sink. Outside were all Shui Lang's men, making him anxious. In Sun Quan's view, the minibus was bulletproof. Although it might not completely protect them against Shui Lang's people, there was still a chance to break out. However, Sun Quan also knew that Shui Lang and his group had entered behind them, and the door must be firmly closed, and there will certainly be many obstacles set up with vehicles. The minibus can charge through nails and such without a problem, but it cannot break through a reinforced concrete wall or steel plates. Sun Quan stared longingly at the base vehicle, its doors tightly shut, and inside there was silence, not a sound to be heard. Although the base vehicle is currently under construction for the biological laboratory, all normal functions are still unaffected. If they were, Jiang Liushi would have long considered breaking out first without needing Sun Quan to suggest it. Since the biological laboratory can be built first, Jiang Liushi naturally thinks about strengthening his own power. This way, no matter what danger he encounters, his ability to respond will be much stronger. The Blood Wolves could dodge the air cannon in advance and even issued a warning. Having the ability to detect danger ahead of time is a disadvantage for the base vehicle.
Time passed second by second, and the starseed in Jiang Liushi's mind displayed the construction progress of the biological laboratory. Biological laboratory construction completed, 10%, remaining construction time, 54 minutes. What was that just now?
Outside the warehouse, the Blood Wolves and their group were still shaken. If it were an attack from a firearm or some supernatural power, they would understand, but this was different.
Their survivor team usually exhibits a reckless craziness. Aside from hunting mutated beasts, ordinary survivors crossing paths with them are extremely unfortunate.
The men can choose to join them as cannon fodder, while the women often meet brutal ends. Not even children are spared. These people numb themselves with such madness to disguise their fear. However, that recent blast truly stunned them. Faced with an attack that was both invisible and incomprehensible, they suddenly felt scared.
How do we fight this? One team member just spoke when Blood Wolf kicked him over from behind.
He was still wearing casual clothes, but the headphones he had been wearing fell off during the explosion, and the expression on his face looked terrifying.
Is this what scares you? No matter what that is, it can't keep blasting, otherwise, why would they close the gate?
Seeing his team members looking dazed, Blood Wolf cursed angrily. Such powerful weapons, like rocket launchers among firearms, are often only one-time use. While the cannon mounted on the vehicle is unknown if it's one-time, there must be many restrictions, otherwise, the energy supply itself would be a problem.
How many shots can such a small vehicle with such a powerful cannon deliver?
After Blood Wolf said this, the team members gradually began to understand. It is indeed the case, disregarding whether that vehicle can keep blasting, they had been caught off guard due to a lack of preparation. With some preparation, plus Blood Wolf's ability to sense in advance, it really isn't that scary. If Jiang Liushi and the others come out, with all the obstacles and their chase and blockades, there would be nothing to fear from that vehicle. But the current problem is that Jiang Liushi and the others have already closed the main gate while Blood Wolf and his team were still in shock.
They could force an attack and break through the gate, but then what? What if that strange and powerful cannon strikes again? Wouldn't they all be finished?
Blood Wolf naturally realized this problem, his face turned ashen. That broken vehicle suddenly charged in for a surprise attack, catching them off guard and disrupting his original plan. Originally, Zhang Hai, Sun Quan, and that ordinary person were Jiang Zhuiying's greatest hindrance. Once a fight broke out, he would definitely kill those three first. But now the situation is different.
Wolf brother, why don't we just find a way to blow up this warehouse? They are hiding inside. Isn't that like fish in a barrel?
The woman spoke in a delicate tone, and before she finished, Blood Wolf said, "You are so clever, while others are fools.
If we blow it up, how will I absorb Jiang Zhuiying's abilities? What if we blow her up and kill her? Besides, we only have a few grenades. How do you expect to blow up a warehouse? Do you think it's filled with gasoline? At most, I can blow the door. Even if I blow the door, are you the first to go in?"
This remark left the woman speechless, and she could only pout.
Go in first? Go in to find death? Then what should we do? The woman asked. What to do? Just keep an eye on them. They don't have many supplies, so they will definitely think of a way to come out. This is our territory. Are we afraid of exhausting them?
Blood Wolf said impatiently. Watching the ability that was about to be his prolonged, Blood Wolf's mood soured. He originally just planned to extract Jiang Zhuiying's power and kill all her people, but now he decided to torture these people to death slowly. And that young man, he hadn't paid much attention to him at all. Killing him felt like squishing an ant. But now, Blood Wolf decided to give Jiang Liushi some special treatment. He wanted to slice the flesh off Jiang Liushi little by little, feeding it to the zombies, and then toss Jiang Liushi into the zombie horde.
Time passed, second by second.
Jiang Liushi sat in the driver's seat of the base vehicle, eyes tightly closed, looking as calm as a monk in meditation.
Such a demeanor left Sun Quan and others speechless. Even at this moment, he still closed his eyes, pretending to be cool.
In reality, when Jiang Liushi closed his eyes, he was constantly watching the alerts from Starseed in his mind. Biological laboratory construction completed, 70%, remaining construction time, 18 minutes. Biological laboratory construction completed, 80%, remaining construction time, 12 minutes.
The closer the biological laboratory was to completion, the calmer Jiang Liushi became.
Until the progress reached 100%.
Ding, a soft sound, the biological laboratory construction was complete.
Jiang Liushi suddenly opened his eyes, took a deep breath, his gaze filled with excitement.
It's done. Finally, it's done. The biological laboratory was too important for Jiang Liushi. In this apocalypse, any external force was ultimately just an external force.
When he was powerless, he couldn't even withstand a small knife, let alone zombies.
This was also why Jiang Liushi didn't dare to get out of the car or enter the building easily. Biological laboratory construction complete. The host can choose to configure genetic evolution liquid. Would you like to choose now? Chapter 80, Jiang Liushi's abilities, seeking recommendations. Without hesitation, Jiang Liushi chose yes. Then, various options popped up in his mind. Jiang Liushi browsed through the choices one by one. The first vial of genetic evolution liquid would activate one ability of Jiang Liushi's body. First option, defense enhancement.
Strengthen muscles, skin, and bloodlines to become tough and strong, able to withstand knife and sword attacks.
After second evolution, it could even block bullets from pistols and rifles.
Seeing the first option, Jiang Liushi was a bit tempted.
Defense was what he needed most.
If his defense was strong, he wouldn't fear sneak attacks or surprise arrows anymore and wouldn't have to be afraid to get out of the car.
Continuing to look down. Second option, strength enhancement. Possess unmatched physical power. Third option, agility enhancement. Possess speed and evasion ability.
High-level agility enhancement, combined with eyesight and foresight, can evade attacks from firearms.
Fourth option, constitution enhancement. Possess strong vitality.
Even when seriously injured, can recover in a short time.
Possess strong resistance to viruses, immune to virus attacks from first-level zombies. Fifth option. Jiang Liushi continued to check, one by one. Everything made his heart race. If he could have all these abilities, wouldn't he become a superhuman?
However, unfortunately, he could only choose one. No matter if it was power, agility, or defense, all were too singular. Although they made Jiang Liushi a powerful special ability user, it still wasn't strong enough. He needed an ability that could immediately enhance his overall combat power. In the end, after seeing the 10th option, Jiang Liushi finally felt a spark in his heart. This was the one.
10th option, strengthening of nerves and brain domain.
Strengthening neurons, allowing nerve currents to have faster conduction speeds, giving the brain stronger and faster computing abilities.
Once he saw this option, Jiang Liushi couldn't take his eyes off it.
This 10th option didn't increase his defense or attack power. He was still a mere mortal, still capable of dying from a single bullet, and even his strength wouldn't improve.
However, the faster information transmission of neurons meant too much.
For an average person, the speed of nerve information transmission is 100 meters per second. A complete nerve information reflex takes at least 0.1 to 0.2 seconds, which is already decent. For example, when seeing a zombie charging, the information is relayed from the eyes through nerves to the brain, then processed for thought, deciding which direction to dodge, and then relayed to the body muscles. This back and forth process, plus thinking and anticipation, takes time.
But what if the nerve transmission speed reached 1000 meters per second?
Then not only would the reaction speed be 10 times faster, but also the brain's calculation speed would be 10 times faster. Moreover, memory, learning ability, and judgment would all see qualitative leaps.
If we exaggerate slightly, what if the nerve transmission speed reached the speed of light? Large electronic computers, though they use electricity to transmit signals, cannot truly meet the requirements due to the fact that electrons are physical particles.
At this moment, photon computers came into being, using light to transmit information. These are truly light-speed computers, with computing speeds measured in trillions. However, photon computers are not the most powerful. There are still quantum computers that exist only in the theoretical stage.
Researchers in quantum mechanics are trying to use quantum entanglement to create quantum computers, which allow for superluminal information transmission that defies special relativity. What was once mocked by Einstein as spooky action at a distance is actually true.
The transmission speed of quantum computers is nearly infinite. If developed, their computing power would be unimaginable, possibly capable of completing in half an hour what all the computers in human history have calculated combined. Knowing all this, Jiang Liushi unhesitatingly chose the 10th option.
Brain domain and nerve evolution.
Once the evolution is complete, his body would still be mortal, but his brain would be superhuman, and this evolution has immense potential for development. The speed of neuron information transmission doesn't need to be the speed of light. As long as it reaches 10,000 meters per second, he would perceive others' movements as if they were in slow motion, at 100 times slower speed. Not only that, but because of the strength of the brain domain and nerves, Jiang Liushi would also gain more precise control over his muscles. Ordinary people struggle to control their muscles, taking a long time even just to thread a needle because their hands shake. When an ordinary person's palm faces up, it's impossible to keep the ring and index fingers extended while the middle and little fingers are raised at a 90-degree angle unless helped by the other hand. This isn't due to a lack of muscle control but a lack of the nerves controlling that muscle movement. However, with a powerful brain domain, his hands would be as steady as a mountain, and the dexterity of his 10 fingers would be unimaginable. Jiang Liushi made his choice without hesitation.
Selected nerve and brain domain evolution. Do you confirm? Confirm.
Ding, gene evolution liquid is being prepared, required time 10 minutes. Having waited for an hour, 10 minutes feels short. Jiang Liushi stared intently at the control panel. After 10 minutes, a flash of light appeared on the console, and a transparent glass tube bounced into Jiang Liushi's hand. The glass tube was filled with a purplish-red liquid, looking crystal clear, like aged red wine. Jiang Liushi held this bottle of gene evolution liquid, and when he looked back at the starseed control panel, all the preparation options for gene evolution liquid were grayed out. Each type of gene evolution liquid requires materials, such as a large amount of mutated beast meat and the mutated beast crystal nucleus. In addition, some gene evolution liquid preparations require the base vehicle to complete secondary evolution.
The secondary evolution of the base vehicle? Jiang Liushi was stunned. The base vehicle had a secondary evolution?
He hadn't really paid attention to this and needed to check with the starseed later. But there was no time for much thought now. The enemy was outside, so he decided to drink the gene evolution liquid first. Jiang Liushi tilted the glass tube toward his mouth and drank the purplish-red liquid in one go. The liquid had no taste, but after drinking it, Jiang Liushi felt as if he had swallowed a ball of fire. The burning sensation surged from his stomach to the top of his head. Jiang Liushi felt like his head was about to explode, crying out, "It hurts. It hurts too much." Holding his head, he felt it might burst open. At that moment, the starseed prompted, "Neurons in brain area are being modified, unbearable headache. The host may choose to faint. The gene evolution liquid will automatically complete the modifications."
Jiang Liushi thought he might scream, "Choose to faint? Can a person just faint at will?"
However, after enduring for a while, Jiang Liushi seemed to gradually adapt to the pain, which became lighter and eventually disappeared.
10 minutes passed.
Jiang Liushi suddenly opened his eyes, feeling as if he had just woken up from a long nightmare. He sat up abruptly, his back drenched in sweat.
The headache was gone. Instead, Jiang Liushi felt his mind was incredibly clear.
Looking around carefully, his vision suddenly became much clearer than before. He merely glanced at the base vehicle's windshield, which had numerous shattered markings left from bullets. These markings were densely packed, and Jiang Liushi had never paid special attention to them before. But this time, with just a glance, he suddenly felt something. He counted the number of cracks with a single sweep of his gaze. One bullet had created 132 cracks, and Jiang Liushi counted them in less than 10 seconds.
Jiang Zhuiying.
Jiang Liushi saw Jiang Zhuiying outside the base vehicle, looking at him with concern. When Jiang Liushi drank the gene evolution liquid, he finished it too quickly for others to notice, but then he suddenly held his head, which worried Jiang Zhuiying to death. However, the door of the base vehicle was closed, and she couldn't get in. Now that she saw Jiang Liushi recovering, she finally sighed in relief.
"Brother, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Jiang Liushi waved his hand, realizing that while looking at Jiang Zhuiying, he could easily count her breathing rate.
A person's breathing is almost invisible from the outside, but Jiang Liushi could see her chest rising and falling very slightly as she breathed. Moreover, he could accurately calculate the time without looking at a clock. Jiang Zhuiying's breathing was 26 times per minute, likely because she was worried about him, causing her to breathe faster.
Chapter 81. Do you have a gun? Brother, are you really okay? Open the door.
Jiang Zhuiying was still worried. After all, who suddenly turns into that state for no reason?
Jiang Liushi opened the vehicle door, and Jiang Zhuiying leaped into the vehicle in a flash.
As Jiang Zhuiying jumped into the vehicle, Jiang Liushi subconsciously focused his mind. He found that once he concentrated, he could clearly see every subtle movement of Jiang Liushi, including the flutter of her clothes as she moved. She was originally very fast, but to Jiang Liushi, her movements seemed like a slowed-down slideshow, approximately 3.5 times slower. After his brain domain evolved, Jiang Liushi could accurately estimate the slowing down of Jiang Liushi's speed. If it were an enemy jumping onto the vehicle at that moment instead of Jiang Liushi would have enough time to counterattack, such as pulling out a gun. However, when Jiang Liushi instinctively wanted to do something, he found that although Jiang Liushi's speed was slow, his own speed was even slower. His nerve reaction speed was fast, but his muscles couldn't keep up with the speed of his nerves. If Jiang Liushi were to run 100 meters now, he estimated that he could run a second or two faster than before due to better coordination in his brain region, but running under 10 seconds, like a top athlete, would be impossible. With something gained, something was lost. The first gene evolution fluid from the biological laboratory could only choose one aspect of evolution. If Yun chose agility evolution, then his speed increased, but his reactions couldn't keep up, making him at most a Yugu. Now my brain domain has evolved, but my body can't keep up with the speed of my nerves. In a fight, I can see my opponent's punch coming, but when I try to dodge, my body is too slow to escape, and I can only watch that punch hit me. Jiang Liushi's brain raced as he assessed his own strength. He could react quickly now, give him a knife, and he could take down zombies one after another. Normal zombies couldn't even touch the hem of Jiang Liushi's clothes. But if he faced a mutant beast or a professional boxer who could throw 4 or 5 punches in a second, Jiang Liushi would still be defeated. Jiang Liushi was fully aware of this. When truly facing an enemy, this was his fatal weakness. Thinking of this, Jiang Liushi stopped focusing, and as a result, Jiang Liushi's speed in his eyes returned to normal. Although the brain domain had evolved, if he didn't intentionally activate his abilities, the scene he saw was not much different from before. Jiang, I'm fine, don't worry. Jiang Liushi didn't know how to explain the issue of the biological laboratory to Jiang Jiang. He was fully aware that the existence of star seeds was highly significant, especially in this apocalypse, and if the military found out, things would become serious. To prevent information from leaking, Jiang Liushi did not plan to tell anyone, which was also better for Jiang Jiang. All right. Jiang Jiang nodded but did not get out of the car. She still couldn't put her mind at ease about Jiang Liushi. At this moment, Jiang Liushi had shifted his attention to his own hands. Human hands are the most dexterous organs. Painters use their hands to create paintings that rival photographs, sculptors carve lifelike statues and micro-sculptures with their hands, professional gamers use their hands to complete 400 to 500 effective operations in 1 minute, and pianists play difficult pieces of music. Human hands have immense developmental potential. Jiang Liushi knew his speed wasn't good, but after the evolution of his brain domain, his advantage lay in accuracy. Skill. Now, if you just give Jiang Liushi a piece of paper, he can draw a perfect circle. Give him a game, and he can learn it at the fastest speed and quickly catch up with professional players in operation. Give him a minibus, and he can drift with it, racing like a professional racer. These operations don't require extremely fast speed. What's needed is reaction, dexterity, and precision. In combat, reaction, precision, and dexterity also have plenty of room for improvement. Just like Jiang, do you have a gun? An automatic rifle. Previously, Jiang Liushi only had a Type 54 pistol. In a real gunfight, handguns are certainly no match for automatic rifles. Jiang Jiang was startled for a moment. Yes, not only do we have an automatic rifle, but also a light machine gun. We need the automatic rifle. Jiang Liushi insisted, as machine guns rely on shooting speed for prolonged fire. But in terms of accuracy and targeted shooting, machine guns are naturally inferior to automatic rifles. Brother, do you understand shooting? Jiang Jiang looked at Jiang Liushi, wondering if he planned to confront the blood wolf with a gun. Let's give it a try, it should be fine, Jiang Liushi casually replied. China is a country that prohibits guns, not to mention real guns. Even a stall for using air guns to pop balloons could get a sentence. If you picked 100 people off the street, you might find one who could shoot, and even that one would mostly be a veteran. Suddenly, the end of the world arrived, and large numbers of people turned into zombies, leaving the survivors to begin collecting weapons. The most powerful weapons the average person encounters are naturally guns, but for those without training, using a gun effectively is no easy task. Especially in tense situations, firing a whole clip may not even take down a single moving zombie. At first, Power's users like Zhang Hai and Sun Quan wasted bullets when they used guns. Now they were a bit better, but their shooting could still be described as tragic. They relied entirely on continuous firing, hoping that shooting more bullets would increase their chances of hitting something. Jiang Jiang glanced at Jiang Liushi in surprise, not knowing where his confidence came from, but she didn't ask further. She directly shouted outside the car, "Zhang Hai, bring that automatic rifle here." Ha! Zhang Hai was taken aback. There were only 2 powerful firearms in their team, one light machine gun on Sun Quan's back, and the automatic rifle he had was the only other one. However, he usually drove the ice cream truck and rarely had the need to use this gun.
In the face of the Blood Wolf's team, Jiang Hai relied on this automatic rifle, or else with his repair abilities in battle, he would really be lost. Though reluctant, he still handed the gun to Jiang Liushi. What Jiang Hai used was a Type 81 automatic rifle. This gun was based on the Russian AK-47 but improved upon it, being more accurate than the AK-47. Although it was not as easy to maintain as the AK-47, that was not Jiang Liushi's concern, he cared most about accuracy. An automatic rifle is completely different from a handgun, even the famous Desert Eagle cannot compare to the Type 81. Chapter 82, The Quick Formation of a Sharpshooter. The Type 81 rifle felt cold and heavy in Jiang Liushi's hands. The rifle was nearly a meter long, with a bayonet extending a dozen centimeters from the barrel. The cold blade looked dull but could definitely withstand impacts and pierce through a zombie's bone. In the apocalypse, whenever possible, it was better to avoid using bullets and opt for the bayonet, as bullets were too expensive. Good gun. Jiang Liushi couldn't help but say, even for a man who didn't particularly like guns, holding a real gun made him feel a certain way. Especially this Type 81 automatic rifle, it is a classic among classics, considered a symbol of the Chinese military. The safety is here, right? Jiang Liushi pointed to the small button on the stock. Even someone who has never fired a gun can find the safety on a gun. But knowing how to turn it on or off is difficult for someone who has never shot a gun. It's this one. Right now it's at 0, which means off. 1 is for single shots, and 2 is for continuous fire, Jiang Hai explained, noticing Jiang Liushi's lack of knowledge about the safety mechanism. Got it. Jiang Liushi naturally disengaged the safety and jumped directly out of the car. What are you doing with the gun? You're not planning to fight the Blood Wolf with it, are you? Jiang Hai saw Jiang Liushi holding the Type 81 rifle with an urge to shoot and couldn't help but speak up. At least he had practiced shooting since the apocalypse began, though his skills were not great, he had made some progress. Jiang Liushi was not an ordinary person. He was stronger than most. He didn't answer, but instead asked, "How many bullets do we have?" "There are 11 magazines left, 30 rounds in each magazine." "Brother, are you really going to use the gun?" Even Jiang Zhuiying doubted Jiang Liushi at this moment. She was mainly worried about his safety. Bullets don't have eyes. If Jiang Liushi took a gun to fight against Blood Wolf, how could she feel at ease? There were just the two of them with firing power, which couldn't compare to Blood Wolf at all. Let's give it a try. Jiang Liushi pulled the gun's bolt, loading the bullet. He may not have eaten pork, but he had seen pigs run. When Jiang Liushi focused his mind, the actions of the world slowed down once again. Far off, dozens of meters away, he saw a forgotten beer bottle, possibly left behind by someone sneaking a drink before the apocalypse. As Jiang Liushi concentrated on the beer bottle, the distance of several dozen meters suddenly disappeared for him. The beer bottle was pulled right in front of his eyes, and he could even see the label clearly. Jiang Liushi aimed his gun barrel at the bottle cap, forming a straight line. "Damn, are you trying to test the gun?" Seeing this scene, Sun Quan opened his mouth, a bit speechless. What did Jiang Liushi plan to do? He had just learned how to unlock the safety and was going to start a real shootout? Learning on the go? Normally, when people learn to shoot, they wouldn't dare to say they were proficient without firing thousands of rounds. Now, even with 11 magazines exhausted, Jiang Liushi's combat ability wouldn't be that great. Even the survivors on Blood Wolf's side wouldn't have good marksmanship, but they would definitely be better than an ordinary person. Wasn't a rookie with a gun trying to find death against a group of armed fighters? Damn, I see your driving skills are good. If you're shooting, then who's driving? Have you considered? Jiang Hai gently reminded him, hoping to get the gun back. However, at this moment, Jiang Liushi was completely focused on the beer bottle, not even sparing a glance at Jiang Hai. In this moment, Jiang Liushi's gun felt like it was stuck in an iron groove, completely still. Generally, when people shoot, the muscle movements inevitably cause the gun to shake, but this situation didn't exist for Jiang Liushi, who could control every muscle in his body. At about 30 meters, the rifle's firing rate is 700 to 800 meters per second. Ignoring the air resistance slowing down the bullet within 30 meters, the bullet's vertical drop is only 7 or 8 millimeters, which is almost negligible. Due to the evolution of his brain region, Jiang Liushi quickly calculated the bullet's approximate drop error with basic high school physics. When firing from a distance, one must consider the gravity causing the bullet to drop and adjust the sight to correct the firing angle, but this could almost be ignored at close range. Even so, Jiang Liushi still reserved a very tiny shooting angle. He pulled the trigger, firing. Bang! With a gunshot, the beer bottle 30 meters away exploded, sending countless fragments flying in all directions. At that moment, Jiang Hai hadn't finished his words when he suddenly heard the sound of the bottle exploding. He was startled, his words caught in his throat, unable to say a single word for a long moment. The bottle exploded? Is this for real? Damn, you aimed at the bottle from the start? Or were you just lucky? Sun Quan swallowed, unable to tell if Jiang Liushi shot randomly or not. It was possible to break a bottle with a random shot. If Jiang Liushi had aimed intentionally, it was hard to believe since he had just learned how to unlock the safety. Jiang Liushi didn't answer Sun Quan and instead found his next target. This one was even farther away, just a small, unremarkable metal piece. Jiang Liushi aimed at the center of the metal piece, similarly reserving a slight angle. Bang! He shot, and the bullet left a hole that was slightly off from what Jiang Liushi had expected by a few millimeters. A few millimeters of error, if shooting at a person, can be completely ignored, but Jiang Liushi still wanted to eliminate this small error. He fired several shots, each aimed at that heavy metal block. Sun Quan and Zhang Hai only saw sparks flying from the metal block and had no idea what secrets Jiang Liushi's bullet holes held. Before, shooting beer bottles had clear accuracy, but they doubted whether Jiang Liushi was just lucky. Now shooting at the large metal block, the entire warehouse was filled with metal blocks, any random shot would hit for sure. They felt pained over the bullets. There were only 330 rounds of automatic rifle bullets, and Jiang Liushi had already fired out a dozen. Big brother, if you're practicing shooting, can't you choose a better time? Besides, in the apocalypse, bullets are so precious, using live ammo to practice is too extravagant. They usually practiced with empty guns. Jiang Liushi kept shooting continuously, he was finding the small distance that the bullets strayed after firing from different angles to achieve absolute precision. This was actually unnecessary for close-range gunfights. In close-range gunfights, what matters is the rate of fire and the density of bullets, unless you're a sharpshooter who has time to aim. You might get shot while aiming at someone else. Let alone a rookie, even seasoned veterans have terribly low accuracy in mutual shooting battles. In one battle of World War II, wiping out thousands of enemies was considered a beautiful victory. But for such a battle, the ammunition consumed was at least hundreds of thousands of rounds, and most enemies were actually killed by artillery fire. On average, about 1,000 rounds to take down one enemy is considered decent. A whole magazine was used up by Jiang Liushi, and he smoothly switched to a second magazine. Sun Quan and Zhang Hai's hearts were bleeding. What was happening? Outside, the enemies were watching covetously, but here they were wasting a ton of bullets. Why didn't Jiang Liushi stop this? After changing the magazine, Jiang Liushi had already somewhat figured out the methods for applying shooting angles and sight adjustments, but the enemies weren't static targets, they would move. Jiang Liushi suddenly turned to Zhang Hai and said, "Zhang Hai, go pick up a bottle." There were still 2 intact beer bottles nearby. Zhang Hai looked reluctant. Were they going to shoot again? Seeing Jiang Liushi silent, Zhang Hai could only pick up a bottle with a bitter face. "Throw it out with all your might," Jiang Liushi commanded. Zhang Hai was stunned for a moment. "What? Throw?" Jiang Liushi urged again. Zhang Hai's special ability was the strength of his fingers, so throwing the bottle would surely send it far. Since Jiang Liushi had wasted a magazine, he was unhappy too, so throwing it was fine. With a flick of his hand, the bottle spun through the air, letting out a whistling sound. With this throw, Zhang Hai could definitely throw the bottle 50 or 60 meters away. The bottle described a beautiful arc in the air, and at the moment Jiang Liushi raised his gun, it seemed as if the bottle's speed suddenly slowed down, and he could see its spinning trajectory clearly. Jiang Liushi pulled the trigger directly. Bang! With a gunshot, the bottle exploded in midair. Countless glass shards fell from the sky like petals from a heavenly maiden, smashing onto the concrete ground with a crisp sound. Zhang Hai, who threw the bottle, was completely stunned, his mouth hanging open as if he could fit an egg inside. Holy shit, is this for real? Sun Quan was totally dumbfounded. Was Jiang Liushi really a novice with guns? When shooting stationary targets, many people can quickly grasp the essentials after some practice. After all, by choosing the right sight adjustment for the shooting distance, and fixing the shooting angle, as long as their hands aren't shaking too much, the bullet shot out generally won't stray too far. But shooting a moving target? The difficulty is exaggerated. Hitting a thrown bottle, moving so fast, this is even harder than the Olympics clay pigeon shooting. Olympic clay pigeon shooting uses a shotgun, shooting out a bunch of pellets that spread out. As long as one pellet hits the pigeon, it's a hit. But even then, there's often a miss. And Jiang Liushi? He uses a Type 81 rifle, 1 shot, 1 bullet, hitting a fast-flying bottle. How fast and precise does he need to be? Predicting the distance the beer bottle will fly, aiming, shooting, all must be done in less than a second. The farther the beer bottle flies, the harder it gets. Jiang Liushi's shot sends the bottle at least 20 meters away. Brother Jiang, are you joking with me? You're really a beginner with guns, don't even know how to take off the safety? You used to be in the national shooting team, right? Zhang Hai truly couldn't think of anyone besides the national shooting team, who practice hitting moving targets, who could do this. Even those soldiers only shoot at stationary targets. Snipers in the army are accurate for sure, but if you ask them to hit a thrown beer bottle, they'd also be in trouble. They just haven't practiced this. Cut the nonsense, how could I not know what my brother does? Jiang Liushi scolded Zhang Hai.
Growing up alongside Jiang Liushi, she certainly knew what he did. As for practicing shooting in his spare time, that's practically impossible in China, only the wealthy can afford it.
Give me the magazines.
Jiang Liushi raised his Type 81 rifle and reached out his hand. There was no need to say more. Zhang Hai quickly handed over all the magazines he had on him to Jiang Liushi. When we charge out, I will go first, you two provide cover from behind, Sun Quan will use the machine gun, Zheng Hai will throw grenades, and Zhu Ying, you stay in the vehicle with me. Sun Quan's ability is like a gecko's climbing ability, allowing him to choose hiding spots in any impossible corner of a building. Using a machine gun is an art when done right. It's not like those anti-Japanese dramas where the protagonist bursts out of a trench with a machine gun and sweeps down a large number of enemies. Using a machine gun like that will definitely get you killed. A machine gunner first needs to be concealed. A good machine gunner prioritizes knowing when to shoot over their shooting skills. Sun Quan isn't exactly a top machine gunner, but if he just focuses on hiding, he should do okay. As for Zhang Hai, his strength far exceeds that of ordinary people, and throwing a grenade from dozens of meters away is the best way for him to demonstrate his combat power. There are no more than 10 grenades available in Jiang Zhuiying's team, but if used well, Zhang Hai could be like a heavy artillery. Jiang Liushi climbed directly onto the base vehicle, with Jiang Zhuiying closely following.
Wait, are you planning to let the boss drive?
Zhang Hai glanced at Jiang Zhuiying.
With Jiang Liushi using the Type 81, of course, Jiang Zhuiying has to drive. Jiang Zhuiying's driving skills were mostly developed after the apocalypse.
Before, her family was average, so she wouldn't have learned to drive. After the apocalypse, although she practiced hard, her driving skills can't be called good, and she was driving an SUV, now it's a heavy bus, can she manage this?
No need, I will drive myself, Zhuiying, just focus on attacking.
Jiang Liushi sat in the driver's seat, pulling down the left window and propping the Type 81 directly on the window frame.
Zhang Hai and Sun Quan were left dumbfounded. What does this mean? Is Jiang Liushi planning to drive while shooting? Are you kidding me?
Either driving or shooting requires full concentration. The outside is teeming with enemies, and there are various obstacles on the road, just managing to drive well would be impressive.
While looking at the road conditions and steering well, do I also need to aim at the enemy and shoot? The car is moving, the enemy is also moving.
Driving while shooting, one hand on the steering wheel and the other hand on the gun, while shifting gears, pressing the clutch, pressing the accelerator, and hitting the brakes, how can I hit anything?
Is this really how you multitask? Sun Quan, go open the door.
Be careful. Jiang Liushi instructed, and Sun Quan swallowed hard. This isn't just playing with guns and cars, this is playing with life. He glanced at Jiang Zhuiying. She was already sitting in the passenger seat, taking off her katana. With a pull of the chain on the sword, there came a clear, pleasant sound of metal clanging against metal. She was obviously ready to fight. Great, these siblings have also gone crazy.
I'm risking my life alongside these gentlemen. Sun Quan took a deep breath, leaped, and jumped onto the pile of metal storage.
He bounced on the metal pile and landed on top of the warehouse door, standing firmly with his feet spread apart on the 90-degree vertical wall as he opened the shutter door. With a clang sound, the shutter door opened.
Jiang Liushi shifted gears and pressed down on the gas pedal.
Hold on tight. Jiang Liushi gripped the steering wheel with one hand, his eyes fixed ahead.
The base vehicle accelerated instantly, and the powerful force pushed Jiang Zhuiying's body almost into the passenger seat. V-room.
The base vehicle let out a beastly roar as it charged out like a raging bull.
This car. Sun Quan watched in excitement.
This was no minibus, it was essentially an F1 race car. At that moment, outside the warehouse door, the Blood Wolf team was lying in ambush. They had already laid down spike strips to block the vehicle, and two heavy-duty trucks brought in by the Blood Wolf were blocking the metal factory's entrance. Surrounding the door were reinforced concrete walls. This was a web of traps, and there was no way to break through. Members of the Blood Wolf had set up various hideouts along the main road of the factory, each one armed and waiting for Jiang Zhuiying and her crew to run out in desperation after depriving them of supplies. However, they didn't expect that after waiting for only 2 hours, they would see the shuttered door of the warehouse open, followed by a dilapidated minibus charging out like a prehistoric beast.
Damn, they broke out. Seeking death. Brothers, grab your weapons.
The Blood Wolf members roared fiercely. Even those who weren't superpowered were desperate criminals. Once they joined the Blood Wolf, they became vested interests. If you were ruthless and strong enough, you could establish your footing in the Blood Wolf, indulge in women, and ravage slaves.
After the apocalypse, humanity's madness and ugliness had been fully unleashed.
Continuing to roll for votes and recommendations.
Chapter 84, Breaking Out of the Warehouse. Since its birth, the Blood Wolf organization had been plundering.
They not only killed mutated beasts and gathered food, but also robbed other survivors. Because the Blood Wolf was too powerful, all resources in this industrial park came under their control in a very short time. As for those survivors captured by the Blood Wolf, a few attractive women were kept, while most men were killed. Some were forced to gather food, gasoline, and other.
They were all exchanged by Blood Wolf with the military and armed police.
Besides that, they found 9 Type 54 and Type 64 pistols at the police station. Altogether, that makes 17 guns. In addition, there were a few bulletproof vests, worn by Blood Wolf, the woman in leather pants, and a few core fighters. What makes the Blood Wolf organization terrifying is, most of all, that they have many people and many guns. At the end of the world, the fighting power of a superhuman is not necessarily stronger than that of a normal person good with guns. Also, having a group of 19 people is truly shocking. That's the manpower of 2 enhanced squads.
Even in a military battle, that's enough to do a lot.
You have to know, back during the Long March, the battle to seize Looting Bridge, storming across 13 iron chains with planks removed, only needed 22 brave soldiers.
It was exactly because they had so many guns that Blood Wolf was so confident to take down Jiang Liushi.
Jiang Liushi's team had only 2 rifles and 3 pistols in total. When Jiang Liushi rushed out, Blood Wolf was behind cover, sitting in a chair, wearing headphones. He saw Jiang Liushi at once, and also Jiang Liushi sitting in the front passenger seat.
When he saw Jiang Liushi, Blood Wolf's eyes lit up. You really couldn't hold back, huh? Trying to break out of my territory with a minibus?
That's just suicide. Blood Wolf stood up and yanked off his headphones. Shoot. Don't shoot Jiang Liushi, shoot the kid full of holes first.
Blood Wolf needed to devour powers, and it's best when the person is alive.
Once they die, the energy of the power fades fast, and if you devour it then, the effect drops greatly. Try not to hit Jiang Liushi, but if she does get hit, as long as it's not a one-shot kill, that's still acceptable.
Got it.
A bunch of Blood Wolf's desperados, hearing his command, all jumped out from behind cover and opened fire on the minibus.
Rat-tat-tat.
All kinds of pistols, rifles, and submachine guns spat fire together. The gunfire was deafening. In an instant, the windshield of the minibus shook wildly.
Crack, crack, crack.
The windshield formed tons of spiderweb cracks, countless grain-sized shards of glass scattered and flew in all directions. But the windshield didn't shatter completely.
Jiang Liushi kept driving the minibus forward. Beep, beep, beep.
The starseed spoke inside Jiang Liushi's mind, front bulletproof glass durability dropping, durability down 7%.
Jiang Liushi wasn't moved, slammed the gas pedal, and the base vehicle sped up. What the hell? What's going on?
The Blood Wolf members were stunned.
This minibus has bulletproof glass. Even if it's bulletproof glass, it can only stop bullets to a certain point.
If the shooting continues at high intensity, especially with light machine guns and rifles, powerful guns, especially if one point gets hit over and over, it can still get pierced. Like how many robbers break into banks or gold shops, they just smash bulletproof glass with hammers.
Shoot. Keep shooting.
Blood Wolf kicked over his chair, grabbed a light machine gun from a nearby member, and poured bullets like crazy at Jiang Liushi. By this time, the base vehicle had already sped up to 100 km per hour, and ahead was a spike strip. Blood Wolf had taken over an industrial park, so welding together a spike strip wasn't hard. They had made plenty of these things, must-haves for robbery. Now it was laid down not far in front of the cover, but the minibus ignored it completely and charged right over.
Shit. Are they crazy?
Blood Wolf's eyes turned red. At that speed, driving over a spike strip would definitely blow the tires and flip the car. And how the hell did this base vehicle speed up so fast in such a short time?
In a flash, Blood Wolf didn't even have time to think.
The base vehicle had already crushed the spike strip. Crash clatter. The 5-meter-long spike strip, with over 1,000 nails longer than a middle finger welded together, shattered under the wheels of the base vehicle.
Hundreds of nails flew like bullets, bouncing off the minibus's metal body. Again it collapsed.
The minibus charged like an enraged giant rhinoceros, unyielding as it barreled toward the shelter.
Damn it, is this a tank?
The Blood Wolves members widened their eyes, the windshield bulletproof, rushing into the oncoming fire of dozens of guns, the tires crushed nails, comparable to tracks. At that moment, a strong sense of danger surged in the heart of Blood Wolf. He saw a dark cannon barrel extend from the front of the base vehicle. Scatter! With a loud shout from Blood Wolf, the members who had already suffered a great loss knew the terror of that cannon barrel. It was absolutely comparable to a heavy artillery.
This really is a tank. Boom! The air cannon fired, the terrifying shockwave hurled toward the shelter.
The Blood Wolves members fled in all directions. A horrible explosion rang out, a large amount of empty iron barrels, metal pieces, and sandbags were completely blown apart by the shot from Jiang Liushi. One Blood Wolf member, originally fleeing, was struck on the head by the flying metal piece. This Blood Wolf member immediately had his skull shattered, fell face down on the ground, and died on the spot. At this moment, Jiang Liushi focused his attention, instantly catching the escape direction of all the Blood Wolves members. The weakness of the air cannon was that it took too long to charge up.
Plus, the Blood Wolves had long been on guard against the dark cannon barrel, having already scattered in advance. Although Jiang Liushi's shot was incredibly powerful, it only killed one person, and that was due to the collateral damage from the metal pieces of the shelter. At this time, many Blood Wolves members had already jumped into the off-road vehicles, all the sunroofs opened, one person driving, and another shooting from the sunroof. Jiang Liushi slammed on the brakes, turning the steering wheel sharply, the base vehicle making a 90-degree turn. Screech. At over 100 km per hour, the center of gravity of the base vehicle shifted forward, the tail swung out, executing a beautiful drift. Jiang Liushi pressed the gas pedal again, the base vehicle charged out like a beast. Many Blood Wolves members, just starting their vehicles, were directly dumbfounded. In the book reviews section, some people question certain issues, let me explain. As for professional gamers achieving effective operations of 400 to 500 per minute, there are indeed players like this. For example, in the game StarCraft 2, many second-tier professional players have APM, actions per minute, above 300, and during a match, it's common for a player with an APM of 300 to peak at 500 or 600. The author used to play Warcraft and struggled enough, averaging an APM of 110, with a peak of 190, and I can assure you all these were effective operations. When playing such games, even if there are many waste operations on normal days, during battles, nearly all actions are effective. If people still don't believe that in StarCraft or Warcraft micro-operations can reach 400 to 500, well then, just look at Dance Dance Revolution. Finally, please vote for my recommendation. Chapter 85, Eyes Watching in All Directions. Wow, can a minibus really be driven like this? Adrift. Not to mention the minibus, even their off-road vehicles wouldn't dare to drift, because the center of gravity is too high, making it easy to roll over. Only low-chassis sports cars can manage a bit of drifting on dirt roads. Is this really a minibus? It's simply a combination of a tank and a sports car. At this time, Jiang Liushi urgently turned, facing the Blood Wolves members, and on the left side, a small gap opened in the window, the barrel of an AK-47 drilling out through this gap. This turn was precisely to face the gun muzzle toward the Blood Wolves members. After evolving his brain domain, all of Jiang Liushi's driving operations, whether shifting gears, braking, accelerating, or clutching, flowed like water, without a hint of error, absolutely at the level of a professional racer. In addition, Jiang Liushi also had the star seat assisting in controlling the minibus. The vehicle almost merged with him, moving as smoothly as an extension of his body. Combined with the armored features of the minibus, forget about drifting, even more difficult maneuvers, he could manage them. The minibus accelerated sideways. Due to the angle, Jiang Liushi's entire body still hid behind the glass, only leaving that small gap open. Even if a bullet flew straight in, it wouldn't hit Jiang Liushi. The car sped quickly, and the Blood Wolf's off-road vehicle roared to life, the two cars passing each other in an instant, as if time froze in front of Jiang Liushi. A man in his 30s, with a fierce look and a face full of flesh, suddenly appeared right in front of Jiang Liushi, and he could even see the grease on his forehead. One hand on the steering wheel, the other pulling the trigger. Bang! With a gunshot, Jiang Liushi fired only one bullet, completely treating the automatic rifle as a semi-automatic one. Yet, this one bullet, as the two cars passed, crossed 10 meters of empty space and hit the glass of the off-road vehicle. Crash! The entire glass shattered instantly, the bullet pierced through the glass and directly shot into the forehand of that flesh-faced man. One shot to the head. The power of the Type 81 is terrifying. It can create two holes even in a steel helmet. How could mere flesh withstand it? A quarter of the skull of that Blood Wolf member was blown off, and the bullet continued its fierce momentum, shattering another side of the glass. Brain matter and blood sprayed all over the entire driver's cabin. One shot penetrated the off-road vehicle, the driver died instantly, and the car lost control, twisting and turning, crashing straight into a concrete wall. At such speed, a crash would likely mean destruction and death. The gunman in the car saw the danger and immediately jumped out. But just as he jumped, while still in the air, Jiang Liushi took the opportunity, slightly turning the steering wheel, aiming the left window of the driver's cabin at the jumping Blood Wolf member, pulled the trigger, and fired again. Bang! Still just one bullet. That Blood Wolf member was mid-air, and the bullet had already shot through his left chest. With a muffled sound, this Blood Wolf member's heart and lungs exploded completely, the bullet spraying a shower of blood from his back, leaving a bull-sized cavity. Thud! The Blood Wolf member fell to the ground like a dead dog. He was alive when he jumped out of the car, but now he had already become a corpse. The Type 81 will amputate limbs with ease. A shot to the left chest means certain death, with no exceptions. The human body is utterly defenseless in front of the Type 81. If flesh were equated to steel plates, it would only equal a thickness of 1 millimeter, not even comparable to a side of a steel helmet. With just 2 shots, only 2 bullets, Jiang Liushi killed 2 Blood Wolf members. During this time he was still driving, speeding up and drifting, maneuvering a minibus more stylishly than a sports car. While driving, shooting from the side, and still maintaining such precise marksmanship. Is he even human?
The Blood Wolf leader's face changed at this scene. He originally thought Jiang Liushi was just an ordinary person, that Jiang Zhuiying was the biggest threat, but he never imagined that Jiang Liushi was such a monster. Is he a special forces soldier? Perhaps even the world's most elite special forces couldn't reach Jiang Liushi's level. What should we do, Blood Wolf boss? The Blood Wolf members were starting to panic. They absolutely believed Jiang Liushi was either a special forces veteran or a top mercenary from Africa, a combat style they never even dreamed of. He was simply a god of war. The minibus was bulletproof, and Jiang Liushi hid in the vehicle shooting, not giving them any shooting angle. They could only passively endure the attacks. Blood Wolf gritted his teeth and said solemnly, "Forget about Jiang Zhuiying, throw me some grenades, blow up this car." Blood Wolf had initially set his sights on Jiang Zhuiying's supernatural ability, but now the losses were too great. If this continued, they might not even be able to deal with Jiang Liushi before suffering serious injuries. Even if they gained Jiang Zhuiying's abilities, it wouldn't be worth it. Grenades? Good. Having been beaten like this, the Blood Wolf members were filled with a fierce drive. Even if your vehicle was bulletproof, can you withstand a grenade? A high-powered grenade explosion, let alone bulletproof glass, if it exploded under the vehicle, the entire minibus would be flipped.